I used to work as a police detective in the Philippines, and I have a weird case that still does not sit right with me. It does not really work like it does in America. Local police departments don't really have detectives in the same way. The local police respond first, then the CIDG, which is a regional unit inside the National Police Force. They handle the more serious crimes, the kind of thing that does not remain in one city. Then you have the MBI, which I suppose is a little more like the FBI. I was an agent in the MBI. We stepped in because the DOJ authorized it the second they heard about the first killing. The body of a victim was found in a condition that might cause panic across the entire country if it got out, and so we were to deal with it swiftly and efficiently. The body was pulled up from the Pasig River by the Coast Guard. The ferry operator spotted what he at first thought was a floating pile of trash in the early hours of the morning. Once he got a little bit closer, he realized that there was a human arm hanging out of a trash bag that had been dumped somewhere further upstream and floated downwards. When he saw this, he immediately contacted the Coast Guard, which started the chain reaction response. I did not personally witness this body being pulled up, but I did get to examine it up close once the water had been drained. It smelled foul, but from the looks of it, the victim had not been dead for more than a couple of days. The most remarkable thing about the body, and the medics confirmed this multiple times, was that the body had been drained entirely of blood. Not a single damn drop was left, give or take. Well, kind of. You can't truly drain a body of blood no matter how hard you try, because specks of it pool up, but this is about as close as you can get. The first thing that caught my eye, and the eyes of everyone else, was the puncture wounds around the neck area. There were 2 sets of these around both sides of the neck and went a few inches deep. Medical staff initially determined that these wounds were caused and were consistent with teeth puncture wounds, although later they retracted this. This was mostly from the outward appearance. By their accounts initially, it seemed as if these wounds were from much sharper teeth than a human's incisors, possibly even incisors sharpened manually. They couldn't say this confidently though, and after inspecting the wound further, they thought it possible and more likely that the penetration was carried out by using surgical tools. This confusion and difficulty in figuring this out was because the body had been floating in the river. The rapid decay from the water made the post-mortem much more difficult. I think the most interesting thing was that these puncture wounds were not the cause of death, and neither was the loss of blood. See, the body had very clear ligature marks that the perpetrator was not able to cover up. It seemed they had tried to apply some kind of makeup or something else, but most of it washed off in the river. After strangulation, it seems that the victim was bled manually by wounds inflicted to key arteries. These wounds were determined to have been inflicted post-mortem due to passive bleeding and little to no tissue infiltration and no arterial spray. Medical staff suggested that the body may have been hung in order to use gravity to help drain the blood, but they could not be 100% confident of this. They thought this because of the way the blood had settled in the body. When someone normally dies, the remaining blood pools in the lowest parts of the body, but in this one, it did not match the position in which the body was found in the river. The blood looked like it had shifted after death, like the guy had been upside down or hanging before he ended up in the water. A few weeks passed by after that, with very little evidence to go on. We were hoping it was a one-off by some sick and crazed freak, but we did not get that lucky, unfortunately. This body was not found in the river this time, and was almost worse. The body was actually found in a nearby apartment in a run-down part of the city. Crime happens around here all the time. Lots of petty crime, theft, and killings. This would have been chalked up as another one of those, if not for the unmistakable signs that linked it to the first one. It was sloppy, really sloppy. The first killing had obviously been meticulously planned out, but this one seemed like a heat-of-the-moment killing. The victim's cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. 1.45 round penetrated the skull and entered the brain and killed the victim instantly. There was definitely a sign of a struggle. The place was a trash heap. Furniture was broken. Glass and other things were smashed and tossed around the room. By the signs of dry blood on the floor, it looked like the attacker had been sticked with something first. After that, he must have shot the victim dead. What he did after that was just bizarre. The victim had those same puncture wounds on both sides of his neck. They were exactly the same as the last one, and it was clear this time, since this body had not been rotting in the river, that the marks were too consistent to be teeth marks. He had taken some kind of surgical tool and made 2 identical sets of punctures in the neck on both sides. There was no draining of blood this time. He very clearly rushed this part. The body was what I can only describe as completely mutilated to an extent. See, the perpetrator had taken what we could only infer was a machete at the time and started trying to cut up the body. He wasn't trying to remove body parts to dump separately somewhere. Oh no. Whoever did this had taken this machete and started removing chunks of skin. He had sawed off half of the victim's belly, and the remains of it was only found later, dumped outside in a garbage bag. Other pieces of flesh had been carved out, and similar puncture wounds to the ones present on the neck were spread throughout the body. Marks from a sharp instrument present on the upper thigh of the victim also suggested that the killer had attempted to saw through the legs of the victim. He had gotten through the muscle and the fat part way, but then just stopped. The victim was left to bleed after death, and the perpetrator had fled for some unknown reason. There were even a set of bloody footprints trailed across the apartment. We knew for sure that this was the same guy. There was no way it could possibly be anyone else. The details of the first murder were withheld beyond the basics and never circulated in any media, and so no one but the original killer could have known about the puncture marks. So even though this was sloppy and not all that similar to the first one, we knew it was the same guy. Things went by pretty quietly for another few weeks, until we got a bit of a tip-off from a local. There was this guy who lived in a farmhouse just outside of the city, all on his own. He was usually pretty isolated and kept to himself. He only ever came into the city to sell and trade, but even that was sporadic, and he never socialized with anyone. The guy who gave us the tip-off said he was completely different this time around. He came into a store, and as soon as he stepped foot in there, he smelled like metal and cow shit. Despite his work, the tip-off guy told me that he was usually the cleanest guy you've ever met, never smelt bad once in his life. Anyway, so he was completely on edge from the first moment that he walked in. He was itching at his neck and kept putting his hands in his pockets and feeling for something before taking them back out. He came into the store, desperate for something, but the tip-off guy could not work out what he wanted. He was going on and on about new gardening tools and digging, and then said he needed fertilizer too. He said he needed to dig up his entire field, that he needed tools and fertilizer. Then he started talking about how his carpet stinks and he needs something stronger than bleach to clean it. The guy who told me this said he could not stick to a topic for more than 5 seconds. He apparently kept switching back and forth and talking about different things. The guy who gave up the tip said he chuckled at him and asked if he was okay, and when he did, the farmhouse guy lunged at him and grabbed him by the shirt collar. When the guy who gave the tip pushed him away and got angry, he pulled out a .45 pistol and started waving it around, but he never shot it. The guy who gave the tip got scared and asked him what the hell he wanted, but he just started ranting for a good 5 minutes. He started telling him how he needed to be careful, otherwise he would be his next sacrifice. That's the exact word that the farmhouse guy used. The tip-off guy said he went off on this giant rant about how he was persecuted and how people wanted him dead just for existing, and all sorts of other crazy bullshit. After that, he ran outside of the store, and he did not see him again. At this point, we could not directly link him to the 2 murders that had happened, but we had probable cause to go and pay him a visit. Even if nothing came of it, at least one more crazy person would not be free to just explode whenever the urge came over them. I drove down to that farmhouse with 2 of my trusted colleagues who were armed. We weren't exactly sanctioned to do a SWAT-style raid. The second that we got there, we knew that something was wrong. In this guy's car, it was tipped over. He had crashed it into a ditch and flipped it, and it had just been left there. All of his animals were free outside of their pen. They were not inside fences or anything anymore. They were wandering into the road and into surrounding fields. There were a few pigs lying dead on the grass, as well as a cow and a sheep. We did not have time to inspect the corpses, so had no idea what killed them at the time. We later found out that they had been cut around the throat and left to bleed out. We were incredibly cautious approaching the main house, and I gave a few loud knocks and announced myself and my intentions. We had no response, but we did not need to break down the door or make any show of force. The door was already open, and all I had to do was nudge it slightly for it to swing wide open. It wasn't a gigantic house, but it had a second floor. The place was really, really creepy. Not anything I had seen before, especially not in a farmhouse. For a start, the place stunk of something rotten, some kind of rotten meat. There were all sorts of things mounted on the wall. Pig heads, cow heads, and other shit too, but these were not professionally mounted. They were just hammered into the wall with a nail or two and left to just fester and rot. He had a lot of weird objects around the bottom floor associated with mysticism, I guess you would call it. Candles lit on a table with various religious symbols, and then other occult stuff that I did not really understand. His refrigerator smelled horrible too. It was stuffed to the brim with bits of meat packaged up really poorly in plastic bags or like clear Ziploc bags. It was all from animals, but had obviously been kept in there for a very long time. I had never seen maggots crawling around in a refrigerator until that day. He had pots and pans filled with a broth that had gone a really murky brown. It was completely still and had become thick and congealed, and I could not look at it for more than a second. My colleagues with me were desperate to leave. I must mention that we did have backup nearby in case of an emergency due to the recent killings and the evidence and gut feeling that we had. We could hear some kind of banging or stomping coming from upstairs, so we walked up there as quietly as we could. There were only 2 rooms on the top floor, one of them being the toilet. From a quick glimpse, I could see that it was blocked with tissue paper and plastic that had gone this green color. We did not have time to take a closer look, and I was not interested anyway. The other room was not that big. When we walked in, we found the man at the other end sat on this really beat up old mattress with weird symbols hung above the wall. He was sat, but had his head down on the bed, and there was something else on the bed with him. At first I could not tell properly, but I eventually made out that it was a chicken. The chicken was already dead and not making any sounds or struggling. We watched for a couple of seconds before making any noise, and it looked like he was biting this thing. But he kept getting what I can only describe as stuck. He could not pull his teeth up and out, and had to pull a few times before he got frustrated and started shouting underneath his breath and smashing the chicken down onto the mattress. At this point he noticed us, and we told him to drop to the ground. We were worried that he still had his .45, but thankfully it did not seem like he did. He stood there and would not listen to us. He started going on this tirade about how we were discriminating against his people. He actually grabbed a crucifix and started thrusting it out towards us and telling us to stay away from him, that we were the real demons and not him. We asked him once again very nicely to get down on the ground and cooperate. He started to crouch down on the floor very slowly with his hands behind his head, but as he started kneeling, he all of a sudden just bolted in our direction. He had his hands outwards and was screaming some sort of war cry and tried to jump to get closer. My colleague shot him once before he could get too close, and just like that, he was dead. One thing that sticks in my mind from this case is what this crazy bastard did to himself. Those puncture wounds that we found on the body that were made to look like bite marks. He hid these marks on his own body. We are not entirely sure what instrument he used, but he gave himself fake bite wounds, and his teeth too. His teeth were all messed up because he had taken something and tried to file down his teeth to make them sharper. Of course, in doing this, he ended up damaging the rest of his teeth entirely. It looked incredibly painful. He actually broke off one of his front 2 teeth trying to achieve this. His gums were almost entirely receded, and all of the teeth looked like they could fall off at just a touch. We are not entirely sure what he was trying to achieve with the chicken, but it did have bite marks embedded into it. We were able to match his DNA to the previous 2 crime scenes. To this day, I just don't understand it. We did find a manifesto of sorts in his room, but it was more just a series of disconnected ramblings. The only parts that we could really figure out were these parts. He spoke about how one night in his sleep, he was visited by an aswang, which is basically the Filipino version of a vampire, but not quite the same. It can shapeshift and take on many forms, but are known to suck the blood of people that it comes across. He wrote about how this aswang came to him and bit him, and he said it turned him into one. He said that from that day, he had a mission. He talked about how he had to make it spread. That is exactly what he wrote. I have seen some crazy things in all of my years, and thankfully I am retired now, but that is the most disturbing thing I ever had to deal with. After the second killing, it wasn't as easy to suppress the details in the media, and the city was in a frenzy, talking about how they were being terrorized by an aswang. I'm just not sure what happened or why this man believed that he was some kind of a vampire. He was so wrapped up in his delusions that he thought that he could turn over people, but that did not make sense either, because he killed them and then faked the bites. He must have known that he was just killing these people, or maybe that's what the practice on the chicken and the filing of his teeth was for. Maybe he was stepping up to do something else. Either way, I'm just glad it was over, and that I don't have to deal with cases like that anymore. Sorry that this was a little bit long. I did not want to leave anything out. Hey, hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you want to hear more, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment because it lets YouTube know you like the content and helps more people to see these videos. My next big goal for the channel is 100,000 subscribers, and as a celebration, I will be doing a Q&A video once we hit that goal. Thank you. And back to the stories. I have so many stories to tell, I almost don't think they would all fit. My first experiences, I would have to say, started after we moved into a house we lived in for about 7 years. I was 5 years old. The house was located in between the foothills and mountains of California in a small town called North Fork. The house was pretty big, a 2-story with 11.3 acres of land that had 2 rivers. The house was made from trees that was cut down on its own property. From day one, that house gave off an ominous, foreboding, and just downright creepy feeling. I never in my whole life slept in that house without something happening, and I always had to have some sort of light source. I would say that my first experiences there was the footsteps. My room was the first one downstairs and down the hall. I would hear footsteps start above the kitchen. It's where the loft was located. Not my parents' room, mind you, but the loft, and hear them come down the stairs, down the hall, and they would stop at my bedroom door. Once in a while I would see a shadow walk past. A few times I got up the courage to peer out the door, seeing nothing. Other than the footsteps, I would hear whispering. Many whisperings, and I was never able to make out the words. I would ask my parents almost every night if they had come downstairs for anything, and it was almost always a no. One night, I was laying with my back facing my bedroom door and staring at my wall, making little shadows with my hands from my nightlight, when I heard the footsteps again. This time they almost seemed to drag. I stopped moving and pulled the blanket up over my shoulder and listened. As they reached the hall, a small scratching sound went down the wall, like someone was dragging their hand along the wall while they walked. I heard my door move across the carpet, and all of a sudden this looming feeling of, I don't know, just a heaviness fell over me. I felt like I could not breathe, it was so thick. I held my breath to listen, and then I rolled over and saw nothing. I sat up in bed and stared at my now fully open door and saw nothing that I had felt behind me. I crawled into my little brother's bed in the room next to mine and slept with him that night. Other than those, I would hear screams coming from upstairs when my parents were gone. Me and my little brother would look upstairs and creep up them and of course find nothing. In the middle of the day, it was just very scary to experience at young ages. There were also aberrations of a young girl and a young boy dressed in the garb of probably pioneer days. The girl wore a white dress with the ruffles around the throat, and she was always extremely mad, always angry, and she scared me. She scared me so bad. I would see her reflections in the windows on the stairs. I never could be in the living room at night without the light above the stairs being on. The boy, on the other hand, just seemed normal. He had a hat, I remember that. Not a hat like now. It was a little floppy and brown, the kind shown in the picture. The only time I ever heard him talk was a few days before we had to move. He said, "Please don't go," and vanished. Another few experiences I had happened down at one of the rivers. Me and my little brother went down to play one day, and our dogs went with us. Before we went around the turn, the dogs had run off in the brush, and my brother ran on ahead a little ways. I stopped in my tracks, seeing a man in a cowboy hat sitting on top of a horse. He was wearing dusty boots with a holster around his waist with a gun. His eyes were very hard, and he had a scowl on his face. I remember calling to my brother, who only looked at me confused, but looked to where I was staring, and I remember seeing his face almost drain. He ran over to me, and I put my arm around him while pushing him behind me. I remember yelling up at him that my dad would not be happy with him trespassing on our property and that he better leave, but I felt this cold push against my chest and nothing but pure fear. I turned my brother around and told him to run. I walked backwards until he was out of my sight before I turned my back on him to run for myself. We told my dad, who went to check things out, and he never found the man, or any signs of a horse walking around in the sand of the path. Me and my brother have heard whispers and giggles and talking around us many times while we played in the river. I heard yelling and gruff men voices and other things as well. When we had to sell the house was when we finally got to learn some stuff about the history of the land. There were some spots on the property where I felt safe and completely at peace, and other spots I would never touch ever again. I would have constant bad dreams that still haunt me to this day of our backyard, of the loft, my room, the stairs. Dreams of large black dogs with red eyes that circled the house and killing my parents before they could make it to the front door from the car. The first, but not the last time I dreamed of these dogs, but what we learned was interesting to what I had seen. The land before was a home to the Mono Native Americans who had lived there before. I found many arrowheads in my time. There was said to be a burial ground somewhere on the property. Personally, I think it's one of the spots that I felt safe in. On top of a hill that overlooked our house was a perfect encircling of trees. A perfect circle. Me and my brother used to have picnics there. Another thing we learned was that the river used to be penned for gold. It was a train station, and it also held an old saloon/brothel. It explains some things, I think. After we sold our house, my family felt a tragedy. My little brother died after a car wreck where my father's truck went against a diesel that fled the scene to leave behind my dad to take the entire rap. The 3 months I spent in the hospital left me relearning how to walk while high off morphine at the age of 12. I was told my brother was dead on the 3rd day in. I was wheeled up to his room in my bed the day before they told me, so I could visit him because I was hysterical and I had to see him. They already knew he was dead but did not tell me. That night, I was alone in my room. I didn't cry, and I feel horrible for not crying, but my entire nerve and emotional system was numb from everything that they had been pumping into my veins. I don't know the exact time, but I know it was way after midnight. I had a balloon fly around my room. It had a weight on it. It was standing stationary beside my bed the entire day, but that night, it flew around my room. I cried then. I felt this warm presence, but at the same time, I could not feel it. It felt like giggles, happy giggles, as my balloon floated around and around in circles. The next morning I woke up to it being left at the right side end of my bed. It was the right side that my body was injured. I think it was my little brother. After that, all of my experiences have been mostly demonic. If anyone has any interest in those, or not sleeping, let me know. So, after everything else that followed after I was released from the hospital and from CPS, I moved back in with my parents. At the time, we lived in a small camper off my great-aunt's property, and after she moved to the next town over, we got to take over the mobile home that she lived in. We were out in the country outskirts of the town that I live in now, and it was surrounded by pistachio orchards and a big river. My room was on the complete opposite end of the mobile home from my parents, and they did not really seem to have much time for me. The death was hard on my brother. They were never really mentally there afterwards. Not until probably a couple years ago did they realize that they lost about 6 years with me. So I was lonely, as anyone else would be. My little brother was my best friend. We went everywhere together, did everything together. I spent a lot of my time crying, and I was not even allowed to speak about him in earshot of my parents because they would go ballistic. One night as I was crying, I felt a soft, warm hand on my shoulder and a weight sitting on my bed. I told my mom I was sorry, but when I rolled over, I did not see anyone there. But the weight was still implanted on my bed, and I still felt the warmth of a loving mother. I looked around, but I still could not see anything. No ball of light, no aberration, nothing. So I asked really softly who it was, and a delicate woman's voice whispered back, Elaine or Ellen. I could never figure out what name was said. So for the 1.5 years that I lived there, I felt her. Some nights my room gave off such a fiery hate aura that I had to sleep in the recliner in the living room because it scared me so bad. And other times it was that warm, soothing feeling I had experienced that first night. Why they only gave information on deaths on the location after you move away from a place, I will never understand. But a long while ago, one of the previous owners to the land, they were a young couple. The husband, a horrible alcoholic, and beat his wife constantly. Ended up killing her, so I believe it was her. One night I was doing my homework in the living room. My dad was passed out from taking a bunch of pills, and my mom was passed out from drinking. I was eating something, a sandwich or cereal, maybe mac and cheese, I don't know, whatever I made myself when I heard my name. I remember sitting up and setting my food and math book down and standing out of the recliner and turned around to face the kitchen to see if my parents needed help or something because, well, alcohol and drugs, they can barely walk. No one there. I stared at the empty kitchen when I heard a loud whisper in my ear call my name. I spun around and my light was on in my bedroom. For some reason I did not feel any fear, so I walked in slowly, my eyes wide open looking for anything. I sat down on my bed and watched a cobweb above my light. It was still. I asked if it was her and to show me a sign so that I could see her. The cobweb moved softly, like someone gently blew on it. I asked her if she needed help. It moved again. I asked her if she wanted me to find someone. It held still. I asked a few more questions but got nothing. I asked her if she knew she was dead. It was hesitant but moved. I asked her if she wanted help over. It blew so hard, half of it fell. After I asked, my heart started to pound like mad, and the feeling in the room just seemed very thick, warm and very thick. I was only 13 at this time. I wasn't exactly sure what to say or do. I told her she was not alive anymore and that her time had come to pass. I told her not to be afraid, that people were waiting for her and would help lead her home. I told her to see a white light to go home. She was safe now, and some more stuff that I just can't remember at all. All of a sudden, I felt this hug envelop me. It squeezed me and my entire soul felt full, and I had tears streaming down my cheeks, and then, like that, it was gone. My light was off, my room was dark, it felt extremely empty, and for the first time in a year I felt completely alone. For some people, it's really hard to explain. When you constantly feel near something, you know something's there, and then there to be absolutely nothing. It's a very empty feeling. I remember crying, sobbing really, for her, because once again, I was all alone. I never had any other experiences in that house. We moved into an apartment in the town, and my mom ended up throwing my dad in jail for domestic abuse. While he was in jail, she started dating the neighbor. He gave off a very untrusting feeling. His eyes seemed too bright and way too quick to dart around, like he was keeping something to himself. I ended up living with my grandparents because I could not stand him and my mom. After everything settled and my parents worked it out, me and my dad ended up moving back in with my mom, who had moved to a different apartment, the one that I live in now. The apartment's owners before her was her ex-boyfriend's parents, and the guy's mom told my mom to salt around the house and to hang crosses and to take precautions, and my mom did not. Lucky me, right? So my room is the one in the back on the left. It was not clean enough by my mom's standards for me to live in yet, so for the first couple of months, I stayed in the living room. After some serious cleaning, I finally got to move my furniture from my grandparents' house into my new room. The first few things I noticed was my room never felt safe to me. It felt like it wanted me out. It felt very unwelcoming, and it was always cold. Even today, there are grey handprints and smudges on my walls that are unscrubbable. Now, here is where the true terrors of my life began. There was a ton of noises, breathing, steps, scratchings, growling, whispers, laughs, cursing, yelling, lots of things like that. My clothes in my closet would move. Things in my room would move or disappear, only to reappear elsewhere. I had no pets at the time. My bed was located underneath my window, straight across from my closet. My closet doors were removed long ago, and I can see into it just fine. I swear on my brother's grave, I watched things move in there. I saw the shadows leak out. I saw the hands holding the closet frame, and I felt them. I ended up sleeping with a lamp in my closet and a lamp on in my room. At night, I would hear scratching underneath my bed. I had a daybed, steel framework, and the underside was this strong nylon with the support bars underneath for the mattress. I would hear nails scratch the nylon and feel it move under me. On more than one night, my blankets were pulled under my bed, and I watched my bedroom door close by itself. I ended up sleeping in the recliner in the living room for 8 months. Then it started following me to the living room. The shadows would stay in the hallway where it was dark and reach out and stretch to me. My parents were fed up with me sleeping in the living room and told me to use my own room. That's why I had one, so I had to go back to my own room. By this time, I had gotten a young cat from a moving neighbor. She ended up going crazy, literally crazy. She would seem almost possessed. She hissed and scratched, and when I got her, she was fine. She would not leave my room. She scratched up my walls where the handprints were. She tore apart my posters that covered them, and she would sit in front of my closet with her back arched, hissing. One day she got outside, and I never saw her ever again. This happened to me many years ago now, and is still something that I regret. It's something stupid that I did as a kid that has stained my life forever. It's not something I think I will ever be able to come to terms with or live with. It involves my brother, and this happened back in August of 1991. Every summer, our parents shipped us off to a remote village to stay with our maternal grandmother for at least a month. My mother always told us it was because the fresh air and nature would do us good. Me and my brother knew deep down that our parents just wanted rid of us and to have a break. Those summers always left me feeling torn. Sometimes I had fun. Sometimes me and my brother saw interesting things. Sometimes they were the most miserable summers of our lives, and we could not wait to go back home. The bad days, the really bad days, they were all because of my grandma. To put it very simply, she was a vile woman. She was malicious, and she took joy in other people suffering and being miserable. If you were having a good day, you could be sure that she would find the words to ruin that joy. My grandfather was a quiet and submissive man, and she drove him to an early grave with her cruelty and evil words. My brother was 3 years older than me, so remembered grandfather clearer than I did. He also spoke about him as warm and kind. Our grandma, she hated my brother very openly. I think his love of grandfather was the reason. I look back on these summers and can't help but feel angry at my parents. How could they be so selfish as to send us to someone who hated us and treated us horribly? We would tell her everything that happened, and she would claim that we were making up stories. It got to the point where I would have panic attacks before going to stay at my grandma's house. That is how much I feared her. I feared what she would do to me. The summer that this happened, I was 9 years old and my brother was 12. Because my brother was older, it was his responsibility to look after me. We were together at all times. There weren't any other children our age in the village, and so we only had each other to play with. We tried to find fun where we could, exploring, building a treehouse, etc. Grandma enforced a brutally strict daily schedule, and God help you if you broke it. If you were even a minute late for dinner, she would not hesitate to beat you mercilessly with a stick or whatever item she had on hand. I remember once she hit me across my lower back with an iron that was still slightly hot, and it left a mark that would not go away. My mom blamed it on me for playing with things I shouldn't. Nearly everything was forbidden for fear of being beaten. We could not go in the forest. We could not go near the highway. We could not go into the village to see people. We could not wander out of her sight. We could not play in the house. The rules changed almost every day. One day, we were not allowed in the house, so she slapped me to go outside. The next day, I was not allowed to leave my bedroom, and she hit me for trying to leave. She told us that if we went somewhere that we should not, she would find out and make us pay, is what she said verbatim. Life went on in that routine and it was suffocating. Anyway, one day we were out exploring since we were permitted to leave the house that day. And we got lucky, or at least it was lucky at the time, and we found an unexplored cave. It had rained for nearly 2 days without stopping. We had just finished watching some TV show, but then it stopped working because of the rain. We were forbidden from going into our rooms, and I even tried to make a rope swing, but that was shut down by Grandma. So, the second the rain stopped and the clouds parted, we burst outside and went to explore. Staying in the house was making us feel cramped. We started walking along a path that kind of circles around and through the forest. There was another that led straight to the village, but we wanted to get lost and explore. We were nervous and kept checking behind us to see if anyone was watching us. Our grandma had drilled it into us that she had eyes everywhere and that people in the village would tell her if we went somewhere she told us not to. Because of this, we were constantly paranoid. We ended up making our way to this broad ravine that had stinging nettles everywhere. There was a tree that had fallen across the ravine a long time ago. We loved to walk across it. It was one of our favorite things to do. The entire village and where Grandma's house was stood on a high hill which dropped down pretty steeply toward the ravine. The ravine sloped in the same direction and plunged probably 10 meters deep in some places. At the bottom was trees and shade and stinging nettles. One side of the ravine was filled with swallows' nests. This was where we wanted to go. We very carefully edged across the tree trunk that was slippy from being soaked with rainwater. It would have been so easy to slip and fall in and break our necks. Looking back, it was reckless. Once we got down to the nests, we tried to peer inside one of them, and we even found the tiny skeleton of a chick. I think we got too close, because this flock of swallows dive-bombed us while shrieking. They swooped at us, and I felt one of them brush my face with its wings. It scared me and made me jump, and because of this I lost my footing and went sliding. I shouted the whole way down and just sat there and waited until my brother climbed down. I had scratches all over my face and chest, and my t-shirt was torn up. On the way down though, I had uncovered something. About halfway down, part of the clay slope had given way and crumbled apart. I'm not sure if my fall caused this or if it was always there. Either way, it exposed a narrow horizontal crack that was no more than half a meter long. It was pitch black inside, and we could not see anything. I could feel a faint bit of air coming from out of the opening. My brother, being older and smarter than me, said that the rain had loosened the earth and caused it. We loved exploring, so to us, this felt like the best luck ever, and we got to work digging into the earth to make the hole bigger. We dug until dinner time, and we managed to get the crack just wide enough for me to crawl inside. I was much smaller, you see. Almost immediately, the cave opened up into a small chamber, and it was freezing. There were clay walls that were damp, but there was enough room for us to sit comfortably. The only problem was the lack of light. Even without much light, I could see that the passage continued on deeper and then curved, and I could not see past that. We had to leave it for the time being, and so we left and washed ourselves with water from a street pump. We both agreed that we would not tell another soul about this place. It would be our secret safe haven where no one could get us, especially Grandma. If anything happened, if she hit us or berated us, or we did not feel safe, then we could come here. It felt liberating for such a small child at the time. I didn't feel so scared anymore, at least for a little while. We kept the secret for 2 weeks, and we were very careful to deceive Grandma. We managed to get our hands on a rechargeable flashlight from an old box in the house. We managed to borrow some digging tools from the old shed outside. It was just a bunch of old garden hose that were not used anymore and a rusty old shovel. Every day, we would retreat to this hole and set up our base. We stocked up on food that we hid there. We leveled the clay floor with cardboard. We used tools to carve little shelves and recesses into the wall where we could put things. In these little recesses, we put candles that we got from a trader in the village. Our main goal was that we wanted to find the end of the cave and where it came out to. The draft basically told us that there had to be another entrance. There was a narrow crooked tunnel that led out of the grotto. It was just about wide enough for us, but the further we went in, the narrower it got. It got narrow quickly too. We crawled through, one by one. We took turns holding the flashlight so the other could climb and see where they were going. We expanded the passage bit by bit with our tools, and each day we made progress, climbing further through the narrow cave. Progress was slow, and it took a lot of energy from us. We were only young, so not all that strong. I say we progressed maybe a meter each day. To get home at the end of the day, we had to crawl backwards feet first in the pitch black darkness. It was tough and made me really nervous. Not being able to see had me worried I might get stuck. With how deep we had gotten, the tunnel barely had enough room for our shoulders to fit across, and it was suffocating. Sometimes it felt like when I took a breath, my chest could not fully expand. It got cut off halfway. Since breathing was so tough, using a shovel to dig was pretty much impossible. One of us got stuck several times, and each time we did, it sent us into a frenzied panic. It took a lot of wriggling and pushing and moving backwards and then forwards again to get free. I remember one day I got stuck for almost 20 minutes, just flailing around and shouting, but I eventually got free. We were nothing if not determined. We had this little double-page notebook that we were using to map out the cave. All we could do was a shitty little pencil drawing, but we tried to map every single twist and turn. We also used it to plan what we would do the next day. The cave seemed to curve right from what we could tell. A right curve that would bend backward toward the ravine before sloping downward. We found one branching path in the cave that ended in a dead end after a few meters. It looked like a path that had been blocked by a cave-in. And then one day, we were exploring the cave as usual until I heard my brother scrambling behind me. At first I heard him mumbling, then the scraping of his clothes against the rock, and before I knew it, I heard him try to start kicking and wriggling, and he shouted at me, "Wait, I'm stuck." I still blame myself for this. It was not the first time one of us had gotten stuck, but that day, I was the one in the lead. We were about 18 meters from the entrance, and I wanted us to push past this tricky rocky section. I had not widened the tunnel enough, but I still barreled forward and squeezed through. But my brother, he was bigger than me. He had gotten himself wedged into the tight space and could not move himself at all. His arms were basically pressed in at his sides, and he could only wiggle them a little. His legs were completely stuck too. At first, we did not panic. We thought we could get him out like before. But an hour went by, and he still could not move forward or backward by a centimeter. He became hysteric and was shouting, and I started crying and did not know what to do. We spent another 3 hours trying to free him to no avail. It was way past midday at this point, and we were both sobbing and screaming and shouting. I begged him to grab onto my leg so I could pull him forward. When I tried to pull him by force, he screamed that it hurt and told me to stop. He said he felt one of his bones cracking and that I was going to break it. He told me he could barely breathe and that I had to help him. I tried to shine a flashlight on him to see, but I could not even turn around in that narrow passage. We were completely pinned beneath a thick layer of earth, and he was blocking the way back. We were trapped, and no one knew where we were. My brother, he was the leader. He was older and smarter than me. He came up with a plan, and told me it was the only one that we had. He said I had to crawl ahead and try to reach the second exit, and then I would call for help. There was no other option, even if the odds of me squeezing through and finding it were slim. I had my flashlight and a small shovel with me. I could see that just a little further ahead, just where the light reached, the tunnel widened just a little. We agreed to call out to each other every minute. I began my crawling. My memory is patchy for these next parts. I was in a blur of panic and despair, and I could barely see ahead of me because of the tears in my eyes. I only remember crawling for a long time. I remember tearing at my arms, knees, and clothes. The further I got, the fainter my brother's screams became behind me. My own voice was hoarse at that point from calling back to him. Finally, I could see a light ahead of me, and I burst out of the earth. I was at the bottom of the ravine. I was next to a stream and a mound of trash that the villagers had been dumping for years. I started crying just from relief, but this was short-lived, and I quickly started panicking again. I was filthy, and I looked like a wreck. I was young and stupid, and I was scared. I knew I could not tell my grandma. She would beat me. I don't know what she would do this time for something like this. She told us never to go near this ravine. She would probably beat me so hard I would die. I was scared and didn't want to tell her, and I didn't know where else I could find help. She hated my brother. She would probably beat him worse than me. I think at that point I just passed out. I remember my eyes welling up with tears again, and then my vision blurred, and then I remember opening them up again to darkness. We were screwed. We had missed dinner. My body was aching from all of the digging and crawling and squeezing. I realized that no matter what, I could not tell Grandma what happened. Just the thought of telling her filled me with a sense of dread that made me believe that my life was over. She would kill me. I was always so terrified of her. I was a frightened child. I did not know how far she would go. I genuinely believed that she might kill me. But I did not want anything to happen to my brother, so I told myself I would come up with a better way. I washed myself off at the water pump, and when I got back, my grandma asked me where my brother was. She did not even mention my muddy appearance. She did not scold me or hit me for being late like she usually would. 1 minute late would normally be a beating. I was hours and hours late, and nothing. I was waiting for her to snap at any moment. I lied to her. I told her we had a fight, and that I had no idea where he went. I told her I thought he had come home already. I'm a terrible liar. I have never been able to lie properly. When I was a kid, I would always start to cry when lying because I would get so nervous, and this time was no exception. But she did not even question it. She just told me to wash my hands and eat my dinner, and that was it. She sent me to bed and I went. Not even a raised voice. I could not sleep. I just tossed and turned. I had a nightmare when I finally did sleep. I dreamed that my brother was buried alive by Earth and that he was stuck forever. The next morning, my grandma would not let me leave. She told me I had to do garden work. She sat there and shouted orders at me for hours, and it was past midday when she finally let me stop. She did not ask me about my brother again. Once I finally could, I snuck towards the ravine. I could hear him howling and groaning when I got to the cave. I called out to him and crawled as close as I could without getting stuck. He was so relieved to see me. He kept asking me when help would come and why it was taking so damn long. He was exhausted and a little bit delirious, I could tell. He'd spent an entire day in the pitch-black tunnel alone. I told him that help would not come just yet, but that I would help him right now. I didn't know what to tell him really. When I told him this, he kicked me in the face. I tried to explain that it was better this way, but he just gave me the silent treatment as I tried to dig with the tools. I kept digging and pulling him by the legs, but he would keep screaming in pain and tell me to stop. I crawled through the exit by the stream, and when we were face to face, he spat at me. He spat in my face. I told him that Grandma would kill me and that he had to let me try, and he begrudgingly agreed. I dug a hole underneath his chest. I told him to exhale, and I pulled. I brought him candles, matches, water, apples, and even stole food from Grandma's kitchen. But I could not free him completely. Not that day, and not the next. The next day, he swore he would kill me once he got out of the cave. He told me in painstaking detail how he would break my fingers and then gouge out my eyes with his penknife and make me suffer slowly. I was in tears while hearing this. I just kept trying to dig him out, and he just kept screaming at me to help him. I had to leave for dinner, and I could hear him screaming and then laughing as I left. The next night, he was chugging water I had brought him, and he begged me to tell Grandma everything. He told me it was our only choice. He apologized to me for saying that he would kill me and for saying that I was no longer his brother. I wanted to tell her so that he would get help. I really did. But in my child mind, I thought that if she knew the truth, then it would be the end for me. When I got home for dinner, Grandma said that we needed to call the police since my brother was still gone. I was a coward. I had the perfect chance to tell her right then and there, and I still just stayed silent. I don't know why. I just couldn't speak. Half the village joined the search for my brother. I don't know why, but I lied, saying I'd last seen him behind a vegetable garden near the forest. I could have just told those people. I didn't even have to tell my grandma. I just felt so deep and trapped in the lie, I guess. They combed through the woods and discovered our treehouse, but my brother, of course, was nowhere to be found. When I returned to his cave, he had already used up the last of the candles I had managed to bring him. He did not even react to my presence this time. His face was dirty and haggard, and his eyes were wide and looked crazy. Something about his face did not even look human anymore. I'm not sure how to describe it. Like the spark in his eyes wasn't there. When I got there, he was licking the walls for the moisture to quench his thirst. Then I saw him chewing at bits of clay. When I tried to use my hands to stop him, he bit me. I could see marks from both his nails and teeth all around the clay. He had been doing this for a while. I told him I had not brought food because it would help him lose weight faster and eventually escape. For some reason, I thought this was really smart and sure to work. He did not even have any emotion on his face when he agreed that it was wise. He did not even look at me. When I left, he did not even make a sound. He just laid there, staring blankly at me. The next day, my father and my mother arrived, and they were both distraught. They confined me to my room, and I was forbidden to leave. A policeman and my father questioned me again about what happened. I hated lying, and I hated that deep down, I was relieved to have avoided punishment. I don't know why I doubled down and did not tell the policeman. They could have saved him, and my grandma would not have been able to touch me with my father there, but I just kept quiet. The search went on for 4 days. People kept coming and going. One evening, my mother came into my room and gave me a hug. She said that we were going home. I never got to go out there again. They found the body that same day that we were leaving. They found him wedged inside the hole, and he had died. The death was ruled accidental. They found tools from the house in the cave and saw that the path had been dug out manually. My mother came home, and she was screaming at my grandma. This is the first time I ever saw my mom stand up to her. My grandma hit her, and my mother hit her back, and my grandma got angry and told her to leave. The policeman had to break it up. He came and talked to me again. He asked me about the tools in the hole and if I knew, and all I could do was just cry and tell him no, that I had no idea. I told him that it was all my brother and had nothing to do with me. I am much older now, and for years I lied to protect myself. Every so often my dad would bring it up to me and try to get me to talk about it, but I would just cry and clam up and hide away. He suffered a heart attack in 2010 and passed away. I think he knew something, but I don't know how much. My grandmother died in 2003, and no one bought her house, and it stayed abandoned. I tried to tell my mom after my father died, but I could not find the words. My mom was not even angry when I tried to tell her. She just looked so tired. She passed away from cancer about a year after I told her. I tried to tell her about Grandma again and what she was doing, and about how she saw my dirty clothes, but she did not want to hear it. She told me that she did not want to see me anymore. My grandma, she never missed things. She always looked for any little reason to hurt us, any little excuse, but she never asked about the tools. She never questioned us when we came back muddy. She never questioned me or beat me that day my brother got stuck. She waited so long to call the police. She hated my brother. I miss my brother every day. My brother never would have left me there if I had gotten stuck. I know he would have told someone and gotten me help. He never would have been such a coward. To be exact, this happened in my great-grandmother's house. So, my great-grandmother when she was alive used to live in a Dutch colonial house in Southeast Asia, pick related. This was back in the mid-1990s, a few years before she passed away at the age of 98 years old. She used to live in this sizable property only with one of her daughters who never married, my grand-aunt, and one local helper to take care of the house. The layout of the house itself is shaped like two letter L's piled on top of each other, where the top L is inverted, so there is a small courtyard in the middle of the building. My dad recently told me that they at one point explored ways for the house to be recognized as a local heritage site because frankly, houses like these are becoming extinct in the city that I lived in. So it has that old-timey, nostalgic, and creepiness factor. From my earliest memory of visiting her when I was a kid, maybe from when I was 4 or 5 years old, I never felt right in the house. It wasn't until I was doing my undergraduate studies, my grand-aunt still lived there alone after my great-grandma passed, that I had enough courage to explore the house in its entirety, and we usually have family gatherings there at least 3 times a year. When I was a kid, I would always dread going to this house. If we were in the house and dusk is about to come, I would kick up a fuss about wanting to go home. One time, my dad proposed that we spend the night to keep my great-grandma and grand-aunt company, and I remembered I cried, wanting to go home. It was something about the layout of the house, the smell, the hodgepodge of colonial artifacts and paintings, the slightly hidden rooms and corridors, and not to mention the weird vibes I kept getting from random corners of the house. Worst of all, there is a big well at the very back of the house, near the kitchen and the helper's room. So, this well has always been a point of fascination for myself since I was little. Whenever I think of that house, the well is usually the second thing that comes to mind after the house itself. The well has not been used for who knows how long, and is always covered up tightly by rather thick wooden planks with a square-shaped hatch that you can open on one side of the well. Of the times I went near the well, I always remember it to be closed and padlocked, probably to prevent us grandkids to play around there and fall into it. Now, this is where it gets interesting. One day, when I was in 5th or 6th grade, we had a family gathering at the house in the middle of the day for lunch. Almost everybody in my extended family from my dad's side was there. Both my dad's parents had already passed, so they were the only notable people missing. My great-grandma outlived them both. So, in broad daylight after lunch, I was playing and talking like 6th graders with my brother and 2 of my other cousins. We were in a dining room that has a door that leads into the courtyard, and once you step out of the door, there is an outside corridor with a toilet, kitchen, helper's room, one mystery room to the right, and the well at the very end of the corridor. At one point, little me needed to go piss, so I had to go to the toilet outside as it was the closest. As I stepped outside, I remember that one of my aunts was in the kitchen with the helper because I passed them and saw them preparing something. I went into the old toilet that also gave me the creeps. I did my business and quickly stepped out again. At that moment, something just told me, or the voice in my head told me, to look right towards the well. Lo and behold, the hatch that was supposed to be closed and locked was noticeably open. Being slightly adventurous and curious, I opted to approach the well and wanted to see it myself, and wanted to see just what's inside that well that has been a source of curiosity. As I approached the well, I remembered feeling this sensation as if a gust is coming from inside the well. As I stood right beside the well, I mustered up any courage I had and peeked into the hatch. Nothing. Just pitch black. It smelled musty and damp, and nothing else remarkable. So I withdrew my head from the hatch and just stood there by the well for a good minute or so, just taking in the atmosphere of being there, at a location where I've never had the courage to go before. Shortly after, my aunt who was in the kitchen noticed me standing inside the well. As she was walking towards me, she muttered out something along the lines of "nothing good" or "nothing worthwhile." When she finally got to me, her face changed to that of surprise. She asked me why the hatch is open and gives me a minute lecture on how dangerous it can be. I could tell that she was struck by the fact that the hatch was actually open. As she herded me back into the dining room, she talked with the house helper in a stern tone, telling her that the hatch was open, asked the helper in a somewhat panicky tone why it was open, and asked the helper to close the hatch again. The helper was as puzzled as we were. She told my aunt that she has not been near that well for days. That's when my aunt's face started to turn pale. I knew that something was not right as how they should be. As that realization set in, without much of a thought, I just shot a question to my aunt about the well. Mind you, we were still in the kitchen, so it was just the three of us. I asked her, "What's up with that well?" My aunt was rather hesitant, but she figured I was big enough to understand. It was then that she told me that the family believes that there is something, some energy, being, or spirit, that dwells in the depths of that well, and she said that whatever is in there is attached to our family. Weird side note, I already wrote a long continuation of the story, and the text erased itself as I was about to post it. Anyways, as we were just finishing up the story, we heard the sound, clack, clack, clack. My aunt stepped out of the kitchen and she just froze in place. I came out to where she was standing and gazed towards wherever she was looking. The goddamn hatch was now closed. What the hell? My aunt motioned for the house helper to come and look, and commanded her to find the key to the padlock and lock it up again. A few seconds after, one of my uncles came out of the dining room wanting to find the toilet. He was wondering what we were up to there. My aunt simply replied, "It's the damn well again." My interest piqued. I asked, "Again?" My uncle, being the joker that he is, replied, "It has a thing for kids. You see, aunts, all of my aunts and uncles, including my dad, have lived in this house a number of years as they were growing up." At that moment, my uncle began reminiscing with my aunt about the time he saw a figure staring at the well, only for it to disappear when he caused a commotion by calling out to his other siblings. My aunt then replied with a story of her own, about when she once was going the outside toilet in the middle of the day and saw the well area being darker than the rest of the outdoor area. Apparently, a number of weird happenings have occurred related to the well. Clothes, cards, and decorations from the house were found around the well that were not supposed to be there. After a moment of storytelling, my uncle called out my dad, who was in the dining room, telling him that I had just experienced the well. My dad just laughed and tried to calm me down. He casually mentions that one of his cousins almost fell into the well in the 70s, and that's why they boarded up the well. He also said that they thought about destroying the well and burying it, but my great-grandma opposed the idea. I wish that with all of the people outside now, it was the end of the weird encounter that day. Maybe it was my heightened sense of fear or curiosity. I kept having bad vibes from the direction of the well. My aunt went back into the kitchen. My uncle went in and out of the toilet. The house helper found the key and locked the hatch again, while my dad and I walked around the courtyard. He introduced me to his former room, across the courtyard from the kitchen. We went in, and it was evident that nobody had been living there for years probably. It was all dusted up. There were stacks of old books and magazines, and there was the unmistakable smell of mold, I think. As we were in there, my mind was still fixated on the wall. I threw glances every few seconds just to be sure it was actually closed. What I did not expect was that something was brewing in the room as well. As my dad began to step out the door into the courtyard, I trailed him by 2 or 3 seconds, and that's when I heard either a murmur or a faint sob from inside the room. Writing this still makes me shiver. I turned around, looked around the room, and my eye became fixated on this chest that was in one corner of the room. Thinking I had enough excitement for one day, I tried to brush it off and walked right out of there without looking back. I did not even tell my dad, so yeah, that's my story. Today, the family is still trying to sell the house. My grand-aunt is now living with one of her sisters, but from the stories I've heard, it's as if the house does not want to sever ties with our family. There have been numerous attempts at renovating it and cleaning it from its clutter, but there are always weird occurrences going on in each of the attempts. Even now, as I'm living on the other side of the world, memories and images of that house are always vivid. I have not been there in almost a decade now, but there is always a part of me that wants to go back and explore. I moved to this small town in Ohio. It's really small, only like 2,000 people total population. I am staying the night at my buddy's house. His whole family had lived there for like 3 or 4 generations. His dad is really proud to be from the town and loves to tell us some of the history of the place. Me and my friends were both 16 at the time, and we were playing video games in his room. His dad walks up to us and says, "Video games? When I was 16, me and my buddies were drinking in the woods and chasing girls." Then he gets a weird look on his face. He asks us, "Did I ever tell you guys about the railroad tracks?" I look over at my buddy. He is as confused as I am. We both tell him no. He begins to tell us about these old railroad tracks outside of town in the woods. Tells us the place had a history of people getting hit by trains there. He proceeds to tell us about the time him and his friends went there and they were teens. Said that they all used to get drunk and go into the woods often. It wasn't a big deal for them, I guess. Me, a kid from the city, was pretty uneasy about being in the woods at night. He tells us they went down the tracks for a good hour. He said that the 3 of them all felt really on edge, like someone was following them. No one wanted to call it out at the time though, because according to him, no one wanted to be that pussy. He tells us that all of a sudden, up ahead, they notice a faint light. He tells us that the tracks have not been used in years, so it's not a train. The lights start to get a bit brighter, and they notice that it is somewhat swaying back and forth. They realize it was a person holding a hand lamp. They immediately book it into the woods for fear it was the cops. They all make it home, and he said that he told his dad about it the next day. His dad proceeds to tell him a story about how when he was a kid, there was this guy who would roam the tracks. He wasn't sure if he was a vagrant or a wanderer or whatever. Apparently, dude got drunk or something, and a train ran him over. Flash forward to when me and my friend are both 19. We drink very frequently now. I remember the story his dad told us. I decide, hey, let's bring some more people and some beers and check out this tracks. That next weekend we get some people together who are all down for this night walk. All in all, there's probably about 7 of us. My younger sister brought 2 of her friends. Anyways, we grab 2 backpacks and load them up with cheap beer. I am wearing one and my buddy has the other. We all set off to the tracks. I get to the woods, following my friend. He knows the area really well and is acting as the guide for the night. The woods are really, really dark and I hate them. I keep my composure though, because I don't want to look like a pussy in front of everyone else. The bush was really thick. We all keep getting stuck on tree branches and whatnot. After like half an hour, we finally hit the tracks. I am so tired already. We start to walk down the tracks eastward. My buddy tells us that the tracks wrap around the town for a bit, and if we head east, we could just go back into the woods and still be somewhere local. We walk for a few, passing out beers to everyone, actually having a pretty good time. And then we hit the bridge. We all kind of stop and notice this bridge coming up. It's pretty sizable, it's wooden. My buddy says, "I've never seen this out here before." I instantly call him out, because he always proclaims that he knows this area like the back of his hand. We approach the bridge. The tracks start to head into a small ravine, with the ground coming up on both sides of us. We start to walk underneath the bridge. It's so old. I look up, and I can see huge holes on the bridge. It's dilapidated, and obviously has not been used in a while. We all stop underneath it, and my buddy decides let's take a break and drink a few. I am really uneasy at this point, but everyone else seems okay. We're all just hanging out, laughing, being loud as hell, mind you. That's when we hear it, a voice coming from the woods. Weirdly enough, it was a really clear voice, but I could not make out what it said, but it was a man's voice. It almost sounded like gibberish or someone talking really fast or backwards. I about shit my pants. Everyone freezes and gets down low to the ground. We all just sit there frozen, looking around to see if we can see anyone approaching. It's dead silent. Not even the wind is blowing. We wait for a few more minutes, and then after not hearing anything, we pack up and keep on walking east. Everybody is visibly shaken up now. We all walk a bit away from the bridge. No one is talking. I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us. I can't stand the silence anymore. I asked the group out loud, so we all just heard that, right? It was a man's voice for sure. Did anyone hear what it said? My sister was the first one to answer me. She said she thought it sounded like a different language. Everyone agrees that we heard something, but no one really wants to talk about it anymore. We all decide that maybe we should leave. My buddy says that he is not sure where we are at this point. He says if we keep walking this way, we should come up to the brick factory. We all trust him and followed away. It's been a good 15 or so minutes now since we left the bridge. At this point, the woods around here are kinda over the tracks, blocking out whatever moonlight there was. I keep hearing shit move and branches scratching in the surrounding woods. I just want to get off these damn tracks. At this point, we are kinda in two groups, walking about 10 feet away from each other. Leading the group is my one friend, and with two of my other buddies, and the group behind him is me, my sister, and her two friends. My sister's friend is actually walking really close to me. We walk for a bit more, then suddenly, the group in front just stops. We stop too. I walk up to my buddy and ask what's up. He points up ahead and says, "You see that light?" My gut instantly drops, and I tell him to screw off, thinking that he was screwing with us. I look ahead and see it. There is a light there. It's very faint and kind of flickering. It looks like it might be a quarter mile or so up the tracks, but it is a light nonetheless. We all kinda just sit there, looking at it, frozen, not wanting to move. We watch it in complete silence. I notice that it is in fact getting brighter. It's moving closer to us. I just start panicking. Let's get the hell out of there, I say. I'm sure these woods lead into town. Let's just go. My friend, who has the biggest balls at this point, says no. We should keep walking and see what it is. The girls all instantly shriek with disapproval. They want to leave, and so do I. I tell my buddy that the girls are scared and we should leave ASAP. He told me to wait here with them and that the three of them will go and check it out. I really had no choice. I was not going to go into the woods, not knowing where the hell I was at. Okay man, hurry up though. They head off walking. It's still super dark. They quickly fade into the night, but I can still hear the footsteps on the gravel. A good 5 minutes go by. I can no longer hear them. I still see the light. I am still with the girls. They are all really close to me at this point. I try to make small talk to ease the mood, but no one really wants to talk. It's so quiet at this point, it's almost deafening. Then I hear really loud footsteps approaching us. It's my friends. They are just running at us. They are full sprint. They are absolutely terrified. My buddy shouts, "Into the woods, now." Without hesitation, we ran with him. At this point, my adrenaline is jacked. I can only focus on running and not falling. I barely remember going through the woods. I know we were pretty deep into the forest, but it felt like we only ran in the woods for a few minutes. We ended up on a back road outside of town. After we figure out where we were at, and we all calm down, I asked my buddy what the hell happened. He and my two other friends swear that when they got close enough to see it, it was a man holding a lantern. He was not all there though. He was missing an arm and part of his torso. My one friend said he did not even see any legs. I actually enjoyed this thread so much, I wanted to bump with some stories that have happened to me. This is not a LARP and I am not schizo. This is nothing fabricated, just short little stories. Backstory. My dad is a very hardcore drug addict. It's truly terrifying and really made my life hell growing up until I was old enough to get the hell away. He would always say things like how he had to fight for his soul and a bunch of creepy biblical demonic shit when he was clean, and he would be telling me about his trips. Anyway, the earliest spooky thing I can remember was seeing what I guess was an angel. I know how the Bible describes angels, and it was not that, so I don't know. I was walking down the street with my grandma back to my grandparents' house, and I saw this thing 30 feet away, walking towards us on the same sidewalk. It was a really tall woman. It looked like one of those marble carvings of angels with wings and everything, except the entire thing was a rainbow color. Think like how oil looks on the ground, but instead of a black back color, it was really bright. It lasted for about 10 seconds of it walking towards us and us walking towards it when it disappeared. My grandparents called it my guardian angel that watches over me to protect me from all of the evil shit that my dad brought on. I still remember vaguely what it looked like. Fast forward like 5 years later, and I experienced some aliens. We lived at this house, and I remember about the same time my dad was on a bender and getting really violent and twisted with me and my mom. I saw UFOs fly near the house 3 to 4 times, but the scariest thing happened outside of my window one night. I was with my cousin, sharing a race car bed. We were up really late, and he gets my attention without moving and says to look through the window. I do, and I swear, 2 stereotypical gray aliens are looking into the window at us. Big gray triangle-shaped heads and huge black angled eyes with their fingers on the windows peering in. The fingers were extremely long, like twice the size of human fingers, and padded at the ends and pressed against the window, like how a frog's fingers are. It was terrifying. My cousin and I just stayed awake, trying to hide that we were staring at them for about an hour or 2 until we passed out. The oddest part of it was that the window was about 15 to 20 feet off the ground, so I'm not sure how that happened, but we both saw the same thing, very clearly. There's been a few spoopy things since then, but nothing that can top the true hell house I left before. There is no way a demon or several were not inside this home. It started around 15 years old when we had just moved into this new house. My dad has been clean for a while at this point. The first week I was there, the bedroom door was open late at night and I was just hanging out in my room. I felt really off, like I was being watched, and I look outside of my door and I see a shadow in the doorway and my door slams shut. The door opens up into my room, so I could not have been pushed, if that makes sense. I absolutely sprint to my parents' room and wake them up, and of course, nothing is there. That was only the start, really. Fast forward a few years later, and my dad gets back on drugs, heavy this time, and shit just starts getting freaky. Just a really, really terrible feeling in the house. Just being there drained you and made you depressed and empty and afraid, even when no one was home or nothing was going on in one of his strung out episodes. He would just start talking in a crazy voice, saying he will spread out blood on the walls and all kinds of crazy shit. He ends up getting clean again, and I will continue into what I would say is by far the most horrific part of my life I've ever experienced. Anyway, so this was 2 years ago now. My mom and my little brother left my dad for a job opportunity, and because their marriage was kind of falling apart. I had to stay behind to finish college and try to keep my dad somewhat stable. When my mom and my brother left, it seriously was like the last bit of light left in my home just left, and more evil started pouring in. The feelings got so intense that I could not even go downstairs into the basement. It felt like the majority came from down there, but at this point, it was all through the house. You could just feel the evil near the end. My dad starts hearing shit in the walls and the attic and swears someone is watching him and I in the house. He tells my mom every time, who does not believe him because he is on and off a major junkie. I believe him. He starts doing drugs again, and seriously, all hell breaks loose. He starts creeping through the house at all hours of the night, trying to find the source of what these noises are. He even had me use my stethoscope on the walls to try and find something. I'm a medical guy. The crazy, draining, malicious feelings of the house got worse and worse until my dad and I both started hearing stuff. At this point, my dad is so strung out, he lays prone with rifles aimed outside of the window, claiming he sees people outside with lighters watching us, and even claimed to see this white figure levitating up from his bedroom window a few times, as well as searching our basement for any tunnels since the noises continued. My mom finally convinced him to leave the house long enough for me to get my things and get the hell out of there. At this point, the malicious aura in the house was not even subtle or building. It was like almost every single room that you walked into was just messed up, besides for mine. I had my girlfriend help me move my stuff, and as we got the last box, we both heard something downstairs. Looking downstairs one more time, the strongest feeling of darkness and fear and evil washed over me. It was by far the most terrifying thing I've ever felt. I got the hell out of there and lived with my GF from then on, and that was that. The only issue I had after that was seeing a shadow standing outside of the bedroom door right after I moved in. I told it to screw off and said a prayer for the house and banished it, and my life has been amazing ever since then. I am pretty sure that whatever kind of spirit or demon that it was attached to my dad, because at the end there, it really was like the last few episodes of Haunting of Hill House type of climax. My dad ended up staying in the house and doing drugs. He stopped bathing because he was afraid to pull the curtain. He bought pets to keep in the house, to keep a keen eye on the place, and regularly kept candles lit with all of the lights in the house off at night. I'm not sure, whatever. My parents split ways and sold the house, and it has been on the market for about 3 to 4 years now. If whatever was there is still there, I feel sorry for the next family, but maybe they will be able to deal with it better than mine. Not any really childhood stories, but I have some from age 11 to now. That is childhood, buddy. Nothing too spoopy, but it freaked me out, and then hammered in some weird habits. When I was younger, me and my brother would share a room, and he would leave the doors open to the hallway and closet. It never bothered me at first, but by the time I was 7 years old or so, I would have troubles falling asleep, and I would have weird dreams. I can't remember any, but I would always wake up feeling uncomfortable, like I was being watched. My eyes would always be attracted to the cracked closet door. My parents were divorced and had joint custody, so I bounced back and forth every week. At one house, we continued to share a room. At the other, we finally got our own. That was when the things started to get downright creepy. At my mom's, I had my own room upstairs at the end of the hallway, right beside this tiny-ass linen closet. For whatever reason, they put up this full-size mirror on the closet door, so as soon as you turn into the hallway, you would see your reflection at the end. I hated that mirror from day one. Around 11 years old, I graduated from feeling uneasy with an open door to being so uncomfortable I could not stand it. I started seeing shadows creep through the cracked open door into my bedroom and going into / coming out of my sliding closet door that would never stay closed. So I started to make sure that my doors were fully closed every night before going to bed and wake up to them being at least partially open. It got to the point that in order to sleep, I had to barricade myself in and keep the closet door shut. Basically shove towels and laundry against the bottom of the doors to keep them closed. The closet door refused to stay closed, even after my attempts to keep it from opening. About a year after that, I would start getting some auditory hallucinations. Not every night, mind you. It would come and go in spurts. Sometimes I would get them every night for a week, then nothing for months, only to hear shit again every few days, etc. I heard everything from random gibberish to hush whispers, some directed to me and some not, to a voice saying my name in a sing-songy way, like it was a nursery rhyme. A few times it was multiple voices at once, starting quiet and getting louder until they screamed my name. The most sporadic was a violent barking. It sounded almost human, which scared me the most. I moved into the basement room when my brother moved out when I was 16, thinking it would help, but it did not. The door was in an alcove sort of thing, so I could not see it from my bed. Auditory hallucinations got worse, and I started seeing distinct figures, and my posters would change in front of me. One figure in particular would appear almost every night, half sticking out of the alcove. No visible face, and it appeared androgynous, but it felt feminine in an awful way, always staring at me. I began hearing things during the day, and seeing shadowy figures everywhere. The androgynous shade would constantly call out my name, trying to get me to walk towards it. I could hear the creepiest laughter coming from just out of range of my vision, so I don't think it was alone. The barking was worse too. I remembered a tactic I used when I was younger and only saw shadows. I would cover my ears and my face, which would block out the worst of the auditory shit, but not the figure. I always heard it calling to me at night, so I began almost chanting the names of people and things, not all real, that I felt a strong and positive connection to, in an effort to make it go away. Now, this is where I'm not sure if I was delusional or if it was actually paranormal. After about 2 weeks of those chants, and more than moderate success, I started feeling an awful presence between my back and the wall. Then I heard something yell my name right in my ear and felt a hand press against my back. I almost fell out of bed and cried a bit out of fear. I was 17. Now I live with my brother and have not had any issues. I've heard a few things right before bed, but very faintly. I no longer chant before bed, but need some minor light source or I cannot sleep. All doors need to be totally shut, closet door needs to be locked and minorly barricaded. I still sleep with my ears covered, back now flat against the wall, and I need to face my door. The only spooky part about living here is my closet. I've woken up to it open 3 or 4 times, once when it was locked the night before, picture related. It's my current closet door. Okay, I will start with my most recent story. I was around 20 years old when this happened. I am going camping with my friends right before I leave for boot camp. We hike about 1.5 miles into the woods to our normal spot on a sandbar of the Carbon River. We get to our normal spot, 2 very nice potheads already at our fire pit. They see our tents and supplies and tell us that they are leaving after the next bowl and they will keep the fire going for us. Our group consists of friend A, friend B, his dog, and friend C and myself. We set up our tent and get out the food. We give 2 hot dogs to the potheads as they leave. It's about 4 p.m. at this point. We keep the fire going and chill out by the fire. We are swatting mosquitoes and telling jokes. At around 8 p.m., we can smell something really stinky. We decide to look around the sandbar for what it could be. Friend B's dog starts sniffing at what looks like a stick poking out of the ground. We go over to it and, like the dumbass I am, I yank it out of the ground before even looking at what it is. It was a motherfucking dog, and its leg was sticking out of the ground. I threw the dead dog to the side, all of us flipping out. It must have been buried recently. It was not decomposed too much. Feeling like a shithead, I bury the dog deeper this time. We all go back to the campfire and talk about other things to try and lighten the mood. It gets to about 9:30 p.m. It's getting dark, and we realize we sucked at planning. We have another hour of fire left with the wood we brought, and all of our phones were dead or dying. Friend B and C decide to be morons and just leave, because they will not have a fire all night. Friend A and myself are left with a dwindling fire, a crank-powered 12-lumen flashlight, and nothing to do but bullshit. It's 11 p.m. It's completely dark now, and only embers are left in the fire pit. We are silent, listening to the river. It was peaceful. We feel safe seeing another fire going about 1 mile upstream. Refer to the picture for the next part. We hear rustling in the bush hanging over the river to our island. It's probably just a raccoon, so I think, whatever. We shrug it off and eat in melted s'mores in darkness. I hear the bush shake violently. I hear something fall in the river, like something jumped out of the bush and into the water. I shine my flashlight in that direction, but there is nothing. There are some large, long-strutted footsteps on the rocks near the dead dog. I am weirded out now. My flashlight is dying, so I start cranking it like a madman. My friend throws some sticks in the fire pit and pours lighter fluid on top of it. This 6-foot flame comes from the fire pit. It feels safe for an instant. I can see nothing on the island while it is bright. The flames die down a bit, and the sticks crackle. The strange noises have stopped. We take turns going to the shore and bringing sticks back up. It gets to 1 a.m. The trips to get sticks is getting to be a nuisance. I ask friend 1 if he wants to leave. No. Do you in on? Nah, let's tough it out. We let the fire die again. 10 minutes later, I hear those damn steps again in a different direction. I shine a light in that direction. There is nothing there, but I look closely. There is a large, hunched-up shape wading upriver about 50 yards away. It gets onto land across the river, and I can't see if it's on 2 legs and very hunched or on all 4 legs. It moved up the cliff and disappeared. For the rest of the night, we heard noises on the island all around us, never seeing anything, both of us sitting back to back at the tent. When the noises got close, we would both go over to the beach and gather wood while the other held the light and hatchet. While the fire was going, the noises would stop or be far away, but as soon as it would die, whatever it was would walk near us in the pitch darkness. This continued all the way until morning. We went to talk to friend A's dad about it, and he said that we should never go there again. He has been in that forest and seen some strange things. I was walking home late at night after a party. I was slightly drunk, but the cold is pretty sobering. I have to walk nearly 2 hours just to get home. I am walking past a cornfield near a forest. There are no street lights at all. I have no cell phone on me. I only have the moon for company. It's a quiet night. I feel very calm. The party was decent and I don't really mind the walk. I suddenly hear some rustling from the cornfield beside me. I stop and stare into the cornfield. The rustling continues. I can see the stalks dividing and moving. I ain't running. I stand there and stare at the cornfield, ready for anything. A guy in dark clothes, followed by 5 other people, walk out of the cornfield. I don't know them, but recognize them from the party. Nothing spoopy here. Guess it's time to keep on walking. Hey Anon, the lead one says. They are about a year younger than me. I have seen some of them somewhere before. Anon, you were at this party, right? He says, as they seem to fan out around me. Yeah, I say, now fully on guard. We want your wallet and jacket, Anon. Fuck you, you piece of shit, I say almost impulsively. I'm a bit of a hothead. One of the guys who is moving around jumps at me and grabs me from behind. Give us your wallet, the lead guy in black yells. I am grappled from behind, loosely, but I don't like this position. Alright, just go away and I will get it, I say, bluffing through my teeth. The guy lets me go, and they each have an expression on their face like they won. As soon as I am let go, I deck the guy who grabbed me in the jaw as hard as I can. I hear this loud fleshy cracking noise as he falls with his head smacking the pavement with a loud thud. The next guy beside me seems stunned, and I immediately swing at him too as his friend falls. I clip his nose as he tried to duck away. The other 4 are now yelling various things and moving towards me. My boxing experience has already kicked in, but I don't box 6v1. What the hell is this shit? It's 5v1 now, and the other kid's nose is bleeding like crazy as he backs away. 4v1, I hope. I swing at one of the other 4 coming at me, hitting his jaw, and he stops, but the other 3 is swinging at me. I am hit in the head. I'm covering up. I am hit again and again. God damn it. I can't sit here and clinch up, I think, as I do just that, being walloped on by 4 guys. Bloody Nose Guy is still recovering, and Jawboy is unconscious on the road still. As they begin to knee at my face, I know I need to stop clinching, or I will get knocked the hell out and messed up. I get out of the clinch, throwing a haymaker as I do. I am bound to hit one of them. Boom, in the temple. Kid backs up, holding his head. Another punch to the face. I can see my blood dripping off my face onto the gravel road. I just keep swinging and don't fall down. That's what I keep thinking in my head. Just keep swinging and don't fall down. I do just that, going back and forth with the other 3, one of them trying to grab me around the waist until he gets a swift elbow to the top of the head. Another punch to my face as I elbowed him. I can feel a hot mess building up on my face. I swing twice more at one of the other standing kids, a decent straight cross combo, both landing nicely, but he does not go down. He is just dazed. At this time, only 2 of the guys are focused on me rather than their wounds. One of them swings above my guard and hits my eyebrow. I can feel it split. What is this shit? Why am I fighting 6 guys? I turn and book it, looking behind me once to see Jawboy still on the ground, Noseboy holding his nose and shaking a fist, another 2 holding their cheeks while 2 gave chase for about 25 meters until they fucked off back to their friends. I walk home for another hour, looking over my injuries. My favorite shirt is ripped and covered in blood. There is blood on my shorts and all over my face. Seriously, lots. I get home and decide to go to the hospital after looking myself in the mirror. I have a minor concussion, a minor chipped tooth. I have a split between my nose and my eye, needing 2 stitches, and a 2.5-inch split right above my eyebrow, needing 4 stitches. I broke that asshole's nose and that asshole's jaw. He had to eat through a straw for a month. When I was clenched up, it felt like forever, blow after blow hitting me, but it was probably only a minute, the whole thing only lasting 5 or 6. If I would have fallen down, I would have been stomped into oblivion. That was scary. I used to be really poor. I was growing up in this rundown part of town. There were lots of old warehouses and abandoned brick buildings. Tons of alleyways too, which are fun to explore. I have this girl who lives near me. She tells me that she found a weird alley where she can't hear anything. I'm not sure what she means, so I follow her. She takes me to an alley that I've always avoided. No real reason for that, it just always creeped me out. Keep in mind, the neighborhood is not busy at all, not many passing cars or anything. Plus, we're in an alleyway, so it's super quiet. But then, as we are walking down the alley, everything goes dead silent. The girl stops, looks me in the eyes, and points to her ears. I nod, because I feel something like a pressure, similar to the feeling that you get on a plane. The girl starts talking and shouting and stamping her feet, but I cannot hear shit. I try to talk, and I cannot hear anything. The feeling creeps me out, and I turn to leave the alley. I notice I cannot hear my footsteps until I pass a certain crack in the concrete. Then the pressure goes away, and we can hear stuff again. We talked about it a lot after that, but I personally never went in again. Seems like this must have some sort of mundane explanation, but nobody has ever been able to provide one. Perhaps it isn't spooky for everyone, but this is something that I witnessed in my teen years. I was 16 years old at the time this happened. I went hunting somewhere in the northeast of Mexico. I went with an uncle and a cousin, but they are irrelevant. The plan was to stay there hunting for a day and a half and then return home. We were hunting together but with no luck. A few rabbits but not anything bigger in sight. Uncle decides it will be good to split in order to cover more area and maybe this way spot something good. Okay, I guess. I went to a thick part of the forest and climbed a tree to have a better view of the area. I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night, freezing. Shit. I was about to get down and return to the camp, and then I heard something. I heard a chain rustling sound not too far from where I was, and some voices. I decided to stay on the tree and try to look for the source of the sound. I caught a glimpse of light from what appeared to be a torch about 100 to 120 meters away from me. I say, what the hell? The forest was not a camping area, and that part is not even very known. I climbed down real slowly and quietly to get closer to the light. As I get closer, I start listening to what can only be some kind of chanting in Spanish. I finally get really close. I was scared shitless, but I wanted to say. There are about 10 to 15 people in a circle, wearing white loose clothing, not robes, no shoes, all carrying machetes and other blunt weapons. There is a single small torch in the middle of the circle. Then I hear the chain rustling again. On the ground, besides the torch, there was this young woman, looked to be about 20 years old, naked, strapped to the ground somehow. She looked bruised and hurt. There was blood coming from her nose. What shocked me the most was how broken she looked. She looked hopeless and hollow, with no signs of life, even though she was breathing. She just looked detached and empty, and like she wasn't even there anymore. What I assumed was an older woman started cleaning her up while others chanted. The chanting was not really loud, so I could not hear most of it. Abre la puerta, open the door, came a few times. The rest was unintelligible. Then it hit me like a cold bucket of water. I was not supposed to be there. I knew what that looked like, but there is nothing I could do. I started coming back really slowly, laying low, trying not to make a single sound. I'm about 50 meters away from them, but I could not stand it. I turned around and aimed my rifle at the general direction of the light from the torch. I fire off a shot. I heard nothing but absolute silence after the shot. This is bad. I started running like hell back to the camp, which was pretty far away. I never turned back. I never looked back. Finally, after a while, I arrived at the camp. My uncle asked me where the hell I was. I tell him everything. We need to leave right now. Cousin asked him why, but he never answered. Just told us to shut up about it and never tell anyone about this. Okay then, we packed everything up quickly and left. It was about 3 to 4 a.m. when we left. My uncle drove like we were being chased, and perhaps we were. I never saw anything in the local news. I never saw anything about a body being found. With all the girls disappearing in this country, it's hard to track things like this. It haunts me to this day, and I still feel so guilty about it all. My grandfather was a badass. He was born in Alberta during the early 30s and raised his 3 brothers on a reservation from the time he was 9. His parents had left for British Columbia with their only daughter, promising to return, but none of the boys ever saw them again. To make ends meet, he learned carpentry and worked as a laborer, and bare-knuckle boxed against older men for extra cash. He learned how to track and hunt, and always came home with something to eat when work was scarce. But when he was 14, he put the second oldest brother in charge of the household and left the res in search of his parents and a better life. That was the last time he saw any of his family members. He spent several months riding the rails, befriending some transients, and using his fighting skills to defend himself against others. He eventually made his way to Vancouver, the last known whereabouts of his parents and sister, and started working in a pulp mill. At 17 years old, he met my grandmother, and the two eventually married, which led him to give up his search for his family. They bought some land, and he spent his free time building several houses, which still stand today. One of those sat on the land he bought with my grandmother, which included acres of wooded area. On this land, my grandparents kept horses and dogs and small farm animals for eggs and meat. My aunt was born in the early 50s, and my mother came along right before the end of the decade. As far as I've heard, nothing bad or strange really happened until my mom found an old Ouija board and played with it by herself, although I don't know if that actually has anything to do with the following events. My mother was around 8 years old when she was riding her horse through the wooded part of their acreage when the horse stopped dead in its tracks. My mom tried to spur it on, but it was frozen in fear, and all of a sudden she smelled something like rotting garbage and meat. She pulled back on the reins, and the horse instantly turned and took off back toward the house, almost knocking her off its back several times along the way. Afterwards, that horse was never the same. If she went near it, it would try to kick her, and if she got on it, it would fall backwards, trying to crush her beneath it. At one point, it seemed to be back to its old self again, letting her climb onto it. But when she did, it ran towards the road and stopped abruptly, bucking her forward into the path of an oncoming car. My grandpa saw it happen and put a shotgun up to its head, but the horse just kept breathing heavily and staring straight ahead. My mother barely missed being run over by a car that saw the horse coming and managed to swerve out of the way, and my grandmother begged my grandfather not to shoot the horse. He finally decided to give it away when he saw that my mother was not badly injured. That same horse fell on the next person to ride it, breaking her collarbone, and the father did what my grandpa said he should have done the first time. After that, animals started going missing, and one of the hunting dogs was attacked by something during the night. It survived, but the poor dog was badly injured. My grandpa set out some traps and stayed in the hayloft above the barn with a shotgun and rifle beside him and slept out there for several nights. He figured it was foxes or maybe coyotes or wolves or even a desperate bear, which is what he attributed the smell in the woods to. He figured it was also the reason the horse lost its mind. But nothing came the entire time he slept out there, and eventually, he figured it had moved on to easier prey or it died. The day after he stopped sleeping in the barn, my mom was out near the tree line playing with the injured dog as it was healing. Out of nowhere, the dog started sniffing the air, then positioned itself between my mom and the trees, growling and barking. My grandpa heard the noise and came out, then stopped dead in his tracks. He called back to my grandmother to bring his rifle, then whistled for the dogs. My grandma came outside, handed him his gun, then asked what was going on. As the dogs all started to react like the first one, my grandfather pointed to one of the treetops, which looked longer and thicker than those around it, but it was very slightly moving. There was something up there. When Grandpa would later retell the story, he said whatever it was must have been at least 6 feet tall, but it was probably a good bit taller. He took aim and fired just as he saw a pair of wings start to open up. Whatever was up there was watching them, but he beat it to the punch. It was a kill shot, directly in the chest with a high-powered rifle, and he instantly started running forward with all of the dogs following him as the thing plummeted to the ground, the breaking of tree branches wholly unmistakable. When he reached the impact point, he raised his rifle up again and commanded the dogs forward to flush it out. But they all just stood in the spot and kept spinning around, trying to catch a scent that seemingly disappeared. A pile of broken branches lay in the obvious landing spot, but beyond that, there was no proof that anything had happened. No body, no blood, no trail. It had either disappeared or gone straight back up the way it came. He searched those woods for several days, but never found a sign of what that thing was, and they did not see it or experience issues with the animals after that. Decades later, when he was dying, he kept talking about how he saw something. In his delirium, he referred to it as an alien, but said it was coming back for him. I've never seen that man scared of anything in my life, but there was actual panic and fear in his voice. A few nights before he died, he had already been too weak to stand on his own for several days, and my grandmother awoke to the sound of a gunshot. She ran outside, fearing the worst, and saw my grandpa lowering his rifle, staring at something in the distance. She took the gun away and helped him back inside, and that was it. I don't know if whatever it was actually did come back for him, or if it was a hallucination of an old memory, but I'd like to think he went out with a final FU to the thing that tried to torment his family all those years ago. When I and my wife were quite a bit younger, we decided that we would spend the bicentennial outdoors. Yes, July of 1976, we are old. We lived in Pueblo at the time, and decided to go hiking, fishing, and camp along Lime Creek between Durango and Silverton. There was not anything over than brookies in the creek, but they were plentiful and fun to catch. We left our car by the side of the road along Old Lime Creek Road about 5 miles in from the highway and packed in upstream along the creek with our shepherd, Rebel. It only took us about an hour to get to where we wanted to camp, a nice meadow beside the creek just before a slot canyon that required you to swim to get any further upstream. Either that or take a several-mile detour. We camped uneventfully that night, the 3rd of July, enjoying the sounds of the rippling creek and nature all around us. It was such a nice night that we just slept out under the stars. We did not bother to pitch our little backpacking tent. A little cool, but we had the fire going and our lightweight 30-degree bags, so we were very comfortable. The next day we had breakfast, packed up, and we all swam our way up the creek to the next wide spot with a bit of bank in the canyon, only about 150 yards or so. Now, Rebel was never one to turn down a chance to get wet, but we had to do quite a bit of coaxing to get him to follow us up the creek. We fished and splashed upstream a bit, and before we knew it, it was lunchtime. We thought we'd fry up some of these brookies, but we were in the slot canyon that terminated in a fairly deep pool with about a 10-foot rocky waterfall at the end of it. We decided that I would scale the waterfall and pull the dog and the packs up, and then I would help Maggie up. It was fairly difficult, even with the help of an old cable left over from a mining operation that was hanging down the side wall of the canyon. It took a lot of effort, and though we finally made it, we looked back down that waterfall and wondered what the heck we were thinking. Rebel was none too happy about it either, and seemed to get more irritable by the minute. We found enough driftwood at the rocky top of the falls to get a fire started and get the fish fried up, but that was about it. You know the uneasy feeling that several others have mentioned. It was like a switch turned on, and we all of a sudden became aware of our surroundings. It grew like a cancer, and I actually watched the hair on the back of Rebel's neck stand up. Maggie felt it too, and we both noticed that it was getting dark, fast, down in this canyon. The first thought in my head was a cat, and I actually felt a bit better about that because I figured the cat would leave us be, between the fire and the dog. I told Maggie what I thought, and she seemed to feel a bit better too. I did not want to get caught in the dark in the canyon, for a bunch of reasons, flash floods, etc. I spied what looked like a mine shaft about 200 feet above us. A heck of a steep climb, but it looked like our best bet. We pulled out our flashlights, and by the time we reached it, it was pitch black. The dog was a mess by this point, whipping around in circles, whining, yelping, and generally being a real pain in the ass. Maggie and I were drenched with sweat and immediately began to freeze. July in the mountains is a weird thing. I have seen blizzard conditions before, but this was like someone turned on the deep freeze. We were at what looked like the start of a mine. It only went back about 10 feet, but there was evidence of fires in the mouth, and they curiously looked fresh. I was too tired to think more about it. I knew we had to get out of our wet clothes, pitch the tent, and climb into our bags before we got serious hypothermia. That was no fun, let me tell you, having to do all of that by the light of our rapidly dying flashlight, and there was no firewood anywhere close by. I cursed myself several times for letting things get this far out of control. We finally got the tent pitched right there in the back of this little cave, buck naked as we had no dry clothes left. The sleeping bags were slightly damp too, even though we had stuffed them in plastic garbage bags before our swimming expedition up the canyon. We froze. It was miserable. About 1 in the morning, I called Rebel into the tent for a little bit of heat. The dog seemed to have calmed down greatly, and with the added heat, we drifted off. Sometime during the night, I heard something that just about woke me. I was still in a haze, so I fell asleep again immediately. I woke up one other time, because I thought I heard Rebel yip a little bit, but again I was in and out. I put my hand out to pet his head, and he licked my hand. I fell asleep again. Maggie later said she fell asleep the same time as I did, but never woke up at all during the night. I woke to the most horrible noise I have ever heard come out of a 100-pound woman. Just the most god-awful shrieks that I have ever heard. I never want to hear that again. I opened my eyes just in time to see a man at the mouth of the shaft, silhouetted against the morning daylight, looking back at us with the most evil, twisted grin I have ever seen on the face of another human. I scrambled to get free of my tightly zipped bag and the little tent, while he just crouched there and grinned. When I was just about free, he disappeared. Now, we were granola crunching, tree hugging, anti-gun nature freaks at the time, so the only thing I had of any consequence as a weapon was my camp knife. I finally found it after what seemed like hours of searching, but really was probably underneath a minute. I very cautiously made my way to the entrance, millimeters at a time. The guy was gone. About that time, Maggie started screaming and whimpering again, so I rushed back to the back of the shaft. She had struggled out of the tent and was pointing at what used to be Rebel. His head was nearly severed, and the tent and the bags were ruined, with blood all over everything. She had blood all over her, so the first thing I did was make sure that she was not injured. Then I clenched myself. We were okay. It was all Rebel's blood. We put on our still damp cold clothes from the night before, and then we noticed that our boots were gone. We were in trouble. I had some paracord, so we tied some shirts and towels around our feet and climbed back down towards the creek. We left everything in the mine, except for the knife and some stuff that we shoved in our pockets. It took us 8 hours to get back down to the car, and we were like hamburger. Hands, feet, arms, and legs scraped raw, bruised and bleeding. We jumped in. The car started right up thankfully, and we left a dust cloud that blanketed the valley as we sped down the rough trail toward Durango. We limped into the sheriff's office, and we looked like hell. We got our story out, my wife through tears, and me talking way too fast, but finally got it all out. The deputy said that they would go out first thing in the morning and asked us to stay in town. We had no money for a hotel, so he let us stay in a cell after we showered and changed into prison jumpsuits. We were there at the jail waiting when the expedition returned with the convoy of 3 trucks. I noticed that all of the officers, who were quite wet and filthy, gave us dirty looks as they passed us, and the deputy that we had talked to the day before herded us back to his office. Then came the interrogation. Turns out that some animal had spread the dog's remains all down the slide to the creek, and he said that there was nothing else there. No tents, no backpacks, no nothing. He asked us if we had any drugs. I did not want to admit to him that we had some herb, so I denied it. It was clear that we were fighting a losing battle. They had come to the conclusion that we were wandering out in the woods high on LSD while a mountain lion had gotten our dog. The bastard even made us change back into our filthy clothes and give back the jumpsuits right then. He told us that he had better never see us again. We left. Maggie was sobbing. I have never been back to Durango. The thing that I still have nightmares about years later, and I have never mentioned this to Maggie, is the second time I woke up when I heard Rebel yelp. Was that when his throat was cut? And if it was it the dog who licked my hand before I fell back asleep? I still go out into the wilderness, never overnight, out well before dark, only with other people, and always with a big gun. I respect animals, but I fear people. I was around 15 years old at the time this happened. I am sitting next to a large pond at the back of my home at the time, which was situated at the border of a forest. I usually like to spend my time at the pond, sometimes going for a swim or just sitting around. I get a strange spooky feeling. I see something in the water. I can't make out what it is. It's coming towards me. I get up as it gets closer. It emerges from the water. It's a massive tortoise. Somehow, the giant tortoise has followed me home, and it is in my backyard now. I feed it fruit and stuff and sit on its back. Later, tortoise heads back into the woods for the evening. Just a neat memory. A few years later, I am going for a walk in the woods. I'm a few minutes away from civilization now, but not that deep in the woods. Things go quiet, no noises, birds or insects singing. I feel a sense of dread. I make my way home. I look around trying to find out what's stalking me or what is causing me to panic. The feeling finally gets worse and my legs feel like jelly. I hear rustling in some grass. A black and white dog emerges and walks home with me. I reach a paved road close to home and the feeling of fear has gone. I make it home, the dog's still with me. I wanted to give him a snack, but my cat chased him off when we made it home. It's probably a good idea to take a dog with you when you are out in the woods. Be a little bit older at the time this one happened, probably around 20 years old. I am deep into the woods. I am about an hour away from a public road. There are streams with waterfalls in the woods that I like to visit sometimes. I am close to the river. Everything is quiet. There are no birds or insect noises. I have the feeling of dread again though. I am standing there listening, trying to rationalize away the feeling of fear. It's the middle of the day. It's sunny. No need to be paranoid, I tell myself. I am still just standing very still and listening. My instincts win. I hear something large rustling through the bushes a few moments later. It's still a ways off. It's getting closer. It sounds huge, and it is coming towards me. I try to get a look at what it might be. It's getting closer, but I still do not see anything. I hear branches snapping. It's only 15 meters or so away now. I nope out and run out of there. This happened a few times in those same woods, where things would go quiet and I would feel like I was being watched. The last time it happened, I was still close to the edge of the woods. Just a few minutes in and close to a public road when something large came rushing towards me again. I never got a look at it, unfortunately. I stopped visiting the woods after that. There were a lot of disappearances at the time, and it did not feel worthwhile anymore when you feel like you have to look over your shoulder all the time. This first story starts with me working outside. I have to stand in our drive-thru with an iPad and take orders. I am standing in the drive-thru. It's dead, so I am just kind of shuffling around, waiting for a customer. Where I stand is directly in front of the last parking space in our parking lot. Not many people park in this space because it is far away from the store. A big white truck pulls up into the space. I begin to turn around to see who would park here, but before I can, the driver bolts out of the truck and into the drive-thru. He is wearing all white painter's clothes with a dust mask around his neck. He is staring at the main street beyond the end of my drive-thru, bolting his head in each direction of the street. At this point, I'm just staring at him confused. I don't say anything, but glance back at his truck. His license plates are both covered by a sheet. It looks intentional and very suspicious. I look back at him and he turns to go back to his truck. He sees me and stops, looks me in the eyes with a frown and says, "Go home." He gets into his truck and backs up. I saw him 3 more times that day, driving around our shopping center and looking around anxiously. The next one is about my hobo friend. I think she is dead or in trouble. This woman seems to be on drugs but not super bad. She is mostly friendly to me. I talk to her sometimes. She tells me about her son. He has the same name as me. I see her almost every shift. She always says hi. I'd say she was a friend. I work here for 9 months and see her all the time. But one day, I come in and see her. She is obviously distressed. I say hi. She just looks at me and then looks down at the floor. I ask her how her day is, but she does not respond. After this, I see her way less than usual. In fact, I stop seeing her altogether. Over the next few months, I kind of forget about her, but then one day in December, I see her again. It's 12:30 a.m. and she is walking outside our store, talking to the other hobos who sit around out here. I see her and decide to go and take out the trash. Maybe I can ask her how she is doing. The moment I walk outside, I realize she is throwing a tantrum. She is wailing at these guys, begging them to buy her some fries and something to drink. She looks terrible. Her hair is messed up, her clothes are ajar, and she is sick. She was straight up begging these guys for something to eat, as if her life depended on it. The guy brushes her off, and she walks off. I decide not to say anything to her and walk back inside. At 1:40 a.m., at the end of my shift, I walk out to drive home, and I see her lying face down across the parking lot. She is not passed out. She is coughing and wheezing, moaning and wailing, incoherent gibberish. I look at her for a few moments, and then a man walks up to her and squats beside her. He says in a disgruntled tone, "You're still sick? God, you look awful." She just kind of moans. The dude picks her up and carries her to a van, opens the backseat door and puts her in there. She kind of sits up and looks at him, yells in his face, and he slams the door on her. The dude drives off quickly. It has been 6 months, and I have not seen her since. This happened to me around 2 years ago. I was working as a bartender in the downtown of a medium-ish city in Canada. I live in the country. I commute about 30 to 45 minutes from downtown to the countryside every single day. It's a nice drive, I don't mind it. I can listen to podcasts and such. The area I live is a mix of rural and suburban. There are horses and cattle around, but houses every 200 to 300 meters or so. There are no streetlights. I am coming back from the bar one night about 2 a.m. I see a big RV pulled over on the side of the road. There is nobody around. The hazard lights are on. It's 2 a.m. on a country road. No thank you. My spidey senses immediately tell me to move on and not stop. I attempt to, but good boy Christian ethics eventually get the better of me. I decide to turn around and to make sure that no one is hurt. I turn my car around and drive back. I park the car facing in the opposite direction of the RV, on the opposite side of the road. I poke around a bit. There are no signs of life. I better knock on the door. The door is open. "Hate Myself for Loving You" plays on the radio. Knock knock. Hello? Anyone there? No response. I give a few more knocks, constantly checking over my shoulder. I decide to take a quick peek inside to make sure there is no one dead or overdosing or anything. I take one step inside the RV. "Hate Myself for Loving You" immediately triples in volume. I tactically shit myself. I run back towards my car. The car doors are open. The hazard lights are on. I sprint into my car, drive it away as fast as I can with my doors open and hazards still on. I freak the hell out all the way home. There was no explanation. I never saw any people or beings or anything. There weren't even any valuables missing from my car. I've seen that same camper a few times since and always avoid it. The wifey has also seen a lot of weird stuff in the area too. It spooked the hell out of me. Holy crap, I had a very similar one to you. This happened 3 or some years ago. I drive to a close town to meet a friend. This happened in Italy. Towns or cities are close by, but separated. In between, there are usually fields, countryside, some farms, small woods, and so on. I go and see my friend. It's getting late, like 3 or 4 a.m. My town is 20-ish minutes away. 20 kilometers or 12 miles away. I distinctly remember driving for what seemed like 2 hours plus. Maybe it really was closer to 40 minutes. On the road, a country road leading home but with sparse illumination. There are 1 or 2 gas stations, farms, some smaller houses. There is almost zero traffic. Usually, you get some cars around 2 to 2:30 a.m. Any time later, you will catch a solitary truck. Emphasis on rarely. Well, that night I was totally alone. It happens. I look at the meter. I am going 50, 20 miles per hour, and laughing. I remind myself to pay attention and not take my eyes off the road. Pole, house, gas station, house, taillights, windshield. Car? Holy crap, it's a car parked on the side of the road. I say parked, it was stopped. It was on the side of this road, in front of a house but 100 feet away or so. So close to the road leading to this house, but it wasn't right. There was no parking space. It looked out of place, as in the car broke down and the driver had to make an emergency stop. I am driving, slowly approaching at my snail's pace, which now is so slow I could just get out and push my ride. I'm close, but this isn't right. No emergency lights, no warning triangle. I am getting closer now. I am moving as slow as possible without letting the car stop. I still believe I'm going to try and help. I get close enough, but still on the center of my lane, to have my lights flashing on the car. It's a gray station wagon or sedan, I can't remember. Every single door is wide open, as in doors, trunk, and hood. I have a brief what the hell thought, which suddenly turns into a realization. What the hell is going on? There are no skid marks, no debris, and no signs of a crash. There is not a soul in sight and no other cars. There were no other drivers on the opposite lane. Then comes the fright. I just passed the gas station, not 500 yards behind. I saw no one in the gas station, not along the road asking for help. I think about that story of the dude getting out of the car and seeing massed people in the cornfields behind. Not today, no. Not when I'm so close to the gray car that I can actually see that there's nobody inside. Yep, I am gonna earn my karma points another day. I should make clear that the gray car was in my same lane, on the very edge and pointing my direction. It did not seem wrecked or else, and I've got some capable front lights, so it wasn't like I was struggling to see. Not that it made things more understandable. I then sped and thought about what I saw on my way home. Still no clue. To top it off, I did not see anybody else on the road ahead either. Does anyone have any personal experiences that they can't really explain? I've got one, so I will go first. I live in the Midwest. I am related to some people who are pretty rich and own their own property. They even pay their own daughter not to be a nuisance. She drops out of college. My cousin buys up huge plots of land with said money. She dreams of making her own nature reserve. It's really just an excuse for her hippie friends and her to make a commune. We just want an excuse to go there and do drugs and do our own stuff. They are all absolutely rich beyond belief. They get a McMansion built with all of the amenities. I am a loner. I don't really talk to that many people, especially my family. I get a call. It's my cousin. They are panicked about weird people and noise on the property. They send me a picture of black SUVs, people in suits on her land, and some men in black looking dudes at her door. She wants me there to come and look around. Her reasoning? I own an SUV outfitted for mudding and have guns. Lamau, okay, I might as well go. I can use this as an excuse to pop a deer or two. She's probably just making something up or high or whatever. I get there, and there is a lot of weird stuff that I noticed. There are some mudded up tire tracks. There is a bloody handprint on the door. There is no electricity on, and their solar panels were damaged, but I hear their generators running. There was a big storm earlier. Maybe they got wrecked by that, or maybe they're high off their asses and had a bad trip. I get to the door. I get told to go away, and no one will open up, so I kick the door. I call my cousin. I tell her, hey, it's me. Open up, you stupid idiot. She opens the door a crack, jabs a knife out through the gap, and threatens me. In response, I kick the door. I hit my cousin with the door. I walk over and grab the knife. I tell her to stop doing weird stuff and being a moron. She jumps up. Her nose is bleeding, and she jumps up at me crying. "Anon, weird people are here," is what she told me. She never really liked me, but she is scared shitless, so now my hairs are up. I get the rundown about everything. Suits turned up. There are SUVs on the property. There was this big storm, and she said that she could see some creature crawling around and tearing shit up. Said she could hear the noises it was making. I ask about the bloody handprint. She said it was some Asian girl in jeans, boots and a jacket that was beating on their door, asking to be let in. They ignored her. They say they have a video. I go with my cousin and two of her friends who are scared out of their minds to their security room, as they call it. There are crystals everywhere, evil eye wards, sage and incense is currently burning, and they have a new high-end camera system. They can barely work it, so I'm spent waiting for 10 minutes. They finally get the camera system up. They show me the Asian girl, who looks pretty damn professional. She has good gear, she is aware of her surroundings, her head is on a swivel and looking at everything. She has a massive knife in her hand, just casually holding it. It looks like some custom hunting knife. I'm like, what? What is this? The girl looks spooked and takes off. My cousin shows me a blurry clip of something looking like it has 4 arms skittering around the edge of the camera's range. It looks like it's walking on 2 sets of hands and stubs. It's gripping and pulling at stuff. It jumps and falls off of their solar panels. It could be a person in a costume. It could be an elaborate prank. I know there is some Asian community farm a few miles away. It could be them spooking anyone nearby to buy a plant, maybe. It's a little far-fetched though. I don't know, but now I'm curious, and I asked to see the SUVs and the suits. Sure enough, some men in black looking guys are there, banging and calling out to my cousin to open up the door. They claim they are game wardens, but that is a load of crap. Game wardens do not drive tricked out SUVs and wear nice suits or carry briefcases with them. I see an Asian girl standing in the back with them in the video, so now I am really creeped out and curious. I asked my cousin to get her boyfriend outside with me to unload some gear and to check out the property. This skinny looking guy comes out from hiding underneath a blanket. I didn't even notice the asshole. He is stuttering and shaking and does not want to go outside. I tell him to shut up and help me lift some stuff, as I will not have the girls do it. I threaten to kick his ass, so he finally obliges to help me out. We grab some gear, mostly just extra clothes and crap. I want to leave most of my guns and stuff in the car. He is upset about my side piece on my hip. I tell him to shut up as they called me for help. He hiccups and vomits. I am done with family already and want to check this stuff out. I get shit moving and stored. It's getting dark. I tell them to lock the doors and the windows and keep shit closed and watch their generators fuel just in case they run out. I check and double check my ammo, gear, and guns and my vehicle. I turn on my Jesus lights, get everything set, and grab my binoculars. I scan the perimeter. I ask my cousin if they know of any odd stuff on the property or where people might have been. They point out some nearby overgrown fields and said that they saw lights coming from there. I check it out via binoculars. I see an obvious car. Target set. I take off in my car. The lights illuminate so much. I love my lights. I see the tracks from the vehicles. I see some litter. People were definitely here. I get to the fields and sure enough I see an SUV. The driver's side door is open. The battery is dead and there is some gear left behind in the car. I stay in the car and scan the area first to ensure it's safe. I pop out with my hand on my holster. I call out for someone, but I get no answer at all. I dig through the gear I found. It's just loot to me. There are some clothes, some destroyed tech that I don't know what it was, some walkie-talkies, some kind of charger for a phone I think, and some cameras that were wrecked. I snap some pictures, grab the gear, store it in my car, and poke around. Nothing points to cults or cryptids or demons. It looks like someone dug through this, looking for something. I snap interior and exterior photos of the cars. I can't find the keys, so I ensure it's unlocked and close the doors. I walk around with flashlight, checking the surrounding area and find stuff. I can hear some animal noises. I see some chipmunks, so obviously no demons or weird shit. I hop up on my own car. I scan the area with my binoculars. I spot several cars further away. I see some movement. Time to scope out the new area. I take off, get to the area, same as before. I look around, call out for someone with my holster ready. I am poking around, checking gear found, same as above. It's all messed up and strewn about. Someone has just picked it up and chucked it everywhere. I turn around and get a butt of a rifle to the temple. I go down like a bag of bricks. I hear some muffled talking as I am messed up and dazed. I see the Asian girl standing next to 2 suits and so many cops. I couldn't believe it. I had never seen so many cops in one place before, especially out here. There is a cop on top of me. His gun is trained on me, as are several other guns. I get read the rights act of what the hell are you doing here and what the hell are you looking for. I explain my side. The Asian girl huffs and says they didn't help. I explain that they are scared out of their minds and that I got called in to help. I explain that I'm family. I explain that I'm not here for nefarious purposes. I'm just here to help out my cousin. The cop picks me up. He asks me why I have gear in my car. I explain everything thus far. I get shoved in a working black SUV. I get asked for my car keys, and a suit drives off to cousin's house with my car. Asian girl is talking to the cops, suits, and a dude in white. What the hell? I never noticed that dude in white before. The dude in white opens up the door, smiles. They smell of flowers, and tells me it'll be alright. He closes the door and walks off into the black SUV. I am waiting in the cop car. The Asian girl hops in next to me. I get asked 1,001 questions, and I explain what I can. She asks me if I saw the same weird creature that my cousin saw, and I'm like, lol, nope, but let me tell you about the video I saw. The Asian girl is unusually close. I feel the heat off of her, and she smells off. Not bad off, not like she stinks really bad, but weird off, like a perfume that I cannot place. She keeps asking the questions over and over. She gets closer each time she repeats. I feel drowsy and excited. It's odd. She now starts touching me lightly, hand on my thigh, brushing her lips against my cheek. I can feel her breath on my neck. Something is off, and I feel like I'm drowning in her eyes, which I just noticed, green with specks of orange. I feel entranced and cannot look away. It feels like hours of her repeating questions. One stuck out. What's your name? I kept telling her it's on my ID, and that people call me by my nickname only. She keeps it up, and now I feel weight on me. She's on top of me, holding my face to hers. It feels wrong. I can't move. I feel numb. I don't really know what's going on. I don't know why I'm not moving or reacting. She kisses me, and I am shocked and confused, and I can taste something sugary. She pouts, looks confused, and then gets outside. I notice that outside looks a lot darker than before. Before I can say anything at all, a cop has me outside, on the ground, taking off my cuffs. I am commanded to walk by the Asian girl. She makes me walk in front of them. She is explaining that the land was falsely sold, and the X amount is her family's land. Something about a prized animal got loose, and that they thought that cousin and her friend stole it. I felt like a zombie, and sluggishly moved. I felt like whatever she told me, I could not deny her. I just kept walking where she told me to. We walked and we talked. Everything outside looked darker, but more of a purple than normal night. I noticed the man in white again. He had long hair, it was whitish and never moving. I get told to sit down by the girl. There is a tree stump that I did not see before. I sit. She sits with me. She talks and holds me. She kept acting really weird. She kept hugging me and touching me and kept asking me for my name, and I just kept repeating my nickname. She isn't mad, just surprised. This suit shows up, they talk, and she still will not get away from me. She's excited. She tells me to stand up after she lets go of me. I see some weird thing being led by a leash, maybe, and hop into an SUV. I'm led back to the cop car. I feel like I'm floating in the air. I black out and wake up, and when I wake back up again, I am in my car in the middle of a field. I am confused and scared. I take a few minutes to piss. It was the longest piss of my life. There is a napkin on my dash with some odd bread and a handwritten note that just says, "Thank you." I feel off and chuck the bread outside my car. No gear I found is inside my car. It's all been taken. Something is really off here. I end up by my cousin, and I see that the cops are there. I get stopped. Cop looks at me and pushes me inside. The Asian girl is there. I can barely keep my eyes open. I feel like I'm about to fall back asleep until the Asian girl jump hugs me, kisses my cheek, and everything becomes clearer and I feel awake again. They tell us it was a rescue farm down the road, that some property lines were messed up and an escaped mountain lion was injured. The cops explained to my cousin that they will be refunded X amount and that some land is going to be given back to the Asian girl. I am thanked for stopping the lion and about some other stuff that I don't really recall. Nothing else of note, except the Asian girl keeps bumping into me in my area now, a few good miles away from my cousin's place, and she keeps asking me my name, which is strange. I haven't seen her for a few weeks now, but yeah, that's about it. I really couldn't tell you what I saw or what was going on out there. I had an experience with the so-called Men in Black, and this is not a LARP. I was wondering if you would all like to hear of my encounter with the MIB as a kid. I was told by those who seemed to be working with or for them that they would kill me in not so many words if I talked. But it's been a long time, and I feel I want to just get this out there if others are intrigued. I don't know if this really belongs here, but I figured it would fit best, judging by how you people tend to be. Alright, here goes. To start, I will give context. At around 8 years old, the school I was in decided to send me to this facility, and convinced my parents that it would be best for me. It was marketed to us as a place to help students like me build up their confidence, people who aren't violent but have difficulty socializing and fitting in properly. I was bullied insanely bad by the kids there, namely because a cousin of mine moved there around the same time as me and began spouting lies about me to them. It destroyed all of the friendships I began making there within days of his arrival, because he is a psychopath. To give context of his character, he was put in prison for a long time and is now on a registry. Anyway, we were given a tour. It seemed good. I was excited because I was told it would be great and was too trusting of their marketing and desperate to get away from my current situation to protest or investigate too much into the minor details that I noticed while touring the facility. We signed a document that was basically an NDA. I was made to sign it too, despite being a minor, which I don't think is legal. I did not read all of the terms, because I thought that my parents did. They also did not, and were basically rushed into signing too. More red flags, I guess, but again, we were desperate, and this place seemed good. It was called LAB. At least, that's what they told us it was called. I don't remember what it stands for. When I began going there, the shit began hitting the fan fast. I was given drugs to take. Mandatory there. All students are heavily medicated. I did not know that before signing the dotted line either. And basically, they said they owned my ass now from morning to evening. I was then experimented on, usually via psychological torture and drug therapies with unknown side effects and implications. I was put on drugs I did not need, and at points given drugs not on the official records. If I refused, they would bring in their muscle, and he would hold me down and force it down my throat. This went on for months. I spent 2 years in this facility. I was on like 5 meds most of the time, which made me lose my shit and basically fried my brains. On top of this, they would do various things to make me confused and doubt my sanity even more to boot. They later admitted to some of this and basically told my parents, yeah, we did all of that. What are you gonna do about it? Many things about this place was off from the inside, even to my drug-riddled, borderline insane mind. I only remember 4 months or so out of those 2 years there, which doesn't happen for me. My memory and points of no interest just recall as a blur, not a complete blank, so that is creepy that I do not remember the majority of my time there. Anyways, one day, while I was at my desk, I was separated from the rest of the students on our side of the facility due to being the youngest. There was another kid to my left, but he was also slightly older than me. A car pulls up, and it's kind of loud. I took notice, being in the closest room to the front of the building, save for the office and front desk areas, and had a visual on the front left side of the parking lot from my POV. It was a black sedan, full-sized from the looks of it, 80s too, judging by the headlights from my range. I could not make out too much, but 3 things stood out to me immediately. 1. There was no branding or make and model on the car anywhere. For cars of that size, at the distance I would have seen a Cadillac or Ford logo easily, but I saw nothing, not even trim on the body. The headlights looked off is the only thing I can say. It's hard to describe, but it felt like I was looking at a shape that just confused my brain. Headlights were also on too, despite it being daytime. Number 3. The windows were tinted, and there was no license plate on its bumper, though I did not see its rear, so perhaps there was something there. 4 men get out and come into the front desk. The moment they stepped in, me and my fellow lab rats got nervous. Something about this whole thing was off. We had not seen this before now, and could just feel a sense of doom creep up our spines. We exchanged glances of shock, confusion, and fear, and he just darted his head and eyes to his papers. I, on the other hand, being braver than my buddy, kept looking. The lady at the desk, Vicky, she seemed really nervous, like her boss's boss had showed up or something. She escorts the leader of this merry band to her boss, Cherry, another woman, and comes back to the desk. The other men begin to stroll down the hall to my right on the other side of my wall. I did not know how exactly then, but I could feel their presence. It just felt malevolent and unnerving. I felt them walk by me on the other side of the wall more than I heard them. One of these men strolled with Vicky into the room that we were in to talk shop/debrief. She began handing him papers. I was unnerved but was holding it together enough to eye his backside up and down, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. He was about 6 feet tall. He was wearing black pants. He wore a light grey shirt with a suit jacket over it. He was wearing a black tie too, which I glanced to see when he walked in. He was wearing black or dark brown dress shoes that had no dirt on them whatsoever, which was weird, given the parking lot has a lot of dirt and dust. It struck me as odd. Then I look up after noticing his feet shifted. He is looking at me, and that's when I began to crack. Being so drugged I can barely hold my mind together as is, and being stared at by one of these guys, I finally began to really show my fear. He had steel grey eyes, not blue or pale blue, silver or grey. I think his hair was dark brown or black, but he had a hat on, so it's hard to tell, given how little there seemed to be poking out. Those eyes pierced straight through me, felt like something inhuman was staring at me. Like this man, he could break my arm and not even break his flat expression. That's what I was thinking. The guy looked to be in his 40s. He had an agile build. I knew he could beat me up if he wanted. I felt fear like I had not felt in a long time. Last time I felt that raw primal fear was when I encountered a pack of wolves as a toddler in the woods behind my first home. And that's what it felt like, being sized up by a hungry wolf. Then he spoke to me. It was flat, emotionless and calm, despite his obvious malice/contempt towards me looking at him. He said, "You are brave. You might want to stop being so brave. Tilt your head down." I did as I was told, and he turned back to talk and receive her papers. Then I heard it, scuffling. The buddy to my left was sobbing. He was so scared. I realized I was sobbing too, from looking this guy in the eyes. The 2 other men that walked by, they grabbed another kid, much older than I, and he sounded like he was putting up a hell of a fight. He began to scream for help, but no one was going to help him. I knew if I got up, or even moved the wrong way, that guy would annihilate me before I even got out of my seat. They sounded like they beat the tar out of him, then he fell silent. I guess they either knocked him out or drugged him. And then we heard those men drag him off to the car. I had slightly turned my head, so my left ear could hear the commotion better, and had not noticed this man was done, and was now eyeing me up. I felt it though when the kid went silent. He said, "What did I just say, boy?" I looked up at him again. He was a little bit closer. I was less afraid now. Fight or flight was kicking in, and I was in fight mode, knowing I could not flee. He eyed me again, boring into me like a wolf about to pounce, and said, "Your eyes. We're not so different, are we? Huh, you're too young. Stop looking." don't you have math to do? Then he got closer and saw my doodles. I see you know the shapes. Do you know what they mean? Of course you don't. Don't remember my face, understood? I nodded, and he turned to say goodbye to Vicky, who seemed more scared than me but refused to show it. He nudged my way and went to walk outside, but me being the stupid kid I was, I kept looking. I began to try and take in his front side better, not looking him in the eyes. He then said, "You're not supposed to look at me, boy," and then he motions to Vicky. "Retrain that one now," is what he said. Vicky got to it immediately, began scolding me for looking at him. I could not help it. He was the most interesting and terrifying thing in the room at present, and I did not want to lose track of him again. This earned me a trip in the padded room. But before I got dragged off by the muscle, I saw the kid being loaded into the trunk of the car. Apparently, he stirred again and began fighting the men. He was subdued fast, but they had to put more effort in than I guess they liked to. The men rejoined his merry band with their boss after I was halfway to the pads. I was absolutely terrified, but I could not do anything different. My mind goes blank after being chucked into the padded room for a bit. I don't know what they did to me. My next memory is shortly before being loaded on the bus. I get told, "You are to never speak of today, understood, Anon? We will know if you do talk to anyone, and unless you want to be the other boy, you will keep your mouth shut about this." That is what I was told just before I was thrown in there, and again after I was finally let back outside. I nodded reflexively and shambled to the bus. My buddy seemed shaken up, but said he could not remember what happened either. Apparently, he could not remember what the men looked like, and said it's just a blur for him. I know he saw this dude. He was sobbing. How could he forget so easily? What did they do to me in that room? Why were they carting off a kid in the trunk of the car? Why were these men so terrifying? I don't know much in regards to this. I just know what I saw/heard. I told my mom snippets of this the day it happened, but refused to go into hardly as much detail as I have for UX. I hope you enjoyed. This is the most detail I have ever given anyone ever of this experience. I do know these guys were not normal inspectors or the like. Nothing matches. Also, I was not sure if this even happened. I thought maybe it was just something I made up, just a daydream, until I was discussing some MK Ultra stuff with my mom for the lols, and she mentioned this to me during the convo. We had a collective, what the hell, over the similarities of my experience in this facility, and those poor saps. I still did not divulge everything, cause I was dog tired, and did not want to freak myself and her out further. But yeah, she made sure to remember that day's events too, at least what I was willing to tell her when it happened, and that just let me know it probably happened, since she confirmed that my retelling of what I remembered falls in line with what I said that day. My mom also got threatened by the staff in similar fashion, though she never brought this event up to them, given what they told me they would do. I know a lot of people on here will think this is me LARPing, but this is something that happened. I don't know how I can prove it, given the facility no longer exists, and every time I tried to find records of it in my area, I failed to find jack. It's like someone scrubbed any mention of it after they shut it down. I know it's real. Everyone in my family remembers it. Even people outside my immediate family still alive remembers it because of how messed up that whole situation was in so many ways. And that kid, we never saw him again. I don't know what happened to him, but whatever it was, I know it probably was not good. I still don't fully get what he meant by the shapes though. I just drew doodles of interconnecting grids of circles and lines. I don't know what he means. I think that was just him messing with me, or was it something actually useful, like a hint? Not a LARP, dude. This is real as you and me, to everyone else. I was hoping someone could fill in blanks for me on what all of this stuff means, cause for the life of me, I could not figure out the goals these guys had, and would love to know what and why. Another thing, this facility also had ties to the local asylum too, and that asylum is known far and wide as being corrupt to the core. People are experimented on there, but no one says or does anything because the authorities do not give a shit. Not sure if these guys are also doing something there, but it's a neat connection I noticed. They weren't staff at that place though. I have seen the asylum come to take off kids having breakdowns / due for being shipped. They looked like nurses and orderlies and drove a van. Nothing like these dudes. I also saw inspectors in my time there too. Can't be them. These guys looked normal for the most part. These guys were in a league of their own, just absolute weirdness. And yes, the staff did mention and admit to committing crimes against me to us during and after my stint there. Literally telling my parents, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? I didn't know the kid they took that well. Like I said, we were isolated from them, and socializing with someone in another block was not allowed during school hours. As to the kid who I knew, I have no clue how to find him. I can't remember his full name, only knew him by his middle name, and that's because it was a name I remember a different kid I knew from my hometown. Definitely not the same boy though. That one was younger than me, and I distinctly remember my buddy from the facility being a few months older than me. My buddy was pretty chill though. I miss him sometimes. Was the only friend I had after the one in my hometown died. This is my uncle's story, not mine. So, about 40 years ago, he lived in the bayou in the middle of absolutely nowhere, Mississippi. He had a cozy wooden cabin surrounded by miles of swampland. His nearest neighbor and closest friend lived about a mile away from him. They shot the shit all the time, doing typical hick stuff like hunting alligators. So, about the 5th year of living in the bayou, my uncle wakes up in the middle of the night. He doesn't know why he woke up, but he was covered in a thick layer of sweat and was absolutely panting. Anyway, he just lunges for the gun underneath his bed. He said it was instinctual. He held that gun so hard his knuckles turn white, pointing it at the door. After an hour goes by, nothing happens, so he puts the gun away and tries to fall back asleep, kind of embarrassed with himself. His friend calls him. My uncle picks up the phone, and his friend is just hysteric. My uncle had to calm him down for like half an hour before he could get any words through. Then his friend said, "Look up in the sky." My uncle took his shotgun and ran outside. The night sky was covered in strange lights. My uncle described them as small, burning balls of fire. They moved erratically and seemed to teleport from place to place. My uncle flips the hell out, runs back inside, and locks his door. He spends the rest of the night with his gun in his hand. Eventually, the exhaustion got to him, and he passed out. He wakes up to this light hitting his face. He goes outside, still gripping his gun. The air has a strange metallic smell to it, and there are no insect noises. In the swamp, this is a huge red flag. My uncle calls his friend. His friend does not pick up. My uncle decides to trek to his friend's house. He could not take his truck because it stopped working. The whole swamp is silent. Eventually, my uncle reaches the house. The place is just ransacked. There is stuff thrown all over the place. Everything is smashed. Friend is nowhere to be found. There are strange carvings in the wood, which my uncle said looked like schematics more than any language. In the bedroom, the bed was soaked with blood and feces. My uncle goes to call the cops, but they won't pick up. He leaves his friend's house and goes back to his to wait whatever weird power outage was going on. Later that day, the insect sounds came back, and the air lost the metallic taste. My uncle was beginning to calm down, and reasons that maybe his friend was kidnapped. The lights must have been dreams. Then there is a knock on the door. My uncle thinks it's the cops and opens up the door. He is so relieved, but no. 2 of the tallest white men he had ever seen were standing in black suits. I mean, upwards of 7 feet tall. My uncle was tall, but they absolutely dwarfed him. They tell my uncle to forget about what he saw. Their voices were deep and guttural. Their faces were like plastic. My uncle gets pissed off and tells them to go away. He has massive balls. They just stare at him. My uncle shuts the door in their face and grabs his gun, again. When he opens the door, the men have already left. Then he sees them. His property was a clear lot, surrounded by swamp. On the periphery of his property were the men, and more of them. They completely surrounded him, just staring. My uncle gave in. He was on the verge of tears when he said, I won't say anything, I promise. He never saw the men again. He moved away a few months later. To this day, he has no idea what happened to his friend. I used to work as a reporter or a journalist or whatever you want to call it back in Russia. I worked in a pretty big city, but this was not in Moscow. There is this one case that I worked on some years ago that still really sticks with me, and I want to type it out here. It'll be a little rough around the edges, and my memory is not exactly perfect, but hopefully it all makes sense. All of this is pieced together from evidence gathered, police reports, witness testimony, public inquiries, body cam footage, CCTV footage, etc. Back then, this was allowed, as long as you weren't a known thorn in the side and cooperated in daily life. Now, accessing any kind of police materials or getting them to cooperate or getting any kind of reports is generally declined unless you are part of the criminal proceedings directly. This case took place many years ago, too many to remember exactly. For the purposes of the story, I am going to call the woman that this case concerns Alicia, or O for brevity. This obviously is not her real name, and you will not find any newspaper report searching for this. I don't want to be too vague, but as my full name and identity is attached to written articles in my city, I don't want to make it too easy for me to be found. So, all those years ago, Alicia murdered her 1.5-year-old son in a really horrible way. She took him and threw him into a concrete well at an abandoned construction site on the city's outskirts. This was somewhere behind a semi-legal market where most of the people did not speak Russian. This is basically a grey market. It's too much to go into now, but I hope you understand the idea of it. This market was at the very last stop on bus route 43, the end of the line and as remote as you could get inside the city. Witnesses who rode the same bus that day, as well as the driver, attested that they saw a woman holding and rocking a baby and crying for the entire bus journey and only got off at the last stop. The driver said this really stuck out to him as she was riding for so long. Alicia didn't actually want to get off the bus at first. She had to be asked twice to leave by the driver, but she pretended to ignore him and stared outside the window. The driver initially said he tried to scare her by closing the bus doors and keeping them shut, but he eventually relented and got out of the cab to try and talk to her again. The driver fetched her some tea to offer it to her, but she had left the bus by the time he brought it over. He saw her walking out into the wasteland and she ignored his calls. She had her child in her arms as she walked. After this, it seems that she arrived at the abandoned construction site without getting lost. She clearly knew the way there, as there was no evidence to suggest that she wandered around or went anywhere else. This abandoned site, they started building it back in the 1970s, and it was halfway between the city and the airport. I think it was supposed to be a hotel at first, but the project was abandoned within a year or two. In the early 1990s, a wealthy man had big plans and wanted to use the foundation to build a shopping center, but that too fell through. It would have been the first shopping center in the city at the time. Unrelated, but that man was eventually shot by his wife. The shopping center was initially going to be named after her. I have no idea what the motive was, and again, this is off topic and not related to the case I'm currently talking about. So, the reason all the projects fell through is unknown, and I could never find any documents related to this. There were none in the city archive, and neither the police nor other media outlets had any record of why. Since then, this construction site has basically just been a place for the homeless to squat in, or for scrap metal collectors to scavenge. The city expanded, new neighborhoods and markets, and stretches of private housing. Some of these were built not far away from the construction site, and kids often used it as a site to play games. Alicia went there as a child, but for a much different reason. Her parents had moved from a closed town, and could not afford an apartment in the center of the city, with over 1 million residents, so they squeezed into a small private house on the outskirts. Raising 3 children was not easy, so both parents worked extra jobs. Her father worked as a taxi driver, and her mother worked at a bakery. Alicia was 14 at this time, and as the leader of her 2 younger brothers, she had by then explored every corner of the neighborhood, near and far, including the construction site. That year, she got a boyfriend and began going there more often, bringing her brothers along as an excuse not to wander too far beyond awkward kisses. At the beginning of autumn, Alicia's mother, who was exhausted beyond measure, did not immediately notice the changes in her daughter's behavior. In retrospect, she noticed that the girl grew withdrawn, lost her appetite, stayed home after school, and avoided her friends. The shift was much too stark for her mother to dismiss it as simply growing up. Influenced by the crime reports that she had read, another explanation came to mind. Her mother feared the worst and figured that maybe she had been assaulted. She resolved to get the truth out of her daughter at any cost. After an hour of pleading and promises to deal with the offender personally, Alicia finally gave in. No one had done anything like that to her, but she was frightened, very frightened. While searching for a secluded corner at the construction site, she and her boyfriend Maxim came across a square opening in the concrete floor. It led to a narrow basement room, about 2 by 2 meters, with no doors. The only time this room got any light was during midday, but aside from that it was mostly pitch black. Even the light it did get barely granted any visibility. In the floor of that basement room, right in the center, was another identical square opening. No one knew where it went, as they had not come across it before. No one even knew about a second basement level at this site. It certainly wasn't in any original plans for either of the constructions scheduled over the years. They got down on all fours at the edge and peered into the well. Alicia said that she felt dread looking into it, but could not explain why. At that moment, Maxim tried to push Alicia in. Afterward, he apologized for a long time. He called it a stupid joke, admitted he had frightened himself, begged for her forgiveness, but Alicia did not forgive him. She could not forgive him because she told her mother that a few seconds earlier she had felt the same impulse herself. It had seemed funny, natural even, to give him a slight shove into the dark abyss. Her hand had even twitched. She managed to stop herself, and when she glanced sideways at Maxim, she caught the movement of his hand and managed to dodge just enough and maintain her balance. She was lucky that she did, and that it only resulted in her rolling across the floor and away from danger. From that day on, their relationship quickly faded. To Alicia's surprise, she felt only relief at not having to be with him anymore. A week later, she decided to show the well to her brothers. She explained that at first, she did not realize why she brought them, but said that she felt something horrible when watching them leaning over the hole. She had these vivid, intrusive thoughts that she explained seemed like real life, as if she saw herself actually carry out these events in real time, as if she was seeing a vision from the future. These visions were of her pushing one of her brothers down and hearing him scream, watching her brother fumble and grab the other brother for balance, only to drag him down along too. She managed to shake off this feeling, despite it causing her to sweat, and she instead grabbed her brothers and took them away. She made up all kinds of stories to scare them away from that place forever. She could not shake this feeling that she felt there, and it even followed her home. It was only once that she was away that the desire vanished. She kept hearing voices in the back of her own head telling her to do it, to push someone, anyone, even herself. She became restless and could no longer sleep. This lack of sleep only continued to drive her more insane. Her mother, upon hearing the story, did not react well and started to see her daughter as a danger. She still loved her, of course, but she had to look out for all of her children. They quickly became estranged, and Alicia would stay out at friends' houses and choke down vodka to be able to sleep. Alicia's mother was very emotional when describing these events. The following summer, a friend from that same dorm invited Alicia to her village. 2 months away from the city was exactly what Alicia needed, and she later withdrew from her school, and she enrolled in a different one on the opposite side of the city, where she also found work. Alicia visited her family on weekends, and her mother was just happy to have her daughter back. Alicia studied hard and secured a state-funded place at an institute. She found better paying work. Her life was on the up. She fell in love with a man named Anton, who was rather wealthy. They got married, him even abandoning his overseas work prospects for her, although he later attained them anyway through his father's influence. And for 6 years they stayed away, but then returned due to Anton needing to sell his father's business and settle other matters after his passing. They were to be there for around 6 months. Anton told people in his testimony that Alicia described feeling incredibly ill all of a sudden. They got into an argument, and he scolded her for the first time in their marriage, is what he told us. He described that it seemed that she had lost the will to live overnight. Anton was due to visit his mother the next morning, and later his father's fresh grave. He had too many responsibilities and left Alicia to her own devices. He tried to apologize in the morning, but received the silent treatment, and he headed on his way. As described in later interviews, it only took 2 hours after he was gone for Alicia to pick up their child and board the bus. She boarded bus route 43, got off at the final stop, crossed the vacant lot, walked to the abandoned construction site, and dropped her son down the hole. Anton returned home, and she told him in a way that was just so casual that it was disturbing. She just told him that their child was down the hole and gave him the location and would not say another word to him. Even at the police station, she did not speak for a long time. She told us that she felt possessed, that she saw those same visions she saw as a child, and that she watched herself taking her child and killing him before flashing back to reality, and she said that after that, it felt like her body moved of its own free will. She didn't even seem sad or regretful. She seemed neutral, completely stone-faced. I of course was not in the room at the time, so I only know secondhand, but she seemed just devoid of any emotion. After a few hours passed by, she tried to act like nothing had happened. She started changing the subject, trying to talk about random bits of small talk and asking when she could go. When she was reminded of what she did, she denied it. She got angry. She started shouting and screaming about how she was being framed and how she would never do such a thing. She started crying about how it was Anton who did it. Anton took their child and dumped him down that hole, that they should ask him about where their child is, that he has a reputation or something like that. She said that he knew that place very well, which at the time, we didn't really understand what that meant. And then she would go quiet and blank for a few hours before talking again. And then when she spoke again, she claimed that she never had a child or a husband. She told the officers that she was too young to be married and that it was illegal. She said that her mother would be expecting her home for dinner and that she had to wake up early for school the next morning. She had completely lost her mind. She eventually underwent psychiatric evaluation, and I have no knowledge of the details, other than that she remained in a facility for a year before managing to take her own life. Police searched for the child's body for 2 entire days, but to the public, the body was never recovered. Anton left the country once the proceedings were all finished. I remember I talked to him a few weeks before he did, and he looked twice his age. The case did not receive much attention in any newspapers, not even local ones. Anton's mother had the money to make it go away, but in this particular instance, it wasn't fully necessary, because newspapers had not caught wind of anything beyond the basic details, and police and the government had come down on them and imposed a blackout on reporting until the case was deemed closed. I would have stopped looking into it right then and there, save for 2 reasons. The first is because my mother knew her mother when I was young because of a local bakery. I forget the exact details, and because of this, my mother knew her. I remembered her vaguely from when I was younger, but not really. The second reason was that something was wrong. You hear rumors. You don't survive in Russia as a journalist without making friends. Without friends in Russia, you don't get further than writing 1 sentence. I spoke with everyone that I could track down. Her mother, the bus driver, her brothers, and I had already spoken to Anton previously and received some information from officers who I was friendly with. I told everyone that none of this would be published, and I was true to my word, mainly because my boss and editor would not touch the story with a 6-foot pole. It did not take long before I received a visit from a police captain who detained me and questioned me very intensely about why I was so interested in the case. He let me go with a warning, and what I can only describe as a veiled threat, but it made me want to dig deeper. My contacts were starting to clam up, but bribes here and there loosened some lips. I could never get away with such a thing in modern times, but back then, things were much simpler. I got a scanned copy of the report from the recovery of the child's body. Beneath the first basement level, there was another chamber that was just as narrow, also without doors, with a single opening in the ceiling. Only, this shaft was 7 meters deep, maybe even more. The child's body lay at the bottom of the 7-meter drop, but that was not the real problem. The problem was that along with the child, the remains of approximately 13 other people were pulled from the well in various stages of decomposition. Among them were those who had gone missing over the past 40 years, including 6 children, as well as several bodies that were never identified as far as I know, and if they were, I never found out. Aside from one body was identified. It was the body of someone quite infamous to the police. He had many links to the local Russian cartel, but when they tried to come down on them, they made no breakthroughs. They all played dumb, and there was not enough evidence to link anyone. Absolutely none of this reached the press, and if it did, they never dared to say a word. I learned smatterings of details over many years, but for a long while, the case was at a standstill. I know that they cordoned the place off for close to a year, when I could finally investigate in person. I know that the bodies had all been recovered, but whether any of the bodies were identified or any of the criminals were tracked down is anyone's guess. I have one last piece of the puzzle, along with unsubstantiated rumors that you can use to draw your own conclusions. Anton never actually left the country. He had merely pretended to. I know, because I was writing a piece on him when they brought him in. I was the one reporting on his arrest. He had been arrested on numerous drug charges and trafficking in connection with the local cartel. I do not know all of the details of what he did or when exactly it happened, but I know that he cracked under pressure and gave up a list of names. They were arrested too, and it was quite a big buzz at the time. Russia has always had a notorious drug problem, heroin in particular, so this was seen as a gigantic win. No one was ever arrested in connection with any killings, only ever on drug charges. Anton was murdered in prison only around 6 months after his imprisonment. He tried to argue he should receive protection, but the police did nothing but spit at these suggestions. That is around the extent of my knowledge. I grew up in that city, so cartel rumors, mafia rumors, you always heard them. My mother always warned me to stay away from certain areas and to avoid certain men. The names and faces were known to us. Everyone knew to stay away. There were rumors about people using that abandoned site for meetings, but that is as far as the rumors went. I'm not trying to suggest that Alicia's crime was anything more than a mentally unwell woman finally snapping, but I find the coincidence too strong to just write it off. There is nothing I could ever prove, and no amount of reasons could ever justify her crime. That is just the story as I know it. Anything else is just a rumor. When this happened to me, I was driving home late at night with my friend. The roads were all empty. All I could hear was the hum of the engine, and there was the occasional flicker of streetlights. Suddenly, this olive green pickup truck appears behind us, like it spawned out of thin air. The headlights were way too bright, almost blinding. It blasts past us, with its engine roaring, but as soon as it overtakes, it slows down, and so does my car, even though my foot is still pressing on the gas. I try to accelerate, but nothing happens. My car just feels heavy. When I press the pedal, I feel this kind of resistance. And now I can feel like something is pressing down on the roof, and it feels like I'm being suffocated. My friend glances at me. His eyes are so wide, but neither of us say anything to each other. We just have this silent look at each other, this silent agreement that something is wrong. As we hit the expressway, the truck and the road just vanish, like someone just disappeared, turned off reality. Suddenly, there is total darkness. I have flicked my headlights on high beam, but they don't light up anything, not even the dashboard. I cannot see anything but darkness. I suddenly feel like I'm floating, like the car isn't touching the ground anymore. I don't feel any bumps on the road or resistance from the vehicle or anything. My stomach drops when I feel this, and my ears start ringing. My friend whispers to me, asking where we are, but his voice sounds distant. Even though he's whispering, it sounds far away. It sounds like he's underwater almost. I try to answer back to him, but my mouth won't move. My tongue feels swollen. I have this really horrible taste in my mouth. Then, out of nowhere, the darkness cracks open, and all of a sudden, we can see again. and we're inside a city, but not any kind of city I've ever seen before. Everything is red. The sky is red. Not just the air, the buildings too. It's like we're inside a bubble, a big red bubble. Everything just looks red. The avenue is massive. The buildings on both sides are stretching up forever. There are no doors or sidewalks or anything. No doors on the buildings. Just endless walls. All glowing with this sick red lighting. I said the sky was red because that's what I thought at first, but when I look up, there is no sky. It's just a ceiling, a painted ceiling. It's solid and it's actually not that far in the air. It's pressing down. It's at this point that I just try to hit the brakes and come to a stop, but I can't. The car is moving on its own. The steering wheel is locked. I can't even turn it. I can't stop. I can't do anything. Even trying to turn off the engine has no effect. The speed of the car just keeps increasing. It keeps going faster and faster, just pushing it to its limits. The car isn't even changing gear and it's going so fast, and I can't hear anything from outside. All I can hear is my heartbeat and my friend. My friend suddenly starts shivering, and he says he's freezing, and I can see his breath fogging up in the car, but it's summertime, so that should not be possible. I feel it too. I feel this bone-deep cold that makes my teeth chatter. My fingers start to feel more numb as time passes by. I don't know how long went by feeling like this, feeling absolutely freezing, the car just driving on its own, before this music started to play from the tape deck. It's not any tape I put in there. It's this weird soft melody that I've never really heard before. It's strange. Again, I obviously can't turn it off. I look over at my friend as if to say, what the hell is going on? But his eyes are rolled back inside his own head. I can see his lips moving like he's whispering something to himself, but I can't actually make out what he's saying. The buildings outside, as we start to speed up, the windows start to become a blur almost. The windows start to change shape and size and length, and I can see these shapes or shadows in the windows. I don't know exactly what they were, but I see them standing there. And after a while my hands start to ache. I think it's from the cold because I can barely feel them anymore, and when I look down they look almost completely blue. My chest is burning at this point, like the worst heartburn I've ever had in my life, and the car just keeps going. And at one point I just get the urge to shut my eyes, but when I do, I don't see darkness. I can still see what's in front of me. No amount of closing my eyes will get rid of my vision. And this goes on for what feels like hours of me getting increasingly more cold, my skin turning blue, looking like it's suffering from frostbite. At one point I turn around and my friend just isn't even moving anymore. I try to touch him, but my own hands are so cold I can't feel anything. I can't feel a pulse. I just started to feel more and more in pain. And it went on like this until my eyes eventually just closed on their own, and I just felt nothing for a few seconds, maybe a few minutes. And then all of a sudden my eyes just shoot open. Everything is back to normal. There's no red city. I am about to veer off the road and I have to swerve incredibly quickly to stop myself from crashing. As I'm parked up on the side of the road, I look at my friend and he is so pale. He is shaking. His hands are shaking so violently. When I checked the clock, only a few minutes had passed by. It felt like we were in that car for hours, maybe even a full day. It felt like a full day of just slowly succumbing to the cold. We just sat there for ages until I finally just started up the car and just drove home in silence. We didn't talk about what happened. We never did after that. I still have no idea what happened to me. I wasn't tired or anything. It couldn't have been that. It couldn't have been a dream. But I have no other explanation for it. Has anyone else ever encountered anything like this? Either weird visions when driving or seeming like you've entered a different reality when driving? I don't know, it was just so weird. So, a bit of backstory first. I am a dive master. I have been diving almost my entire life. I have done deep sea welds, rescue and recovery. I've seen enough bloated corpses to fill a school bus over the course of my career. There is only one thing I've ever seen that's inexplicable. Only one thing that has truly scared me. I'm a pretty hardened guy. It's something I've had to become due to the nature of my job. You can't afford to start panicking when you are 800 feet underneath the water. Why? Well, there's a number of reasons, but mostly, it can literally kill you. If you try to panic swim to the surface without safety stops to let your body decompress, you will die from decompression sickness. So at all times, you must stay calm while diving. Even if you found the bloated body of a small child with her eyes gone and can barely breathe because the urge to simultaneously retch and cry is so strong you can hardly function, you have to stay calm. I guess this is reading more like a description of diving as a profession, but I need to add one more technical detail for you to fully understand the context. When you dive deep, there is another major risk that you run: narcosis. Essentially, the pressure becomes so extreme that the gases that you are breathing in change their properties and have an effect on your brain similar to narcotic drugs. The symptoms increase as you go deeper. They include sleepiness, confusion, hallucinations, dizziness, hysteria, nausea, loss of memory, euphoria, and eventually, death. I hope I don't need to explain why seizures while diving is a poor combination. With that out of the way, I can get to my story. I was doing a recovery dive in a local lake for the police. Some idiot kid who had not worn his life jacket while drinking on a party boat. It was deep enough to require mixed gas to avoid narcosis. I was following all of the normal protocols, keeping in contact with my diving partner, watching my dive computer. It does not take long to get to the bottom. Getting back up always takes much longer. Me and my partner split up to cover more ground because visibility was extremely low. It must have been about 5 minutes before I saw it. There was a human silhouette standing up right at the bottom of the lake. I swam closer and found a man, perfectly preserved without a sign of decay on his body. He was buried in silt up to his shins. It really looked like he could still be alive, or had only been dropped into the water just a few moments ago. I tied a line to him and started to head back up to the surface so I could get the boat team to haul up the body. So I swam up, letting the line play out behind me until I reached my first safety stop. While I am waiting for my body to decompress so I can head further up, I notice that the spool of line is still being pulled out, even though I have stopped. It is completely taut and rolling out straight down at a blistering speed. It takes me about half a second to realize that my reel is about to run out and I'm about to be sucked down by the line. There is a good 900 plus feet on my line, and the speed it was being reeled out at was so tremendous that as soon as I tried to grab it, my hand was split open almost completely to the bone. In retrospect, that was a dumb thing to do, but it was just basic instinct to grab the rope and try to cut it with my knife. I get a sudden IQ boost and instead cut the straps holding the reel to my suit a few seconds before the line runs out and it vanishes into the murky water within about a half a second. I feel as if the force of the whiplash alone would have been strong enough to break my back and kill me if I had not cut the straps. I am pretty shaken at this point, more shaken than I've been since I found my first dead kid. But still, I managed to ascend slowly and take my safety spots despite the pain, fear, and of course, all of the blood leaking out of my hand. It's a good thing that this was a freshwater dive, or I might have been in real trouble on my way up. Anyway, my knee-jerk reaction, and what everyone else told me, was that it was a narcosis-fueled hallucination. Divers see all sorts of stuff when narcosis kicks in. I've heard stories of fish and squid with human faces. Some guy swears he was face to face with Cthulhu. My point is, narcosis is to an extent like temporarily being on DMT, and it can make you see some absolutely crazy stuff. The thing I can't make sense of is how I got the cut on my hand. It's clearly from a rope. It's not clean enough to be from my knife or any other sharp object. The doctor even noted that I had friction burns all surrounding the cut. So what the hell caused the cut if I was hallucinating? And if I wasn't hallucinating, what the hell could drag out a line that fast? What really keeps me up at night is that the guy was resting on the bottom of the lake and my line was going straight down. So either he was pulled through the bottom of the lake, or something with incredible strength and speed grabbed my rope and was reeling me in like a fish. I am not sure which one is worse. I made a thread at the start of the year about some weird experiences I had as a Boy Scout. I will just post what I had in there. I have lived my entire life in Oklahoma, and it is probably just about as rural as most of you think it is. Outside of the Oklahoma City, Moore/Norman area, and Tulsa, Oklahoma is mostly small towns, casinos, and lots, and I mean lots, of woods and open plains, backcountry galore. A perfect place to teach young scouts the basics without throwing them right into the heart of the fray. It is usually pretty quiet everywhere you go, and people are generally friendly. We're the definition of flyover state. If there is one thing people probably immediately relate to Oklahoma, it's Native Americans, native land, reservations, folklore, etc. While this stuff is not prevalent in the bigger cities, it becomes incredibly prominent as you enter the more rural parts of the state. For those curious, I'm not sure how much land is still legally considered native, but it's probably more than any other state. This particular incident occurred in the summer of 2011 at a scout camp not too far away from the Oklahoma-Texas border. This was the last trip I ever made out there, and I do not really regret it. Camp lasts Sunday through Saturday, 1 week. I arrive on Sunday. I work on merit badges Monday to Thursday. I chill on Friday, and I leave on Saturday. The leaders of my troop were comprised almost entirely of one family, whom I will call the Perkins. There was the great-grandfather, C, the grandfather, D, and the grandson, Buck. C was about 75 when I joined, and fit the crockety old man stereotype like a glove. He was abrasive, impatient, and quick to lose his temper, while at the same time, happy to help any boy that did not ask stupid questions. C was also a war veteran. Not sure which war though. D was a lot like his father, except, I don't know, cryptic? I guess what I am trying to say is that you could tell that D had seen some shit. He was a little out there, very my way or the highway, do what I say if you don't want to die kind of guy. Probably 60-ish, but built like a bear. The man was massive and intimidating, and he knew it. To this day, I think D knows a hell of a lot more about this particular incident than he will ever tell. But I never had the courage to ask him about anything. Buck, the grandson, was about a year older than me. Buck was a bit thick in the head, but he was tough and built just like his granddad. He was also as loyal as a golden retriever, and the word fear was not exactly in his rather limited vocabulary, but I digress. Another key player at the time was my best friend, Dylan. Dylan was stubborn, headstrong, and generally looking for trouble. He and I started scouts together at 6, and we're the only two that had stuck together since that time. We were usually inseparable, which probably saved our lives that night. Now, I was about the opposite of Dylan. I was meek, easily scared, and suffered from constitutional delay, which means that I looked like I was 10 even though I was 15. Pick related. I am the scrawny kid in blue. This was taken earlier in 2011, around April. So anyway, we had been going to this scout camp for as long as I had been involved with the troop. Every summer, usually in June or July, we would make our week trip down there and head home. Dylan and I knew what the camp was supposed to feel like and sound like, as did C and D, who had been going there for 20-odd years. This year, we immediately knew that something was off. Have you ever walked into a place and just felt like bad vibes? Like bad energy just kind of taking up residence somewhere? It was kind of like that the moment we drove through the gates. The younger boys seemed pretty oblivious, but I know Dylan felt like I did. And D, man, I don't think I've ever seen D as tense as he was that whole week. He was normally pretty chill, if a little strict, but he was on the edge the moment we arrived on the grounds until we left on Saturday. I suppose the best way to do this from here is to give a chronological account of events that happened day to day over the week. That is the only way I can think to do this without losing myself and you guys. The first thing you do when arriving at camp is drive to the registration office to confirm campsites, number of boys, leaders, etc. We did this, but D was gone for a very long time. When he came back, he was being escorted by the camp ranger. As D was hopping back into the sedan, I remember hearing the ranger say something like, "Just let me know ASAP if anything happens." While this isn't an odd thing to say or hear, I now wonder if it held a deeper meaning. Our campsite was toward the northeast end of the camp. down in a tiny valley surrounded by rock outcroppings on the north and south. The northern outcroppings were split from east to west and created what we called the storm shelter. It was basically this little crevice that we would hide in if severe weather ever sprang up. I was assigned to check up on it, make sure it was clear of debris and shit before the week started. So I walk around the shelter, and I am slammed with this awful smell. I knew it was something dead, and it smelled big. Once I got down into the crevice, I saw that it was not something big, but a bunch of smaller animals in piles. Birds, foxes, raccoons, parts of a deer. There was a ton of dead, mutilated bodies back there. I nearly puked, it smelled so bad. The heat did not help with the smell either. Alarm bells weren't really ringing yet, but I was definitely weirded out. I told D, and he said he would have a look and clean up, and that I should just forget. Pick related, similar looking to the storm shelter. Monday. Our campsite was basically set up as one giant semicircle. Our tents formed a ring that almost enclosed pavilions in the center. Very little time was actually spent at our campsite, as we were all working on merit badges at the mess hall, cantina, shooting range, lake, etc. There was no reason for any boy to be in camp, and it was rare to find one who wanted to stay in camp. Dylan and I stuck together most evenings, and Monday night we decided to shoot, or rather, Dylan decided to shoot. I was a terrible shot and did not want to pay for ammo I would end up wasting. We were about halfway to the range when he realized he had forgotten his money, so we turned around and headed back towards camp. When we got there, it was empty as expected, but we noticed one of the tent flaps had been left open. Big problem there. D was constantly on us to keep our flaps shut so as to keep any curious woodland animals/insects out of our tents. So I walked over there to zip it up when I realized that it was still zipped and that the door had simply been ripped open. The tent had been ransacked. Sleeping bags were shredded, trunks flipped over, and the supplies gone through. It was an utter wreck. I called Dylan over, and our conversation went something like this. Shit man, holy hell, who would do this? I don't know man, it was not one of our boys. D would make sure he'd never see the light of day again. Should we tell him? Do you want to have your head bit off? Let him find it for himself. This was a stupid decision in hindsight. We should have found D and alerted him immediately, but since we did not want to suffer his wrath, we didn't. When we got back to the camp that night, everyone was on edge. All the younger boys were freaking out, whispering about Bigfoot, etc. D told us that the rest of the week, we all had to be back in camp before sundown, which I thought was kind of pointless. The tent had been ransacked during the day, but whatever. Pick related, similar to campsite. Tuesday. Tuesday was actually pretty uneventful. All I recall is that some boys a couple of campsites over from ours got spooked because they heard noises in and around their campsite that night. If I'm being honest, that could have been anything. There is an awful lot of animal life out there in rural Oklahoma, and it's not unusual for new or amateur scouts to accidentally lure raccoons, foxes, or occasionally bigger things into camp by leaving food out at night. But I still have to wonder if it was related to my other experiences that week. Wednesday was different. The bad vibes seemed to be getting stronger, or maybe that was just me getting more wound up. I don't know. What I do know is that the mess hall had been broken into the night before and utterly wrecked. Food had been half eaten, supplies were strewn everywhere. At least, that is what I heard. We were not allowed up to the mess hall until dinner that night, by which time the camp had cleaned everything up. Of course, everyone was on edge now. There were mutterings and whisperings, rumors circulating that basically would have been an ex-wet dream. Did you hear? They found some homeless guy camping out on the other side of the lake. Tom found some really weird footprints outside his tent last night. Did you see them? I heard some weird mating call last night. Did anyone else? I could have sworn I was being stalked while walking back to the camp last night. Anyone else feel the same way? Out of all of these rumors, there was only one that stuck out to me after the week was over, and the only reason it did is because it reminded me of my experience on Sunday. I found a dead raccoon outside my tent last night. It was like mutilated and shit. Which one of you guys thought that it would be funny? I guess outside of the mess hall business, Wednesday was pretty uneventful too. just really tense. Thursday. Holy shit, man, Thursday. Thursday night, the camp would always sort of hold this party thing out by the main gate to sort of celebrate the hard work everyone had put in over the week. There would be a bonfire, a chuck wagon, basically the canteen on wheels, stories and songs, lots of Boy Scout stuff, you know? Anyways, D was super against letting anyone in the troop go. He wanted to keep every boy in the camp that night, but after listening to 12 and 13-year-olds whine and cry for 30 minutes, he kinda begrudgingly changed his mind and allowed them to go as long as they were escorted by the older boys. So Buck, Dylan and I were pretty much responsible for corralling 50 middle schoolers. D said he had a meeting to go to, which I knew was a lie. Scoutmaster meetings were always held in the mornings, never at night, but what the hell. So the three of us start walking them down there, when I realize that we've left the flashlights back at camp, and we only have about 5 minutes of light left. I tell Dylan and Buck to go on ahead of me, but both insist on coming. In the end, Buck escorted the kids to the bonfire, while Dylan and I went back to the camp. That was a mistake for multiple reasons. We had only been gone about 10 minutes, which means it was almost dark once we got back, but our camp was totaled. Our pavilions had been torn down, tents and their contents were strewn about everywhere. Food was out and scattered. It was a complete mess. Alarm bells were basically screaming, code red, get the hell out of there right now. But Dylan was already into the camp before I could stop him. That is when the smell hit us, the smell of dead, decaying stuff, but this time it was mixed with something else, kind of like spoiled milk. I am not entirely sure how to describe it, and it's not that burnt copper and blood scent that X says is related to the goatman. I know what that smells like. This was something else. Dylan and I both agreed that we needed to find D ASAP. Fate was on our side that night, because not a second later he rushed into camp in full commando mode. I am talking giant knife on his hip, brandishing a pistol. Sorry, I don't know anything about guns, and the biggest flashlight I have ever seen. Dylan and I immediately start blubbering to D about what was going on, begging for answers and almost crying. That is when I noticed his face for the first time. He had a gash down the right side of his forehead that was bleeding pretty profusely, and a massive bruise beginning to envelop the left side of his face. It looked like he had picked a fight with a titanium beam and lost. Let me just remind you that D is about 6'7" and around 260 pounds of pure muscle. Whatever bested him had to be strong. D beckoned us over to him, and the conversation was something like this. Where the hell are the kids? The bonfire, sir. What the fuck are you two doing back here? We forgot the flashlight, sir. Alright. Here is what is gonna happen. Dylan, I'm gonna give you this knife, okay? Anon, you go get those flashlights you were talking about and point them towards the storm shelter. I am going over there. If anything but me comes out, you two run like hell. Do you understand? We nodded and off he went. He rounded the corner into the shelter, and that's about when we heard the noise. Have you ever heard someone trying to talk while choking on their own blood or something like that? That sort of gurgling, gasping noise. That is what it sounded like, mixed with a sort of low growling. Dylan and I stood there frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably more like 5 minutes, when that noise abruptly ceased, and D returned as pale as a sheet, but in one piece. So D escorted us there, and refused to answer any of our questions, or give us any sort of closure as to what had just happened. All he said was, I don't think we will have to worry about anything for the rest of the week. So we went to the bonfire, but Dylan and I kept to ourselves, and tried to figure out what the hell was going on. When we got back to camp, we did our best to repair as much as we could in the dark. Dylan and I did not sleep at all that night. We were wide awake. At what must have been about midnight, I heard a few noises outside and saw a flashlight beam waving around before finally coming to still position, pointed towards the storm shelter. I poked my head outside of my tent and observed D sitting in a chair, flashlight pointed at the storm shelter, watching and waiting. I watched D all night long, and Friday I finally got some answers. Now, by Friday, I mean about 6:30 that morning. Around then, C came out of his tent and proceeded to have a not exactly quiet conversation with D. Now, bear with me, as I am reconstructing this from memory, so some bits might not be entirely accurate. Anything new? No, I have been out here all night. Nothing since I saw it earlier. I still think you are wrong. They never come this far south, especially this time of year. Must have been something else. I know what I saw, Dad. I am telling you, they are getting bolder. Or more desperate. Or more desperate. Well, I am heading to the mess hall. I need my coffee. Want anything? And they proceeded to talk about breakfast for a while, and C eventually left. I figured if I wanted any sort of closure as to last night, now would be my only chance to talk to D alone. So I approached D, but before I could say anything, he turns around and gave me a look that could have curdled new milk. I stopped in my tracks and he says, "Come, sit." So I sat next to him, and this is all I got out of him. "You were pretty brave last night, kid. Incredibly stupid, but brave." "What did you say?" "Nothing, sir." He was quiet for a good 5 minutes, and I finally mustered up the courage to ask him what the hell was going on. "Sir, yes. Pardon me, sir, but what was it? What is going on?" "How old are you, Anon?" 15, sir." "Anon, the world is a far darker place than you realize right now. You are too young. Let me give you a piece of advice that you need to keep in your head during times like this. Do not ask questions you do not want to know the answer to, or that you already know the answer to." "Do I know the answer to this question, sir?" "Do you?" "It wasn't natural, was it, sir?" "Depends on your definition of natural, Anon. To me, the thing that's terrorized us all week is as natural as any other creature in these woods and on this earth. Simply a darker side of nature. One that usually stays away from heavily trafficked areas like this. They do not like people in large groups. Then what's it doing here, sir?" "Honestly, Anon, I do not know. I think it got confused. Lost, even." "Is it gone, sir?" "For now, yes. I don't think it will come back while we are here." Dylan woke up about then, as did the rest of our camp, so our conversation was cut short. The rest of Friday was pretty uneventful. Dylan, Buck, and I palled around camp for a while, talking about what we thought it was, or rather, Buck and I did. Dylan did not really talk about it, and acted increasingly irritated as the day went on. Friday night all was well. I slept heavily. Had bad dreams, but I slept. Saturday, we were up about 6:30 that morning to tear down camp. I was ready to go, and even though D was reassuring Friday morning, I could tell he was eager to leave too. He was tense, and would often stop to look towards the storm shelter. About 11:30, D asked me to check the shelter area and clean it up with him, even though no one had actually used it all that week. We got back there, and it was completely different than what I'd seen Sunday. It had been cleaned, spotlessly so, and something similar to pick-related had been marked on each side of the canyon walls. I assume it's native, but I do not know what it means, and have never particularly cared to find out. We left about noon, and I have never gone back. So, that's my big story, the one I can't really explain. I know D knew way more than he was letting on. I think Buck knew more than I did too, but he clammed up whenever I tried to talk to him. So, X, what do you think? What was it? I think it was Native American to say the least, but I don't know what. Let me start by saying I've never posted to this board before, but I look pretty often and have for quite some time. But I am bored, I have some stories, and a lot more from my friends and family. I will start with a quick one of my own. I'm about 5 years old when this happened, very late 90s. My granny's poodle named Missy dies. It was a mean little shit who bit me a few times. Uncle buried her in our backyard right after. Everyone moves on pretty quickly. Be about 2 weeks or so later, I am watching TV in the living room while my mother is out at the store. For some reason I have this odd urge to look down throughout the kitchen to the back door. I may have caught some movement from my peripheral vision. I see the dog walk in, looking pretty normal, as if she was alive through the back door. I am not sure how she got through the back door on her own, but I am a stupid kid, so I do not think much of it. I watch her look at me, move from left to the right where the food we kept in the back hallway from my new kitten was. She goes to the bowl and seems to be eating it or trying to, then looks up at me again to stare at me for a while before she walks into the bathroom. I quickly get up and run after her to the bathroom, but I do not see her anywhere. I tear the bathroom up looking anywhere I think she could be, like the bathtub, behind the toilet, in the closet. I eventually gave up confused, but remember ghosts are a thing, and just assumed that was one. I go back to watching TV, and when my mother finally comes home, I run up to her and tell her I saw the dog, all excited and shit. To this day, I can still see her looking at me with shiny black eyes and walking into the bathroom in my mind. The thing is, she was blind with milky white eyes when she died, so that was weird that she could see me apparently. My mother still remembers that, at least me telling her. I have more stories. Ghost, quite a few Sasquatch, even a Wampus cat one. Alright, so this next one happened on Christmas Eve about 10 or so years ago, but this also happened to my brother at the same time it did me. We still talk about it sometimes. Be me, Christmas Eve, downstairs relaxing while mom is cooking in the kitchen. It's the same house I've always lived in, the one with the ghost poodle sighting. I hear someone coming down the stairs. It could only be my brother or my GF who was asleep at the time. I stand up and T-pose like a moron thinking it's my brother because of where the footsteps came from. I can't see them due to the stairs' first landing being out of sight unless I go to the stairs and look up them. The sound stops at the first landing coming down and then nothing. I hear another set of heavier footsteps following my brother's room door open. It's loud. He comes down this time and is confused because he saw the back of me go down the stairs in all white. I am wearing something entirely different. I don't remember what. Now for my brother's perspective. Be my younger bro. He is coming out of his room to see if food is ready. He sees a white figure turn the corner to the steps and hear them walk down them. Go down after them, thinking it was older bro, wearing all white PJs or some shit, because he has those. Come to see real bro downstairs, just looking confused. Relate story, and I'm told the older bro hear the figure walking, but never saw it. This is the second time my brother has seen it. It's his first time turning the corner to the upstairs bathroom, but only ever the back of it. This actually reminds me of a friend I have, who thinks him and his friends had a skinwalker messing with them. Like the actual Dene/Navajo type of shape-shifting witch. He lives in Arizona. My friend is 17 when this happens. He is out with friends walking at dusk, because there is nothing much to do in the town that they live in. This is just to pass the time. He walks to the edge of town, where there is a park, up against miles of desert past it. He messes around for a bit, not sure what he was doing. Then they hear walking from the desert up to us at the playground. Can't see anything out there, but it sounded like a person walking to us from one direction. Hear a person scream out from the direction, which then turns into, I shit you not, this is what he told me, mooing like from a cow. It is loud as shit. It starts circling us and begins coming from all directions except from the direction of the town. It is rattling my head due to how loud this was. Me and my friends run back into town with the sound following for a short while. After about 200 feet away from the park, it just stops. Can feel like something watching us for some time. I run home with my friends in tow. I ask all around them. Everyone heard the sound and collectively shits their pants for about a week. When talking to him, he really did not like talking about that shit after it got dark and would typically tell us to shut up about it, but we would still do it to mess with him sometimes. For the next one I may need to put more detail, so I will skip the green text for right now. I have a friend who is an old guy, about 70-ish, who is like my unofficial uncle. His father was a very avid hunter back in the day. I remember going to his house and seeing all the deer trophies, a full stuffed black bear rearing up to about 6 feet, and even an albino groundhog he got when turkey hunting. His father was always out in the woods until he got too old for it. This next story takes place up on a mountain near here, Appalachians. There were about 3 guys and a dozen hunting hounds out there, trying to chase raccoons up trees so they could eye shine them with lights and pop them. They ate the meat apparently, and that night they got a scent and were following it until they felt ready to release the hounds. As the dogs were set free, they heard them barking and then snarling, and then a noise that sounded like a woman screaming, but multiplied a couple of times, layered over itself. They were confused, but then they heard the dogs crying out in pain and yelping, so they rushed into the brush, thinking maybe they had run up on a black bear with cubs. What they found was about 4 of the dogs ripped apart and thrown around the brush, and 2 very more badly injured. The rest fled back to them after the attack. Then they heard growling above them and shined up their spotlights and saw a huge black cat. It was flecked with blood and had fiery orange eyes in the light. He quickly went to shoot it with his 12-gauge double barrel, but the gun would not fire. It screamed again, which made them all flinch due to the intensity of it, and it leaped over them and sort of flew to another tree, like over their heads, straight across way further than any cat that size should be able to leap, after it jumped down and took off into the brush far away from them. Once that was over, he pointed his shotgun at the dirt and bang, it worked just fine first try. Appalachia, black cat, near paranormal ability. Literally everyone in WV knows about these. They are very real. I call them displacer beasts or wampus cats or swamp cats, and there is even other names for them. There is a few kinds of them also. I swear I've heard about them gliding with webbed skin under their legs, but I cannot find the story about that. Some teleport, some vanish. Man, the gliding, I can see the pic in my head, maybe a D&D creature, but I swear it was a creature story. I've heard them called wampus cats before, or just black cats by old-timers. An old guy who runs a hunting/fishing store I go to when I'm looking for nice milsurps told me he has a friend who runs a goat farm, and he was losing them every night to something that took the entire goat. He staked out one night, and in the morning, he saw one stalking his goats. I was told he got a picture of it resting behind a large boulder, where you can see its head from the side, and the tail end at the other side of the rock, but I have never seen the picture. He also told me a couple of really interesting Sasquatch stories from around here. I guess I will tell the story my friend's father had in Florida, the same one who saw the wampus cat. I will tell it from his perspective. Being my friend's dad, it is in the 1950s that this happened. I am visiting Florida to see my brother for a while. I decided to go out early to get some fresh oranges from a local farm I knew of. I go before sunlight, because I always woke up early to go fishing and hunting, etc. I get the oranges. I am driving back in bro's pickup truck on one of those raised roads that they have down in there, forested swamp on both sides of us. It's foggy. It is now the crack of dawn. As the sun rises to the right of us, we see something large and hairy hit the edge of our headlights, walk out of the swamp and up onto the road. It is brownish black, maybe 6 to 7 feet tall, and walking on two legs as it crossed in front of us. My bro slams on the brakes. He is driving. He slams on them hard, and we skid and watch this thing cross for no more than a few seconds. We watch it go down back into the swamp, parting the grass as it went. I open up the glove box, take out the .357 that was in there, and a flashlight to go and look for this thing. We get to the spot that it went in. I can still hear it walking through thigh-high alligator/cottonmouth infested water. Brother is freaking out about seeing whatever it was and wants to leave, but I want to go in after it to see if I can get a better look. Bro says he will leave me if I go into the swamp after it. I give up. I go back to the truck and have a quiet drive home with bro. I didn't know what the hell it was until decades later when seeing The Legend of Boggy Creek. He told these stories with such clarity for a man his age. Sadly, he passed away a long time ago now, when I was still a young child, unfortunately. I wish I could have asked him more questions about this stuff now. Found out more, maybe get some more details for you guys. X, I have a horrifying situation that I don't really have a concrete explanation for. Like, I know, but I don't know, if that makes sense. The situation is technically over, but I have no idea if I'm free of it, or if this thing could come back and plague me, or even finish the job. I'm not sure if it's dormant to try and trick me, or if it's really gone and I am free. This all first started when I was about 16 years old. I am now currently 20 years old. It started one random night when I went to sleep. For probably around 5 or 6 months, I had been setting an alarm for myself at around 2 to 3 a.m. in order for me to wake up in the middle of REM sleep. The idea was that I would force myself to write down my dream in a little journal that I kept next to my bed, and then go back to sleep. I was told to do this by a few people online, because it is supposed to help with lucid dreaming. I was obsessed with the idea of lucid dreaming, but had never been able to achieve it before in my life. I wanted to have control over an entire world in my mind and do crazy things. It's one of those things I fantasized about a lot, but was never really ever able to comprehend just from being told. I was desperate to experience it myself. I had one other tactic that I was told works. I would write down an X on my hand or on my wrist, and also a few numbers. The idea being that if I was in a dream, there is a good chance that these marks would not appear, and if they didn't, then it was likely I was dreaming. There is also that other thing, how you can't tell the time in dreams, and I don't know, I guess I just threw them both together. This was the first night I was ever able to lucid dream. When I finally fell asleep, in the dream I was walking to school with my friends. It was wintertime, so the walk to school was pretty dark. Something felt off to me immediately though. There were some woods not far away from my house and on the way to school. There is a shortcut through there that we usually take, but you can walk around them and still make it there. On the way to school, I kept spotting things out of the corner of my eyes. Bushes rustling, the sound of twigs snapping, shadowy figures darting around out of the corner of my eye. Once we got to the entrance to the forest where the shortcut was, I was literally shaking. The dread was rising in my body and it felt so real. I told my friends that I did not want to go in there, that we should not go in there. I told them that something bad would happen if we went inside there. It was at this point I started to realize that I was in a dream and that the lucid dreaming started. I pulled my phone out and inadvertently caught a glimpse of my wrist, and it clicked in my head that none of my pen markings were there. I tried to look at my phone to confirm it, and I could not read any of the text. I knew I was in a dream. At this point, a lot of people get too excited and end up waking themselves up, but that did not happen for me. I think the sheer dread feeling was stopping that. Now that I knew that this was a dream though, I wanted to have some fun. But I had no experience. I had no idea how to control it and do what I wanted to do. The first thing I thought about doing was just flying away, flying into the air, but I couldn't make it happen, no matter how much I thought of it or willed it to happen. It was at this point I realized that all of my friends had stopped dead in their tracks and were just staring at me in this weird semicircle that they had formed. I told them to stop being stupid and that I knew we were in a dream, so it did not matter anymore. The second these words left my mouth, they all just started cackling. Like, really intensely. This really intense, almost aggressive laughter. And then they started to inch closer to me. I asked them what the hell was wrong with them, and tried to step away and out of the circle, but I felt someone grab me from behind. Bear in mind that every single sensation, every single feeling, it all feels exactly like real life to me. It is completely indistinguishable from me, and it is messing with my head. I tried to squirm and managed to pull my arms free, but one of my buddies punches me in the stomach and it winds me. Again, this feels so insanely real. I instantly just dropped to the floor and can barely even breathe. They have rope now. I have no idea from where, but I guess we are in a dream. They start binding my arms and my legs and then pick me up. They start to carry me into the woods, and no amount of squirming or screaming is helping me. I tried to bite the hands of one of them. I feel my teeth sink in and hit something that feels gooey, and I see the red start to trickle. They don't even make a sound or flinch, but one of them punches me in the face so hard that a small part of my tooth chipped off. Eventually, we ended up reaching this clearing in the forest. It was lit up by these torches that were tall and spaced around the clearing. There was something in the center of all of this. Surrounded by these stone benches and torches, there was some kind of stone slab. They carried me toward it and placed me onto it. Just before they did, I caught a glimpse of some kind of symbol. They had these wooden peg-type things spaced around it, and they bound me to them so that my arms and legs were stretched as far as they would go. I thought I was going to split in two, and I swear I could feel my nutsack ripping. No one else showed up. It was just my friends, and they did this strange ritual I don't even know how to describe. Some chanting that was just a series of grunts and some kind of dance. The more noise they made, The louder they got, the more the sky darkened, and the more this grey fog started to form above my head. In the fog, I saw something start to form. This face. Not a human face. It looked like the face of a demon. Horns, long and sharp teeth, but instead of ears, there were just these long things that came out of where they would be that looked just like bone. It started just as an image in fog, but before my eyes it started to gain color and to become solid. And before long the head was fully formed and started to pull itself out of the fog. It used its teeth to almost tear a hole in the fog before then pulling up some arms and climbing out of the hole that it ripped through. It looked like something out of an old cartoon. It sounds like some kind of insane trip, and I don't know how to properly describe it. Once this demon had fully formed itself, my friends just dropped dead on the spot. They looked like they had the life drained from them. Their faces were all sunken in, and they were down almost just to bones. The demon lingered over me and stared directly at me. At this point I could feel the wetness that had formed below me in a puddle. My eyes were streaming without me even doing anything. It said my damn name and told me that I was marked. He told me that I had been chosen long ago, but that it needed a way to reach me, whatever that means. And then it said that all it needed to do was to leave its mark, and then it would be done. I am squirming and shaking at this point, and trying to break free, but it is impossible. The thing bends down, places one pointy and curled claw-like finger onto my chest. I forgot to mention, but they stripped me almost naked, and drew the number 3 but backwards onto my right nipple. It burned. I had never felt any kind of pain like it. It didn't even bleed. It was like the wound cauterized itself. Then it told me it would be seeing me again, and my vision went black. The second I woke up, I screamed and shouted for my parents. They shouted at me for hours. They made fun of me for wetting the bed at such a big age. My dad took me outside and beat my ass until it was raw. They told me if I woke them up again with stupid nonsense, that it would be worse the next time. That's the thing that scared me the most though. I had proof. When I woke up, and I know this sounds insane, but I still had the mark from the dream. It wasn't fresh like it was in the dream. It was like a pure white/silver and a little bit bumpy, like when a burn scar is really old. I showed them, and they slapped me and told me that harming myself for sympathy was going too far. I even still had the chip in my tooth. I noticed it when they slapped me. It was only a really tiny one, but I knew at that point they did not care. It was like this for a while. I made a note of all of the dreams, but it would be much too long to type every single one here. These early dreams were sporadic. They would always be in places that made sense, places I frequented, places and situations where it would take me a little while to spot the signs of a dream at first. But every single time, even without trying to anymore, they would become lucid. But I never had any power or control. Most people when they lucid dream will start flying or spawn something in or go on crazy adventures. All I got was awareness and just feeling pain and sensations really realistically. And at the end of every single dream, or sometimes before, I would see that thing again. I would know before it even appeared, because that scar near my nipple would start to burn. I would say I experienced this for around about 2 years in total, until I was around 18 years old. I got used to it. The little nicks and cuts that would follow me into real life. At one point, I started to convince myself that I caused them myself by scratching at myself while sleeping. That was the only way I could rationalize it in my head. I had just gotten a new job around this time, fresh out of high school. I was broke, so I was still living with my parents. It was just a shitty job at a gas station out in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't even drive, so I had to bum a ride there and back, unless I wanted to work for hours in the cold. I turned up for my shift as usual, but it was even more barren than usual. I think I went a full 4 hours without seeing a single person until the shitty, run-down hatchback truck that looked to be 1,000,000 years old pulled in. It's weird because he just sat in his car for about 30 minutes without even moving a muscle. I was worried it might have been a tweaker coming here and looking to cause trouble. We have a policy where at a certain time, I am not allowed to step outside and the customers have to pay for a window for safety. This guy steps out of his truck and starts waving at me in a kind of come here motion. I tilted my head in confusion before shaking it to say no. This guy looked quite old and did not look a threat. He was wearing faded blue jeans and had a Stetson on. He must have been maybe 50 or 60 years old. He was definitely wrinkly. He walked pretty hastily over to the entrance to the gas station and knocked on it pretty loudly. I walked up and mouthed to him to come on over to the window. He did, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said that the pump was not working. I knew he hadn't even tried it though. I told him as much. Then he said, "Oh yeah, the pump might be working, but I don't know how to work it. Can you come and help me?" I was immediately sketched out and was like, "Nope, sorry, policy says no." Then he started going on and on with this sob story about how he's old and how his hands shake and he will spill it everywhere and waste lots of gas and that it will hurt his hands, blah blah blah. At that point, I just wanted him to shut up, so against my better judgment, I stepped outside. He led me over to his car, and I told him to let me take it from here. I bent down to take off the cap, and the second I turned around, I felt something being jammed into my mouth and down my throat. Something metal. I could taste gasoline. The old man had jammed the hose from the pump down my throat and was squeezing it so that I was swallowing big amounts of gasoline. I could feel the vomit instantly rising out of me, which barely came out and sprayed over the hose. I tried grabbing his hands, but I could not budge them, not even one bit. With just one hand free, he had me pinned against the truck, and he just starts laughing. I thought I had run into some maniac and was going to die right there and then. It wasn't until I was crouched down there, gasoline pumping down my throat, vomit and blood and who knows what else spilling out of me, that I caught sight of the digital display on the pump. I couldn't read it. The numbers were warped and did not make sense. I was in another lucid nightmare. The old man noticed that I noticed, and he told me that it took me long enough. He pulled the hose out of my mouth and gave me a reprieve while he began his monstrous transformation that involved the old man's skin ripping and bursting, his eyeballs inflating and exploding, while parts of that demon thing started to emerge from his body. It was like something bursting out of a cocoon, except it was a human body. I was still on the floor at this point, and barely able to even breathe. Within a couple of seconds, this thing had stuck all 5 of its claws into my abdomen. It started to speak to me, to gloat and laugh at me. He told me it was finally strong enough, and that it finally had enough control in this space. I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. He told me he was going to finish the job, that he was going to take full control. He told me he was going to kill me. He jabbed the claws on his other hand into the opposite side of my stomach, and I let out a shriek. I screamed louder than I thought was possible. I screamed so loud that I actually felt the earth start to shake, like an earthquake had started. I saw the sky and the air around me start to shake, and for the first time ever, I saw this thing look concerned. And just like that, I was awake again. It only got worse from here on. After that dream, they started to happen every single night, whereas before, they might have been once a week maximum, but usually much less often. Every single dream went like this. I would be lulled into thinking that I was awake and safe, and then he would appear and try to kill me. I started trying to prepare, to be ready to run, to be ready to hide, but this started to really affect my life. I was tired all of the time. The cuts and injuries on my body were starting to become more frequent, and I eventually ended up losing my job. I was on the way to work on that last day, and I fucking swear I saw this thing in real life this time. It could have been my brain making things up from the stress, but I swear I saw him hiding around a corner and peeking out at me. When I saw this, I rushed into work in a panic where my manager was waiting for me. He told me I was a wreck and not reliable anymore, and he sent me home. The dreams got to be too much. I was so tired all of the time, and I was getting closer and closer to being seriously harmed with every single dream that passed. After a week or so of this experience, I started trying to keep myself awake. I bought tons of energy drinks and caffeine pills and just anything that would stop me from sleeping. I would stay down on the couch and try to watch TV all night. I would slap myself to keep myself from dropping off. I used ice baths, etc. At one point, I bought a taser and figured out it was the most effective thing for me. Just one zap every so often kept me awake much longer than any slap. It hurt, but it worked. I felt like a crazy person. I must have looked insane. My parents hated me, but even they were growing worried. I was told if I did not have a job within a week, I was being thrown out. They told me I needed to see a doctor and to get some serious help. I just brushed them off. I couldn't focus on anything except for staying awake. I think I managed around 50 hours or so. By this point, I was hallucinating like crazy. Kept thinking I could see the ghost of my dead grandfather. I kept hearing voices whispering in my ear that I know were not there. I am laying on the couch, and it's getting harder to keep my eyes open. I'm having microsleeps. My eyes are staying closed for longer each and every single time. I'm having almost full-on dreams in what seems like seconds. The last time I opened my eyes just before I fell asleep, I swore I saw that thing. That demon standing over me, standing behind my TV, almost the same height as my room, just staring at me. The dream did not even last very long. I was on the couch but just suddenly did not feel tired anymore. It took approximately 5 seconds before the alarm bells were ringing in my head, but it was already too late. It wasn't like the other times with elaborate chases or me being tortured. I felt 2 bony hands clamp around my face before my body started to vibrate and my vision went dark. And that was all I saw. Just this blackness, but I was almost still conscious, just staring at an empty void. It wasn't like when you close your eyes and you start to see shapes and colors and patterns dancing around. Just pure blackness, but I knew I was seeing it and I was conscious of it. When I could finally see again, I couldn't even really process what was happening. There was a nurse over me that I think was changing something. The second that she saw me awake, she called for a doctor. It's hard to describe, but I just felt so peaceful, tranquil, like I was 100 pounds lighter, like this insane weight had been lifted off of me. It took a few hours, but my parents eventually came to visit me. They told me how my mom had come down in the night for some water and found me on the couch mid-seizure. I apparently had vomit streaming from my mouth, and she thought that I had taken some drugs and was overdosing. She noticed I had cuts all over my hands and that one of my fingernails was missing and assumed I had been harming myself. The rest of that year was just a blur for me. It almost felt like going through the motions, but not even in a bad way. Even now I just feel so peaceful. Like anything could happen to me and I would be okay with it. I'm sorry my experience is not more interesting or in-depth. In truth, my arms are aching from typing it, and I'm glad I didn't share every single dream. I'm sure it sounds ridiculous and like baby's first creepypasta, but what happened to me was real. Or real in the sense that I actually went through and felt all of that. I don't really have any explanation for any of it, aside from weird dream logic, which does not explain my real-life injuries, and especially not the coma. Any Anons have any theories or ideas? I have not lucid dreamed since that happened. It was like I couldn't turn them off, but ever since the coma, I don't remember my dreams at all anymore. I don't even know if I'm having dreams at all. Was it just a demon trying to ruin my life? Did it think it killed me and just decided to leave? Am I just a schizo and did my brain make it all up? Anything at all would help me feel some kind of closure. Let me set the scene for you. My grandma's property is set about 2 miles down the road from her house, way out in the country. That is where you enter the first gate by the road, to start up the extremely narrow dirt road up the mountain. It kind of winds up the side of the mountain until you get to the top. It's about a 15-minute drive in total. At the top, it is all fenced in. It's a big area with a field at the very bottom. It's on top of a mountain, so it slopes up. That field is fenced in with a wooden fence. The trees outline the field at the bottom of it, and they are very thick and covered in bush. On the field's far right side, there is a coral and very old barn. Up from the field is kind of an open logged area where the road comes through. A block foundation where my grandpa had began to build another cabin in a really shitty cabin. It was all one room and made of plywood or something. It had one window in the very front, facing away from the field, looking toward the top of the mountain, where there was thin forest. The mountain apexed here, and the fence went on down the hill until it stopped and became thick brush forest, like the bottom of the field on the other side. It was an extremely large, fenced-in area, and the thin forest stretched on forever. You could not see one side of the fence from the other in any direction. I am just guessing, but I'd say 50 acres or more of mountaintop. They kept it to keep their cows in the pasture field area, which was large but surrounded by trees and a wooden fence. It was surrounded by trees in the form of a G, and the little circle inside the G was sort of a sinkhole that you could not see from the main dirt road. Now that you have an idea of how the area looked, I will get on with what I have to say. My grandpa died of lung cancer. My grandma, as hardworking as she is really small, and able to only tend her yard and garden, so someone had to feed the cows and check on them. I usually drove down after work, checked on her, and then drove up there, grabbed some feed from the barn, and feed the cows. One night I got off work a little late, and it was getting dark, so I drove straight up to the mountain. When I got to the top to get out and open the gate into the area, I heard a cow mooing really loud. I did not think anything of it, since they usually did this, but this was really loud and sounded off. When I pulled up to the pasture, the cows were nowhere to be seen, which was weird, because they usually come hauling ass when they heard me coming. I put the feed in the trough and hollered for them, but they did not come. I figured they were just in the non-visible area of the field, remember the G-shape, but I had to go check. I went to my truck and grabbed a flashlight since it was getting dark and it was a large field. As I walked down to where I thought they were, I kept hearing that loud moo that sounded weird, coming from different directions, but it didn't deter my path, since I was sure they were in that part of the field. I rounded the corner and down in the sinkhole. They were all standing there, huddled up, and quiet. As I walked up to them, I tried to shoo them to the barn, but they would not budge, and that's when I heard another moo. It was coming from the woods at the top of the sinkhole. I thought one had gotten out of the fence and was in distress. I was not really freaked out at this point, so I decided to investigate and retrieve the cow. I did not do a head count, because I didn't really know how many they had, so I walked up the hill of the sinkhole where I thought the moo came from, but around the time I got to the top, I heard it again, coming from another side of the field. I walked over, hopped the fence, and shined my light through the dense woods. I was shaky from being in the woods during the dark, but I wasn't really scared. I walked back a bit in the woods and I saw it. The cow, standing in a little clearing, facing away from me, black and white. It looked like a cow, but it was sitting down like a dog, and it looked really sickly. If you've ever seen a cow that was skinny, it looked like that. I thought it might have hurt its back legs or something, so I strolled up to it. Then I noticed something as I got closer. Its hooves were not hooves. It had hands on its front legs, long thin fingers with fleshy, brittle-looking fingernails. Not being able to explain what I had saw, I called out to it, in hopes it was just the dark screwing with me. I shouted out, "Come over here and eat." At that point, about 20 yards away from me in the clearing, the thing stood up on two legs and turned around. Its skin was colored like a black and white cow, but its body was nothing like it. It was tall and thin, with a strange, flat face, large mouth, and sunken-in dark eyes. I hauled ass out of the woods, tripping and stumbling over everything, with my heart pumping so hard I could not hear anything else. When I got to the fence, I leaped straight over it and sprinted through the field to my truck. I got in, locked the doors, started the truck, and grabbed my .380 compact from the glove box. I backed my truck down most of the thin dirt road until I got to the gate. I turned around on a steep hill, almost flipping my truck, now facing the gate. I looked around my truck with the flashlight. I hurried and got out to unlatch the gate and swing it wide open, and on the short way back to my truck, just inside the forest behind me, I hear my own voice saying what I called out to the cow, coming back to me. I got in my truck and scrambled down the mountain without closing the gate. Then, after what seemed like 200, I arrived 2 miles away at my grandma's house. I told her everything, and she just sat there calmly and said, "Sounds like a trickster." I took this as her saying it was someone playing a joke on me and angrily left. I learned later that local Native Americans called shapeshifters / skinwalkers tricksters. She sold the cows, then the land, and I never returned. I tried to pretend it did not happen. I've seen a ghost before, and had a friend with me that also saw this. I don't know what to make of that thing though. Buncombe Cave, Tennessee. Be me. When this happened, I was in the deep woods. This happened around 2011 to around 2012 in Byrdstown, Tennessee. I am at a family reunion weekend where we all get together every year where my family is from. I have some free time with my younger brother and ex-girlfriend. We decide to go to the cave nearby. It's called Buncombe Cave, and we want to explore there. Me and my brother have been a bunch of times, but never went in too deep. We were either too scared or just didn't have the time. Today was different though. We wanted to see just how far it went. I had heard rumors the cave went all the way from Tennessee to Kentucky, since Byrdstown is close to the state border, but we doubted we'd make it that far. We go into the cave around midday. It was pretty hot out, as it usually is in the Tennessee summer. We had lights, backup lights, and batteries, because we would probably need them. We head in. The temperature drops about 20 degrees within 100 feet of going in. Actually feels pretty good. My ex-GF and bro and I are having fun. The cave is pretty and has a constant stream of water in the bottom. About a quarter of a mile in, the cave begins to narrow, like really narrow. We have to crawl on our stomachs to get through some parts. We even get wet. It's really cold now. There is so much water vapor that you can sometimes see your own breath. I keep going. I would estimate we're probably about half a mile in now. The cave splits left and right. We go left because you always go left. There are some tight spots here and there, but nothing we have not encountered before. We get through a narrow part to a fairly large chamber. I see something weird. It's a mason jar, just sitting on a rock. I look inside of it. There is this unholy insect creature captured inside. We're all like, what the hell is that? It looked like pig-related, but it had fewer legs. It was completely white and partially transparent and much bigger, like 6 to 10 inches bigger. This thing takes up most of the mason jar, and its antennae curl up on the sides of the jar. We freak the hell out for a second, but keep on going. My brother was leading when he stopped dead in his tracks and sees nothing with his light shining around a bend. I ask him what it is, and he just says, "Look at this shit." I peek around, and there is hundreds of these things on the cave floor, walls, and ceiling, all just sitting silently. If you didn't have a light, you probably would not have noticed they were there. We instantly stop and look at all of these things in awe and panic. They did not even seem to notice where we were, or the light shining on them. I'm not sure if they were affected by light or just sound. I am not dealing with that shit, so we hightail it out of there. I have never been back there, but not exactly sure what we found that day. Not sure how those things got that big, since they would need a huge food source to maintain that size. This happened to me back when I was still in NATO, when I was a grunt. I was around 22 years old at the time. I was stationed in the Tuzla sector in Bosnia in 1997. I won't be going into any more detail than that. I'm not here to give my life story. I was peacekeeping there, which means driving around in mud, eating cold rations, and just pretending that we're doing something. I mean, the war was already finished. There wasn't much for us to do. It's around November time. Everything is wet and my boots have not been dry in weeks. One of the people in my troop, Kay, he's got trench foot almost. H keeps asking me if the mines are still active around here. The CO calls us in. He says there is a village off the grid. There is no radio and no runners and nothing for 3 days. He says it's probably just because of a busted antenna, but that we gotta go and check it out and make sure that everything is okay. Me, K, H, in a Humvee that smells like diesel and socks head out there. The road is a complete disaster. There are potholes everywhere. The mud is making it difficult to keep traction on the wheels. There are old minefield signs with skulls on them. K is driving. He just keeps muttering about bad juju and how he's seen stuff like this before, how he's heard about stuff like this. H is quiet, staring out the window like he's gonna see a sniper in the trees. I'm just trying not to think about how much I have to piss. It takes us about an hour to go 10 clicks. This fog rolls in. It's thick and almost kinda yellowish. Our headlights barely cut through it. We finally see the village. There are maybe a dozen houses or so, a church, and everything looks abandoned. There's no smoke or any people that we can see, no signs of life, just the sound of the engine ticking as we park up. We get out. My boots sink into mud up to my laces. The church doors are open. They are just swinging in the wind. Kay says he will check out the houses. H sticks with him. I go for the church, flashlight in one hand, pistol in the other. Inside the church is actually colder than the outside. The pews are empty, but there is a pile of clothes on the altar. They are just neatly folded up. I'm talking shirts, pants, even boots, all just stacked up in a pile. There's a watch on top of this pile. It's still just ticking. The watch isn't bad either. It looks antique, like it's a family heirloom passed down from father to son. It smells really damp and wet in here, like wet stone, and I can smell something sweet, almost like fruit but rotting. I shine my light around. I spot a Bible that has been left on the floor with pages torn out of it. The cover is all scratched up. That's not normal. There's something on the wall behind the altar. It looks like writing that has been etched into the wall with something metal and sharp, but I can't read it. I can't speak Bosnian. It's just lines that are deep and jagged. I get this weird feeling. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing on end. It feels like I'm being watched. The hair stands up on my arms now too. I can only hear my own breathing in this place. Everything just echoes. I step outside and call out for K and H. There is no answer from them. They probably just can't hear me. It's so hard to hear out here. When you speak, your voice doesn't even travel. The fog is thicker now. I can barely see the Humvee. I start walking toward the houses. My boots are almost being pulled off with how thick this mud is and how they're sucking them in. I see Kay's flashlight flicker in a window. I run over and bang on the door. He opens it up. His face is really pale. He just tells me, "You gotta see this." Inside is almost the same thing as the church. There are clothes in piles, shoes lined up, even a kid's backpack with cartoon stickers. There is no people, no trace of them, just clothes stacked up and empty rooms. H is in the corner, staring at a table. There is a loaf of bread that is half eaten and a cup of tea that has gone cold. It looks like someone just stepped out for a smoke and never came back, just up and vanished. But for some reason they took off their clothes and folded them first. Kay says he found a radio in the house, but it's dead. There are no tracks outside. There's no sign that vehicles have come and gone through here. H keeps looking at the window. He says he saw something move in the fog, just faintly. I tell him it's probably just a dog, but even I don't really believe that. We split up to check the rest of the houses. I take the one at the end of the lane. It's this stone place with a busted window. Again, inside, just like the church, it's colder than the outside. There are clothes on the table. There's a pot on the stove that is still warm. I shine my light on the wall and I see more of those scratches. I suddenly feel really dizzy, like the room is spinning. I hear something outside, footsteps in mud. I call out but I get no answer. It must just be one of the guys moving to and from houses. I step out onto the porch. The fog is so thick I cannot even see my own hand. I hear that humming. It's just low and steady. It sounds like a generator, or maybe even a swarm of bees. It's coming from the church. I start walking. Every step feels heavier and heavier. I see a shape in the fog, just like H said he did. It looks tall and thin, but it's not moving. I can only just barely make out the shape of it. I freeze. My heart is pounding. I try to call for Kay, but my voice comes out in a whisper. The shape turns or moves or shifts, I can't really tell. I can't see a face. I can't make out anything that specific at all. The humming gets louder and louder. I almost feel like I can hear it inside my own head by now, but I don't know if that was just my imagination. Maybe I just had a headache. My flashlight starts flickering. I think the batteries are dying. I take a step back, but I'm not looking properly, so I trip over something in the mud. I look down and see a handprint in the mud, but it's too big for any normal person to make. The mud is cold and freezing. It soaks through my pants and now they're wet. I can't move at all. I hear these footsteps coming up behind me, but they're not running. They're really slow and heavy. I try to get up, but my legs will not work. The humming is all I can hear now. It's drowning out everything else. I'm holding on to my ears, but it's not making a difference. I start scrambling to my feet, but again, it takes me a while to get up. My legs are just aching now. I can feel this aching in my teeth too. My flashlight is just barely working, but not like it really makes a difference. The fog is so thick, it doesn't cut through anything. I'm getting this feeling on the back of my neck like something is staring at me, burning a hole into it. I look over my shoulder, but I can't see anything there, but I can hear those footsteps again. They sound like they are circling around me, but I can't make out who or what is making them. I try to yell for Kay, but I get no answer. I take a look at that handprint again, now that my flashlight is actually doing something. The fingers on the handprint are long, almost claw-like. I try not to freak out. I suddenly hear something scrape across the wall, near the church. It sounds like metal on stone. The humming stops for a second, but then comes back even louder. I feel like my head is splitting open. I see another shape in the fog, but this one is closer this time. It's tall and thin again. It's not moving or walking like a person. I can't see a face. It's standing by the church door, almost blending into the shadows. I pull out my pistol. My hands are shaking so bad I almost drop it. It's like I've forgotten all of my training in that moment. I yell out a warning. I warn whoever it is not to come any closer, that I am armed and that I will shoot. I don't want to shoot. I don't want to find out what happens if I do. I suddenly hear Kay yelling from somewhere in the village. He sounds panicked. His voice is cracking. The shape by the church door suddenly starts moving. It gets low to the ground, it looks like. The humming fades. The fog starts to move. The fog is almost swirling around the shape. I stumble back and nearly fall down into the mud again. I try to get my bearings, but again, I can't see anything but fog and shadows. Kay's voice gets closer. It's getting closer to me really fast. It's like he's running. I suddenly see his flashlight bouncing up through the mist. He grabs my arm and pulls me. His face is pale and his eyes are wide, and he tells me that we need to go. I ask where Hitch is, and Kay just shakes his head. He says he saw something in one of the houses, something he can't explain. He won't elaborate any further. He just keeps pulling me towards the Humvee. Every sound is muffled, even our own footsteps. I keep glancing back at the church, half expecting that shape to move again and come after us, but nothing moves. We get to the Humvee. The doors are unlocked. Hitch is inside already, curled up in the passenger seat. He is shaking. He is squeezing his eyes shut. He's muttering about something, but he's not really making any sense. Kay tries to start the engine, but it just clicks and whirs. It like starts up and then fails. Seems like the battery is dead or maybe something else. I am sweating. The sweat is just pouring down my face, even though it's freezing outside. We sit there for a minute, all screaming at each other, trying to figure out what to do, about what's going on with the vehicle. There is fog pressing against the windows. I can barely see the church anymore. H just keeps muttering. I think he's saying a prayer in his own language. Kay's hands are shaking on the steering wheel. I keep staring at the scratches on my boots. Then, all of a sudden, something thumps against the roof. All three of us freeze. There is another thump, heavier this time. Kay whispers, tells us to shut up and to not move. H is sobbing, but he's holding his own mouth to try and stop himself. I'm just gripping my pistol. I'm gripping it so tightly, my hands and fingers are ghostly white. I'm trying to steady my breathing. Then this thump comes again, really loudly. Then we hear some kind of scraping along the top of the vehicle. It sounds like nails or I don't know, just going all over them, all across the top, down to the back. Kay reaches for the door while he's holding his pistol, but I grab his arm to stop him. That humming that was in the church, it starts up again, louder than before, only this time, it's vibrating throughout the whole Humvee. Like, the doors are rattling, everything is shaking, it feels like we are being shaken up and down. And then another thump comes, but this time, it sounds like it's coming from underneath us, underneath the vehicle. H starts screaming. He says he saw something move past the window. I look. I just catch a glimpse of something tall and thin, sliding through the fog. I can't see a face, just like before. I can't make out any specific details, just the vague shape. Kay is trying the engine again, but still nothing. And the sound of this engine starting and failing, it makes things, I don't know, get worse. I yell for H to shut the hell up, that I can't even hear myself think, but he won't. The radio is still just static when I try it again. Outside, the fog starts to glow like this pale yellow again. It's like someone has turned on a light behind it, a really bright one. There are now multiple shapes moving in the mist, too many to count. The fog outside is literally glowing. There is a glow around these shapes too. One of the shapes comes closer and actually presses up against the window. The glass fogs up and I can make out just these faint details. I see these eyes, these bloodshot eyes, but the whites, they're not there. It's just empty, black where the whites of the eyes should be. The thing's hand slides down the window, and it leaves a smear of what looks like oil, of something oily, maybe mixed with blood. It's a mixture of this thick oil and something red. It makes this noise, just this wet and clicking noise. It puts its hand on the glass again, and it looks like the window is starting to bend inward. It looks like this thing is bending the glass with so much force with just the palm of its hand. Kay yells at me to shoot. My hands are shaking, but I finally manage to pull the trigger. My gun goes off. The glass spiderwebs, but it does not break. The thing doesn't even move, it just keeps staring. The other shape starts circling the Humvee, and I saw one crawl up the window and over onto the top. It was like crawling on all fours. It was moving like some kind of insect. I just saw the faint shadows of it move up over the window and then onto the top of the vehicle. It was so weird. I can hear the roof creaking. H is sobbing again. I fire my gun again, and this time the bullet goes through the glass, but it hits nothing. But the humming does stop. Then every window just goes black. There is no fog anymore, it's just darkness. I can't see anything. And then all of a sudden I just see this black silhouette shape reach into the window and down, and it grabs my ankle. I look down and see a hand. The fingers are insanely long. It's so cold on my ankle. My ankle starts to go numb. I can barely even feel it anymore. And it's like digging its nails or whatever into me. Something is digging into my ankle, and now it is completely numb. I try to kick it off, but I can't get it off me. It starts pulling me. It's trying to pull me out of the vehicle. Kay is now grabbing onto my arms. He's trying to stop me from going outside the vehicle. It's like I'm being used as a rope in a tug of war. I pull up my gun and shoot the shape, and it just turns into nothing. It just disappears, and it drops my legs. The vehicle finally stops sputtering, and we are able to get the engine to start. And we just fly the hell out of there. We did not wait even a second. We did not even dare to look at what was happening behind us. Nobody even said a word. We just drove all the way straight back. When we gave our reports, we mentioned that villagers were missing, that something had gone wrong there, but we did not mention the shapes. We just mentioned that the fog was too strong, that we couldn't really investigate properly, and RCO told us that he would be escalating the situation and sending it higher up. And then I don't know what happened from there. He just said that it would be handled and that we were not to worry about it anymore. And I kind of don't really have an explanation after that. I don't know if he did even send anyone there. I don't know what happened to the people there. I did not get a word about it spoken to me after that. It was just information that was not for me, I guess. I still don't understand what happened. I don't know if we imagined it, if the fog made us see things, but I know I did not imagine something gripping my leg. I know. I felt it. I know that part at least was real. Although I've had some odd experiences that probably could be considered paranormal if I wasn't so skeptical, I did have one particularly odd experience about 3 years ago. It's August, and I'm a bored college student in his first year. I'm hanging out with one of my female friends who I was recently reconnected with. She was gonna spend the night. We get it inside our stoned heads that the best idea is to drive an hour and a half away at 1 in the morning to the site of an abandoned mental asylum in Illinois that was just south of Chicago. Screw it. I knew it would be a bad idea because I get easily spooked when high, but I said why not. Most of the drive is fine, just the usual stone conversation about random bullshit. Finally, we get off the highway and end up driving for about 25 minutes straight through what felt like an endless amount of cornfields. It was dark as hell, and there were no streetlights to guide us on this gravel road leading into the middle of nowhere. I'm a bit spooked as we near the end of those 25 minutes, but I laugh it off to the nerves. Finally, we arrive in the town and begin driving around and trying to find the mental asylum. It's supposed to be one of the first buildings that we'd see, but we cannot find it anywhere. I check my phone again and see that it is getting close to 3 a.m. This should not have been a big deal, but as we were driving around, I started to notice something really odd about the town. At 3 a.m., almost 80% of the lights were still on. House lights, church lights, store lights, gas station lights, street lights, everything. To make it even stranger, there was not a single person visible in any of the stores or windows, despite having cars still parked in all of the stores. Now, this was a small town nestled in the cornfields, but it was just big enough to be a little bit unsettling. My friend is legitimately unsettled at all of this and asked for me to drive us back. I agree, but spot something even stranger that I should have noticed earlier. A little over half of the houses have their Halloween decorations already set up in early August. There are lit jack-o'-lanterns, orange porch lights, and spiderwebs on the bushes. I am starting to get really uncomfortable now. I really need to take a piss though, so I drive off to a part almost to the edge of town and get out right next to a cornfield. During that entire time I took a piss, it was dead silent. There was no life, no wind, no noise from absolutely anywhere in the town at all. I also had the most disturbing feeling, as if I could get rushed by something from the cornfield at any moment. I got the hell back in that car and sped my ass all the way back onto the highway, never once looking back. I'm not sure if some of that was just stone paranoia, but it was certainly unsettling as hell. It felt like some weird cross between Haddonfield and that town from Children of the Corn. I might go back if I get enough college buddies, but I almost feel like if I go back, the town will seem normal or something. The whole thing was just really surreal. I was about 18 years old when this happened to me, so 10 years ago. I was bored as shit hanging out with a friend. We decided to go for a drive. We live in a rural town, so there is hundreds of dirt roads around the place for us to explore. We had probably been driving for around an hour in his ute all over the place. We head out to one of the mountain roads. It's a really windy one with dozens of hairpins. The road is so long, we are probably driving on it for 20 to 30 minutes before deciding that it's boring and turning around. Not 30 seconds after heading back, an old beat-up piece of shit comes screaming up from behind us. To me, it looked like this picture. Probably not this model or make, but it was definitely an old pickup like that. I was thinking of my dad's old Dodge tow truck at the time. We are cocky young blokes, so my friend hits the gas. We are sliding out on every corner, absolutely flying down the mountain. This guy cannot be shaken. He keeps up, easy as you please. It takes all of 10 minutes to get back down to the bottom. As soon as we hit flat road and get past the tree line, this guy stops, turns around, and heads back up the mountain. The hills have eyes, kids. Be me, around 2 years old. My father works for the Air Force of Colombia, and we have to live in a shitty house in the middle of the Amazonas. They cut the energy from 11 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day because we only have 2 power plants for like 6 houses. It's dark AF and weird animal noises every night. It's like 2 a.m. Me and my mom are sleeping. Dad is not here. He's on a Lockheed C-130 about 40,000 feet above us. Someone knocks on the window. My mom freaks out since no one was allowed to walk out of the houses in the night. Soldiers are guarding all night, so they would stop people. The knocking intensifies. My mom asks, "What do you want?" Someone responds with a deep voice, "Just me. Here I am." My mom asks again, "Who are you?" Same response. It starts smelling like pure shit. My mom starts praying. I apparently woke up and started crying for no reason. My mom calms me, and we both go back to sleep. That was all from my mom. That's how I know how that happened. Okay, first of all, I gotta say that this was in 1996, when everything here in Colombia was screwed up, and there were like 3 guerrilla camps 3 miles away, so the surveillance was quite strong. Wake up the next day. Dad arrives at 7 a.m. and tells us that we have to move to a building that was on the other side of the base. It was bigger, and we had a kitchen. My mom tells my dad about what happened on the night, and he tells us it was probably some asshole soldier making fun of her. We start packing stuff and prepare for moving the next day. Nothing happens that night. The soldiers pick up our things first hour in the morning. We get there. It was an individual 4-floor building with its own power plant. Mom was happy. Our apartment was on the 3rd floor. Dad has to fly again all that night. Me and my mom are sharing a bed. It's 3 a.m. Someone is knocking the door. My mom wakes up thinking it's my dad. She goes to the door and asks, "Who's there?" The deep voice answers, "Just me. Here I am." My mom tells him to get the hell out of here and goes back to bed. The knocking on the bedroom window starts up again. Mom starts yelling and wakes me up. I start crying, and a guttural scream shuts up my mom. There is some shooting on the outside. My mom starts crying and takes me to the kitchen. My mom is shaking, and we are both screaming and crying. Someone opens up the door. It's just a soldier. He tells us to go outside and takes us to the place where the soldier slept. Nothing more happened that night. Again, there's more. Same shit. The next day, my mom goes to the church and tells the story to the deacon. The deacon tells her he would visit us in the afternoon. Me and my mom meet with my dad at the apartment, and he tells us he asked for a few days off so he could stay with us. Everyone at the base is freaked out, talking about what happened. The deacon arrives after lunch and starts to spray holy water on the house. Father is still skeptical about all of that. Nothing more happened for a week. Father has to fly again in the night, but manages to change his turn so he could return home earlier. I have tonsillitis, and my mom can't sleep very well. Around 3 a.m., everything is fine. We are both sleeping. 4 a.m., some loud-ass noise in the front door wakes us both up. Father rushes to the room and hugs both of us. He tells us he had been knocking on the door for 40 minutes straight and no one answered. He then tells us he suddenly heard a knock response from the other side of the door. He says, "Honey, open the door. I'm very tired." The deep voice answers him, "Just me. Here I am." Then he kicked the door down and rushed to us. A few weeks later, he asked for a transfer and we move out to the city. This next one happened December last year. I was 17 years old working in a restaurant because I wanted to make some money and buy a new computer. I worked 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. straight. The restaurant is 5 streets away from my house. I finished my second day of work. I am tired as hell and walk back to my house. Everyone is sleeping. I try to enter my room but it's locked. I am so damn tired. I grab a pad from my little brother's room and decide to sleep next to his bed. After 10 minutes go by, I cannot manage to fall asleep. I notice a weird-ass silhouette right next to my brother's bed. I try to get up, but as soon as I move, that shit goes underneath the bed. What the hell? I can't move. I am fear-paralyzed and almost hyperventilating. I say, I order you to introduce yourself. I'd always seen it in movies and stuff. I really thought it would work, but I'm actually just really stupid. I get no answers. 15 minutes later, I calm myself down and sleep on the couch. The next day I arrive at work at 9 AM, tired as hell. I worked until 5 PM. My boss says I should sleep for an hour or two upstairs, where the employees stored our stuff during the work shift. I wake up, it's 9 PM. I'm so screwed. I get downstairs and get back to work. My shift finishes. I've got to clean tables and take inventory. I finished at like 4:30 AM because there were like 1,000 things for me to count. I walk to my house. My feet hurt really badly. I'm almost crying. I get to my room. I get under the blankets with my dirty jeans and stuff on. It's like 0 degrees outside. I can't sleep. I see the same shit standing in front of my wardrobe. I am shaking. I feel like vomiting, and that shit stares at me. Why is this happening to me? I managed to move my lips to articulate a sentence. I was going to say the same stupid shit as the previous day, but my wardrobe door closes instantly, and that shit disappears. I am in the bathroom for the rest of the night vomiting and watching some soccer compilations to calm me down. The next day, my dad shows to the restaurant and tells the manager I am sick. On the night I go there and tell him I'm quitting. I went to visit my mom in another city, and everything calmed down after that. This isn't my spookiest story, but I'm lazy, and this is the easiest one to type out. I was around 16 years old when this happened to me. I had just come home from hanging out with my friends at around 2 AM. I go to bed and lie down facing away from the door. I am still not asleep. I am not even really tired. I just want to get to sleep somewhat early so I can get a good start on the next day. I get this really spooky feeling. I roll over so I'm now facing the door. My eyes are wide open. The doorknob turns and the door opens to just a crack, about 2 inches or so. I sit up in bed, thinking my mom is checking in on me. I say, "Mom?" but there's no answer. I get up and walk towards the door. When I get halfway between my bed and the door slams shut, as much as a door only 2 inches open can slam anyway. I am now even more spooked. I flip the light switch on before going through the house. My mom and everyone else in the house is dead asleep. Fast forward to last year. I am married with 2 toddlers now. I'm laying in bed but I'm not tired, but I really need to go to bed because I've got to get up early for work. I see the doorknob to my bedroom start turning like a clumsy child that has not quite figured out how to open up a door and is trying to open it. I assume it's one of my kids. My face when I realize both of my kids are in bed with me and my wife because they were scared of sleeping in their room. At the exact moment that I realize this, the door swings open all the way. Nothing is there when it's open. I get up, take a leak, grab some holy water, douse my room, pray to St. Michael, and then go to bed. My wife tells me the next day she thought I got up to check out the footsteps. She claims that she heard footsteps before the door opened. Before this, she thought all of the spooky stuff I was telling her was just me becoming more and more unhinged. My face when she tells her family about this, and they give her the same patronizing crap she used to give me. I am 18 years old, and up until very recently, I have lived on a Navajo reservation for my entire life. I grew up here. I lived and breathed all of the stories and tall tales and myths that people would tell you, but I honestly never put much stock into them until what I saw. You see, even the biggest normie has heard of the skinwalker tales. Not real, by the way. And the tales about curses being placed on people or pieces of land that causes them to become barren and die. Also not real, by the way. Then you have the trickster coyote, wendigo, and all of those colorful tales. Things we tell each other around a campfire. Some people in my tribe genuinely won't even say the word skinwalker for fear of bringing something down on all of us. Even though we take these things seriously in our culture, I think that deep down, especially with newer generations who are more integrated into other parts of American society and leave the reservation, know deep down in our hearts that they are just tales for kids. Growing up and until the age of maybe 13 years old, I believed all of these things. I would stay up late at night shaking after hearing about them and would even tell them to my friend. My best pal, Jonah, well, he did not live on the reservation, but I saw him a heck of a lot. He had a white mom, but lots of family here, so there would be lots of visits, and each and every time he came, I would be dying to tell him about all of the folklore that I learned. He believed this stuff just as much as me, except he wasn't half as scared and was desperate to go out there to prove these things as real to everyone else. Being small kids, we were obviously not allowed. The tale that we were obsessed with the most was a story about the Chuska Mountains and the forest all the way up there. We have tons of forests on the reservation, but this one was said to be special. They say that the trees up there are imbued with the spirits of our dead ancestors. The tale goes that if you pay respects to them and bring them offerings, they can make your deepest desires come true, or even act out your greatest revenge on your enemies. Show disrespect or contempt for the forest spirits and your ancestors, and it is said that you will never be allowed to leave, and will be forced to pledge the rest of your life to reparations. I think the part of the tale that freaked me out the most was about the white hunters who came from the big city many years ago. They brought in their guns and their dogs, used knives to leave marks in the trees, and even burnt their bark for firewood. It is said that they did not even make it 24 hours before the ground opened up beneath them and swallowed them all whole. Jonah begged and pleaded for me to go camping with him at this place, but I always said no. I always said my parents were the problem, but I was also shit scared. I would not even dare to ask them. I really did not want to go up there for fear of what might happen. We had to make do with exploring and hunting in other nearby places and indulging in other legends. Time went on and we both grew up, and Jonah's visits became much more infrequent, much to my dismay. We both grew out of those stupid superstitions with time. When we were around 17 years old, Jonah came to visit for the last time. His mom wanted to move across states, and he had a free ride scholarship to a top university, so it was kinda just the perfect storm for him. Jonah and his dad both wanted to say goodbye to all of their family and friends, so they stopped by for what would be a week or two. Just a side note, but his mom never stayed when he visited. She had permission from the tribe council, but she always refused. She always said it was because she felt like she was intruding on another culture and did not want to cause any more harm as a white person, but she also always seemed really shaky and nervous. Even just dropping Jonah and his dad off, she looked nervous in the car. So anyway, Jonah gets here, and he seems sad at first, but it only takes like 30 minutes before we are back to being best pals, and it's impossible to even tell that we'd spent any time apart. Naturally, we are reminiscing about the good old days, and we get onto the topic of the stories we used to love. Jonah asks me if I'm still a scared little kid, or if I'm finally a big enough boy to go and visit the forest that we talked about. I obviously felt defensive and tried to downplay it, but took it as a challenge. Who knows when I would see him again, so I said why the hell not. We told our parents. They said it sounded like fun and to just be careful and respectful. One of the village elders caught wind of our plan and managed to chase us down just before we left. He asked if we knew the tales, and we said of course. He told us to just be wary and not to take things lightly. He said that we should show respect and not dismiss the legend. Now, this is a man I respected greatly. We had heard an untold number of stories, and he had given me countless amounts of life-changing advice. Because of this, I assured him that we would not do anything bad or dangerous, and he seemed content with this. Deep down though, I thought he was still just stuck in his ways. Speeding this up for all of you, I know you guys get itchy when a story is not pre-typed and has gaps between posts. We were pretty light on supplies. We were only really planning on staying there for a night and telling some spooky stories. I brought food that you can eat cold because I thought that a campfire was a bad idea. I know I've said here how I kinda dismiss all those stories as superstition, But when you're raised that way, and it's treated as an undeniable truth for so much of your life, it kind of just sticks in your bones, and no matter how rational of a person that you are, you always just feel it somewhere. Jonah did the opposite thing to me. He brought this big luxury tent. He brought a lighter and other things for a campfire, marshmallows and food to cook, and once we started telling stories, I found out here that he brought alcohol. I damn near started shouting at him when I saw it, but he told me to lighten up. He teased me some more, saying he thought I'd grown up and wasn't that scared little kid anymore. I felt uneasy, but against my better judgment, I did end up taking a beer from him. Rewind just a little bit to when we were entering the forest. Call it a cliche or whatever, but I really did get this horrible feeling in my bones, like we were violating something. At the time, I didn't realize that we actually were, due to Jonah's idiot self bringing alcohol. I just thought it was a paranoid feeling. The place was dead silent. The entire way up to the forest, there were birds singing, the wind was pretty strong, and the sun was beating down. The second we stepped beyond into that forest, the wind was completely still. There were no sounds of animals, and the sun seemed to have been strangled and taken down a couple of notches. The whole walk up to the clearing that we were going to be using, which was encased entirely in these ponderosa pine trees, I kept seeing these flickers of shadows out of the corner of my eye. Not even human shapes, usually really low to the ground, speeding across from one tree to another, all in a split second. Fast forward back to me taking a beer. We had both loosened up a little bit. We were talking about the past, telling all of our favorite stories from childhood. Jonah had gotten loud though. The alcohol seemed to be really hitting him. I only had one. He would laugh a lot and start jokingly howling or making other sounds, trying to imitate the creatures from these stories, and no amount of pleading from me could get him to stop. When he would do this, I noticed weird echoes coming from him. I don't think he noticed at all. This was not happening at all until Jonah had brought out the alcohol. When he would make these noises, they would almost teleport around the woods, sometimes coming back from all directions at once, sometimes changing in pitch, and sometimes repeating for way longer than they should. It sent a shiver up my spine. Jonah eventually got the bright idea that a campfire and marshmallows would be perfect, and I spent a lot of energy trying to wrestle the lighter away from him until he knocked my glasses off of my face and told me to stop being a pussy. I asked him where the hell he even got the bark from, and he told me he did some sneaky exploring while I was in my tent and setting it all up. Absolute asshole. I warned him it was a bad idea, but he did not listen. He tried several times to light it up, but to no avail. On about the 5th or 6th try of doing this, the lighter all of a sudden just bursts in his hands, and I see this flame very quickly flash over the firewood before the smoke starts to rise into the sky very quickly. Jonah started freaking out. He told me that when the flames happened that he saw a face. He said he saw a demon face, but I told him he was crazy and out of it. He called me an asshole and said screw this, I am going off to piss. I followed right behind him because who knows what trouble this drunk idiot could cause for himself. He called me a gaylord and a pervert, saying I just wanted to see his penis, and I told him to shut his mouth and go piss. He eventually just gets so mad he just whips it out and starts full force pissing against a tree right in front of me. I shout at him to stop, saying that it is disrespectful and that I promised the elder that we would respect the legends. He just slurred some words and then threw up a middle finger in my direction while continuing. It is here where things took a turn for the worse, and my life, and Jonah's I guess, ended up changing forever. I don't know if it was the straw that broke the camel's back, or if it was just this one thing that caused it, but I don't think I will ever know. This is going to sound insane, but the tree that Jonah was pissing on, I saw something open up on it. Parts of the bark that were around eye level with Jonah, they opened up to reveal these eyes. That's all I can describe them as, and I know it sounds like BS. They were not like human eyes, but the irises were unmistakable. They are staring directly at Jonah, and he panics and stumbles onto his ass and ends up pissing directly up into the air, which falls back down onto himself. I rush to him and pull him to his feet and tell him that we need to leave. He asked me what the hell he did, and I told him he disrespected them, just like in the stories. I watch as more and more of the trees around us start to open up as we are running. Nearly every tree in the forest starts to reveal a set of eyes. We are running and running, and I start to feel the ground shaking underneath me, which is causing me to stumble and trip and slow me down. We are moving in the exact direction that we came from, but there is not a way out anymore. There is a wall of trees blocking the way out, all with their eyes fixed on us. I think I even saw a frown on one of them. Maybe I was just seeing things in the lines on the bark from fear, but it looked like they now had full faces. The shaking of the ground is becoming worse, and I can barely keep myself upright anymore. Never mind Jonah, who was almost wasted at this point. All of the sounds of the forest have returned at once, but 10 times louder, and I could hear this chanting. The chanting was in Navajo. I was only barely fluent and very rusty, but this was 1,000,000 times more than Jonah knew. It was simple enough for me to know what was being chanted though. Tetsuyaayt, di nadon, yahutef. Just in this low, almost harmonized chant that grew louder and louder. It's something like past or what has already happened, this or now, or I guess in this context it would be present, future, or what is coming. And then finally, the last bit is final judgment, or it will be decided, or something like that. The chanting grew louder and louder until I could not even hear my own thoughts anymore. At one point, I could feel some kind of liquid running out of my eyes, just trickling down, but when I tried to wipe it away, I could not feel anything with my hands. It was at this point I started to hear this cracking sound, and I could see this crack running along the ground in front of us. I yanked Jonah back and told him to stop, and in that moment, I felt a sharp pain jab into my thigh, which caused me to scream. I looked behind me and the entire path we ran. These roots had snaked into the ground and followed us the whole way. Only now, one had shot up from the ground and pierced my thigh. After piercing my thigh, it wrapped around it and coiled tightly, and no matter how much I tried, I could not pull the roots apart. Every time I did try, I felt this burning sensation, like someone had put salt on my open wound, and it made me scream and writhe uncontrollably. Jonah takes one look back at me, and then scrambles to his feet, and then takes off in the direction of the crack. I see roots snaking along the ground, causing the ground to shake as they move and follow him closely. It is not long before he stumbles and trips, and the roots take a hold of him. I see them wrap around his body as they lift him into the air, all while he is shaking and kicking his legs as hard as he can. I see these roots carry him and pin him to the nearest tree. He is screaming and begging me for help. He is looking at me and I can see the tears in his eyes. The tree he is pinned to, again, I could have imagined this, but it almost seemed to smile. It closed its eyes before another set of roots shook the ground and went into Jonah's mouth. He was not even kicking his legs anymore. These roots were clamped around his mouth like a mask, and I could see something being forced down his throat or pumped down his throat as his body started shaking like he was seizing. The roots around his mouth are pulsing up and down, and all of a sudden the chanting stops, and I hear this high-pitched sound in my ear like tinnitus. Someone or something is speaking to me, but not out loud. The voice is inside my head. Whatever it is speaking to me in Navajo. It's speaking in simple sentences. It's hard to remember because of the trauma, but I will try my best to at least give the gist. Something like, "One chance, you are Navajo, he is a traitor. He showed disrespect, you showed less. You believe us, he thinks us fools. You can go, only if he is ours." I am literally speechless. I must have had around 5 seconds to even comprehend my situation, before I heard a sharp and ear-piercing "decide now" in my head that felt like it was being shouted directly in my ears right next to me. Every second that passed by, my leg was burning even more. The roots were coiling around me even tighter. I could not even feel my leg anymore. My ears were leaking even more, and although I could not see or feel anything, I could feel myself becoming weaker and more drowsy. In the end, I don't know what came over me. I don't know how I could do that to someone who was more like a brother to me. but I started crying and just nodded my head. I tried to comfort myself by telling myself that Jonah was not conscious anymore by this point, that he did not see my betrayal, that we were both dead anyway, and this at least gave me a chance. None of these words, none of these empty platitudes can get rid of the guilt. It's the first thing that I remember when I wake up, and the last thing I think about when I fall asleep. I just watched helplessly as I saw the roots exit from Jonah's mouth and begin to pull him. They pulled him right up against the bark until parts of it started to open up and almost morph with him and absorb him. I saw parts of the brown bark dye his face. This continued until he was swallowed up whole. I passed out shortly after. I don't know if it was from the trauma or something else, because I already felt drowsy at that point. I was nowhere near that forest when I woke up. I was not far outside where my community was. I lied to myself about it for the rest of the day. Jonah's dad came and asked me where he was, and I could not even look at him in the eyes. I burst out into tears and ran outside of the room. I ran all the way to the elder. He knew what had happened before I even started speaking. It took a long time to coax it out of me, but I eventually managed to tell the entire experience as I told it to you. I did not leave out a detail or even lie to him. I looked at the ground the entire time I told him. He just told me to rest and that he would take care of this. Jonah's father cried. He wanted to speak to me and find out firsthand what happened. He was not even angry at me. He just wanted closure. I was too much of a wimp to speak to him. It was the least I could do after the horrible thing I had done. Jonah's mother fought her way into the reservation. She started a fight with Jonah's dad that turned really nasty. She became hysterical, started slapping and punching him, and asking him how he could let this happen, that it was his fault for bringing all of this crap into their lives. I've never seen someone so stoic while getting their ass beat, but the second that she said those words, he grabbed her wrist as she went to hit him, and he looked her dead in the eye and told her to leave. I only heard about this stuff secondhand. I did not witness it directly myself. It has been 2 years since then. Jonah's dad has not been back. We had a ceremony for Jonah that I did not attend. I just put my head down, and the second I could leave and become self-sufficient, I did. I'm not sure why I'm even posting this here. I guess I just wanted to get it out of my system. Tell people who don't know me, whose judgment will not make me feel shame, who might even understand. I am sorry, Jonah. A few months ago, I was a little bit sick, and I've been having cramps and could not sleep very well. It's like 2 a.m. and I am trying to sleep, but I keep waking up because I keep hearing this faraway noise. It's like a ding 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 noise. I can't tell if it's my imagination or not because I'm half asleep. The ding noise is almost random. I don't have a fan on, so I can hear a pin drop, so this ding noise is annoying. I put my head up to try and figure out where it's coming from. I hear a ding. Yup, it's real. It's not my imagination. I have several small kids, so it's probably just one of their dumb toys that has been left on. But for some reason, I was thinking it was some sort of weird paranormal moment, but it didn't seem logical, so I rationalize it just as a malfunctioning toy. I get an intrusive thought that something freaky was going on, but I rationalize that it's just one of the kids' toys malfunctioning. So I get out of bed and stand as still as possible, waiting to hear this ding sound again so I can pinpoint where it is in the house or the room it's at. I hear it again, and it's definitely coming from the game room, but I do not know where. I wait in silence, but it feels creepy and I don't know why. Then I hear it again, and it's in some box buried underneath toys and kids' stuff. I find out what's making the sound. It's this dumb Cocomelon keyboard. Malfunctioning piece of shit. I tried to turn it off, but it has no off button, and to take out the batteries, it needs a screwdriver. I am like, fuck, I don't feel like looking for a screwdriver right now. I am just gonna go downstairs and leave it in the laundry room so I can't hear it anymore and go back to sleep. I decided I needed to take some NyQuil anyway so I can go back to sleep. I am walking down the stairs, and this thing just gets really noisy and loud as hell. I remember that one of the kids broke it some time ago, smashed it or split something on it a long time ago. I throw it in the laundry room under some dirty clothes so it shuts up. I take my liquid cold medicine and go back to sleep. Fast forward the evening to a few days later. I am eating my dinner, and the kids are telling my wife about how the Cocomelon keyboard is possessed and it's super creepy. They said the overnight they were trying to sleep, and it randomly started going off by itself in their bedroom in the middle of the night. They said it was super creepy and they could not sleep. One of the kids said she started crying because she was so scared of it for unknown reasons. Then her sibling got the courage to go and get it and take it to the game room and put it in a box and bury it under stuff so it was not in their room to make noise. My wife is laughing and she does not believe them. I am like, no, I heard it too. I said I just want to throw it away. It's broken anyways. Get a new one that is not broken. She said, no way you guys heard it because it is impossible. She told us she took out the batteries a long time ago, about a year ago. I tell her no way. We all heard that thing going off. Someone put batteries back in there. So I take it and go and find my screwdriver to take a look inside. I open it up. The hell? There are no batteries inside there. I laugh and take a picture with my phone. Yeah, I'm throwing it away, lol. My wife did not want to throw it away because it's the baby's toy and she is being sentimental. I said, who here wants to throw this thing away? All the kids unanimously raise their hand. My wife laughs and says okay. Kids say the thing is possessed and they are scared of it. I go, yup, into the trash it goes. Screw that thing. Cocomelon is already demonic, probably why it got possessed by something. The only other explanation I can think of is that the thing has another internal battery or capacitor or something still making it run. But I don't see how it would have that much juice to be running all night like that and so loud. My daughter, who is in high school, she said it was dinging in Morse code in their room. She said she had been studying it recently in school and that's why she got so scared. She said that the message was SOS. This is something I told in the other thread but got no response for. I am 21 years old now. Spirits have been something I was interested in since childhood. We used to do rituals with the eye on the paper and similar kid stuff, but nothing was happening at the time. I am telling this since it might have something to do with what happened next. It all started one summer. I was something like 5 or 6 years old, before any rituals or whatever. I started having this dream with no visuals. It's just dark, very dark and very silent. It's calm. And then suddenly, this very loud noise disturbs the silence. It was usually a woman's scream or train sounds. It was so loud I would wake up crying. My mother was terrified since it started happening every week for months on end. And just like it started happening, it stopped too, just all of a sudden. Then later that year, I remember it was very cold. We went to visit my grandma. My grandma lived about 40 miles away from the city in a countryside. It was a calm place. So we came. Everyone is chatting, having a good time, and I went to the room where all of us left our stuff. It was like a big wardrobe-like room, but I stayed here all the time, because that is where I would find toys from my mother's childhood, and I was really interested in them. So it's me, chilling in wardrobe room, and everyone else chilling in the living room. The first weird thing happened when my mother came to me and told me to be getting ready to go home. She puts her gloves on, and 2 of the fingers are cut off, the middle and the index. Of course, she blamed me for doing it, and I understand that. That is the most rational and reasonable assumption. To this day, 17 years later, I do not remember doing anything like it. This is where things started to get really messed up. I got yelled at. My mom stayed angry for like 2 hours, and everything went back to normal for a while. I remember some friend of my mother invited us over. It was the first or second day of Christmas. My mom went to her wardrobe to put something nice on, and noticed a hole cut out of her blouse. Guess who was guilty? Me. I get yelled at again, this time more serious. A few days later, there is a hole in my sweater. At this point, my mother thinks I have some clothes-cutting fever. And that was it. I started going to school. I only live with my mom, and she used to leave for work early, so I was the second one to leave and first one to come back home. so when I leave for school, there is not a living thing in the house. One day, like a year or two later, I come back from school to find my mother's flower pots. There were like 7 of them, in different places of the house, knocked over. No rational explanation in my head at that moment. I told everything to my mother. I believe she thought I had some kind of a disorder. Everything started with dreams, and then stuff like that starts to happen. And as a kid, I start to think to myself, am I crazy? But everything went back to normal again. Eventually forgot about it, and life went on, calmly, for a year again. The very last time, I remember it as if it was yesterday. It's a Sunday morning. I am still in my bed. I am watching Tom and Jerry on an old VCR. My mother is getting ready. I don't really care where she is going. Casual good mornings and not really communication. I hear her calling my name. I go to her room. From the look on her face, I can see she is really pissed. I see a pile of clothes on the ground, but she asked me to sit on the table and calmly asked me, "Anon, what is wrong with you?" Being confused as hell, I start mumbling things and do not really understand what is happening. She does not bother to talk to me. It's the first time I've seen my mother cry. She just lit up a cigarette and went outside to smoke. I checked the clothes, and every single one of them had a circle either on the back or on the chest. Not a perfect circle, but still, every single last one of them. For the pants, it was not a circle. It was just cut at random places. Same thing for the scarves, hats, gloves, everything else. When I saw this, I started crying. I really started thinking to myself that I did it and that I was crazy. I went to see people about this. My mother tried everything. No one really explained, since every reasonable person with common sense told her it was me who did it. I was scared of my house since that day. From then on to this day, the cutting of clothes have stopped, but sometimes I hear something like water dripping on the floor when there's no water at all in the room when I check. Also, the dream still occurs to this day, from 2 times a month to 1 time in 3 months. It's just killing me. Am I possessed? Am I crazy? On Halloween night, I was just by myself, heading back from a party. In your typical spooky path that's got trees and shit overhanging, making the moon shine through, which looks super spooky. I start hearing branches breaking and owls and stuff, but I'm not that concerned because it's the woods, so whatever. I keep trekking on, and the noises and stuff gets really weird. I'm in wooden areas, so people have horses around here, which have a very distinct sound when walking, which I began to hear. Keep in mind it was pretty late, so only a fool would be riding a horse at this hour. Anyways, I hear these noises and I am starting to shit myself because the branches, some bats, owls, and all these noises are ready to break me. Suddenly, all of the noises stop and I am absolutely paralyzed to the core. I hear the horse hoof prints again, and I just straight up gun it down the pathway, as I hear laughing and horse beats behind me. I feel like I am being chased, like in a video game or some shit. So I finally get out of the wooded area, and I am just getting really, really dizzy. I cross an old bridge, and on the other side, I just lose consciousness. I woke up when the sun was finally coming up, and I just walked home. I never told anyone about what happened. That shit was so spooky, dude. I used to work in the Department of Internal Affairs in Russia several years ago as a criminal investigator with the local police department. More specifically, I worked in the Kitay-Gorod neighborhood in Moscow. Back in June 2000, I was working on a 24-hour shift. In terms of crime, the place was a mixed bag. Petty theft and hooliganism was pretty common, but severe violence was not a common occurrence. When it did happen, it was usually in connection with business or political conflicts and were actually contract killings. This was especially common due to the local mafia that had a firm grip on things. They had declined a little from the 90s, but they still had a strong influence on the Russian economy. This incident happened during a patrol that I was involved in. 3 patrol cars patrol the sector almost every day, and this day was no exception. At around 3:30 a.m., we received a call for us to head to Solyanka Street in central Moscow. We got in and drove off. I was in the patrol vehicle along with a second operative and 3 other police officers. We arrived on the scene within 3 minutes. When we got there, we had a woman of around 30 years old waiting for us. She was a native to Moscow, and she was dressed decently, but was crying and muttering uncontrollably, just under her breath and to herself. She did not appear to be harmed, and she did also not appear to be drunk. The second operative alongside me, S, approached her and tried to calm her down. He proceeded to ask her what was wrong and what happened. We sat her down and began writing down every word, and we had to start over once or twice because she could not help speaking too quickly and bursting back into tears. When we finally got the entire story out of her, it really did not make all that much sense. Definitely not the kind of thing that we were used to dealing with. Here is exactly what she told us from her perspective. I had just left a restaurant on Pokrovka Street with my husband at around 11 p.m. We had left our car in a nearby alley that I cannot remember the name of. We left it there so that it was out of the way and would not be vandalized. I can remember how the alley looked, just not the name. It was already quite dark and the alleys were all empty. The area was all strange though, because although the alleys were barren, the streets were really busy nearby. The alley was also lined with lots of one-story buildings that were all boarded up. As we were walking by one of the buildings, we started to hear these horrible screams coming from inside. They sounded hellish and like someone was being stabbed or attacked. My husband wanted to rush in and try to help. He is a strong guy and always wanted to help people, but he could not get in because the building was boarded up and he could not figure out any way to get up there. Even the windows were blocked and there was no sign of a door. We started to run to the yard because my husband decided that that was the way in. I shouted at him to stop and told him that we should just let the police handle it, but he did not listen. He told me that they would not get here in time and that the person would be dead already. He thought he could go in and just scare them off. The door was right there and did not appear to be locked. The door in the yard was covered in old newspapers, which was pretty strange. By this point, the screaming inside had stopped, so we stepped inside very slowly and carefully. It was too dark for me to see, and my eyes would not adjust, so I told my husband I would wait by the porch. After not very long, I heard my husband scream, and then I heard some strange sounds. It sounded like sobbing, but I could also hear chomping. I could actually hear someone biting into something very loudly. After 5 seconds, I heard a loud bang and saw my husband fall backwards out of the door. Not fall, more like he flew because of the force of something. I started crying and trembling because his hand was all bloody and his jacket was missing. I knew he was hurt, but he grabbed me and pulled me away to start running. He screamed at me to just run and would not tell me what happened. Neither of us knew where we were running. We could not find the car no matter how far we ran, and the alleys all looked the same. There was not even anyone around that we could ask for help. I pulled out my cell phone at this point, but I did not get any signal. Well, I did, but instead of my usual phone carrier, it was just gibberish, and when I dialed, all I got were beeps on my phone. I did hear someone on some kind of pre-recorded message, but it was all garbled and I could not understand. I don't think they were speaking Russian. We kept walking while trying to call someone for help, and we ended up reaching a dead end that was dark and deserted. My husband was pale and shaking, and I grabbed him and asked him what the hell was wrong and what happened inside that building. He was just frozen and silent, and he would not even look at me. He looked like he was going to pass out. I just started crying and went to sit down on some stairs. He told me that we needed to find the car and leave while I was walking away. Before I could even sit down though, the ground started to shake and vibrate. It was some kind of trembling, like something was running beneath us or moving, something heavy. I thought it was probably just the metro, even though it seemed more violent than usual. My husband ran up to me and grabbed my hand and told me to wait while he went and checked nearby. He told me to just rest there and then rushed around the corner. I told him to wait, and when I finally stood up and chased after him, I could not find him. I went around the same corner and it was just a straight line. I did not see anywhere he could turn so quickly. I started screaming and calling his name, but he did not answer back, and I started crying. I thought maybe it was a horrible prank, but he did not show back up. I wandered for a long time until I finally came across some people and asked them for help, but they refused to walk to me. They looked at me angrily and walked away like I was homeless and bothering them. I eventually got back to Soyanka Street, and that is when you saw me. After recounting this bizarre story to us, she begged us to find the street. Protocol tells us that without any evidence of a crime, we cannot begin a full investigation until 3 days had passed. Since she had not witnessed anything directly, aside from her husband just running away, we couldn't really help. We couldn't open a formal investigation, but we did finally relent and inspect the alleys since she was so insistent and so distraught. We kind of used a loophole. We were not investigating the crime. We were escorting a really young and vulnerable lady home in the dark after she had suffered a traumatic incident. We found the building that she was referring to, but could not find the area that she was talking about. She said she saw some weird named street, but it did not exist on any map of Moscow. The building was empty and dusty and old. The door was not covered with newspapers like she told us, even though she swore up and down that she remembered them. We managed to find the jacket the husband was wearing, part of it at least. It was only half of the jacket, and it looked like it had been cut diagonally by something razor sharp. There was no traces of blood on the jacket whatsoever, but it was caked in dust. We never found the other half of it. We found the car eventually. It was a rusted pile of shit, and the woman broke down in tears when she saw it. Started grabbing onto my leg and sobbing and telling me it wasn't like that before, it was brand new. The vehicle was definitely not operable, and even if it was, she was in no fit state to drive. I had another officer escort her home after taking another statement. The case went cold pretty soon after that. No trace of her husband ever turned up. I spoke with a retired captain about the case a few weeks after this event. He had a story of his own to tell me, and I will tell it from his perspective. This was about 25 years ago. I was much younger then. I had not seen a lot of the world. This man in his 40s, he went missing for around a week. His wife reported him missing, said he had never done this before. She told us he was not an alcoholic and did not use any drugs. He apparently left earlier that day to visit a friend down Kitay-Gorod, but he never came back. Around a week later, I was on patrol with another cop, and we saw this man shambling down the street like he was a zombie. We stopped and flagged him down and asked him if he was okay. He had a full-grown beard that was really unkempt. He smelled like a homeless bum who had not washed in weeks, and his clothes were disintegrating into rags. They were not typical homeless clothes though. He was wearing a pretty nice suit, except it was stained with mud and something else and was rotting away. These black shoes that he had on, they had a big hole at the front where his feet poked through, and he had all sorts of calluses and scratch marks on him. He did not respond at first and looked really dazed. He kept looking up directly at the sky and letting his head and neck flop around before mumbling something underneath his breath. He drooled when he did this too. I grabbed him and shook him to get his attention, and it's like he just snapped back to reality. He all of a sudden just started screaming. He went off on a rant about how he was lost in an alley on Kitay-Gorod, how it was horrible. He told us verbatim, I thought I would never make it back. We had to grab him and put him in the back of the car because we could tell he was losing his mind. The whole ride to the hospital, he ranted about this alley. He told us that there were people in the windows watching him. He told us that he walked for a week straight and found no one except these shadow people in the windows. I wish the weirdness ended there. Doctors had to sedate him because he would not comply. They found no drugs in his system, not a drop of alcohol either. They said that he was in shock and needed to be observed for a few days. I checked him when I could after writing up a report. I was interested to see where the case went. I thought maybe he was mugged and beaten senseless and that he could not remember because he got punched so hard. The doctor told me he had no outward signs of trauma, but that was still my theory. He was dressed way too nice to just be a junkie. Anyway, when I checked in the next day, they told me he had not talked all day. He would not respond, and just stared blankly like he had a bad concussion. I did not check in again until he got a call from the hospital. He had gone missing from the ward. No one had seen him walk out the doors. We did not have CCTV in those days. I drove out to his wife and asked her if he had shown up. She told me that he had not been back to the house. When she tried to visit in the hospital, he started screaming when he saw her and had to be sedated. After that, he would not talk, so she just went home. We could not find a trace of him after that. I don't know if I believe the captain's story, but he's a trustworthy guy, and old-timers like him don't usually make things up. It's not the first time I've heard rumors of things like this, but it's the first time I've met someone who heard about it firsthand. Usually it's, my cousin's friend's brother in shithole Skya saw this, but never someone that you know. Either way, this is definitely the weirdest thing I ever came across in my time working for the police department. I've been living in a townhouse with my parents for the last couple of summers, and before that for a couple of years in high school. For some ill-fated reason, we've always had terrible neighbors. When we first moved in, we had a woman and her teenage daughter who regularly sold heroin out of her room. Then a family with what seemed was the loudest, angriest chihuahua in the world. For those unfamiliar with townhouses, it's like having a regular house with all of the noises of an apartment building. The reason we've stayed for so long is my dad became friends with the owner, and apparently we get fantastic rent. Anyway, right before I came back from college one summer, my old neighbors, a middle-aged Mexican couple and their kid, left and some new tenants came in. I usually don't keep up with who is living next to us unless they're extremely annoying or they park on our side of the driveway. So the first night back, I decide I'm going to smoke a little weed and listen to some music. My room happens to be adjacent to an identical one on the other side, so when I open the window, I can see that there's light spilling out from that window onto their patio. It's around 3 a.m., so I wonder why they are up so late or if they just left the light on. But I decide I don't really care, so I go for my backpack and look for my pipe. It's not there. Without my peas, I resort to survival-style methods of getting high and decide to make myself a nice apple pie. I go downstairs to the kitchen, get all the stuff, come back upstairs, and I realize my window is closed. I look outside my room, down the hall at my parents' room, and it is closed. They are sleeping, so it could not be them. I decide getting high is more important than investigating, so I open up the window and realize the light next door is now off. As I move from the window to my computer, I hear my window shut hard and my blinds fall, all simultaneously. I turn around, scared as all hell, but nothing is there. The next thing I hear is my parents' door opening and my mom coming into my room. She looks pissed, but then the color drains from her face when she sees me looking very, very afraid. Looking afraid as hell is not the usual for me, so she is immediately worried. I explain what happened, but she dismisses it as me being stupid and trying to scare her. She tells me it's not funny and to knock it off and go back to bed. Eventually, my will to get high is stronger than my fear, so I smoke a bowl and go to bed. Nothing out of the ordinary happens for a few weeks, so I chalk it up to some strong wind, but I can't really explain everything, so I try to keep it out of my head. Come July, I'm usually out of the house all day, but that day is slow, so I decide to take it easy and look around on my laptop for a while. It's all a bit boring, so I decide to call a friend over. As I reach for my phone, I hear this ripping noise behind me, and when I look, there is a hole in my window screen, and the edges are jutting out towards me, meaning something just punched it from the outside. Except, my room is on the second story. My first thought was, holy shit, a ghost just tried to falcon punch its way into my room. Then to, holy shit, a bird just busted through my window. I spent an hour looking for a bird corpse inside my room and out on my patio, which my window is overlooking. I look up at my room and I realize two things. One, my window is now closed and I am the only one in the house. Two, the window of the room next to mine is not only open, but has no screen and the light is on. I rush back inside, and when I get upstairs to my room, the window is open again, except this time, the window screen is just gone. As in, it's not on the floor and it's not outside. Somebody or something stole my window screen. For some reason, the first thing I do is angrily march over next door to yell at the tenants next door for stealing my shit. But it's not until I'm outside I realize that's not even possible. The distance from one window to the other is way too far. I go back in and decide I am not going back upstairs until my parents get home. They eventually get back, but I don't bother to explain, even though they might get suspicious about the missing window screen. I reluctantly climb back upstairs and fortunately, everything is the way I left it. Window closed, blinds up. I move to close the blinds and notice that once again, the light is on next door. The light is spilling onto the patio when I detect movement outside. Somebody is casting a shadow onto the patio from the window. I pay attention to the shadow. It's pretty clear it's a person standing there, but that's the thing that bothered me. They were just standing there, as if they were intently focused on something and refused to move. Then, the light quickly blinks off, then on again, but now, the shadow is gone. I start panicking. Nothing moves that damn fast. It was literally in the blink of an eye. I close the blinds and sleep with the lights on that night. Just like before, no activity for a couple of weeks. Around the end of July is when my parents announce that they are going to vacation in Mexico. They want me to stay at the house and take care of it, and in exchange, I can throw a party or two as long as I do not overdo it. I am just ecstatic, thinking of all the shit I'm gonna do for a week and a half with an empty house, and I am not even thinking of all of the paranormal stuff that just happened. Days later, I drop them off at the airport and I pick up my friend, Karen, deciding to christen my temporary bachelor pad with a smoking session. As soon as we come in, we both realize it's freezing. By the time I get to the thermostat in the living room, she is shivering and rubbing her arms, even though she's wearing a hoodie. I look at the thermostat. Its thermometer is reading 45 degrees, but it's set to 80. Karen says something like, "Your heating is screwed up," but she is interrupted by a crash upstairs. She says, "Aren't we alone?" Feeling like I was not going to let this shit ruin my plans, I tell her, if we're not, we're gonna be. We rush upstairs, finding my bookcase and my desk on the ground. My books and pretty much all of my stuff all over the floor. She helps me clean up as I explain the last two incidents. Karen does not really believe in anything paranormal, so the two of us discuss some reasonable explanations for what's been happening. We both conclude that most likely it's the neighbors. They've been getting into the house somehow, and they are possibly using the window as a way to distract me. She convinces me that they have taken this shit way too far, so we decide that I should confront them and tell them that I have had enough. As we walk outside in the little light that's still left, I notice that there is no car in the driveway. That's when it hits me. I've never seen their car. I've never seen them leave, and except for that shadow, I've actually never seen them at all. I stagger and eventually stop as I come to this realization. Noticing me lag behind, Karen asks me if something is wrong. I respond, "Karen, I've never seen them." "Well, now you'll meet them. It's probably a good idea to get to know your neighbors, even if they sneak into your house to wreck your shit." "No, I mean, there's a possibility nobody is gonna answer, because no one lives there." She makes a confused face, looks over to the house, then back to me and says, "What are you talking about? Somebody has to live there. Haven't you asked your parents about the neighbors at least once?" I explained to her that I've never cared, as most of the tenants move in for a couple of months, then move out when, I assumed, the owner got tired of their shit. Usually it was for falling behind on the rent, or because they trashed the place. My parents even told me that on 2 separate occasions, the police had asked them if they had heard any fighting or yelling next door, as apparently, they had been called on a possible domestic violence situation. Looking increasingly concerned, she muttered, "Maybe it wasn't domestic violence. What if whatever's next door has been bothering the tenants, scaring them until they move out? Now that no one is there, it's trying to kick you out." Taking in that possibility, my emotion turns from fear to anger. I could understand getting spooked every once in a while, but kicking me out from my house? Absolutely not. My newly uncovered anger affords me some confidence, and I find myself pounding heavily on the door, Karen behind me. Nobody answers. We could not look through the window, as the blinds were closed, and the glass was covered in smudges left by fingerprints. The rest of the house was surrounded by a fence, so I decided I would see if I could take a look inside from the patio. From where I could see that the window was closed, but that the light in the room was on. As I turned to Karen, I saw through my own window that the door to my room was opening up, slowly. My heart pounded as I simultaneously pointed at the door and signaled Karen to look. We both stood in silence as the door opened up ever so slowly, as if whatever was behind it was having great difficulty with its weight to get the door ajar enough for a person to fit through. The door suddenly stops, and into my room walks somebody or something, but at that instant, the lights in the room just explode, shrouding everything in darkness. We shield our eyes from the flash, and when we look back up, the blinds had been closed. But in that instant right before the lights blew, we managed to catch a glimpse of it. It definitely had a human shape, but as for the rest, I believe Karen put it best. It looked dead. In that brief moment, I saw its grey skin, mottled with bruises, its drenched hair fallen onto its shoulders, sticking to its chest with moisture. The purple-stained neck led to its disfigured face, like the victim of a savage beating, contorting its face into a permanent expression of anguish. What Karen noticed was the yellow eyes, decaying, the pupils now flattened like a goat's due to the rot. It was some screwed up shit. Any anger or confidence or rationale that we previously possessed has dissipated. We are balls to the wall scared. We stand in the patio, paralyzed for what seems like hours. Karen finally speaks up. We've got to call the cops. We can at least make them go through the house. I call the police and tell them there's an intruder in my house. A squad car shows up and 2 cops search the entire house. Nothing. I ask them if they can search the one next door, but they say they are not allowed to without a warrant. Eventually they leave. We decide that since the cops have gone through it, it must be somewhat safe. We go to my room to find the window once again wide open and the blinds up. I go to close them, but I find that either are impossible. The window simply won't move, and if I had strained more to lower the blinds, I would have broken the string. Karen and I clean the glass from the busted lights. Exhausted and concerned, I fall onto my bed, and Karen sits in my computer chair. I tell her I'm out of ideas, besides breaking into the house next door with a tire iron. She says that maybe that's not such a bad idea. That's when I notice it. In front of my room is the attic door, and it has been slid open. I move quickly to shut my door and lock it. Karen looks panicked. Karen, do you think they searched the attic? I ask desperately, hoping for a yes. Probably not, she says. I look around the room, seeking bludgeoning weapons. I pick up one of those heavy marble-based trophies. She picks up a disused lava lamp. I swing the door open, only to find that the attic door is now sealed. We run downstairs, but instead of running out the door, I run into the garage, where I pick up a tire iron and a big wrench. I toss Karen the tire iron. She asks me if I'm high. I say no, and tell her if she doesn't want to come, she can sit in the car. She refuses, and takes a few practice swings with the tire iron. We march upstairs. I turn on the attic light, and using a stool, we gradually climb into the attic. Despite the summer weather, it's extremely cold in there. I spot what confirms my suspicions. Opposite our attic door is the door from the other house, partially hidden under a pile of insulation. Wondering why anyone would want to share an attic space like that, we approach the door, hesitant to go in. I lift the door slowly and peek out my head into the hallway. All of the doors are closed. Karen hands me the stool, and we drop down into the hallway as silently as we can, weapons ready to smash into anything. I decide the first thing I want to see is the room opposite mine. I try the handle and sure enough, it's unlocked. I open the door swiftly with the wrench raised, but the room is empty, devoid of anything. The room is completely white, except for a black stain on the carpet in front of the window. We approach it. It's actually 2 stains close together, in the shape of human feet. They are black and shiny, as if somebody had purposefully dipped their feet in tar and set their feet there. As we are looking, the door slams behind us and we hear somebody descending the stairs in a rush. Alarmed, we both raise our weapons and rush into the hallway to find the master bedroom door ajar. We decide to check it out before we go downstairs. As we approach the door, we notice a smell emanating from the room. It's a horrible stench, and we both reel back and hold our noses. I stick out my arm and slowly push the door in. The stench did not in any way compare to what we saw. A fucking nest. The outside was made of newspaper, molded like paper mache into a roughly circular shape. Then in the middle was a ring of leaves and, I shit you not, matted hair. I looked at Karen, but her eyes were on the walls. I looked up to see the nailed corpses of several neighborhood cats and dogs. The smell was unbearable, but the sights finally got to us. Karen vomited and I quickly followed. I insisted on finding out more, so I go closer to the nest, immediately regretting it. Nested in the middle were several bowls, brimming with unidentifiable liquids. Some of them were watery and red. Some of them had what I recognized as the black substance that we found in the other room. Karen got closer as well. She was the one who noticed that the bowls were actually skull caps. We decide that we are way in over our heads and begin to leave the room. Once we were in the hallway, we realize the stool is gone. We search the other room unsuccessfully, comprehending that we are now in deep shit. Both the stool and the other exits are below us, so no matter what, we are going downstairs. We grip our weapons firmly and descend slowly into the pitch black annex. I fumble for a light switch and, surprisingly, I find one. The light is dim to the point of almost being useless, so we walk slowly into the living room. As we get closer, we see a brighter light coming from the corner. It's a small television, turned on its side, playing static. Karen whispers, "Now they're not even trying." We step into the middle of the living room. There is a small overturned couch facing the wall. I focus my eyes, trying to distinguish between shades of black. Way in the corner is something a little bit darker than the rest. I can tell by the way Karen grips her tire iron that she sees it too. I whisper, "Our best bet is to just kill it, right here, right now. If it's in the corner, it's because it's afraid of us, right?" Karen nods. That's when it jumps at us, making the most horrible sound I've ever heard. It was like hearing a death rattle backwards through a shortwave radio. We both swing, and we swing damned hard. I could tell I made an impact because I thought I had broken my hand. The thing squealed, tumbled over, and ran/staggered into the kitchen. We trailed it, but it moved way too fast. The last thing we saw was it bursting through the front window as we turned around the corner. According to the official police report, a group of homeless men inhabited the premises for an uncertain amount of time, and that's all as well, since we told the police all we heard was the window crash next door. After I dropped Karen off, I came back home to my room to find my window screen, hole and all, lying against the wall. Next to it was a black tarry handprint, and that's the last encounter I ever had. I never saw or heard the thing ever again. Nothing else has happened since this point. Here is a true story. I was a freshman in college. I was super high, walking through my dorm with my friend at 4 a.m. A group of what we wrongfully assume to be students approaches us. They start up a conversation. The conversation feels unnatural. They awkwardly shift the discussion towards God. They ask me if I believe in God. My friend says kind of. I say no. They ask me if I've ever heard of the Mother. Huh? They tell me they've created a student-run club called God Club and that I should join. They tell us it meets at a church in town. We know they're lying because all student groups meet on campus, not off campus. They keep trying to convince us to come. They tell us that we should come right then. Keep in mind it's like 4 a.m. We get freaked out, lie about having to go and meet some people, and we take off. My friend and I duck into my room and rant about how weird that was. We went to a tiny school, Less than 2,000 kids at the time. I've seen basically everyone at the school at least once. I have never seen those kids before, and I have not seen them since. I have some to say. It's nothing exciting because I do not have the time or patience to make something up, so true stories only, which are typically less exciting by default. I was at work around 2 months or so ago. I am done for the day. I am just closing up for the night. Me and 2 coworkers in the office are gathering up our things. The office has 2 doors to it, one that exits to the front part of the building, and one that exits out to the back. The manager is making rounds on the floor to make sure everything is locked up. We hear footsteps come all the way from down the stairs. I assume my manager went upstairs to the employee bathrooms to shit. The manager walks to the front door 2 minutes later. The exit to the stairs is in the back. Manager, where the hell did you come from? I just did my walk around outside to make sure all of the doors were locked. We are good to go. So, you didn't just go and take a shit? What? No. I go upstairs with one coworker. The door to one of the rooms is slightly cracked open. What the hell? Manager should have locked all of these. I walk up to the door. The door closes on its own as I approach it. I nope the hell out of there. I have more from this place, but I am not sure if anyone is interested. Alright, I should also mention that the place that I work is a museum, and that's why the layout of the building is so weird, and why stuff is possibly haunted. Be my assistant manager. Come in early every day to turn everything on. I am the only person in the entire building when this is happening. I am going in room by room to turn on lights and stuff. I go into one room. A bulb way up in the middle of an exhibit is out. I take out my phone to take a picture to send to the repair guy because he is the only one who knows how to take this shit apart without breaking it in order to fix a light bulb. I do not realize that my phone is on video mode. I take a 5-second video before realizing. I switch back to camera and take a picture. Later on, I review the video. I hear this very clear whisper of a voice that comes through saying, "Get out." Literally no one else is in the building. What the hell? Be me later that day. I come into work. Assistant manager hands me his phone, tells me to play the video. He doesn't tell me what it is, he just tells me to listen. I very clearly hear the whisper, "Get out," without him telling me about it. The assistant manager shows 3 other people without telling them what's on the video first. All 3 people hear the same thing. We are not just imagining it. What the hell? I never liked being in that room for too long, and that shit was spooky. Serial killer stuff. I signed an NDA though, so I can't really go too deep into detail about where I work or what is there, lest someone snuff me out and rat that I'm telling my stories that 100% violate my NDA, because these stories absolutely do that. do. Be me. I am in the halls. It's dead silent in the museum. No one is around. Guests are in different parts of the building. I hear a loud growl coming from the basement area. I look around. No one is here to validate what I just heard. I think I'm just tired and ignore it. A few minutes later, a group of guests are coming up the hall. I hear a loud psst. I look at the guests. The guests look at me. I ask, "Is there something I can help you with?" At the same time, they ask, "Yes, did you need us?" We stare at each other. You heard that, right? Yeah, I thought it was you. I thought it was you. No one else is around. The guests are visibly spooked. They just walk past me down the hall, not saying anything. I assume they're just messing with me, so I ignore it. Not 30 seconds later, I hear a scream. The guests come running back down the hall at me. What happened? What's wrong? The guest says that something just pulled her hair. I look accusingly at her group. I ask who is playing pranks. The other 2 people are seriously spooked. They insist that no one did it. I make up some bullshit about how the air currents in the building are weird, and sometimes people feel drafts or tugs at their clothes, and it's normal. They seem to buy it. They go back to exploring the museum. I am still not sure what happened there. I am open to the idea that they were just messing with me, but they seemed really freaked out. This one's a little bit more dramatic, but still true. Be my coworker. They are in a room with a Holocaust artifact. They suddenly lose time. She has no idea how long she has been in there. She semi-comes to. She realizes her face is just inches away from said artifact. She opens up the door to the next room. She sees a group of people in there. Say, I need you guys to come in here right now. Clearly out of it in complete monotone. The guest rolls his eyes. The co-worker snaps back fully to reality, realizes what she is doing. She runs out of the room, down the stairs, and out of the building. Be me, I am on my break, smoking a cigarette outside. I hear screaming and wailing on the level that I think someone has broken a leg or some shit. My co-worker is being escorted by a manager, hysterically crying. She sits down repeating, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Manager just looks at me. He usually calls on me when something dramatic like this happens, because there are no female managers, and I am the unofficial team lead. I am real close with the manager. We've been through a lot of shit together. He can just look at me, and I know what he wants. He seems apologetic, because he knows I am on break, but I take over. Coworker tells me the story. Says she has no idea what she was doing. She was so upset and freaked out because she lost time, like she had literally fallen out of time and space, and until she snapped back and ran outside, she felt like she had no real control over her body. Like, she was in her body, looking out for her eyes at what was happening, but she was not controlling the actual actions taking place. It was wrong. It was wrong. That's what she said to me. I comfort her and tell her some jokes to try and make her laugh. I call security over to get her a bottle of water. Eventually, she calms down. I make the executive decision that she should go home for the day and get some rest. I go back inside and tell the manager the situation. He just shakes his head. He says that co-worker has been here even longer than he has, and no one has ever seen her like that. Okay, here is another dramatic one. Be me. I am upstairs near that same Holocaust artifact. I hear a loud crashing sound coming from that room. I burst in. There are two guests on the floor. The man is draped over the legs of the woman. He is unconscious. I look at her and ask what happened. She says she thinks her ankle is broken. I hear the manager in my ear over the radio asking me if I need him to come up there. I summon him upstairs. The guest eventually comes to, but he is disoriented, unbalanced, and confused. Manager tries to talk to him, while I talk to the lady in order to keep her from vomiting from the pain. She says she's not sure what happened. They were just looking at the artifact and he fainted and landed on her. Manager has worked in all sorts of shady businesses before. He can tell when someone is messed up with booze or drugs, but can't seem to place what is wrong with this guy. Head of security also now comes upstairs. Manager and security carry the lady down the stairs. The other guest, her husband, is just useless. The husband snaps back into reality as soon as they are outside of the building. He insists that he has no idea what happened, only remembers hitting the floor, and doesn't even remember coming outside with us. He is visibly spooked. He says he does not have any medical issues, and that they did not drink or take anything before they came here. He is clearly sober to my eyes, and my manager agrees. Manager makes them sign a release. Husband takes wife to hospital. The wife emails us the next day to thank us for our help and to confirm that several bones in her foot are broken. The doctors found nothing wrong with the husband either, not even dehydration. 2 months later, the couple comes back. The lady is still in the cast. She says that she needs to face whatever this is. She goes into the room and comes back outside. She says, "It feels different in there today. Less angry." I have no idea what the hell that means. I will bite the no-pay. What's the artifact? If this object is carrying residual energy enough to make people ill, it would need to be made out of the right material, or like radium. I can't tell you. Sorry, bro. NDAs are a bitch. Telling you what it is would reveal me right away. What I will tell you is that it's in an airtight case and has an extra protective wall around it too, and I'm willing to bet it's not radioactive or anything like that. I have several more stories about it though, if anyone is interested. I am not sure what to make of that, but I guess that's a cue to keep going. Be me, maybe last month. I have to be acting manager at night because assistant manager is on morning shift and actual manager is as sick as a dog, though he still has to be physically on the property for liability reasons. I am taking care of him, trying to make sure he does not asphyxiate on his own vomit while also running the place on my own. Co-worker asks for management on radio, says she's got a guest, acting strangely. Manager stumbles out of the office to handle it while I am doing something else. He is absolutely useless. I go up there. Guest is sitting on the bottom step. I ask co-worker what happened. Says she saw guest come out of the Holocaust room, come down the stairs, then start walking backwards back up the stairs. What the hell? The guest is visibly twitching at random intervals, sometimes her head, sometimes her arm, sometimes her hand. The manager tells me to ask the normal questions and stumbles back into the office while texting the owner of the museum to let him know what is happening. I ask if she has a history of seizures, if she's done any drugs before coming here. I assure her that we will not report her. We just want to make sure it's not an issue that requires immediate medical attention. She is non-responsive, but her boyfriend insists no to every question. The museum owner is freaked out by the story, basically texting the manager like, "Get her off the property. I do not want anyone dying where I can be liable." Manager tells me over the radio to get her outside and onto the sidewalk. She leans on her boyfriend as he helps her outside, twitching all the while. The twitching stops when they get outside, but she is still out of it. I goad them over to the sidewalk to get them off of the property. She finally speaks. She says she is so exhausted. I point them to a 7-Eleven down the road so she can get something to eat and drink. They walk off. I have no idea what the hell that was. I have one more about this artifact, then others about other things. I lied. I have two more. Here is one. The other one is coming next. B, my coworker. He is in the Holocaust room with a group of guests. I hear a guest say, Dad, what's wrong, Dad?" I go and check on them. The dad is standing there, drenched in sweat, unresponsive. Sir, can you hear me?" No response at all. He is still new at the job, so he does not know yet not to touch the guests. He tries shaking the guy. No response. Death rattle breathing. The guy just collapses. Freak out. He has management call an ambulance. Be me, coming into work. I am almost late because traffic jam due to an ambulance. I walk up to the door. Coworker is out there sitting in a chair, shaking. I ask what happened. I really thought that man was going to die in front of me. What the hell? I can't get any clearer answers out of him than that. I go inside. I talk to the assistant manager about this. He tells me to sit in the office for a bit while he talks to the paramedics. The assistant manager comes back in. Says the paramedics found nothing physically wrong with him and that the dad and his daughter are coming back to see the rest of the museum. Why would you come back inside? But okay. Asks me to escort them back in. The man tells me honestly he thought he was having a heart attack. Daughter insists she's never seen anything like that happen to him before. He is diabetic, but he has never had heart problems. They are cool people otherwise. I go and debrief my assistant manager. Tells me how the paramedics were just completely baffled because he was sweating and breathing like someone with congestive heart failure. But once they got him outside on a stretcher and checked him out, he was completely and totally fine. Regular heartbeat, regular breathing. No signs of clog or congestion or anything. Blood sugar was normal. Never seen anything like that before, and that's not the kind of thing that you can fake. One more about this particular artifact. For real this time. One more. I should probably also stress that my coworkers in these stories have all been different people, so it's not like we just have one hysterical person who witnesses all of the crazy stuff. It's all different. B, my coworker. Worked at this place for like 4 years. Used to have shit that goes on. Alone in the Holocaust room. See something out of the corner of my eye. Turn my head. See a face right up on her. Pitch black, flaky skin like they have been burned. Red eyes, no mouth. Talks to her in a language that she does not understand. She falls to the floor, screaming. The second coworker bursts into the room and sees what is happening. Be me. I am in the office with my manager. I hear over the radio, coworker number 2 screaming, "Management, get to Holocaust room right now. We need you right now." with the screams of coworker number 1 in the background. Manager runs out of the office so fast, his radio flies off of his belt. I stay in the office to watch the security cameras in his absence. I watch manager and coworker number 2 help coworker number 1 off the floor. Manager helps her outside, comes back in. He says nothing, but looks at me in the way where I know what he wants. I head outside to check on the coworker. She is crying hysterically, tells me what happened. She is freaked out because it was talking but had no mouth. How could it talk with no mouth? What did it want? I send her home for the day. I come back in to talk to the manager. I tell him and ask what he thinks. He just shrugs because he is an atheist and goes, "I'm sure it was real to her. She will be back tomorrow." Assistant manager does some digging, finds the previous owner of the artifact, asks if he ever experienced anything weird about it. The previous owner describes the exact same face to him, without assistant manager telling him what happened to coworker. Assistant manager tells us, "Manager is unfazed, but I am spooked and so is coworker. Coworker refuses to be in that room alone anymore, ever again. She still works there though." Here is another one that I'd forgotten about, and then remembered today when a former coworker came to visit us for the first time since she had left. Being my coworker, walking around resetting the exhibits and closing the doors. Reach into a room to grab the doorknob and pull the door closed. See a different coworker standing in the corner. Coworker number 2 is facing away from her. She calls out, "Hey, coworker number 2, what are you doing in here?" Looks closer. The girl has no legs. She is just floating there. But she is as solid as you and me. She doesn't look like an apparition. Looks just like coworker number 2 from behind though. Same height, same build, same hairstyle. She slowly pulls the door closed. Be me. In the office with my manager. Coworker number 1 comes in looking spooked. Asks me and manager if anyone is in that specific room. We look at cameras. No one is in there. Coworker number 2 comes into the office from the opposite end of the building. Says she just got back from break. Coworker number 1 just says, "I gotta go," and walks outside. She goes to the bathroom and throws up due to anxiety. Has to be sent home. 2 days later, coworker number 2 comes down with a massive infection. She has to be hospitalized. She almost dies. Coworker number 1 hands in her notice. She wants to quit. She only tells me the story after she has given her notice. She says she somehow blames herself for not warning coworker number 2 about seeing her doppelganger. Never tell coworker number 2 the story. 2 weeks later, coworker number 2 freaks out of nowhere and quits on the spot. Name drops me and coworker number 1 in her rant. Manager and assistant manager pull me into the office to tell me what happened since my name was mentioned. I wonder what the hell I ever did to her. Neither of them have an answer. Assistant manager just says, "It sounds like she has some demons she has to work out." Coworker number 2 has told other employees since her departure that she regrets leaving the way she did, and that she doesn't really know why she acted like that. She has sent the manager and assistant manager a heartfelt apology, but you can't just come back from something like that. I was followed by a cult member. This happened a long time ago. Back in the early 1990s, I was living in Yamanashi at the time. I had a close circle of friends, and we used to go out regularly. We used to enjoy driving around chatting, playing music. It was around this time the armed Shinrikyo cult was making a name for themselves as a strange and suspicious cult. Later, they would become famous for the sarin gas attacks in 1995 in Tokyo and Nagano. They became known as the Doomsday Cult, a truly dangerous group of people intent on hurting others. They organized 5 attacks. They released sarin gas on 3 lines of the Tokyo Metro during rush hour, killing 13 people and injuring 5,500 others. They were also responsible for carrying out other assassinations and terrorist attacks. They wanted to start World War III. They wanted to start the apocalypse that they believed in. Now, this story takes place before the cult were apprehended. Back then, we all knew of the cult. We just thought that they were a bunch of madmen. One of their institutions, or whatever you want to call it, was in our city. We saw them around. They freaked people out. No one wanted to go near their institution. It later became public knowledge that their chemical warfare production plan was based in my hometown. They seemed not to want to have any relationships with anyone in the town. One night we were bored and were just driving around, and we found their warehouse. It looked really suspicious. If I only knew then what we all know now, we would never have approached it. We had no idea how close to danger we were. We stupidly got out of the car to check it out. We were goofing around, making noise and just being dumb. When we got back in the car, a van pulled out of the facility and began to follow us. At first we were laughing it off, and I was taunting my friend who was driving by saying things like, "Hey, that van's following us." It stopped being a joke very quickly. When the van followed us no matter which way we turned, one of my friends in the car decided we should try to lose them by going through some twisting back roads. Roads that my friend and I were sure were only known to us. Dirt roads, shortcuts, etc. No matter where we went, that van followed us. We were being followed. My friend who was driving finally admitted it. The laughter had all faded away at this point. He was going well above the speed limit. The van was right behind us. It was not going to leave us alone. I could sense my friend's stress. He kept muttering curse words and scratching his head. I was desperately trying to think of any way that I could help. All I could offer was just try and shake him off for now. We decided we would try our best to go above the speed limit in a residential area in the hope that it would attract the attention of someone, anyone, preferably the cops. My friend was gunning it around the area. I recognized the neighborhood as we crested a hill. We then sped down. Fortunately, one of my friends lived in the area. There was a chance that we could shake them. The van disappeared momentarily, so we took our chance and we parked the car in front of somebody's house, turned off all of the lights, laid low, and cut the engine. We were too scared to even talk, let alone move. After a couple of seconds, something which sounded like a van sped past us. We waited for a while and we did not hear any other traffic on the road. We guessed that the coast was clear. My friend who was driving popped his head up and saw that the van was not in sight, and then we were off. I did not want to be alone that night, so I stayed at my friend's apartment. There was a lot of curtain twitching that night. We were jumping at the sound of cars passing below on the street. About a week later, I was watching the news. It was covering the Tokyo gas attacks, and I noticed a building which seemed familiar. It was one of the cult's warehouses. For all we knew, that is where the gas came from. Actually, the weird building on the TV was the warehouse in our town, the facility that we had gone to investigate, no mistake. Back in those days, mobile phones were not so common, so I can't imagine what might have happened if that van caught up to us, or if we got out to confront whoever was driving it. My friend who drove us that night was so stressed out for a fear of retribution from the cult. He sold his car. Of course, he told the auto dealer the situation before selling it. He found out later that the used car place ended up scrapping the car as more details about the cult became common knowledge. I posted this one time long ago, like around 2012, but hey, let's go for another round. Maybe no one here read it or remembers it. I heard this from my boss, who is the head of security at my workplace. I am just a mere audio technician. This happened in winter 1999 in my hometown. My boss is finishing his day and doing his last patrol in the building. It's around 10 p.m. Outside is so cold that you could believe that even hell might freeze at any moment. A bunch of old women have crowded this small, so-called cold hall between lobby and outer doors. Hometown is a small place at the shore of Bothnian Bay, so it gets really cold here sometimes. What in the tarnation? Move it, you guys. That's what my boss said. They replied that there is something out there. You gotta be kidding me. The boss sighs and squeezes through to go and investigate. You gotta be kidding me indeed. Boss told me that his freshly lit cigarette just fell off from his lips as he stared outside. There was something indeed outside. Something, and it was staring at this confused bunch through the thick glass doors. At this point, I asked my boss what it was, and shivers started to run through my spine. He replied that he didn't really know. He said it was the size of a large dog. He emphasized multiple times that it had the body of a seal. It moved on 4 legs, although the front legs were somewhat odd and lacked proper paws. It had the face of a seal with a really short snout. It had an almost human face somehow, with human-looking eyes. It was covered in shaggy but short hair. At this point, one of the ex-workers, dude was from Estonia, stopped the story and called it bullshit. The boss gave him a very stern look. The Estonian got almost scared from the look, and the boss continued. This creature kept circling around the front doors, and it gave looks to everyone. It looked sad. It was cold and windy, probably minus 32 degrees Celsius. It wanted inside, where it was warm. The boss crouched down to its level, and looked it straight in its eyes through the glass. The creature came up really closely and stared back. It reached its front legs against the glass. The paws started to open closely and presented these small little fingers. The boss kept looking the creature into its eyes and slowly rose up while maintaining eye contact with it. Slowly, the creature backed off from the glass doors. Boss told me that you could tell from the face of that creature that it was sad, disappointed, afraid as hell, and really anxious. The creature turned away and slowly started to jog towards the parking lot on 4 legs. In the middle of the parking lot it stopped and gave one last look back towards the warm sanctuary. Boss stopped for a few seconds and had that 1,000-yard stare for a moment. The creature rose up onto its hind legs, and then it started to run, like a human. It disappeared into the dark Arctic night. Boss, who is quite an old guy now, tells me that the sight might have been too much for him. He tells me that nightmares about that creature haunt him sometimes. The creature has been sighted a few times after that, but then it disappeared. Boss tells me he hopes it froze to death. No matter what your view is of the world, there is no place for such a freak of nature as that thing in the world. I will pardon my English and wish that my story was not that bad to read. I don't live here, but I had a pretty crazy experience in the Great Smoky Mountains on the Tennessee side near Gatlinburg. It was some town that was near Pigeon River. Someone in the area should totally go for a hike and check it out. I am solo camping because I have no friends who wanted to come with me. I show up to the campground. I am the only one here except for 2 small RVs and a guy who I'm pretty sure was just chilling in the back of his truck. I am the only one tenting as far as I can tell. I'm not really surprised by this though. It was the off season after all. The first night goes pretty decently. I slept pretty well, but I was woken up twice by some animal dicking around nearby. I'm not concerned though. I had no food near my campsite, and the animal did not sound too big. It was probably a raccoon. I wake up in the morning, and a park ranger tells me that there was a bear-like sighting nearby. I brush it off. The next night is where shit goes down. I wake up at around 2 a.m., and I really desperately had to pee. I grabbed the flashlight that I kept in my tent. I walked outside, and I headed towards the bathroom. My campsite was bordering some really deep woods, and was kind of pretty far away from the bathroom. I am walking towards the building, and I hear something rummaging a few sites down from me. I shine my flashlight over from where I could hear the rummaging, and I see something brown sitting near a tree. I think to myself, this is probably the bear that people saw and that I was warned about. This thing whips around to look at me. It had these huge red eyes, but I'm not sure if the color was because of the reflection or if the eyes were actually just pure red. This thing gets up, straight onto its hind legs, and starts running toward me on just 2 legs. I make a mad dash towards the bathroom, probably the fastest I have ever run in my entire life. I make it to the bathroom just about in time, as whatever the hell this thing was getting close. It looked to be about 5 to 5.5 feet tall. I lock the bathroom and go and sit in the stall. The creature would scratch at the door and make this growling sound. The best example I could give you would be like that low tiger growl. It keeps on scratching and growling for probably around an hour. Then I finally hear it wander off and give up. I stay in the bathroom for the rest of the night. I decide not to leave. I don't really want to risk it. I must have dozed off because before I knew it, a park ranger was banging on the door, asking why I was sleeping in there. I explained to him exactly what happened to me. The ranger gets real quiet, and asked me not to go around telling people about it. I left that day, a little bit earlier than I anticipated. I have no idea what that thing was, but if anyone is curious, it was somewhere near Pigeon River. That is all I remember about the area. I don't live in that area at all. I have not been back there since. This happened to me about 1.5 years ago. I've seen people share Russian stories here before, but I don't think they truly capture what Russia is like. Some of you will scoff, but it is a land of magic and demonic practices and energy, especially in the old days in very rural places. Everything was so isolated and less regulated, and there are still places like that to this day. I am old and moved out of Russia long ago, and I do not recommend anyone go back, especially not anywhere rural. I had to flee my village when I was young with my parents. I will do the green text. I am Russian guy. This happened to me quite a long time ago now, maybe in the 1980s. I used to live in a very small village in the remote parts of Russia. It was out in Yakutia, if you are familiar. Everyone knew everyone. The whole village was not really big, and I could literally walk a little bit and see everyone in this village. We all relied on each other to trade and fish and farm. The village was so tiny, we did not even have a school or a hospital. We had some people with basic medical knowledge, but we had to travel a few villages over to go to school. I was a teenager at the time this first started, maybe 13 years old or maybe 14 years old. It was a long time ago, so the memories are a little bit blurry. When I was not at school, my friends and I would spend time out in the woods around our village. The woods up here were massive. It was almost like the village was in a clearing, is how big the woods around were. That's how remote this place was. We would spend the days exploring through them and seeing what we could find. You could find all sorts of things buried and left behind, either by hunters or scavengers or workers, things lost by traders. Mushroom picking is also pretty popular in Yakutia, and lots grow out here in the summer. We have lots of folk tales and scary stories about our region. It was never anything that we paid any mind to though. It just seemed like a way to scare the kids and keep them in line as a kind of deterrent so that we would not wander out too far. One kid in the past year fell into a river and hit his head on a rock and got swept away. By the time they found him, he was already dead from blood loss and brain damage. I think he bled inside his brain. The stories range from anything about witches that lived in the woods and would put curses on you, to wild men who have the woods as their home and will kill you and eat anything that they come into contact with. Then you have your usual Russian tales about water spirits and other kinds of spirits. People have gone missing both in our village and other villages nearby. It's just chalked up to wild animals or people being stupid since the woods are so vast. In the past few weeks when this took place, we had a few livestock go missing from our villages, 2 chickens and even a cow. I think the fence was left open by accident, and not even a trace of them was ever found. Anyway, on this day, I am out exploring with me and 2 of our friends. They were Grisha and Slavan. We had been picking mushrooms, pulling off big sticks from trees, and fighting each other with them and running away. We went much further out than we ever had before. We passed the fast-running river and crossed it, and we were right on the edge of that section of the forest that leads to the next village over. As we were starting to approach where the next village was though, we noticed something really odd. It is starting to get really foggy in front of us, but I don't mean bits of fog here and there. The fog was literally confined to one single place, almost like a wall or a barrier. Like, it was totally enveloping a different area and you had to cross it. I instantly got a weird feeling looking at this and told the other 2 that we should walk around. But no matter how far we walked, we could not even find a slight gap in the fog. I swear, it literally was blocking off the entire village. I said that we should head back home since we had already gone too far, but Grisha was not having any of it. He said I was being a pussy and that he was gonna go, with or without me. Grisha looks at Slavan, but Slavan shakes his head, and so Grisha just sprints into the fog on his own. When he runs through it, he almost leaves an imprint in the fog for a few seconds, like in a cartoon. Like, we can see the outline of his body, like the fog was more like a cloud, or even a big wall of candy floss. And that was it. We shouted for Grisha to ask him to come back, and if he was playing a trick on us, but he never replied. We guessed he had just run all the way to the village. Slavan said he was gonna follow after him because he did not want to go home. I still had this feeling of dread and told him that we should stick together, but he ignored me. This time, when he entered, I could have sworn I heard something. I could have sworn I heard Grisha shout something, but once the outline of Slavan faded away, the sounds just cut off. I approached this fog wall and told myself I was just being silly. I reached my hand in and held it there. I held it there for maybe 30 seconds and told myself that I was being scared for no reason. And then, all of a sudden, I felt this burning pain shoot up my hand and through my arm. It feels like it is on fire, and I yank it back out. I start smacking it on the ground and rolling around, feeling like it was on fire. But there was no damage at all. It was just the worst pain I had ever felt. I decided to go back home. Once it hit nighttime, I could hear people gathered outside in the main square of the village. There was a pretty big commotion, and eventually, my mother came and got me from bed. She told me that I needed to come outside. Slavan and Grisha's parents were up on the wooden platform. The mothers looked to have been crying really hard. My mother explained that neither of the two boys had come home, and they were deathly worried. She asked me if I had seen them since I was out that day. I said that we all explored far into the woods, but that I was too scared to go with them to the next village. I said it was too foggy to see anything. Both the fathers and a couple of other men were armed with rifles and were preparing to go out searching. They did not want to leave it until light in case they were injured somewhere, either from a fall or from animals. I went back to sleep after they left and awoke to another commotion. Only one of the men came back. He looked traumatized. He had cuts all over his body and looked like he had just come back from a war. My mother tried to shield me away from the sight, but I wanted to know what happened to my friends. The men told me they had crossed the fog. They said it was blocking the river so they could not see past that area. He said he pressed his ear up close and he could hear some horrible sounds that frightened him. He said he could hear screaming like someone was burning alive. The men immediately rushed in, thinking the two young boys were in danger. The man followed them in, but only put his head inside. He could not even finish telling us what he saw. He just started crying and writhing on the ground like he was mentally afflicted. He was almost full on wailing while his wife cradled him and told us that something got the other men. My mother very quickly ushered me back inside after that. There was lots of talk in the village over the next few days about leaving. A few people packed up and left that very night. My father wanted to stay, and so did other people. They said they were determined to defend the community, no matter the threat. Many had been born here and were prepared to die here. That's the Yakutian way, stubborn to the end. I was not allowed to go out into the woods alone anymore. Trade became less. None of the remaining kids were allowed to travel to school. A few scavengers went there and around. They said that same fog was still there. They said it was much closer than the river. Said it was moving towards the village. They said it was weird because it was more like a wall than actual fog. They said it did not make sense with the weather, that it should have dissipated by now. No matter heavy rain or sunshine or snow, that fog just kept creeping in. One hunter told the village a weird story. No one believed it though. They thought it was another one of those campfire tales or folklore stories. He said he saw some weird animals wandering around those woods. He said he saw a deer with an extra eye, dogs with extra feet and legs. He said they died all the same, but that they looked mutated. He said that one day he saw something else in those woods. He saw it come directly from out of that fog. He said it crouched low to the ground and dragged its knuckles. He said it looked strong and muscular, but that something in his body told him to run away before he got a better look. The only other thing he said is that it looked to be a red or maroon in color. Again, we thought he was nuts and trying to scare us, which was an asshole thing to do, especially considering what had happened recently. Within a week, the fog had reached the trees bordering our village. Everyone in the village felt that same dread coming from it, but no one could explain why. That man who came back from the search, he has been acting really weird. His wife says he is not himself. He just stands and looks around outside. He apparently never goes to sleep. He is always itching at his skin until it becomes raw and bleeds. She says that he has not eaten a bite or had a single drop of water since he came back. He was a nervous wreck at first and always crying, but she says that after that, he just kinda clammed up, became emotionless like a robot, and now he has been talking about going back, about trying his best to avenge them and to make the village safe. She says he wants to get more people to go with him, and that she should too. She started to find him really creepy, so has been avoiding her house. This night, the fog is directly on the edge of the village. The fog is almost touching the little house that is on the very outskirts. That's the one that belongs to the man that came back. I could not sleep that night, so I stayed up and just watched. It was strange because I could almost see the fog starting to move. I could see it almost rippling like water would. I swear I saw silhouettes a few times too. As that night went on, the fog started to drift in until it was covering around half of the house. I snuck outside of my window. I wanted to get closer to find out what was happening. I wanted to know. As soon as I got within earshot, I could hear the sound of wood snapping in half and hitting the ground. I saw a light come on in the house, and the woman started shouting, saying they needed to go. I heard the man say no, that they should go in. After maybe another minute, I hear screaming, the screaming of a child. I think the fog was covering his room now. The whole village is now waking up and gathering around, going to offer help. But they see the fog and suddenly, no one wants to go inside. I can hear this faint growling sound coming from where the fog is, and after a couple of seconds, I hear this almighty crunch. It sounded like a bone just snapped in half. The woman screams, and I see the man walk into the fog, really casually, like he is just accepting it. The woman manages to flee outside of the window, and she rushes to other villagers. She is begging and pleading for help, and a couple of other men agree to go into the fog. I see the men running, and they start to enter this fog. The second one of the feet hit the fog, I hear another crunch and a snap, and the man screams and falls backwards, away from the fog. His entire foot is gone missing now. There is not even any blood. His foot is just gone, and where his trousers are ripped, the wound is just sealed over with skin. The other men did not dare to go in. The woman cried and screamed and begged and pleaded, but no one else would go in after seeing that. Most people gathered their things and left that night. No one understood, but we knew we had to leave. My parents took me out of Yakusha because of the stress. They could see that losing people was affecting me and thought I needed a fresh start. They ended up moving us to Novosibirsk as they thought city life would be better for me and a good change. None of us were used to it, but we adapted and forgot. Green text is hurting my hands, sorry. I don't know how many people stayed in the village, but I do not think it was that many. When I was a little bit older, probably 16, I went back to Yakusha with my parents. We have family that still live in some of the villages in the area, and we stopped and stayed there. The people in that village had heard rumors and stories, but dismissed them as just that. They had never seen anything strange firsthand, nothing like we described anyway. I ended up going back out that way on my own, while my parents were busy with other things. There was not any fog in sight anywhere. The entire village was just gone. It was just flat land, surrounded by woods. There was not a trace of any of the houses or the square or anything. There was nothing left behind by people. It was just completely empty. I eventually moved out of Russia and have not lived there in many years now. I am almost scared to go back. There are too many weird things in rural areas that I do not understand. I was no older than 14 when I first met Morgan Woodward. At first, we only saw each other occasionally, but before long, she was showing up at my house every evening. She would throw rocks at my window, fully aware my parents did not like her, and wait until I peeked out, smiling. To be honest, I never really enjoyed spending time with her. I don't think any of the neighborhood girls did. There was something strange about her, something in her eyes, a look that made it impossible to say no. I would avoid her at school, but it only took a few summer nights before sneaking out my window to meet her became second nature. She would stare at me in silence for a few seconds, then nod and start walking. "Come on, Emily," she would call over her shoulder if I lagged behind. "If you stay quiet like that, I am gonna rip your tongue out with pliers." Then she'd just laugh. We would run down the street, and at the first corner, she would pull out a pack of Marlboros. She always offered me one, and I always said no. Until one night, she finally made me smoke. Sometimes we'd drop by some guy's house because Morgan needed to borrow something. Other times, we would just sit behind some bushes while she smoked. But one night, she wanted to do something different. She leaned against the sun at the turnoff, lighting her cigarette. The flame lit up her face, and she flashed me that sly, snake-like grin. I recognized it. She had thought of something new. She pocketed the lighter, took a drag, and exhaled into the dark. "I love ghosts," she said. I must have looked surprised because she added, "They make me feel better. If ghosts are real, it means death is not the end." She looked right at me. "I know exactly where to find one." "Oh, come on," I said, turning toward my house. "You can make me do a lot of things, but you are not making me believe in ghosts." "It's okay to be scared, Emily." I stopped. She narrowed her eyes. She had that crooked smile still on her face. "There's this place on Magnolia, a really old house," she said, her grin fading. "The windows are all smashed, and the yard is totally overgrown. You know the one?" "Yeah," I said. "You know what they say about the guy who used to live here?" I took a breath. She grinned again. "Of course you do." She started walking and I followed along, slower than before. "The guy from the corner store told me the story," she said. "They found the guy dead with no wounds and no signs of illness. Just gone. Like he aged 100 years overnight. He was only 28 years old." We stopped at the next street. 2 boys biked past us and Morgan winked at them. Magnolia was just ahead. They found a Ouija board and other weird stuff in his house. Said he was a Satanist or something. She looked back at me. "You ever use a Ouija board, Emily?" I shook my head. "Didn't think so," she said with a grin. "Billy had one. We used it all the time. Not that he cared. He just wanted an excuse to invite me over." At the next turn, she pointed. There it is. A rotting 2-story house stood behind tall weeds. The paint was peeling away in strips. Morgan sped up and I had no choice but to follow. She stopped at the gate and looked at me. "You coming in?" I was like, "Morgan, it's late. I want to go home." She just responded, "Oh, come on. Try something new for once." I hesitated but then stepped forward. She reached through the gate and unlatched it. We pushed through the tall grass until we reached the porch. Morgan knocked on the door like she was teasing someone, glancing around with a giggle, and then suddenly went quiet. "I will let you do the honors," she said, nodding at the door. I just froze. She stared at me. "Don't tell me you're scared." I turned the handle. The door creaked open and moonlight spilled into the house. Morgan walked in ahead of me, with her arms wide. Spacious, isn't it? She crossed the living room. I followed along, hesitantly. She laughed. "Look at this web, Emily. What, you scared of spiders too?" That is when I saw it. "Morgan, look," I said, backing away a step. "What, did you pee yourself?" I raised my hand and pointed. She followed my gaze. There, in the wall, was a deep imprint shaped exactly like a human body. We stood in silence. Then Morgan chuckled and stepped closer. "You know, Emily," she said, "there is something I forgot to mention." She stood in front of the recess. "This isn't a ghost house, it's a demon's, and do you know what demons do?" I didn't answer. "They live in the walls," she said softly, "and they wait for bad girls like us." She then turned and tried to fit herself into the imprint, and then they dragged them straight to hell. Then a sudden, deafening roar shook the house. Morgan screamed. The cavity in the wall shifted, molding itself perfectly to her body. I was frozen as I watched her being pulled in. "Emily, you stupid bitch, help me." She kicked and thrashed, but the wall wrapped tighter, like it was swallowing her whole. Her voice grew faint and then vanished. A new imprint appeared in the wall, perfectly matching Morgan's shape. "Man, I got this from Russian 4chan. They ripped off. They fucking ripped off the fucking Amigara fault. You fucking know, you Russian ripoffs." My neighbor told me this story about 20 years ago, not long before his death. He was an old grandfather, quite battered by life. He probably sensed his imminent death, which is why he decided to tell me this. One day, when I was still a schoolboy, I was returning home after evening classes. It was already dark outside, and I was somewhat surprised that he was sitting calmly near the entrance, although usually at this time, all the old men and women in our building had long since taken their places in front of the TV. "Hello, Ivan Alexandrovich," I greeted him, already walking up to the door of the house. There was no answer, and I, thinking he did not hear me because he was an old man with failing hearing, repeated myself. "Hello, Sasha, hello, sorry, I was just a little lost in thought." "Don't worry, it's nothing to worry about. What are you thinking about?" I was in a good mood, and I decided to keep up the conversation. "Yes, I was just remembering the old days, when I was still a child, like this." The old man stretched out his trembling palm, and tried to show me how tall he was as a kid, from the ground to his palm. "Sasha, do you have time? I would like to tell you something." I admit I was a little bit surprised. No, stories about the past performed by this old man are not at all uncommon, quite the opposite. But before, he had never asked permission to start talking, since he believed that a person of his age had a certain status and respect, and therefore, listening to his stories was an honor for everyone else. But that was not the point. Surprise quickly gave way to curiosity, and, sitting down next to him, I said that I was ready to listen to him. Know that I have never told this story to anyone. Everything that you are about to hear is the undeniable truth. I saw it with my own eyes, and I have never told anyone until now. These were the post-revolutionary years. It was winter outside, and since we had a crop failure, there was a terrible famine. The old man frowned and looked at me reproachfully. "You hardly know what hunger is these days. The situation back then is something you will never have to face." I saw people walking down the street falling face down in the snow, and other people passing by did not even notice. Everyone acted as if it was supposed to be like that. No one could help because they were all struggling too. But watching such scenes from the window of a grey, gloomy 5-story building where my father and I lived was terrifying. My father was an employee for the Russian secret police, the Cheka, so there was always food in our house. My father was often away at work, always either on urgent business trips or on duty for days on end watching for criminals. I was about 10 years old, and my excessive curiosity, as one might expect, was not satisfied by my father's occupation. But one day, after much persuasion and requests, my father finally decided to take me along on a case. I don't remember what it was exactly. It seemed like an anonymous tip about an old man who was allegedly engaged in the propaganda of counter-revolutionary literature. His apartment had to be searched. The case seemed ordinary and did not pose a threat. Anyway, I persuaded my father to take me along. The old man, having finished his sentence, suddenly froze, staring at one point. He had a 1,000-yard stare. I tried to see what he was looking at, but soon realized that his gaze was fixed on nowhere at all. Yes. He, of course, did not want to take me, but I still managed to persuade him. And so, exactly at 6 in the morning, he woke me up and told me to get dressed. I thought then that this was one of the happiest days of my life. I felt such a huge interest in this responsible and serious work, and so we got into the car that had arrived. My father greeted his colleagues. While we were driving to the place, they were heatedly discussing something about the upcoming case. I remember little of that discussion. Half an hour later, we were there. My father told me to stay away and wait for the command to go in. The apartment that this man lived in was on the first floor. I remember standing at the very bottom, and my father and his employees went up to the landing and rang the doorbell. They did not want to open the door for a long time. Someone was shouting loudly. Soon, the door swung open. An elderly man of a very thin build, dressed in a shabby dressing gown, stood on the threshold of the entrance. They showed him their documents, and several employees entered the apartment. About 5 minutes later, my father appeared and said that I could also come and have a look. This man, his face seemed very strange to me. He made it seem like he was completely detached from reality. It was as if he did not care at all about what was going on around him. He had not said a word since it all started, but when he saw me, he came to life. Everyone was so busy searching the apartment that no one noticed that he was openly looking at me. Frankly, it was creepy. A little earlier, he had been seated at the kitchen table, chained to the radiator. Someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Keep an eye on him, kid. Just don't come close to him and let him touch you." I stood at the entrance, trying not to look at him, but I felt his seething gaze. I wanted to leave, but I had to obey my father. I was told to stay there, and I did. The panic did not want to subside, and I glanced sideways at the man. A thin stream of saliva was running from his slightly open mouth all the way to the floor, while he kept his crazy gaze on me. A creaking sound came from the next room. As I understood later, it was my father and the boys opening the door to the basement. Then, after a short silence, I heard my father ask where I was now. As soon as I answered, I was ordered to leave the kitchen immediately. I looked again at the old man living here and was dumbfounded. An unimaginable grimace, a complete lack of reason, wild hatred and anger. A mangled hand reached for my face, but it was a few centimeters short. I felt foul breath and saw worn, sharpened teeth. A shot brought me out of my stupor. It was my father who came into the kitchen and shot the detainee. Someone covered the body with a rag. Someone ran out into the entrance. I still did not understand what was happening around me. One thing was clear. My father had saved me from something. In this confusion, I was left to my own devices again. The sight of blood spreading from under the rag was not pleasant. I hurried to leave the kitchen. My heart was still beating like crazy. I went out into the hallway and slowly walked along it until my gaze was drawn to the open basement door. The old man fell silent, and his wide-open eyes looked as if he was reliving all of that horror from his distant childhood. He craned his neck and looked down into the darkness. It took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust. There were limbs and body parts, legs, arms, heads, guts and bones, and judging by the size, it all belonged to children. Baby parts were piled up, but that was nothing. Nothing compared to the little girl lying in the corner, still alive, but with missing legs and arms. Her body looked crookedly stitched up in places and with festering and bleeding stumps. If you still have not figured it out, I will explain. The person who lived in that apartment was a real cannibal. To escape hunger, he stole children to eat them, and he did not like frozen meat. That is why he ate a small child, leaving them alive, all while he slowly ate them across the days and weeks. The girl, by the way, died soon after. I asked how he could possibly know such intricate details about what happened. I stuttered completely when I asked him because the story had shocked me so much and I was barely able to process it all. When more people arrived, my father said that he would take me home now, but I managed to pocket the notebook lying on the table in this apartment. I wanted to keep it for myself for, well, it doesn't matter. I quietly grabbed it and shoved it underneath my clothes, taking it with me. And later, when I finally had time to see what it was, I took it. It turned out to be a cannibal's diary, in which he wrote down all his methods and techniques for kidnapping children, as well as ways of cooking and storing meat. This notebook, it's still lying with me. Do you want me to show you? I looked at the old man and shuddered in surprise. His eyes, shining like those of a child who passionately wanted to share some terrible secret, were fixed on me. And surprisingly even to myself, I really wanted to look at this notebook. He told me let's go, and that he would show me right now. He didn't even wait for my answer, he was just eager to show me. I heard a shouting suddenly coming from my window. It was my mother shouting. She was shouting and waiting for me to get home. I asked the old man to excuse me, and that I had to get home because my mother was calling. I asked if he would show me tomorrow. I was burning with curiosity and really did not want to wait. I was sad I could not see it right now. Of course, Sasha, of course, come by tomorrow. He sat back down and I rushed straight home. The next day, I waited for the long-awaited addition to the story I had heard and was simply burning with curiosity. I was walking home from school at a fast pace, and then, already approaching my entrance, I slowed down. There was a crowd of people at the intercom door. A police car was parked nearby. In the crowd, I saw people with cameras and microphones. Sasha, Sasha, come over here. A familiar voice rang out and I saw my mother. Come here. What happened? I asked, approaching. Ivan Alexandrovich died this morning, Mom answered. But there was something wrong in her voice. She sounded like she was shaken or disturbed by something. There were press at the scene and there was crime tape pulled everywhere. There was a reporter near us being filmed for TV for some city program, and I listened to him as he spoke. And right now, we are near the house where this morning, in the apartment of a deceased pensioner, many human remains and limbs were found. The examination has already established that all body parts belong to children from 5 to 12 years old. City cannibal. This is what they are now calling the deceased old man, although the fact of eating human flesh has not yet been established. A diary was found in the apartment in which the pensioner wrote down all his actions in detail. Police Captain Yuri Kravchenko will tell us more about this. The police officer shuffled over and began to speak to the camera. Today, at 9:30, the body of Ivan Alexandrovich Kurbatov was found. According to preliminary estimates, death was caused by a heart attack. The members of the medical examination team who arrived at the scene smelled an odor coming from the basement, where severed limbs and parts of human bodies were found. A diary kept by the suspect was also found. In it, he describes in detail how he lures children into his apartment for further reprisals. He mentions how he befriends them over many years and lures them in with stories before finally acting when their guard is down. And we remind you about the precautionary measures and educational work that must be carried out with your children. Namely, I did not listen any further, but just looked up at my mother again. She was still looking at me. Sasha, I was the one who discovered the body. I went down to ask for salt. I knocked, but the door was open. I went in and looked, and he was on the floor. His dentures were lying next to him, and his mouth was open. I looked closely, and his teeth were sharp, as if he had sharpened them with a file. I'm not gonna lie, that story tried too hard. If it ended with just the old man's story, would have been fine. But there had to be a twist. There's always a twist. I used to work for the FBI for a number of years, before eventually being moved into another program in the Bureau. I specifically worked in the Behavioral Analysis Unit before being reassigned to this project. I had been around for a while, and I was trusted, I suppose. I had to sign an NDA before I could begin any kind of work, and the way they explained the work to me was odd to say the least. I was told I would be working in a limited access acquisition program, which sounds overly complicated on purpose to obfuscate things, I assume. I was to accompany another agent and sit in on some interviews with an asset that had been brought in off of the street. I was there to make notes and analyze his behavior, and then liaise with the agent who I was accompanying, and with other relevant departments. Most of the information about my exact role I learned on the fly over the course of a few weeks. I don't know who this guy was or where he came from, and if he was perhaps involved in something else, but it was the strangest thing I ever dealt with in my time there. I turn up on the first day, and the agent I was accompanying, who I will refer to as C from now on, was holed up in some underground detention center, in a state I will not be naming. It is not a facility that is on public record, and even I had no idea about the place until that very day. The asset, as he was called, was already waiting inside this tiny-ass room. He was handcuffed to a metal table that was bolted to the floor. C led the way, and we entered the room and took a seat. I brought out the recorder that we've been using and recited an intro for the purposes of the tape, etc., and C took it from there. There was a camera high in the corner of the room, and we were being monitored by a couple of guys outside too. If I'm being honest, I was not fully sure why I was needed at this point, but I was not going to complain. So this asset, he was just a regular ass looking dude. When I review his file, it said that he was a substitute teacher for a number of years and was in his late 40s. His medical records said that he was diagnosed with cancer in his thyroid. There were details of some initial treatment for around a week or so, but after that, he just stopped showing up. No record of any other employment, no record of any current residence, and no family members available to contact. From the off, this guy seemed strange. C informed me beforehand that he was picked up in the state of Ohio after he called in 3 separate anonymous tips for the FBI's hotline. He was caught on CCTV cameras in 3 different locations in Columbus. Twice he made a call on separate payphones, and the final time he used what we can only assume was his personal cell phone. He was questioned and detained originally at CO2 Park, where he was loitering at the entrance. These were not just any tip-offs that he called in either. He had prior knowledge of a shooting that was set to occur in a different city, and knowledge of a bomb planted in a car. All 3 tips were almost 100% precise, save for a few minor details here and there. For the courthouse, he knew the names of the people and the type of bomb and how to defuse it, but specified the wrong floor. For the car bomb, he knew the exact registration number of the vehicle, but incorrectly identified the color of the vehicle. When his cell phone was traced, he did not try to flee, and was happy to come along with the agents at the scene who apprehended him. I read the transcript of the body cam footage myself. He wasn't surprised to see them. He said verbatim, "I didn't think you would find me for another 24 hours. At first, they figured he was some kind of nutjob who was involved in the crimes, but a lack of evidence, along with a couple of other developments that I was unaware of until much later, brought him here. He had no weapons on him or any contraband when he was brought in. The arresting officer was really nervy when he gave his report. Said the guy started talking about his daughter's asthma, when there was no way he could have ever known about it. The guy was polite and smiled, and he kept bringing up these random mundane things, almost as if to show off. He asked if the agent in the hallway with the bad knee had taken his medication that morning. I had not told him there was anyone in the hallway. I had not told him anything. Agent C asked how he knew about the events that he called in, and he was being a cryptic asshole. He said they just arrive. C asked how long these visions had been arriving, and he told us that he did not know or remember, that he just woke up one day and was like that. He told us that he could not remember the past few years in any detail, that it was just kind of a fuzzy gray, and that after his cancer diagnosis, it felt like he was on autopilot. C stepped out and made a phone call. When he came back inside, he asked me to step outside. The subject was moved to a different part of the facility, and I saw a lot of tests being conducted on him. Physical examinations, psychiatric evaluations, studies of brain synapses. None of it was under the orders of C. We had a group of men arrive that afternoon, but only one of them had a badge. C assured me that he was from the CIA and that we would be taking a back seat and just monitoring from this point forward. That C would still be conducting the interviews for continuity's sake, but that we were to follow a provided script as much as possible. I was never told anything directly about why we were liaising with the CIA on this case, or how much they knew about the subject. Your guess is as good as mine, although I've come up with a lot of theories over the years. We asked him to give us something, anything at all, and he obliged. He gave us information for a few days in advance about an armed robbery that would happen in Des Moines. He told us that a man wearing a green jacket would be robbing a local grocery store. The subject was apparently a nervous kid who would fail to shoot anyone. So, the asset was put under observation, and police officers were staged in the area and ready to intervene. How this process happened and what exactly they were told, I had no idea. Thankfully, it was not my job to handle any of those logistics or moving parts. I mean, imagine telling an officer that they had to be prepared for a robbery on the prediction of some crazy person. His prediction only half came to pass. At around 7 a.m. that morning, a grocery store was indeed robbed in Des Moines, and the subject was apprehended. There were actually two perpetrators. There was that kid that the asset predicted, but he also had a partner who was hiding out and waiting. The kid got nervous and accidentally discharged a round from his Glock into the ceiling. His partner, however, managed to shoot a responding officer in the leg before being wounded himself and apprehended. The officer received medical treatment and thankfully had no lasting injuries. When we sat him down and told him about this, he seemed worried is the word I would use. C asked why he got it wrong, and the subject became actively frightened. He started panicking, apologizing profusely, almost screaming that he tried his best, and he started pulling on his handcuffs with all of his might. He eventually got out of his chair and dug down under the small metal table. He just climbed up and would not respond to anyone for a couple of hours after that. He reverted to an almost childlike state and started talking in this kid voice. It was the most bizarre thing I had ever dealt with in all of my years, and again, I was not sure why I was assigned to this. I never got to go over any of the medical reports from his tests. I have no idea how his psych evaluation went, or how he performed in other psychological tests. These reports, as far as I know, went directly to the CIA officer who was now overseeing this case. I don't know whether or not C saw these, but if he did not share them with me. We were still pretty much strangers, so it's not unusual, even if we were colleagues. One thing that did strike me that I only saw that one time due to him cowering away on the floor was that he had this really distinct scar just above the back of his ear. It looked to have healed and scarred over a fair while ago, but it looked painful, like it was a deep cut. Over the next 48 hours or so, we were ordered by the CIA officer, I'm going to call him F from now on, to conduct a series of tests on him in a controlled environment. The idea was to feed him sealed envelopes containing hypothetical scenarios constructed by analysts, but he could not predict anything. The first time he tried this, he made something up, which we know because he admitted it. He told us that when he tried to look it was blank, and that he could not see anything. He just didn't want to get in trouble, were his exact words. After this, we shifted to active events using live feeds that had been set up for us around the country. We had a few remote areas set up in various small towns and such, with actors playing roles. He responded to this exceptionally well, although he still got details wrong here and there. I remember one of these, I was actively in the room with him along with C. C was feeding him information, while I just made notes. I basically had to note absolutely everything, even if it didn't seem important. Facial expressions, the way he spoke, what words he used, any tics or mannerisms, etc. C was telling him about an assailant, an actor in actuality, who was holding a woman at gunpoint. He was able to instruct the officer where he was looking, and his blind spots with good accuracy. The only thing he got wrong that time was the name of a street and the location of a statue. I took note of one thing at this point that had never happened before while I had been in the room. He started to have this headache, is what he told us. He said, and I quote, "It feels like someone is drilling directly into my brain, and I can hear it inside my ears." He started bleeding at this point too, but it was not anything major. Just a few specks of it were visible just outside his ear canal, and they pooled and dripped down. The medics who had performed his evaluations originally rushed in immediately and took him for more testing. I would only receive second-hand information from C about these. I guess these were things I was allowed to know. They swabbed him and drew blood from another part of his body and recorded vitals, and when they initially did this, his blood panels were normal. The next few days, however, they noted that his platelet counts were dropping and he was becoming weaker, is all they could say. He did not have any visible damage or lesions, and of course had nothing in his system since he had been detained for a while at this point. He became pale and seemed unable to stand on his own after a few days went by. He remained under observation for a few days and eventually was deemed fit to be tested again. Another test had been set up for him, involving a simulated live hostage situation. Interestingly, he never once let slip anything about knowing that these events were played out with actors. I don't mean actors as in movie stars either. I mean trained professionals, people with real combat skills, people on the payroll. Again, I have no idea how it was worked out logistically, but a bank in Phoenix was actually completely shut down for a day. No workers inside, no civilians allowed within the area, etc. It seemed crazy for something like this to be pulled off, for something that I still did not understand, and still do not really understand to this day. Anyway, 2 fake gunmen were positioned inside a small bank, and 6 civilians were being held at gunpoint. The scenario was this. The younger gunman was going to start an argument and attempt to flee. To stop this, the older gunman was going to shoot the wall directly to the right of one of the fake hostages, who would activate a blood pack. It wasn't perfect, but since he was not actually there in person, we figured he would not know. He only counted 5 civilians when he closed his eyes. He told us that they were arguing, but told us that the gunman was going to fire at a wall to scare the younger gunman. There was no way he could have known a detail like that. It had not even happened yet, and even I was not aware of half of the details until right before. He got the rest of the scenario mostly right, except he predicted that the 2 would scuffle before the older one fled, when in actuality, they never fought at all. The CIA officer seemed to be really frustrated whenever I would see him. He was puzzled as to why certain details were off. I made the mistake only once, of speaking without being asked, and made an offhand comment about him being a lucky lunatic, and he was not pleased. Let's just say I was not let off lightly. This one seemed to take even more out of the asset. The scenario was not even completed before he retched all over the floor and brought up his afternoon meal accompanied by bits of blood. He had a seizure after that point and began shaking so hard I thought the cuffs were going to be ripped away from the table. Medical had to sedate him, and he was unconscious for 16 hours straight after that point. It took longer for him to be discharged this time, if that's what you can call it. He looked really sickly. He looked like years of cancer treatment had all caught up to him, all in just a couple of days, despite him having no medical record of it. The veins in his eyes were really stressed, and he looked like he might pass out. He'd lost a lot of weight over the weeks and months that he had been here. He was barely keeping down food by the last week he was there. I tried to ask him about his memories on the last morning when I was waiting for C to arrive. He was in a private meeting with F, I believe, and I wasn't supposed to, but I figured any information I could get out of him would have people thanking me, right? He just couldn't remember. He told me he got treatment for a little while, but had no way to afford it on a teacher's salary. He said he gave up on it and started working any odd jobs his body could handle. He struggled to remember this part and told me it seemed almost dreamlike, like it actually didn't happen. He told me that he was offered some experimental treatment and an offer for a state-provided payment plan for his treatment if he volunteered for some trials. said they were working on some kind of experimental medication to help stifle the side effects from radiotherapy. He told me that after that, he just draws a blank, and before he knew it, he was living in Ohio and had been for as many years as he could remember. He told me he just suddenly had a breakdown and could not even remember where he worked. He couldn't remember any of his family, nothing like that at all. He was just alone there, scared and confused. We were given another scenario to play out with him that day. F wanted to try him in a real-life situation, which shocked me. I thought it was bonkers. I was still half convinced that this was all a stupid joke. It wasn't any use though. After we got around 5 minutes into the session, the subject all of a sudden just started clawing and scratching at his face while screaming. He started panicking real hard, started shaking. He had to be sedated because he was trying to fight anyone who came near him. He wouldn't listen to anyone. It's like the words just went right through him. He was screaming about how he didn't want to go back. And after that day, I never saw him ever again. The program was terminated that same day without so much as a debrief from the CIA officer, who, by the way, I also never saw again. I know that the subject was removed from the detention center, but I don't know where to, or why, or for what. I think I tried to ask C, and he said something about him receiving intensive care in a psychiatric institution, and that he was just a very mentally unwell man, but that we had to indulge in his delusions to make sure that he was not some kind of terrorist. I mean, he sounded convincing, but I don't know if I believe him when he said this. I was so caught up in everything, I never stopped to really question why we held him for so long, after it was clear that he wasn't a terrorist. Not once did I really stop to think and ask myself what I was doing. It was such a bizarre and strange scenario, and yet I just went along with it because people treated it so seriously and told me to treat it seriously too. And that is pretty much all I have for you. I'm sorry that I don't have any more information. I worked for the FBI for a few more years after that with no problems at all. I did not work with C again, or get a chance to talk to him about what we were doing after that initial conversation. I signed an NDA, and of course, did not want to lose my job or get into trouble, so I never mentioned it to anyone. I'm still unsure of why I was picked. It didn't seem like I really provided anything that someone else could not. But yeah, I just went back to my normal role in the behavioral analysis unit before moving on to start up my own small passion project while doing some other work on the side. I wish I could tell you more of what was going on. Okay, I've been meaning to tell X this for a while, but I just have not been bothered. And yes, I'm typing as I go, so screw you, be patient. About a month ago, my family and their partners, mine included, went on a houseboat trip. We live in South Australia, so we thought a trip up to the Murray River would be pretty nice. Not much happened for the first 2 nights. I found some nests/shelters in the bush, drank, and had a good time. The 3rd day/night is when shit got real. We had crossed over into Victoria and into some reservation or whatever. My mom, 2 sisters, girlfriend, and I were on the top deck of the boat, talking about random stuff and drinking. After a while, the others decided to head inside. I thought I may as well grab another beer while I was up there. As I was about to head downstairs, I heard what sounded like a young girl scream from across the other side of the river. It spooked me, but I just thought it might have been a fox or something. After a few minutes inside, my girlfriend decided it would be a good idea to go for a walk, seeing as we were fairly secluded from society and it was nice and peaceful. We ended up going about 1 kilometer inland. We stopped when we came across a fox's den. What I found weird was a perfectly good den that had been abandoned by its previous owners. Nevertheless, we pressed on. We made it to a dried up creek, which is when we smelt a disgusting stench of what I assume was dead rabbit, besides there being a lack of rabbit diggings. It was putrid, but growing up on a farm, it was sort of familiar. Anyway, I asked my GF if she smelt it too, and she said that she could. However, within moments of saying that, the smell disappeared. I got a little unnerved and decided that we should head back in case there were feral people around or feral animals or something. As we started heading back to the river, the smell returned, accompanied by the sound of what sounded like padded feet. I made sure that my GF was with me the whole time. I told her where to go. She does not have a very good sense of direction, and we ended up coming out a few hundred meters away from the houseboat. Also, we came across more of these nests. However, they looked like they had been torn apart by an angry kangaroo or emu. We got back to the boat a little spooked, but nothing too serious. Fast forward to that night, we were in bed and cuddling. It was about 3 a.m.-ish when I started hearing what sounded like a really messed up dog, almost like one that was dying. It was barking, which was some sort of relief, until I heard another and another. They were coming from all directions, mind you, and they were all getting closer. I thought maybe dingoes, maybe stray dogs. Then I heard one that was really close to the boat. However, it was coming from where my girlfriend and I came back from our walk, where we broke out of the scrub. Then the barks or calls or whatever changed to a more frantic sound. The other ones started getting closer. They would call out every few seconds, I assumed to get a reading on where the others were. I started getting really spooked, and so was my girlfriend. A few minutes later, the barking just stopped, but the last call was really close. Then something big and heavy climbed onto the houseboat. I felt the side lower into the water, if you know what I mean. Then slow and soft footsteps circled the outside decking of the boat, and something climbed the stairs and walked on the top deck. By this time, I had messaged my parents, who were in the next room, but no way was I making any noise or calling for them. At around 5 to 5:30, all of the noises had gone, and whatever was on the boat had left. But it did not end there. The next day, we started heading back down the river to the place where we started. We ended up stopping to do some fishing, and stayed the night where we first stayed. That evening, however, there was howling coming up from the river where we had recently been. My brother-in-laws decided to howl back. They were drunk, and whatever sort of dog it was responded. Again, we were in bed at around 12 a.m. I heard a commotion in the hallway and got up to see. My sister and my dad had gotten up and were searching the boat because my sister had heard footsteps from around her room, the outside part, but my parents thought it was just her imagination. TLDR, spooky creatures living in the Australian bush. I went to one of those abusive wilderness programs for troubled teens, the ones where you were backpacking through the Utah desert. While out there, we stayed one night near some Native American ruins. Before we settled into our camp, we went to go and look at them. We were told, like always, not to touch anything and to only look, and definitely do not take anything. The majority of us did just that. We looked around a bit while being respectful for maybe 15 minutes. Then we went back to our camp to finish doing what we needed to do. We were sleeping in a lined shelter that night, so we were all in a straight line, side by side. Because it was a lined shelter, both ends were just open to the darkness. Because we had one male staff and one female staff, both adults had to be on one end, with the female separating the rest of us from the male. This ended up leaving the kids on the other end, completely exposed. But anyways, the rest of the evening was uneventful, and we went to sleep like normal. In the middle of the night, I get woken up by the kid to my left, shaking me awake. She started telling me that they kept hearing something hitting our shelter. I'd been out there a decent amount of time at that point, and immediately told them that it was probably just an animal or the wind making a branch hit it or something. I told them to just ignore it and go back to sleep. She was super insistent that it could not be any of those things and begged me to stay up for a few minutes to hear what she was talking about. I agreed, under the condition that she would go back to sleep and leave me alone if I did not hear anything in 5 minutes. I don't even think it was a full minute after I said that before something hit against the side of our tent, right at my feet, very hard. It sounded like someone open palm slapped the side of our tent hard enough that we saw the tarp bow in under the pressure. We sat in complete silence, listening to whatever it was circling our shelter, and periodically slapping it in different places. It first slapped by my feet, then my staff's feet. Then it slapped by their heads and then by my head, before moving to slap above the heads of the kids who took the pottery before circling to slap at their feet. It just kept going around and around, and we started trying to figure out what to do. I told her to wake up the staff, and that was when she told me that she tried waking them up first before she woke me up. She told me that they told her just to go back to sleep and ignore it. We decided that the next best thing to do was to wake up the girl to my right and tell her what was going on. She stayed awake and heard the slapping that we were hearing, and then tried waking up our staff. She was telling them that we were not joking and that there could be someone in our camp. They did not take her seriously either, telling all of us to stop making things up and to let them sleep. At that response, the girl to my right said screw it, that if we were going to be killed by a madman, she would rather it happen in her sleep. Real of her, to be honest, and she rolled over and did just that. I didn't know what else to do, so I told the kid who woke me up that the girl to my right was probably onto something and that we should just try and sleep. While I was telling her this, her eyes shifted to where she was just looking past me over my shoulder, and she got this look that I will never, ever forget. This was before saying, "Anon, there's someone standing at the end of our tent." I swear to God, I nearly pissed my pants in that moment. I really did not want to look, but I knew I had to. So I turned around and saw the silhouette of a man standing just on the other side of the tree that the top line to our shelter was tied to. I remember the first kid asking me, "What do we do?" The only thing I could think of was to wake up everyone to my right and pull them all as tight as we could inside our shelter. So that's what we did. We all stayed up, packed together like sardines, listening to this thing circle our shelter for hours until we each fell asleep. It wasn't until the next morning that we found out that a couple of kids that had lagged behind in the ruins the day before took pieces of pottery and hid them in their sleeping bags. We immediately made them return them and apologize. We never had anything like that happen again after that. I'll be honest though, I don't know if it scares me more to think it was paranormal or that there was actually a real man in our camp that deep into a national park in the winter. When I was a child, my favorite cousin died. He disappeared while we were all at the beach, so everyone figured he may be drowned. His mom was hysterical. The worst part was, his body eventually washed up a few weeks later, and my aunt went to go see it. I don't know why. I sure as hell wouldn't. Anyway, in those weeks after he died, I used to accompany my mom to my aunt's, and we would bring her food and check on her. They would talk, and I would hang out with my dead cousin's little brother. We were just playing video games when all of a sudden, we both smelled seawater. I even asked him, "Do you smell that?" And his little brother told me, "Yeah, it smells like the beach." We turned around to find out where the smell was coming from, and I saw my dead cousin standing there for a second before he just disappeared right before my eyes. His little brother saw him too, and he ran to tell his mom while he was crying. She looked completely incredulous and almost sick. I remember that she looked me right in the eye and asked me, "Did you see him?" And I said yeah. She broke down crying, and my mom got pissed at me later for making up stories and upsetting my aunt. I've worked as a security guard for most of my life now. I've worked in all kinds of places. I've worked at hospitals, nightclubs, apartment blocks, and unfortunately even schools. When I got that job, I felt sick to my stomach that stuff like that was even necessary in my country, but that's a whole other topic that I don't really want to get into now. I'm not the kind of person to stay in one place or one job for too long. I like to float around, see the world if I can, and take on any new opportunities to keep myself sane. Security guard work is boring, so if you don't shake it up enough, you can easily drive yourself insane staring at the same four walls or the same sights every single night. Because other than that, you're relying on trouble starting for your entertainment, and no security guard worth his salt is ever wishing for trouble to come around. This was only around a couple of months ago now. I only lasted in this job for about a week. That's a new record and an insanely small amount of time, even for me. The reason for why I quit is a little bit hard to explain and even more unbelievable, so please just stick with me and do not judge until you've heard everything. It was a job at this office building. Now, the situation at this place was a little bit unorthodox, at least from my experience. You had your regular ass workday, which I didn't really work those shifts. Employees all have their own passes, and there is one certain doorway they can scan themselves in without any interference. This building, for some reason, is essentially open for 24 hours, and employees can come and go late at night or early in the morning and get extra stuff done or just whatever. What kind of office work they were doing in there? Now, that's another question entirely that I don't really know the answer to. As a security guard, I do my best not to pry, at least not so directly, and to come across as, reliable, the no questions asked kind of guy. Obviously, I pick things up here and there and I overhear things, but I never try to be so directly nosy. I know that different floors had different equipment. One floor had full-on labs, another had office cubicles, and one was even decked out with a 3D printer and things along those lines. Crazy stuff. All that to say, this was not a simple night shift. I could not just sit outside in a booth and put my feet up and watch for troublemakers. I had to routinely patrol each floor and make notes. The building had cameras to keep an eye on things that I could access from a security room inside. Every hour or so, I had to take a walk around the building and around each and every floor. Each floor had a sensor at the end, which I had to scan with a keycard to let the system know I had cleared that floor for that hour. If I didn't scan with the keycard, then I got an earful. Bit of an annoying system, but at least it was planned out, and I had definitely seen worse management. The first 2 days were pretty simple. I had a floor plan printed out that I carried with me to make navigation a little bit easier. I'm a quick learner, but even 2 days was not enough for me. I had gotten a couple of floors down, but the ones higher up were a little more complicated. Day 3 was probably when I started to notice that something was off, when I started to feel creeped out. I had left my flashlight in the security room as I had rushed out of there in a hurry. The lights are those energy saver bullshit ones that go off when no motion has been detected for a while, but then turn back on when you walk by them. The system let me know that motion had been detected in one of the office corridors, and as far as I knew, no one had scanned into the system that night. The place should have been fully empty. I saw the light flash on when watching the camera, and I saw something flit past the hallway. Very odd. I thought just maybe some interference with the camera, but I had to check it out, as per protocol. I started jogging to where I think I need to go, and absolutely none of these lights are turning on. I am feeling way too lazy to jog back for my flashlight, and think that any second now they will flick back on. I can still mostly see anyway, I just have to focus a little bit harder. I get to where the hallway is, or where it's supposed to be anyway. There isn't an opening. It's just 2 turns. Okay, maybe I did not have the floor plan memorized as well as I thought I had. I pull it out. I can't see it. Okay, that's fine. The security office is just one straight line, one left turn, and another straight line. Let me just run back really quickly. I run back down the hallway as quickly as I can. The lights are still not coming on, and where the hell is the left turn? There is just a wall there now. I'm putting my eyes pretty much on the floor plan, and I still cannot see shit. There is no way I had confused the way I just came in. It's literally a 1-minute jog. What is going on? I am now just taking whichever corridor I can that goes in the general direction of where the security room is. The lights have started to flicker a little. I am getting like 1 to 2 seconds of light at a time. It's really messing with my eyes. The floor plan is definitely different to what I'm seeing. I think I spent like 10 minutes doing this before I finally made it back to the security room with my eyes burning and a horrible headache. I think it was the flashing lights that really did it. I walk in there and just sit down. My damn flashlight is not where I left it. I searched top to bottom and I could not find it. Even though it's against policy, I got my phone from my little locker and used that as my flashlight for the rest of that night. Thankfully, nothing else strange happened that night. I tried to play it off as the power being a little bit funky, and the low light causing me to just be forgetful, I guess. I was still pretty new, so I chalked the layout changing to me just being overconfident. I was back in the next day, and that day was normal. Actually had a rush of people on a time crunch on a really important project. This meant that there were people on pretty much every floor for a lot of the night. I don't know if this had anything to do with the night being quiet. I agreed to be back in the next night as well, since that one was so easy, and my pockets were hurting a little, what with the tariffs and everything going on. The landlord had just put up my rent, and I did not really fancy living off of noodles like a student for the next week. So I think it's my 5th day here. I usually like to do long streaks of shifts before I have any time off. I'm not someone who is attached to having every weekend off. A little extra cash is fine by me. The night has started off pretty normal. I am doing my hourly patrols, checking the outside perimeter. It's a lot of walking around compared to any other security jobs I've done, but I enjoy the cardio and having a task to do, even if it is a little bit repetitive. It really helps to keep the boredom away. I think I had been there on shift for about 4 hours at this point, and I was just checking out the ground floor. The place has an elevator, but I don't think anyone really uses it. I open it up. Everything seems all good. I press the button. It takes absolutely forever to open back up. I was scared for a second that I was going to get stuck in there and have to call my boss. I step out of the elevator and walk down another corridor. I walk into the stairwell to check the next floor up. Why is there a set of stairs leading downwards now? I swear they were never there before. There is no basement on the floor plan. I think maybe it's for supplies and storage, and this floor plan is maybe out of date. But I have walked up and down this stairwell the last 5 days, and not once have I noticed this extra set of stairs. That's not the kind of thing you just erase from your memory. I say screw it. If it's there, then it's my job to check it, right? So I walk down it. The stairs seem to go on for a lot longer than any other floors, at least twice as long. The air feels almost thick down here, like there is something hanging in the air. Like when you cook a dinner that has a lot of spices, or if you go to a country where it's really humid, it almost slaps me in the face. There is a smell too, but I can't really tell what it is at first. Maybe gasoline, but it is nowhere near as strong. I am finally coming down to the bottom of the stairwell. I step out onto the floor and off of the last step. Boom. I just get this big flash of pure white in my vision. I can feel my skin getting so much hotter. I can feel sweat pouring off of me, but I cannot see anything. My body is so itchy from the humidity. I go to itch on my neck, and I can feel the skin peel and flake off as I do, like when you get sunburn and your top layer of skin just peels. I keep itching. I cannot stop myself, and I feel more and more of my skin start to come off. I have to grab my hand with my other one just to stop myself. I am trying my best to walk or back up and go back up the stairs, but I cannot feel myself moving anywhere. I feel my body become much lighter. It almost feels like I'm floating in the air. I have never felt so strange in my life. It feels like my body has risen up to the ceiling and is just bobbing up and down. I feel like I'm a helium balloon. I have no feeling in my legs or arms anymore, and I am just floating. I am completely weightless. I actually feel like I am not inside my own body anymore. And then I feel my body start to expand. I feel myself staying in the same place in the air, but widening and taking up much more room. I feel my chest and my stomach start to ache as I expand more and more, and just as it feels like I'm about to rip in half, the pure white in my vision fades away in a split second. I am in the ground floor stairwell, staring at a concrete wall. There is no staircase leading down. I am sweating buckets, and I can feel myself shaking. The rest of that shift was absolutely horrible. I felt so hot and sweaty the entire time, and my legs felt like jelly trying to do my hourly patrols. I actually called in sick the next day because I felt like I had come down with the flu or something. My boss was pretty understanding, but badgered me to come in again the next day, which would be my 7th day having the job. I tried to be like, I don't know if I will be well enough, but I eventually gave in. Money is money, and I had decided that the flu or whatever sickness I had made me just see things, imagine things, hallucinate things. That, along with the isolation. I mean, a lot of the corridors and rooms blended in together. So, I am back in on day 7. This is the last day I ever worked there. From hour 1, no, from minute 1, shit was weird. The second I stepped into that building, the temperature felt way hotter than usual. I had this tingling feeling running up my spine. I do my first hourly patrol with the floor plan glued to my face. I am on floor 3 with the labs. There is a new corridor where one should not be. It's right at the end of the one I am on, like someone just copied and pasted it and doubled the length. It should not even be possible. The building is not wide enough for this corridor to be physically possible. And where this corridor starts, I can see something shimmering. Like, there is a shimmering of the air and just the space around where the threshold is. Like when water ripples and moves. I have a new flashlight. I have my phone to call for help. I say screw it, I am going to take a look. The second I step through the part that is shimmering, the look of the corridor and everything changes completely. Whereas before it looked like a copy and paste, everything now looks old and musty and ruined. The carpet has these brown stains running down the length of it. The lights are this putrid yellow that are always on and much dimmer. There are trash cans tipped over and old yellow bits of paper all over the floor. It smells exactly like you would expect from the stains on the carpet. Like human shit. I am just very cautiously inching down this corridor with this horrible feeling of dread in my body, and I see that flit at the end of the corridor again. That same black, shadowy flit I saw on the camera the first day that I saw weird stuff. It goes past and then back, and then stops dead center in front of my vision at the end of the corridor. It's pure, shadowy black, but I can make out this outline, the outline of a person. Every single body part, every single feature is pure black. It just stands there and seems to be staring at me. This goes on for around a minute, before the thing ever so slowly starts to raise its arm. I start to panic at this point, worrying about what it's going to do. But once the arm is fully outstretched, the thing just unfurls a finger and points behind me. I instantly get chills. The last thing that I want to do at this second is look behind me. Then this thing puts down its hand and walks off to the left. I started running to try and chase this thing down and catch it. I can't let intruders just skulk about. I know I'm an idiot and should have realized what was up at this point, but the human mind is stubborn. We are built to look for the most logical and rational explanation, even if something crazy is happening. It takes longer than I expect for me to get to the end of the hall, but when I do, I am met with only a stone wall. There is no turn anymore. There is no left turn for me to follow this thing. I turn back around and my stomach drops. The hallway now looks to be less than half the size it was before. I sprint back to the top of the hallway where I came in from, and it's now another solid concrete wall. There is no way out at the top or at the bottom. I have my hands pressed against this wall as I am catching my breath, and I notice something. I notice that my hands are slipping and are being pushed, ever so slightly. This wall is closing in. I can feel that this wall is moving. This sends me into a frenzy. I start trying to open the doors to all of these rooms. I open the first one. There is not an entrance. It's just another solid concrete wall behind the door. I turn to the door on the opposite side and do the same again. I get the exact same result. Every single one of these doors leads to nothing. By the time I turn around again, the wall is much closer now. I am now basically in a tiny little box. I just collapse in a heap at the solid wall where the shadow figure disappeared. I think I spent around 30 minutes just sat there with my head cradled in my legs, sweating and sobbing and panting for breath. That's about how long it took until the wall was right up against my face. I could immediately feel the pressure. I felt the vice grip that my head was in. I felt the pressure build up more and more. My head hurt. I could have sworn I saw blood pouring out of my ears. I was basically giving myself a hug at this point. That is how cramped my arms and my body was. I look up to the ceiling, which is about a foot or two above my head. I feel like my head is about to burst. I feel the pressure in my eyes. My nose is closed up and I cannot breathe. And then I see the ceiling start to shimmer, just as I had seen the entrance to this corridor shimmer before. I see it ripple and warp before I start to see the solid black color forming. I see a hand penetrate the ceiling. I see this all-black figure pull itself through the ceiling and is phased through. It looks at me for a second and reaches a hand down to me. I did not even take a second to think. I felt one of my bones crack as I tried my best to untangle my arm and shoot it up. I made contact and gripped on for dear life. The second that I did, everything just went white again. I felt that weightlessness again, like when I went down the stairs to the basement. And that's all I felt for I don't even know how long, just pure weightlessness and that white in my vision. When I could finally see again, I was lying on the floor at the entrance to that copy and pasted old corridor. Only now it was a solid concrete wall and there was no corridor. I had missed calls on my phone. It had been about an hour since I entered it. My boss was pissed that I had not scanned my card and completed my hourly patrol. I told him I was sorry and was still feeling under the weather, and he just started ripping into me. Started telling me I did not know just how good I had it. I kinda snapped and was like, yeah, screw this, I am way too sick for this shit. I quit right there on the spot. I hate to burn a bridge in this industry since so many people know each other, but I had to do it just for my own sanity. To this day, I have no idea if there was something seriously wrong with that building, or my brain is just all types of messed up. I am a security guard. I was 23 years old when this happened. I was fresh out of college working a dead-end job as a security guard in an office building in Bloomington, Minnesota. For those interested, it is the Southgate building at 5001 American Boulevard W. I worked the night shift more often than not, which ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Most nights I would come in, and the restaurant attached to the building would be wrapping up their night, and maybe a few office people throughout the building working super late for whatever reason. My only real task was to do 3 rounds per night and lock the building down. They kept track of you using something called a deggy wand to make sure that you actually did the rounds by touching it to little metal receivers throughout the building. You could do 3 in a row for all they cared, but I usually spaced mine out a bit. First at 10 p.m. right away, the second at midnight, and the third around 2 to 3 a.m. First round, 10 p.m. I go the usual route I always take. I hit the basement and the parking garage. I take the elevator to the top floor and then walk the floors. I walk 1 floor, take the stairs to the next level, and keep moving like that back and forth all the way down. I check every door to every office to see if it is locked. There is one person working late, an old lady psychologist that was wrapping up when I popped my head in. I saw her car in the parking garage earlier, so I knew that she was still there. Other than that, every single door was locked. Along the way, I locked every entrance except the garage door since the old lady was still there. I also locked every bathroom and utility closet since the cleaners had all finished up by now. I go down to the restaurant and eat some leftover stuff that they were going to toss and chill at the guard station. My second round, it is midnight. The restaurant workers are all gone, so I lock the only door linking the restaurant to the building. I do the exact same thing as before. The old lady's car is gone now, so I know she left. I lock the garage doors. When I get to her office, it is locked already. Good job, old lady. Every door along my entire route was locked. They have now been checked twice. I go back to the guard station and chill. Nobody is in this building. All the doors and access points are locked. I watch some YouTube on my phone and take a snooze. It's now my third round, 2:30 a.m. I am doing my round. All the doors are locked. I need to take a piss. While walking the third floor, I am almost done at this point. I decide to use the restroom. I am checking doorknobs as I go. Office, locked. Office, locked. Women's restroom, locked. Utility closet, locked. Men's restroom. Pull my keyring out and unlock it. I go inside, take a leak, wash my hands, and look at myself in the mirror. I remember smelling something odd, like sulfur, but I figure I'm an immense shitter, so who cares? I head back outside. As soon as I open the door, I notice shit all over the floor. Mops, brooms, cleaning supplies, buckets, etc. The door to the utility closet, the one I checked 3 times and just checked just a minute ago, is wide open. It's empty. Totally empty. Everything that was inside of it is all over the floor now. All the debris was still moving slightly, as if it had just finally hit the ground and come to a rest. Buckets rolling a little bit, etc. I never heard a sound, and the building was quiet as hell at this point. I just stood there for a minute, trying to figure out what I was saying before I got the creeps and just got the hell out of there. I went right back to the guard station and just sat there till the end of my shift. I decided that there were 3 possibilities and none of them were good. 1. I am losing my mind. 2. Some sort of paranormal thing just happened and I am the only one in this haunted ass building. Number 3. Somebody was inside the utility closet. I locked it, but it's not like I checked inside before I did so. And since most buildings are designed not to allow you to trap people in, besides prisons I guess, doorknobs generally are unlockable from the inside. A person could have been in there and burst out and took off. This option was also strange, because they would have had to hear me check the door on what would be my last round, but instead of going my usual path, I deviated and took a piss, so what were they waiting for? Anyways, not as climactic as one might hope, but it is a full accounting of a strange experience that I've had. Nobody ever mentioned shit laying all over the 3rd floor the next day. I never brought it up. I am a mobile security guard. I have a couple stories. I received an alarm call about a late to close, which means a system which is supposed to be armed was not armed on time. It was around midnight. I was directed to a school which I did not know existed. I pull up and all the windows are boarded up and there is no one around at all. The place looked raggedy and old, like some shitty school from Detroit. We used a smartphone to Google Maps our way to alarm calls, and I thought it was just giving me the wrong place. It was a strange contrast to the nice neighborhood it was in, right across the street, which was all blacked out. Before going in, I wanted to check out the area and make sure it is clear. There was a backpack that was rifled through, on top of a dumpster. A boarded up door with graffiti, probably from a neighbor. The graffiti read like this: "I know you damn kids are still in there making noise. I will call the cops next time, etc., etc." The graffiti about there still being children inside was spooky. I was in the Halloween X mindset. It felt like an alternate reality, with everything being old and locked up. There was only one entrance that was open. Going inside, shutting off the alarm, because they arm anyways. There was a radio playing somewhere. It was coming from a gymnasium, which was actually pretty small compared to other schools. The lights turned on when I walked in. The radio was playing Queen songs, pretty nice. The whole school was empty and dark, except for a few rooms which had lights on and janitor equipment. All the chairs and desks were all still there, usually stacked, but the computers were all still in place in the lab. It was like some places were prepared, and others just got up and left like that for years, who forgot to arm the system when they left. It's really lame, but going to unfamiliar places in the morning with no backup or weapon to an alarm should put you on edge a bit. My second shorter, shittier story. I received an alarm call about a motion alarm going off in another school at night, closer to Halloween I think. This one was active and had all sorts of nice decorations on the windows. The gates were closed, and I did not want to open it just to pull in the car, which would be pointless. I unlocked the main door, then shut off the alarm to have a look around. There was a cartoon ghost on the wall with a big message: "Who is hiding here?" It's intended to be festive and for children. To me it read like a message left behind by some insane guy laying a trap or something. The lights are all off, the hallways are dark. I was given a room number and now had to find it. Suddenly, I heard a toilet flush down the hallway. Was it an intruder taking a shit? I decided to rush in and maybe literally catch someone with their pants down, or maybe scare a janitor, which would be pretty funny. There was nothing. We also have to sign in when we're inside a school, our names and what purpose. What was weird is my boss attended the same alarm on the same date, but technically yesterday due to working nights or something. The end. I don't know what set it off. I don't know why it went off 2 days in a row and my boss had to come down here. Maybe it was some hanging decorations moved by the AC in a classroom. The only other thing is going to a shutdown for the night work building at 4 AM and encountering a strange man at the end of a hallway, being out there with no defense, 40 minutes away from police and ambulance. It was just another worker starting his day early before anyone else. A place like that could be spooky. Basically 2 giant hangar bays, pitch black by yourself. I have a story involving a night guard. This happened to me around 3 years ago. I had to go back to the office late at night because I'm an idiot and screwed up some work orders for the next day, so I had to fix them. I am done with the orders. I am walking down the main corridor that goes to the employees' parking lot. I am walking to my car when I heard a humming sound. Then, a loud pop, like if a giant balloon just exploded. Then some seconds of nothing. What the hell? Out of nowhere, something like a foghorn but amplified by 1000 goes off. I am so scared that I nearly pissed myself. I got inside the car. After 2 or 3 seconds, the sound stops. I am confused as hell. I saw a night guard running in my direction. He asked me what the hell that was and if I'm okay. I'm like, yeah, thanks, but I don't know what that was. Nothing like that has happened to me before. He asked me if I can drive and stuff like that. I tell him I'm okay. I noped out of there. To this day, I still don't know what happened, but someone told me that it might be related to some atmospheric anomalies or something like that. Something like the one that causes the trumpets in the sky. This one happened not long ago. I am broke, so I am living with my parents. I have night terrors, sleep paralysis, and generally just bad sleep, which is inherited from my dad. I'm having a dream one night. Everything is dark. I can just barely see a door in the blackness. I approach the door and feel it with my hand in the dark. I locate the handle. It is lightly moving up and down, as if someone on the other side was playing with it. I carefully try to see if the door is unlocked. The handle suddenly fully lowers and the door abruptly opens. In a flash, some unseen person or entity encroaches on me and stabs me in the ribcage. I feel this immense dread and pain. I wake up sweating with my heart pounding. It's just a dream, I think, so I calm down in a few minutes and go back to sleep again. I don't think about it for some days. A week passes and I'm having lunch with my mom. She has a TV on in the background. There is the news playing. It's talking about some home invasion. My mom cheerfully says that reminds her of something. She asks me if I heard my dad make noises the other night. I say no. Apparently, he woke up from a nightmare while repeatedly screaming something. She says he probably thought that there was someone in the house. She laughs, finding it a little bit silly. I ask how long ago it happened. She said it happened about a week ago, the same night as my dream happened. I asked her what he was saying exactly. I was really curious at this point. She says that she doesn't really remember. She thinks it was something like, "Don't open the door, don't open the door." My face went. I have noticed certain patterns with my dad's night terrors and my own, as if they came in waves for both of us at the same time, and had like certain patterns to them, and kind of followed the same theme, sometimes outright being similar. None of them were ever as obvious as this one though. Not an extremely scary story for this board, but it sent shivers down my spine when my mom sat me down and told me all about this. I never asked my father about it though. I think I probably should at some point. I don't think this website has many eyes on it anymore, and especially not on this board. I feel sick. I've kept this in for years and I can't keep it in anymore, even if I end up facing the consequences. I tried to find God, and I guess the first step towards forgiveness is admitting what I saw, and what I didn't even try to stop. I used to work as a sort of security guard, I guess you could call it. I worked for a pretty prestigious company, and we would often be contacted by various clients around the world, but mostly in the United States. The clients we work for are usually big names. That's not to say we didn't work smaller jobs or low-end cases, because we did, very often. These high-end cases were usually a big event. You wanted to be picked for these. You wanted to be the guy they could trust, because they paid better than you could ever even imagine. I eventually became that guy after racking up around 15 years working for my company, and becoming pretty good friends with my boss. Now, my boss is not the boss. There's a couple of levels to it, and there is more than one department. We are not just a security company. In addition to security, we are also hired to make things happen, I guess you could say. Clients want a building hired out and set up that same afternoon. We are on it. The client needs something provided for an event in a few short hours. We will do our best to provide it. I was not involved in that side of things, so I'm not exactly sure how it worked, but I know it involved planning security measures and planning travel routes and accommodation for large groups of people, in addition to the things I already described. I say I was a security guard. In reality, you are whatever the hell the clients tell you to be, and you suck it up and play nice if you want to keep your damn job. Security is more like an afterthought, a secondary objective, if you will. Objective numero uno is keeping the client happy and fulfilling their every wish. There is a lot I've had to do that I haven't been comfortable with, but up until this point, I'd never done anything strictly illegal or that would keep me up at night, but that is because I was not really trusted with these events before this. This wasn't the last horrible thing I was involved with, but it's the one that I think about the most. We of course have to sign countless NDAs, but I'm committed to seeing this through. I was assigned to this event that was taking place in California. I won't tell you exactly where, but I'm sure you can piece it together. It was a mix between an auction and a dinner party, and I was supposed to be working out front and making sure that no one undesirable caught wind of anything or were hanging around nearby. There was this building that was pretty old and was scheduled for either demolition or a complete remodeling in a couple of months, but this was not public knowledge at this point. This fact made it very desirable, as it was not really in use at this point, and let's just say that there will be no evidence of a gathering left behind. You're probably asking, why not just use some far-off facility or bunker or house and have this gathering there? Well, I can only tell you what I have inferred and been told directly, and from my understanding, they like to do things in busy areas. They like to have their gatherings in plain sight, where anyone can walk past the front of the building and yet not know what they are doing inside. What they gain from that is anyone's guess. Anyway, so this building was rented out not even a full 24 hours before. A few of us went down in person and plopped down money in cash and handed over a note. From there, we didn't really need to do much else. We'd never had any kind of resistance or been declined from that point. Everyone got cleared out and we got the keys. Money was no object for renting these places out. We might sometimes be asked for more, but even that was a rarity. We usually always took more than enough for the owners of the building to be satisfied at the payout. Sometimes they asked for more than a note, and we would gladly oblige. Anything from badges that we were given, to other documents, or even sometimes just a phrase. I'm sorry that I cannot be any more specific than that. I didn't really remember them a lot of the time afterwards anyway. The badge would just be an insignia or something else. Everyone present in the building at the time would also have to sign an NDA as per client request, but no one ever had a problem with it. Bosses and such already knew the deal a little bit beforehand, but we had to be sent to do some extra legwork, and plus, I think they liked to make a show of it. One time, a client even turned up early and told me how he enjoyed watching a crowd of people clear out of a building and being forced to drop everything at his behest. Anyway, so I was preparing for a long night ahead of standing outside and herding away stray homeless people trying to squat somewhere for free or where they could get high. I did a lot of scouting of the local area and looking at maps and checking out hotspots, etc. I had to make sure that no one tried anything funny or to get around the back. I also had to make sure that no one could see any of the guests enter the building without their permission. Now, aside from the homeless people, law enforcement can actually be a pretty big annoyance. Just the idiot beat cops looking to appear tougher than they are. It's usually scheduled ahead of time with the local police department so that officers know not to mess around near where the guests will be, but on some occasions, like today, it's a last-minute affair. I'm going to come across as some kind of a Timmy Tough Knuckles, but we have had to deal with police before. Only one time for me personally. It was a pair of idiots who were up our asses asking for paperwork and IDs and trying to get inside the building. We checked with the client and showed them what we had to, but it was not enough for them. so the client told us to escort them inside, and so we did. And what happened was not pleasant, not at all. The client came down personally, and when they saw him they shit their pants and started practically worshipping him on their hands and knees. He said some things I didn't really understand, and asked why their superiors did not inform them, etc., and they started rattling off any excuse and sucking up to him. The client told them to apologize to me and a few other guards, which they did, and then he told us to beat them. We stood there shocked, and the officers had such a frightened expression on their faces. I froze for only a couple of seconds before I was being screamed at, and before I knew it, I was just wailing on the guy. So was everyone else. Kicks and punches until the guys were messed up. I think the thing that scared me the most was that they never even tried to fight back or make a run for it. They just stayed down on their knees and took the beating, and they even thanked the client after it was over. The strangest thing I've ever seen. Back on topic now. I remember I did get one heads up from my boss, which was really unusual and stuck out in my mind. He told me not to panic if people looked different. I thought he was joking. I actually laughed when he said it. Figured maybe he just meant weird outfits, or maybe facial scars or body modifications. Maybe a strange birthmark that someone is sensitive about. I'd seen it all at this point anyway. So everyone was in place. We had a few guys inside and outside, in addition to the personal staff that the guests had brought along with them. The place was good and secure, and I think I sat tight for around 4 hours doing nothing but staring into the distance before anyone arrived. It was boring as shit, but is not uncommon. After this time had passed, and the guests had filtered in through a different entrance, a man in a really expensive looking suit came out from the front doors and tapped me on my shoulder. He was not one of ours, so he must have been one of theirs. He just told me I had been chosen for tonight and would receive a special honor. He told me to follow him, and he turned and walked off without even waiting for me. Once I knew the guy was not looking, I made a face to the other guard who was outside, alongside me, as if to say, "Huh, enjoy standing outside doing nothing, idiot." He led me through the building without saying a word, which suited me fine. I'm not exactly the silent type, but I know how to shut up when needed. We walked down this long hallway, and once we got to this section with multiple doors leading into the same long room, he turned around, stopped me, and started patting me down. Full pat down. He even squeezed my balls and shit. After that, he asked me for my ID and I obliged. These people who work directly for the clients, we are always under strict orders to treat them as a mouthpiece, essentially. Anything they tell us to do, it's like it came from the client's mouth directly. Treat them the same way that you would treat a client, and so I did not say a word and complied with everything. After all of this, he started walking off again, and I followed him even further. We ended up in a part of the building I did not even know existed. Down some stairs, way down to a part that I did not know was even on the schematics. We got to another long hall, similar to the first one up top, but a lot colder. The stairs that we went down were winding and incredibly narrow, made of stone and looked really ancient. But once we got down them, everything looked pristine and with hardwood floors and luxurious carpets. There were lots of decorations on the walls, which did not at all fit the upstairs of the building. Lots of bits of weird clothing that looked cultural. Long robes, weird masks, things that I can only describe as artifacts, displayed on podiums and on walls. As with everything else, they looked rare and expensive. This guy gave me a change of clothes, basically identical to what he was wearing. He told me to strip naked right there in the hall, where a few workers were standing outside. I felt awkward, but I did it anyway. Then I was handed a mask and told to put it on. It was suffocating, but it fit right against my face. It wasn't some cheap thing made of plastic. Maybe brass? It smelled like brass. It was some kind of Norse-looking thing. I only know because it had what looked like runes etched into it, and the mask was some kind of a wolf, which I don't remember the mythology name of. He told me that it was part of the costume, as he put it. He told me that I was being given a very special honor, and that I was being chosen as a witness, whatever that meant, and that very few outside the circle are ever chosen. Someone in the room, One of the guests apparently saw me and wanted me, and so here I was. I was given a very long list of rules and a huge rundown, but it's too much to type and remember. The biggest rule stressed to me was to never take off my mask. It was customary for everybody attending to wear one, and removing it will get you punished. Then there were the obvious ones about never interrupting or talking first, about not refusing things, etc. Then I was told to follow him and enter the room and stand beside him. And after that I was just to observe and do things when asked. There was a ton of chatter going on inside, and I was nervous, but he let me in anyway, and after around 5 minutes he just left me on my own, the asshole. Everyone was seated in this kind of large semicircle on these ornate wooden chairs. Each and every one of them was wearing a mask of some kind like mine. There was a long table with white cloth set to the side across the room, but in front of the room where they were watching was a kind of a stage, I guess. Not actually a stage, but it kind of looked like it. One of the other mouthpieces informed me that there would be some kind of entertainment before a meal. The entertainment was strange, to say the least. They had people brought out, dressed in all kinds of weird robes and costumes, performing dances. At one point, people in robes led these people out who had metal chains around their necks and were forced to crawl around the stage and lick the floor while they cackled. Some of the guests were invited up to the stage to take control. They would walk them around, slap them, put their feet on their backs, and even stand on them like a surfboard or ride them like a horse. At the time I told myself that these were hired and paid entertainers, but that was just a lie to calm myself down. I am not an idiot, and I knew better than that. Once all of that was done, the feast started. The table was set up, and all sorts of meals on those metal trays that you can wheel around were brought in. The food was strange and not things I had ever seen before. I guess they were regional delicacies from other countries. The smell coming from the plates was nauseating. Anything from bugs to these weirdly shaped eggs that were really pungent. At one point, this older woman who was wearing this mask that was greenish and was made out of wood and carved into a face. It had this really long bit of metal screwed into the front, like it was supposed to be a nose, I think. She looked in my direction and made a gesture with her finger, and I rushed over to her. She held her plate up and told me to smell it, and I did. It smelled like vomit, really. It made me feel sick, but I tried my best to hide it. It was some kind of really long bug, like a centipede or millipede or whatever, and it was wrapped around something else, just wound around some other miscellaneous bit of meat over and over again, like it was a piece of rope or string. She told me to get on my knees, and I did immediately. She put her hands in my mouth and pried it open by grabbing the top and bottom set of my teeth and pulling, and I left my mouth open. She told me to stick out my tongue, and so I did. And she proceeded to grab whatever this food was and literally force it down my throat. I barely even got to chew it, and it tasted vile. It tasted like medicine that had gone bad. Everyone had stopped eating, and every single pair of eyes in the room was on me, and even though I could not see their faces, it frightened me, and I felt their stares burning a hole into my head. None of them laughed or said a word. The guy from earlier, the guy who brought me down here, he wheeled something in and brought it to the woman who called me over. He did not even look at me or acknowledge me. I just had to kneel there and wait. When the guy revealed it, it looked like some kind of egg, but not like one I had ever seen before. It was big, probably around the size of an ostrich egg, but it had these markings on it and some kind of scales. The scales that were on it were some kind of pattern. I figured it might be a decorative piece instead of food, but I found out very quickly I was wrong. The space was cleared on the table, and I was told to kneel actually on the table in front of people. I had genuinely never been more scared in my life at this moment. I thought this was my last job for sure. I was told that I passed their test, and that they wanted to reward me. I was told to grab the egg and take a bite. I looked around a little, and again, no one was eating, and all eyes were on me. It was so wet and slimy and gooey all at the same time. When I bit the egg, something exploded out of it, like when pus explodes, and it was this green kind of color. I started to gag and was about to vomit. I knew I could not keep it in my mouth. but one of the guests behind me grabbed my neck from behind and whispered in my ear. He told me that if I spat it out, then it would be considered disrespect and that I would be punished and then sent home and that I would never work an event again. I managed to force it down, I don't know how. Once I finished it, I was told to lie down and close my eyes and just lay there. And I did. I don't really know how much time passed as I laid there. 30 minutes? An hour, maybe? They all sat and ate, mostly in silence, with only occasional conversation. I just had to sit there and listen as they smacked their lips and bit into things. It was kinda gross. Once the meal was done, one by one, I felt people walk by me and touch my face. Their fingers were wet. Each and every one of them had something on their fingers and used 2 of them to make some kind of sign. As in, they drew something on my face in some kind of pattern I do not recall with their fingers. I think it was from the egg, because it smelled like it tasted. Afterwards, I was grabbed by the worker from earlier who brought me in here originally. He practically yanked me down from the table and told me to come with him. He told me in a whisper on the way out of the door that I needed to help with moving the entertainment, as he put it. I was brought into a kitchen area. These people were still dressed in robes, holding people on these chains. One of them was not. He was sitting on the floor on his ass and rubbing his face while the others stood there silently. The worker walked up to him and slapped him and asked him what happened. I did not hear what they said. The worker walked up to me and told me to retrieve the entertainment, and he handed me a taser. I did not even know where to start, and when I tried to ask, all he did was shove me off into a direction, and I just ran. This place was bigger than I ever thought, and every hall looked the exact same. At some point, I heard the sound of a chain rattling, and I thought I saw someone crawling down the hallway surprisingly quickly. It took me another 20 minutes or so to find him, and I wish I never did. I only found him because the chain that was around his neck was caught in the door and was hanging outside into the hallway. I thought maybe he was tired and did not realize, and so I creeped as close as I could, as quietly as I could. When I got close to the door, I heard some strange sounds. It sounded like he had maybe stolen food and was eating it. So I grabbed the chain at the very end and yanked the door open as quickly as I could. My eyes had maybe 20 to 30 seconds to register the sight that I saw before I dropped the chain and ran back to the kitchen as quickly as I could. When I was tongue-tied and could barely get the words out, the worker realized what I was saying, and he grabbed me by the arm, escorted me outside around the back, took my mask from me, and told me to head home immediately. I did not even get the chance to talk back or ask him why or anything like that. I was just sent home. The person with the chain around them, they were lying on the floor when I walked in. I say lying on the floor. It was more like they were curled up. One of the guests was basically cradling him like a child. The person with the chain around their neck had their eyes closed and was not moving. And the guest, they were biting him into his neck. There were marks all over the body where you could see that teeth had gone in and punctured somewhere. And there were little bits of the top layer of the skin peeled off everywhere on the body, just patches here and there. And the guest, they didn't look like a guest. They had removed their masks so I could see their face. Only, it wasn't human. Half of it was. The other half was what I could only describe as scaly and tinged green. It looked coarse and rough, but was a few different shades all put together. One eye on the side where they had scales was this weird color. This is going to sound goofy and completely break the seriousness of what I'm trying to tell you, but the closest example I can give you is that someone took the eye of Sauron and shoved it into their eye socket. Only it wasn't as intense and was much duller. The guest had these stress veins all over their face, on their forehead and cheeks and just everywhere on their face. These were also a deep dark green and looked like they might pop any second. I only remember one more thing. I opened the door and time slowed down, and at first, they continued biting into this man and peeling off the top layers of skin in places, but then they kind of sniffed the air and turned and saw me. And in that moment, they made what I can only describe as this really harsh hissing sound, even sharper than an angry cat would make. And the moment it made the sound, the scales on their face kind of recessed back inwards and were not visible anymore. The veins were still popping out, but the scales were gone, and the eye was normal again too. So I mean, the human skin was back. Their skin looked normal again. And I turned and ran when I saw this. No one ran after me or called out to me or anything. No one came to grab me once I got back. I have no idea what was going on still to this day, or what that person actually was. If maybe there were more like them. The only thing I could think of on my way home was the advice that my boss gave me before my shift. I don't know why, but I never got punished for this. I don't know if it was through sheer luck or something else entirely. My boss did sit me down for a serious chat, but it was very vague, I suppose. He never said anything outright. I worked more jobs after this, but never anything on the same level. Never directly with any clients ever again. Never interacted with another like I did that day. I was always on the outside of events afterwards. One thing I will say is that I was violently unwell for around 2 or 3 weeks after that event. I chalked it up to stress, but I wonder if maybe it could have been something else. I remember vomiting something up, and my vomit being chunky and a slightly different color, but by that point, I had not eaten anything in about 3 days, and should not have had anything in my stomach left to get rid of. That's, all I can tell you, X. I'm sorry if it wasn't more detailed. All I can do is sit and live with the shame, knowing I probably saw someone being killed and could do nothing but run away and cry. I wish I'd just worked a normal security job. No amount of money is worth what I saw and the guilt that I have to live with. This is my old man's story, typed out by him in his own words. Not strictly supernatural, but still a story that gives us both chills. I'm posting in 2 parts, no green text. It was in Newfoundland that the most eerie event of my life took place. It was Christmas time, 1981, and I was just 8 years old. In recent days, a 14-year-old girl named Dana Bradley had gone missing. As was usual for Christmas, we went out to look for a tree. In Newfoundland, you'd be a fool to buy one. The best spot for Christmas trees was a place called Cape Spear, which incidentally is the most eastern point of Canada. Cape Spear is very large and sparsely populated, but we were not surprised to see another car pull off a few hundred meters ahead of us as we prepared to head into the woods. From out of the car came another family, complete with kids and a dog. Well, despite the fact that we were in a forest, we had a hell of a time finding a tree. We trudged all over the place to no avail. Eventually, my mother got tired and decided to take a rest. We spotted a large rock where we could sit down while my father searched for the perfect tree. The rock was in a clearing, which was circled by trees. After a few minutes on the rock, I got bored and started looking and wandering around. There was nothing but forest, but then I thought I caught a glimpse of someone looking at me from the trees. It was only a brief image, so I was not sure if I had actually seen it or not. I peered into the woods, but it was starting to get dark, and I could not see anything. At 8 years old, I had no suspicions, and so I started walking towards the woodline, still unsure if someone was there or not. The woods were about 50 meters away from the rock that we were sitting on, and I was nearly halfway there when all of a sudden, I heard a loud yell coming from behind me. My father had just returned with our tray, and we were ready to go. I thought no more of what I saw until later that night. We were all sitting around listening to the radio and decorating the tray when a news broadcast came on, which still gives me the shivers. They reported that the body of Dana Bradley had just been found at Cape Spear, right where we had been looking for our tree. Apparently, the other family's dog had sniffed it out. I was nearly paralyzed with shock and fear. What had I seen? Was it the murderer? Was it the victim? Was it even real? To this day, I do not know what I saw, if anything. All that Christmas, I felt a chill from our tree, as if it could never warm up from being outside. I wondered what it may have silently witnessed in those dark woods. I've posted these 2 stories elsewhere before, but I think they're probably the most interesting things that have ever happened to me. At the time of this first one, I was a very young child, probably like 6 years old or maybe even younger. I can't remember exactly how old I was. I have a very vivid memory of walking into my parents' room and watching myself jumping on their bed while they are outside. A moment later, the best way I can describe it is that I flew into myself. All is normal. I continue jumping on the bed as I have apparently been doing. The monkey's prophecy comes true. I fall off and bump my head. I specifically bump it on a loose metal bed frame that they had just replaced and had not been taken out of their room yet. My parents come inside and find me on the floor with a big cut on my scalp. It's gushing blood. They rushed me to the hospital. I remember sitting in a waiting chair, reaching up and touching the top of my head because my hair was wet and staring at the red on my hand. I did not even understand the concept of blood at the time. I just think it's weird that there is red in my hair. I need stitches, but otherwise I'm fine. I got really lucky it was just a cut, apparently. I go home. Sometimes I think about the part where I was outside of my body and then flew into myself. For the longest time, I think that I'm somehow remembering the exact moment that I got a soul. I comment about it to my mom one day. She tells me that my entire story happened to my sister and not me. She relays all of the things I vividly remember about it to me, aside from flying into myself, obviously. She left me with an emergency babysitter. I think it was my aunt or grandpa, so I definitely did not go to the hospital with them. Maybe my parents told me about it in excruciating detail at one point for some reason, and I just really latched onto that memory and self-inserted as my sister for some other reason, but I can very distinctly remember all of that happening from first person. Here is the second story. I am still a young child at the time that this one happened. I am building a blanket tent in the living room. I think I'm watching Digimon. I was a very emotionally closed-off child. I was actively afraid of having an emotional response to things. I have no idea why. It's an episode where something sad happens. I think it was a Leomon episode. This episode is about to become sad senses kick in. My default response is to cover my head with a blanket until the episode is done being sad. I still see the TV. I adjust the blanket. The blanket did have a hole inside of it, after all. I can still see the TV. I am confused. I realize I can just close my eyes and achieve the same effect. My eyes are now shut tight. The episode is still playing out in front of me, just fine. I cover my eyes up with my hands. I can still see it. My stupid child brain has exhausted all of my options. I can't possibly just leave the room, turn around, or turn off the TV. The implications suddenly begin sinking in on me. I am suddenly very distressed that there is something seriously wrong with my eyes. So I go to my mom. I am a dumb child, and I cannot properly articulate what my eyes are doing. I end up wording it as, I can't not see things. My mom, obviously, does not understand. She thinks I'm complaining that it's bedtime, and I can't see more of my show or something to that effect. I go to bed and hope that when I wake up, this will just turn off. It doesn't turn off when I try to go to sleep. The lights are off, but it looks like I have a dim flashlight shining against wherever my eyes are pointed. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling all night long, trying and failing to make myself sleep. In the morning I have to go to school, and I am exhausted. Randomly, in the middle of the class, I do a yawn, a big yawn, and then I close my eyes. Blackness. My eyes are suddenly working normally again. I go on with the day. I go home, go to sleep, and my eyes never did that shit ever again. I have a few others, but I feel like those ones feel more like vivid dreams than actual memories like these ones. I went to Antarctica as a sort of a contract worker around 10 or so years ago now. I was part of a meteorite recovery team that was operating out of a seasonal field camp. We were situated in a blue ice area around 80 or so miles away from the main station. The reason we do this is pretty simple. These areas house ancient ice that is anywhere from thousands to hundreds of thousands of years old. They contain ice cores that have trapped air bubbles, which offers us environmental insight that will be impossible to obtain anywhere else. This process allows us to study the Earth's climate, as it was a long time ago. That's not what we do specifically, but that's what one of the teams near us does here. The specific mission we had at this point was searching these same blue ice fields for extraterrestrial rocks, meteorites. This ice naturally gathers them into certain areas instead of leaving them scattered across the continent. To keep the explanation short, these meteorites get buried underneath layers of snow that slowly compress into ice, which then flows very slowly, like a sort of thick frozen river. It moves downhill until it hits a barrier, and the wind then removes the snow and exposes blue ice. These meteorites are also essential for studying how planets are formed, the early chemistry of the solar system, and the study of organic molecules, etc. Sorry for the info dump. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that this is not BS, and that we were there for a reason. We usually carry out both of these missions in a single season, but not at the same time. Anyway, so this kind of work is slow and methodical, and I go as far as to say downright boring sometimes. That's not always a bad thing though. The weather can be a bitch if you're not built for it too. So anyway, there were 6 of us in total. That's me handling logistics and cataloging any finds that we make. 2 planetary scientists, which is just a fancy way of saying they study the Earth and shit. A glaciologist, which I think speaks for itself, a field medic, and a mechanic. Those last 2 are probably the most important out here. It would not be the first time that someone lost their footing in the snow and fell through a drop bigger than we realized was there, or the first time the shitty vehicles that we have out here broke down. We're not exactly working with top-of-the-range stuff at all times. Fix up and make do is what we are told. So anyway, the plan is that you grid the surface on the snowmobiles and scan for dark fusion crust against blue ice. After that you flag it and log it into the GPS system. After that we bag the samples in sterile containment and take them back to be stored in cold storage. After that it gets shipped off to someone with a bigger brain. Sometimes it gets analyzed on site too, before being sealed again. Man, it's just a lot of repetition if I'm being honest, just logging again and again and again in the same plan every time. We spent about 8 days doing this shit, with no problems at all. Day 9 is when we finally did hit a problem. We found this object that was probably around the size of a large backpack in the blue ice, maybe slightly bigger than that. We had been surveying this specific area for a few hours by this point, and this was the first thing that we found. This thing was partially embedded into the clear ice. The sunlight had partially melted around it, which was causing ice halos, basically just fragments of lights in the sky as the sunlight refracts off of the ice. I flagged it and called the rest of the team over immediately to help remove and transport this thing carefully. It's weird because when I knelt down and brushed some loose ice away from the surface of this thing, I felt this little vibration. Bear in mind I was wearing some gloves, so it was probably even more intense than I could actually feel. I just felt like a little shake, like a little tremor, but it was only momentary, and I pulled my hand back quickly when I felt it. It actually made me jump. At the time, I explained it away as just my imagination, since I was running on only a few hours of sleep. No one else felt anything, and there is no way there just so happened to be a slight tremor, only when I touched this object. The glaciologist took a surface temperature reading with an infrared gun. The ambient air reading came back as minus 28 degrees Celsius, whereas the surface reading for this meteorite came back as 12 degrees Celsius. This is insane. At this temperature, it's more than enough to melt all of the ice around it. There is no way this thing should be as hot as this is. It would not make sense otherwise. It would not have been able to be compressed into the ice and be moved downwards. It would have melted any ice that tried to form around it, along with the snow. We did not have any explanation at all for this, other than that the sun had heated it up, but even that just didn't make sense. Either way, we logged it and photographed it before beginning extraction. We had to be careful to avoid contamination, so we used hand tools to do the job. I felt that vibration again when it was finally pried loose from the ice, but I'd say it was more like a static shock this time. Again, it was quite faint because of my gloves, but it made me jump, and I felt a vibration or some kind of momentary shaking again. I think it took us around 14 minutes to get back to camp with it. It sat in a padded cargo sled that my snowmobile was hauling the whole way. It was completely strapped down, which I double-checked personally. Once we got back to camp, we transferred it into the cold analysis module. This is just a fancy way of saying that we put it in a shipping container that was retrofitted with benches, lighting, and climate control. The idea is to keep it well below freezing inside of there to preserve the integrity of the sample and ensure that we can research it in its natural condition. It helps to prevent false readings or bogus conclusions about the Earth's climate. We photographed it, weighed it, all that good stuff, and then it was time for the preliminary inspection. The first thing that was strange is that this object was much heavier than I expected. With its volume, it should not have weighed as much as it did. Density readings that we obtained from the thing suggested it might have high metallic content inside, most likely a large percentage of iron or nickel content. At this point, my job was more observation and taking notes. The scientist who took over from me decided that cutting a small window in order to examine the interior composition was the best course of action. He used this diamond saw blade specifically designed for cutting up sections of meteorites, but it immediately was met with resistance and would not cut. It took multiple attempts to even make so much as a dent in this thing, and when he finally did, I saw this crack starting to form all across the object. I saw it crack and splinter until eventually, after a minute or so of watching and waiting, it just crumbled and gave way and opened up. When it did, we saw some kind of water vapor disperse into the air, which made all of us back the hell away. The inside of it was not stone, and did not look to contain the metal content that we thought it did. Inside this thing, I could see that it was completely smooth, looked more like the surface of a pebble, and it had some kind of a cavity or hollowed out space in the center of it. There was something in this cavity, something pure black. I mistook it for some kind of liquid at first, until I saw it start to uncoil from around itself and sliver. It looked like an earthworm, except for the fact that it was pitch black and was almost pulsing or vibrating each time it moved. Right in the middle of the thing, it had this one patch of skin that was completely see-through, and I could see something red inside, like a burgundy color. None of us had any idea what this thing was. The scientist who had cut the object open was mumbling something about an extremophile, but those were invisible to the naked eye. This thing I could see very clearly, but the scientist pulled up his gloves and reached forward toward the thing in order to adjust the light source. The second the scientist reached out his hand, this thing shot something out at him. Some kind of tiny appendage from its body, from the see-through part. It must have made a tiny piercing in the glove, because the scientist made a short ouch sound, and when I next looked away from the scientist and back to the thing, I could not see it anymore. Basically, everyone rushed forward toward him all at once to ask if he was okay. The scientist had already removed the glove that it pierced, and was furiously scratching at his wrist over and over until it was starting to go red. I tried to touch his arm to pull up his sleeves, but felt that static electricity feeling again, but managed to pull them up. The thing had managed to move all the way up to his forearm, and one of us picked the thing up and immediately moved it into the analysis unit and contained it before it could move again. The scientist just continued to scratch at his wrist to the point that the top layer of his skin was beginning to flake off from the friction. Because of this, the medic had to grab him and take him to the infirmary module for him to be treated and put under observation. We sealed the analysis container with the thing inside just for the time being, because while we had protocols for contamination, we had never seen anything like this before. We did not really talk much about the thing that we saw because no one had any clue. Speculation was completely pointless in that immediate moment. I checked in on the scientist when I had a free moment, and man, it went from bad to worse. His temperature had been steadily dropping over the course of the last few hours, even though the infirmary module was completely heated. His core temperature just kept dropping steadily, by a degree, and then by 2 degrees, and then by more. No amount of wrapping him up in thermal blankets was helping, and his vitals were being monitored at all times. He was just lying stationary, and he did not even really have the energy to move or talk. When I asked him, he said that his arms felt frozen and stuck. He said that they felt really heavy, and that moving them used too much of his energy. The medic took a look at the skin around where the glove had been pierced. He had scratched it red raw, but that whole patch of skin was now basically a bluish color. It was all cracked and flaky and looked like some kind of a severe eczema. The weirdest part of all was that he kept complaining about being too hot. He said he was sweating and needed to take off some layers. I did not get another chance to look inside the analysis module at the organism. By the next morning, the medic was in a panic and woke up everyone. The scientist had somehow managed to get up and leave without making a noise or alerting anyone. He was barefoot and had taken off all of his clothes. One of the other guys found him in the equipment bay near the external generator housing. He looked even worse. The blue flaky patch of skin looked to be almost spreading. His entire hand and up to his forearm was like that now. His lips were a blue color and looked to be peeling in patches. We asked him what the hell he was doing, but he just gave a blank stare, so we grabbed him and escorted him away. According to the mechanic, it looked like he was trying to access the control panel, but no one had any idea what for, and he would not tell us. He had to be sedated to stop him from trying to get up and leave. We could barely contact the main station due to the horrible weather that had kicked up. We reported a biological contamination event and requested evacuation priority. The response was delayed, and the only thing that they could think to say was to ask for samples. Not, "Is the scientist okay? We are coming to help right away." Just, "Yeah, whatever. Just send us the sample." The thing is that no one wanted to open up that unit again and get close. We had no idea what was afflicting the scientist. The power fluctuations began that evening. Interior temperatures kept dropping and then spiking, but the mechanic found no fault in the generator. We finally decided to nut up and check the analysis module. Only when we went inside, the meteorite, if you can call it that, the inside of it was now empty. The organism that we had put back inside it was no longer there. It was not anywhere to be found inside the unit, and it had been sealed, so there was no way it could have just gotten out on its own. The only way it could have gotten out of there is if someone opened it up. And to our horror, we discovered that the scientist had gotten up and wandered off again. We frantically searched the entire place until we got to the cold storage container where we had been keeping other meteorite samples. The bastard had sealed it shut from the inside, and we had to force it open with a pry bar. The scientist was just standing in the center of the container and had removed his clothes again. His skin was even worse now, even more cracked. He was staring us down and got low to the ground in a crouched position. It was freezing inside that container. There was no way he could have been in here long with no clothes without freezing to death. I tried to talk to him, but he would not respond to me. I was like, "Dude, are you okay? What's going on? What are you doing in here?" But he just continued staring. And then when I asked him if he had unsealed the analysis unit, he tilted his head to the side like a dog would. I tried to take a step forward and held my hands out while I did so to show that I was not a threat. I just wanted to get him out of the cold and back under observation. He was clearly not very well. But after about the second step that I took, he just started running toward me and grabbed a hold of my arm. He was freezing to the touch, so cold that it actually started to burn. He started trying to bite me and hit me and everything, but I managed to use my other hand to push him back by his forehead as I screamed for help. One of the other guys stepped forward and smacked the scientist around the head with the pry bar. He did not move after that. The guy broke down crying. He had no idea that he would kill him just like that in just one hit. We dragged him out of the container and back to the infirmary room where the medic examined him. No pulse, no nothing. He was stone cold dead. We managed to contact the main base again, and after around 2 days of waiting, evacuation arrived. Going to sleep and knowing that you were in the same vicinity of a dead body really freaked me out. Military personnel accompanied the aircraft and we were ushered out immediately. They shut the entire place down and I think they burned the body. They took everything there as far as I know. I don't know if they found the thing, the organism or not, but we could not find a trace of it. We were all debriefed separately once we were driven back to the main base in Antarctica. We had to give official reports, but only verbally. They did not make us write down a single thing. I was reassured that I did not do anything wrong, and that a tragic accident had occurred as a result of a contamination, that the scientist was a danger to himself and the rest of the team, and that we had only acted in self-defense. It still did not make me feel any better though. We were asked politely not to discuss the event, not that our signed NDAs would allow us to discuss anything research related anyway. I left the program after that season and never went back to work in Antarctica again. I wasn't blacklisted, I just did not feel comfortable doing the work anymore. I can't help but blame myself for his death. I can't help but think that I could have done more. I have no idea what the hell we came across out there. It's not something that I understand at all. Alright, so this happened at my best friend's house back in 2003. We were 14 years old at the time. The memory is still quite vivid in my mind, as it is in his from what he tells me. We are best bros, edgy metalheads. We always get together on weekends to watch some horror movies. Most of them are slasher or gory B titles from the 80s. We would stay awake till late in the night, watching these movies. We would usually watch as many as 6 or 7 in a row. We were night owls, so none of us would sleep before the sun is rising. On one particular Saturday, we decide that we want something else other than these gory movies only, so we go for something a little bit spookier and less bloody. With the exception of Evil Dead, I can't really remember what movies we ended up picking up. They were mostly generic, trashy, no-name 80s horror movies. So we get our hands on said movies, go to his house, order our pizzas, and start to binge watch those bad boys. So, because it's such a classic, we start by watching Evil Dead. Once it comes to an end, we start randomly picking the next ones. We watch another, and another. This is quite boring. I'm like, what the hell, you shithead? These are mostly garbage. It's around midnight, and I am already sleepy, which is rather uncommon. Probably because these movies are garbage. I am kind of getting mad at my friend because of his poor choice of movies. Even though we decided together which ones we watched that day, they were mostly his recommendations. He says he's also pissed at his own failure, so he suggests we try some good old Jason. But the only one he has available is Jason X. Whatever, let's watch it. Now, I did not mention it previously, but this takes place in a third world shithole, so back then, we were still using VCRs, watching that Jason X. It was probably around 1 AM or something by now. I see/hear my friend snoring. What the hell? When did he fall asleep? But I realize I've been feeling pretty sleepy during the last few minutes too. I am quite comfy in the spot that I find myself in. It's sort of cold today. Maybe if I just get some shut-eye. Some time passes, I go to sleep. More time passes, and I wake up. I look at the clock. Not much time has passed since I went to sleep. It's 1:40 something by now. My friend is glued in front of the screen. He quickly notices I woke up. He shouts at me, "Look!" The guy is basically screaming, "Look at this shit. What the hell is this?" I approach the TV. My vision is still kind of blurry. I don't see anything. Just look, he insists. So I fix my eyes on the TV. I start to notice that there is actually something in there. Other than static, I mean. But why the hell is there static? Jason should still be playing. I realize there is something weird now. I keep looking at the TV. The static seems to be forming into something. Little by little, it starts to resemble a face? We just look at each other dumbfounded and not sure what to do. This face is pretty distorted and among the static, so I cannot see it quite well. It seems to have pitch black eyes. It has no nose. It's definitely a damn face though. It's opening up its mouth. The mouth has pointy teeth and it looks like it's screaming, but no sound comes out of it. I am pretty spooked by now. My friend says screw it and decides to turn off the TV. Static, static, face getting more discernible. GIF related is sort of what it looks like by now. A strange, faint and raspy sound seems to be emitting from TV. My friend goes inside and presses the TV's power on and off button, but nothing happens. What? Maybe the button is messed up. Try the remote. We try the power on and off on the remote. Nothing happens. I think he's somehow screwing with me. I tell him to go screw himself for being an asshole and put myself up to the task. I press the eject button on the VCR. The tape will not come out. What? He calls me an idiot for not believing him. I go behind the TV. I unplug the TV's cable from the outlet. It makes the turning off noise, but the static and the face just continue on the screen. We just sit there looking at each other and looking at it without knowing what to do. Another 4 or 5 minutes go by. No one says a word. Suddenly, the screen goes completely black. There is no static and no face anymore. I go on and press the eject button on the VCR. It works now. The tape comes out. I insert the tape again. I turn the TV on again. Maybe there was something messed up with the tape. I try playing it, but it plays normally. I fast forward to the end. There is nothing unusual. What just happened? We just sit there not knowing what to do for another good hour or so. I don't remember exactly what we told each other to feel better about ourselves, but we end up going to sleep not long after the event. It's anticlimactic and for sure, but that's that for the day. A few months later, I got my first computer and went on the internet, shitty dial-up at the time, and started looking for possible answers. I ended up finding something called instrumental transcommunication, which seems to be what we experienced. It's in the category of EVP, electronic voice phenomena. You will have to excuse my lack of detail here. Most of my story was retold to me by my parents because I was very young when it happened. I do still remember some of it though. I also apologize for not green texting. I was about 4 or 5 years old when my parents and I moved in with my aunt and uncle. We were strapped for cash, and they had offered us the spare bedrooms in their new house, which we gladly accepted. As the days went on, my mother would notice some abnormal things. She was a stay-at-home mother at the time, so she spent most of her time looking after me. Every so often, she would find me talking to someone as I played with my toys, someone that was not there. She would ask me about it, and every time, I would tell her I was playing with my friend Justin. She had shrugged it off as an imaginary friend, until one day, when she asked me where Justin came from. I told her that he lived in the house before we did. Now, this is not too strange coming from a kid with an overactive imagination, but she felt it was worth mentioning to my aunt. Upon telling my aunt what I had said, my aunt got very nervous. She told my mom to wait there, where she went and grabbed something. She came back with a picture. It was a picture that my aunt and uncle took when they were buying the house. In the picture, they were standing on the front porch, holding each other and smiling. My mom asked her why she was showing her this, and my aunt told her to look in the window at the far left. In the window stood a family of 3, a man dressed in a suit, a woman in a white dress, and a young child peeking over the windowsill. No one else was in the house at the time that the picture was taken. For as long as we lived in that house, I never stopped talking to Justin. I was convinced he was there, and my mother slowly got more and more concerned. Her and my father discussed what they should do about the situation. My dad ended up convincing my mom to leave it be, seeing as whoever or whatever I was talking to was not harming me in any way. Despite not being aggressive, it really creeped out my family. Every so often, they would hear my toys being played with in my room long after I had gone to bed. When they would look in my room to investigate, I would be sound asleep, but my toys would be scattered around the room. One really bizarre thing that happened was when my parents decided to go out for a date night. My aunt and uncle decided to watch a movie, seeing as I was already asleep. They had never seen The Sixth Sense, so they thought they would give it a try. Near the end of the movie, they heard a loud thump come from my room. Reasonably spooked, they peered into my room and saw me on the floor. This may not seem that strange, but my bed was a twin-size mattress in a queen or double bed-size frame. If I had just simply rolled out of bed, I would have landed inside the bed frame. In order for me to have gone onto the floor of my room, I would have had to have been picked up and dropped. Aside from minuscule events, such as my father feeling chills as he walked through the hall, and random sounds heard by my parents, there was not much else that happened in that house. There is one story I have not told yet. It's one that I actually remember, and I don't think I will ever forget, while living at their house. I love playing in the backyard. My aunt and uncle had a dog that I would play with all the time. One day, while I was playing outside, my mom and my aunt were sitting at the dining room table talking. All of a sudden, I ran into the house weeping. They thought that I had maybe gotten hurt, so they rushed over to me and asked me what was wrong. I was hysterical for a few minutes, but once I had calmed down a bit, I told them that I had seen people hanging from the trees in the neighbor's yard. They were pretty confused, so they took me back outside to show them what I meant. When we got outside, I pointed to the trees and told them again that there were people hanging from the branches. They did not see anything, but I was visibly horrified by what I was trying to show them, so they took me back inside. It took a long time for me to go and play in the backyard again. A lot of people that I tell this story chalk it up to my imagination playing tricks on me. The image that is burned into my mind of the three people hanging from the trees begs to differ. I wish that someone would have looked into the history of that area so I could have some answers, or maybe an idea of what I saw, but unfortunately, no one wanted to. Oddly enough, since we moved out, my aunt and uncle have had 3 children of their own, none of which have had any paranormal experiences. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe I'm just more attuned to whatever energy is in the house. Who knows? I have kind of an interesting one. I was 5 or 6 years old or so. I have this reoccurring nightmare of a man in his late teens or so, rushing me, pinning me to my bed, and screaming, "Fuck you," into my face, repeatedly until I wake up. More angry than I have ever seen anyone in my life. I am confused because why would I dream that? After 6 months of the recurring dream, it finally goes away. Fast forward about a decade. Be an angsty teenager. I go through some trials and tribulations relative to my station in life, not like I'm dealing with a personal holocaust. My brother teases me relentlessly. He does something that finally makes me snap, angrier than I have ever been. I am literally seeing red. My ears are ringing. There is violence in my heart. I rush him, pin him to his bed, and start screaming, "Fuck you," in his face, over and over. I immediately realized mid-assault that the thing that I had dreamed about and that had tormented my childhood had come true, but that I was the attacker. I realized that it was my older voice screaming "fuck you" at me in the dream. I puke and I cry. It was this moment that made me pursue inner peace. I am 30 years old now, and still credit that moment with the thing that made me actively decide to be a happy, loving person. It could have just been some deep-rooted subconscious connection, where I was simply reenacting something that traumatized me as a child. But I remain totally convinced that the voice that I heard in my dream was my own, and there was something about the violence of my emotion in that moment that rippled out and reached me as a child. I have a real-life experience to share, but I'm not sure how well it will be taken here. I know this is like the go-to place to share things that happen to you that no one else in the world will believe, but if I'm honest, I still have a hard time believing it fully myself. I live in New Jersey, and whenever I have any free time, I always spend it in the great outdoors. I'm talking hiking, fishing, hunting, foraging, you name it, and I have done it. On this particular day, I was out on a solo hike by myself in the Pine Barrens. It was not my first rodeo here. I had been down all of the beginner-marked trails, and so this day, I really wanted to set myself a challenge. I set myself the challenge of making it all of the way through the Batona Trail. If any of you live in New Jersey, have hiked in the Pine Barrens, or are just someone who enjoys hiking, you have probably heard of this place. It is the most brutal trail in this place, and takes most hikers like 3 to 4 days, depending on the pace that they go at. The record I think is something insane like 8 hours, but I knew I would not manage that. I did, however, want to see if I could complete it in just 24 hours of non-stop hiking. I did not bring a tent or any camping supplies, as I did not want to weigh myself down and slow down my pace. It's a pretty ballsy move, but I had confidence in myself, as I was in the best shape of my life. I made sure to pack as much water as I thought I needed, and opted to bring things like those energy gel sachets you can get, and the like, so I could get plenty of calories in, but keep on moving without any breaks. This would turn out to be a terrible idea, but not for all of the reasons that you might expect. I never completed the trail. I think I got maybe a quarter of the way and then turned right around. You see, the tiredness was already hitting me at even just a short way in. It's weird because the day was perfectly clear. The weather, along with the sandy sections, is one of the biggest obstacles to doing this hike quickly, and yet I did not have that standing in my way whatsoever. It's like the moment I stepped onto the trail, the gravity felt heavier. My bones felt denser. I felt like I was walking underwater or something. It was not immediately noticeable, but the more that I walked, the more that I realized. When I started the hike, I had this gut feeling that something was off, but it was not something that I could verbalize. There was no sounds at all coming from around me. The Pine Barrens is a popular place. The trail I was on is extremely popular, despite the heavy endurance required. I saw a plethora of people on my way up. I could hear them talking and laughing, even from far away. The second I got on the trail, though, I could not hear anyone anymore. I did not see anyone on that whole hike. I saw tons of people the second that I fled the trail, though. I heard birds singing and twigs snapping on the way up, but not anymore once I was on the trail. It was not something that I really took conscious notice of until very late on, though. I do not remember how long I had been walking when I noticed something really strange. Up in the trees, obscured slightly by some orange-looking leaves, I saw an animal resting by a tree. This is where my story becomes unbelievable, and I need you to stick with me, at least to the end, and pass your judgment then. It's because this was not any type of animal I had ever seen before. Now, picture a rabbit in your head, just a regular brown-looking rabbit. Okay, you got it? You see it? Now forget it completely. It was much taller than a rabbit would be, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, more like the height of a large dog. It did not have rabbit-like ears, more like antennae-looking things that stretch up quite far. They looked barbed, like all the little spikes that you would see on a hedgehog or something, but a lot smaller. It stood up on 2 legs too. When I saw it resting, it was resting while standing up. I caught sight of it, stopped for a few moments because I did not believe my eyes, and then its eyes shot open, looked directly at me, and then it fled. It ran, hunched over almost. It was such an awkward run. Oddly animated, I guess you could say. I was confused, but then I decided I really wanted to know what the hell I saw, so I tried my best to follow it. Now, I have a permit to conceal carry in New Jersey. Strictly for self-defense, but, who is gonna argue with me if I tell them this weird unknown animal got aggressive and I had to defend myself? Yeah, maybe I wasn't thinking straight, but I had to get a look at this thing. I only had a Ruger LC9. Handgun laws are pretty tight, and you were limited to 10 rounds and not a whole lot of power. I mean, gun laws in general are pretty tight here, but that's a whole other story. Now, this is where my experience becomes even weirder. I started into a jog and managed to get some higher ground and catch sight of this thing again, but it was like it just knew where I was at all times. It would only stop to basically let me know it saw me, and then do its weird little sprint again. I tried to be quiet. I saw it turn a corner, so I snuck up to this pitch pine tree and hid behind it. I double-checked I had a round ready to go, and quickly turned the corner. This bastard was standing there and waiting for me, like it just knew what I was going to try. I legit turned the corner, and the second I did, this thing was a couple feet away from me and starts doing this insane hiss. I lost my footing, but not from fear, not strictly anyway. It is like this hiss made my legs lose all of their power, and they just both gave out from underneath me. This thing was bearing these horrible-looking fang-like things in my direction. The oddest thing was that they didn't look to fit in its mouth properly. It was like a walrus, where they hang over its mouth, but once it stopped hissing and started to run, I swear I saw them start to retract back into its mouth. How does that even work? I never saw them before, and did not know any animal capable of hiding teeth like that by retracting them. I caught my breath and regained my composure. The second it fled out of my sight, I felt the strength return to my legs, and I immediately got to my feet and ran after this thing. I was kinda pissed off now. This thing was gonna catch a bullet and be my trophy. Screw the hike. I caught sight of it again, but the path was becoming much more difficult to navigate due to it not being on a designated trail any longer. I pulled out my Ruger and tried to steady my aim, but it was hard to do while keeping that pace. Its movements were so odd and unpredictable. I was gaining on it, but once I got within a short distance of the thing, I saw it stretch out its hands, paws, whatever they were. It stretched them out and made its claws visible, more like the claws of a large cat. It did not look possible for this stubby little thing to be hiding something like that. With one hand, while it was still running, it takes one quick swipe at a pitch pine tree, and I hear this almighty crack. The tree just gives way at about the halfway mark and falls directly into my path. I barely managed to stop in time. I don't understand how this thing managed to make such a clean cut, and especially how it managed that much power. I was not even thinking straight anymore. I was fixated on this strange creature. I did not even take a second to think about how I almost just died. I took a breath and leapt over the tree and kept on running. It was waiting around the corner for me again. It was a few feet away, and I tried to pull my Ruger up to chest height, and I went skidding on a muddy patch as I rounded the corner and fell on my ass. It just stood over me, and I was frightened that it would be the end for me. But it did not attack me. It just gave me a death stare, and then it spoke to me. I have tried, and I have tried, and I have had them rattle around in my head, but I cannot get the words that it said to me out of my head. They sometimes just play on repeat in my mind, and I wonder what the hell he was talking about. It just told me, this is not for you to say, before scurrying off. The voice was so, I don't know how to describe it. It almost felt euphoric. Like the words almost put me at peace and made me lower my guard. That if I listened to its voice long enough, I would just fall asleep and be at peace. I sat there for a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Then I decided to be smarter. I got low to the ground and decided to belly crawl through some heavy foliage to see if I could just watch this thing a little bit more. Call me insane, but I wanted to talk to it, I guess. I guess at this point, I had embraced my madness and just went full crazy. I covered my face with some mud. My clothes were already wrecked, so They did not need any intervention. I crawled for a few minutes as quietly as I could. I ended up coming out to this clearing with really tall grass and heavy foliage, which I had no idea existed out here. I saw the creature in the middle of it. He was looking away from me. I can see it place its hand or paw or whatever on something. And then I see something else that I can barely believe. It opened up a door. Like, imagine just opening up a door to your house and seeing the inside. It did this, but in the middle of this clearing. I could not really make out what was beyond it. It was blurry. It looked as if I was not wearing glasses, and you could only make out faint shapes and blobs. I saw these blobs moving around, and I saw bright colors too. I saw what looked like maybe stars that appeared to be in the sky. I don't really know. It was only for a few seconds that I saw this. I ran away after that, because the creature, it knew I was there. It turned and its eyes immediately found mine again, just like the other times it followed me. Even though I was hiding, I had camouflage, it just knew where to look. It locked its eyes with mine, and it spoke to me, but it did not speak out loud like before. It spoke inside my head. I heard the words, "I warned you," before it walked into this door and then closed it behind itself. It sounds dramatic, but my life has not really been the same since that day. Everything just seems off. My dreams have been more vivid when I have them, but most of the time, I found it really hard to sleep. Nothing seems fun or captures my interest anymore. I got fired from my job. I am basically bankrupt, and I am about to lose my house. My parents out of nowhere just stopped speaking to me. They are flat out refusing to see me, even though we've never had any problems before. We were always really close. They won't even tell me what I did wrong. What little friends I did have basically shut me out. No matter how much I try to talk to them, or how much I beg for an answer, they just flat out tell me they do not want anything to do with me anymore. Can someone tell me that I am not crazy and bring me back down to earth? My mom is student teaching under special ed teacher for elementary age kids. There are an unusually high number of mentally handicapped children, considering the number of people that live in our town. My mom catches on that there are only about 8 families in the entire town, and just a handful of outsiders like us. The special ed teacher constantly refers to all of the kids as monsters and shits and other horrible things. The teacher threatens to drown them in the toilet if they speak without raising their hands. Once a day, he looks to the ceiling and screams, "This is too much, Lord. You have put too much on me. I am ready to slit these children's throats, God, and I do not want to be one of those women who kills babies." The only assistant in the room just smokes and reads Kentucky Living as this goes on. The superintendent is in the room one day to evaluate the special ed teacher. They witness her saying, "I will slit your throat, you little shit." The special ed teacher is fired. My mom is offered the position so long as she gets certified. She gets certified. She becomes a special ed teacher for the county. It's her first year as a teacher. There is a spontaneous meeting about 2 new special needs students. Both of them are cross-eyed and unable to count. They look at my mom and they start cheering. They cheer, "We are brothers and cousins." What? The social worker explains their mothers were sisters and lived with the man at the top of the mountain. We'll call him Henry. Mom realizes Henry fathered 3 of the other kids in her class. Henry is there for the meeting. He has what are obviously shit stains on his shirt, possibly blood stains too. His beard grows over his mouth and curls down to his navel, which is visible because his shirt rides up over his fat rolls. He wears broken sunglasses for the duration of the meeting, every time I saw him until the very end actually. This earwax runs down his cheeks and into his beard every time he speaks. Henry says he knows what the old teacher would say about the students, and that if my mother does a thing to any of his 5 children, he just convulses and spits to finish off his threat. The meeting ends, and my mom and the useless assistant return to the classroom to teach special kids how to wipe and write and things of such nature. She notices that all of Henry's children are cross-eyed and have different mothers. Every child wears the same clothes every day and come covered in the mysterious shit-like stains. Henry's 5 have more stains than the others. Years later, it's the beginning of the school year. There is another spontaneous meeting. Another cross-eyed, shit-stained Henry kid. Henry is not there. It's the mother this time. The mother looks to be in her 20s, but she looks really rough. She does not say a word the whole meeting. Finally, my mom asks for her name to file the report of the meeting. What? I need your name, ma'am. Oh, Janice? The only mother that isn't dead or on the streets is cross-eyed and does not have a name. Her daughter, let's say Dawn, is 5 years old, completely nonverbal, and has not learned to walk. One day, Dawn comes in with red marks around her wrists, and her only pants are very shit-stained. Mom tells central office, calls social worker, and suggests that maybe Dawn is being tied down. Henry is already under investigation for the murder of a local prostitute and distribution of crack. The social worker gives Mom her personal number and says she will look into the living situation for Dawn. Meanwhile, be me again. I'm 13 at this time. I am nerdy, kinda paunchy. I have very few friends. I am a kissless virgin with social anxiety. I'm an asshole to everyone. Everyone is an asshole to me. The only exception is a beautiful, blonde cheerleader who I'm an asshole to anyway. I call her a whore in a context I don't really remember now. I am leaving school to board the buses at the end of the day. I see the cute girl I'm an asshole to with an unzipped backpack. I was gonna make a joke about the state of her backpack and the state of her legs to be an ass. These papers slip out. I am gonna return it and not be a complete ass. I see it's a poem. It's goddamn beautiful. I read it and literally cry. I want to know the meaning behind some of it. I realized there was a folded up sheet of paper stuck to the back of the poem that I had been reading. It's much darker. It goes something like, alone in a dark room she lies, consumed by darkness she cries, afraid to be hurt by the feel of his hands, she will never want to love, not the love of a man. I have this strong desire to get in her mind. I try to talk to her in a flirty way. I do a really shitty job. After a year, I finally get her to bite. I say that I could tutor her after school, free of charge. She agrees to it once. We conversate. It's fake and awkward. Henry was a crack dealer. Nobody had crack money, so he accepted children as payment. All of his children were the offsprings of teenagers that he collected as slaves, with the exception of Dawn, whose mother was Henry's own daughter. My female friend's poem was about her time as Henry's slave at the age of 10. Her mother told her they were going out, asked her to curl her hair, helped her put on her makeup and pick out a nice dress, then headbutted her and sold her to Henry. At the time of the police investigation of Henry, he had found Christ, tied down all his children and his one daughter bride, burned the trailer down and disappeared. He killed the girls, now my wife's mother, and was tracking down my wife to kill her and erase all evidence of his past sin. He shot the social worker in daylight and was assumed to be coming after my mom. My future wife and I were 17 and at my mom's house when Henry came armed with a .22 pistol. My neighbor shot him with 10 gauge 4 times, once when he walked through his lawn, then 3 more times in front of us when we ran outside and the neighbor realized who he was. I now live in France where my wife and I attend therapy and have otherwise normal lives. That is my Appalachia story. I don't know how cultish this story really was, but here goes. I don't really have a real explanation for it. I was about 8 years old when this happened. I had just moved into a new house in a fairly nice suburban area. This 50-something-year-old male neighbor greets my family over our adjoining backyard fence. He is thin and white and with glasses, and he looks really harmless, just a frail old man. One day, my ball goes over the fence into his yard. I go around to the front of their house and ring the doorbell. This 20-something-year-old woman answers the door. My ball went into your backyard. Oh yeah, come on, she says, a bit too chippery. I begin to walk through the house to the backyard. She is following behind me about 5 feet, not saying anything at all. I hear some movement upstairs as I get to the living room. The wallpaper is all off of the walls, and there is black marker writing covering all of it. I mean, covering it, horror movie style, tons and tons of scribbles. I quickly continue to walk past and go through the kitchen that I turn away from and head into the backyard. I grab my ball. I hear the old man neighbor's voice from within. "Why the hell did you let him go through the house?" Followed by murmurs from her. I quickly walk back through the house and past them, as they both just stand in the living room. I turn before I go to the door, and I can see them both standing there, still just looking at me, staring at me. And that's it. I don't really have an explanation after that. Up here. The Bell Witch story always fascinated me. The Bell Witch, or the Bell Witch haunting, is a legend from Southern American folklore, centered on the 19th century Bell family of northwest Robertson County, Tennessee. John Bell Sr., who made his living as a farmer, resided with his family along the Red River, in an area currently near the town of Adams, according to legend, from 1817 to 1821. His family in the local area came under attack by a mostly invisible entity that was able to speak, affect the physical environment, and shapeshift. Some accounts record the spirit also to have been clairvoyant and capable of crossing long distances with superhuman speed, and/or being in more than one place at a time. The haunting began sometime in 1817, when John Bell witnessed the apparition of a strange creature resembling a dog. Bell fired at the animal, but it disappeared. John's son Drew Bell approached an unknown bird perched on a fence that flew off and was of an extraordinary size. The daughter Betsy observed a girl in a green dress swinging from the limb of an oak tree. Dean, a slave of the Bell family, reported being followed by a large black dog on evenings when he visited his wife. Activity moved to the Bell household, with knocking heard along the door and the walls. The family heard sounds of gnawing on the beds, invisible dogs fighting, and chains along the floor. About this time, John Bell began experiencing paralysis in his mouth. The phenomena grew in intensity as sheets were pulled from beds when the children slept. Soon, the entity pulled hair and scratched the children, with particular emphasis on Betsy, who was slapped, pinched, and stuck with pins. The Bells turned to a family friend, James Johnston, for help. After retiring for the evening at the Bell home, Johnston was awakened that night by the same phenomena. That morning, he told John Bell it was a spirit, just like in the Bible. Soon, word of the haunting spread, with some traveling great distances to see the witch. The apparition began to speak out loud and was asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" And the voice answered feebly, "I am a spirit. I was once very happy, but have been disturbed." The spirit offered diverse explanations of why it had appeared, tying its origin to the disturbance of a Native American burial mound located on the property, and sent Drew Bell and Bennett Porter on an unproductive search for buried treasure. With the emergence of full conversations, the spirit repeated word for word 2 sermons given 13 miles apart at the same time. The entity was well acquainted with biblical text and appeared to enjoy religious arguments. As another amusement, the witch shared gossip about activities in other households, and at times appeared to leave for brief moments to visit homes after an inquiry. John Johnston, a son of James, devised a test for the witch, something no one outside his family would know, asking the entity what his Dutch step-grandmother in North Carolina would say to the slaves if she thought they did something wrong. The witch replied with his grandmother's accent, "Hut tut, what has happened now?" In another account, an Englishman stopped to visit and offered to investigate. On remarking on his family overseas, the witch suddenly began to mimic his English parents. Again, at early morning, the witch woke him to voices of his parents, worried as if they had heard his voice as well. The Englishman quickly left that morning, and later wrote to the Bell family that the entity had visited his family in England. He apologized for his skepticism. At times, the spirit displayed a form of kindness, especially towards Lucy, John Bell's wife, the most perfect woman to walk the earth. The witch would give Lucy fresh fruit and sing hymns to her, and showed John Bell Jr. a measure of respect, referring to John Bell Sr. as Old Jack. The witch claims she intended to kill him, and signaled this intention through curses, threats, and afflictions. The story climaxes with the Bell Patriarch being poisoned by the witch. Afterward, the entity interrupted the mourners by singing drinking songs. In 1821, as a result of the witch's entreatment, Betsy Bell called off her engagement to Joshua Gardner. Subsequently, the entity told the family it was going to leave, but returned in 7 years in 1828. The witch returned on time to Lucy and her sons Richard and Joel with similar activities as before, but they chose not to encourage it, and the witch appeared to leave again. Several accounts say that during his military career, Andrew Jackson was intrigued with the story, and his men were frightened away after traveling to investigate. In an independent oral tradition recorded in the vicinity of Panola County, Mississippi, the witch was the ghost of an unpleasant overseer John Bell murdered in North Carolina. In this tradition, the spirit falls in love with the central character, Mary, leading to her death. This account is reminiscent of vampire lore. The supernatural powers attributed to the Tennessee spirit also have been compared to that of Jinn in mythology. I was around 15 years old when this happened to me. Me, my friend, and my younger brother are always exploring. Things like forests, abandoned buildings, pretty much anything that we deem cool. We are in northern Rhode Island, near the Blackstone. There are cool abandoned mills and old structures to find, and an overall cool environment. We find this strange area one day. It's a very swampy area, mainly just a series of rivers and ponds. There is a small bridge of land leading onto a small island. Technically, it would be a peninsula because of the land bridge, but it was pretty much an island. The land bridge is usually non-existent 99% of the year because of flooding. We were extremely lucky to now have a path to this island. We cross onto the island and quickly notice a shitload of old and rusted "keep out" and "waste area ahead" signs. We continue on anyway. It's mainly just empty land, but we start to see a bunch of old rusted vintage cars and refrigerators. Pretty weird, considering it was an island. As we continue, we find a lake in the middle of the island. This is where it starts to get fishy. Directly in front of us, on the other side of the lake, is an empty train cart, and around it is mainly forest. To the left of the lake is also mainly woods, but a small area cut out on the shore with a folding chair and a fishing pole set up. To our right was a small makeshift hut, a fireplace, dirty blankets, and a stack of wood. We investigate the hut. We are not too weirded out by it. We figure it was probably just a homeless guy who lives there. We leave $5 and a note that says good luck on the stack of wood. We poke around more towards the right side of the lake. There's not really much to see. We go towards the left of the lake with the folding chair. We don't see much else except huge rusted machinery and some somewhat recent looking trash. We start heading towards the train. We reach the entrance of the clearing. My friend stops me before I advance. Dude, look at that. There is this absolutely huge tree with 30 to 40 foot tree branches propped up on it, making a sort of uncovered teepee. It looked like a ritual structure of some kind. There is a bed of bricks beneath them. There is a fireplace, clotheslines, empty bottles. There is a strange object covered in a tarp. It's about the size of a human. We size up the situation and notice how the tree branches were cleanly cut. It would take multiple people a lot of time and tools to cut and prop all those branches. Overall, it just seemed really sketchy. Should we just get out of here? We talk for a minute or two about what we should do. My friend says he hears something coming from the other side of the structure. I don't hear it, but we retreat away anyway. We watch the area from further away. Kneeling down, argue about what we should do for like 5 minutes. I hear an unmistakably angry female voice from the area with the structure. Screw this. We just absolutely book it for the land bridge. I hear a chainsaw revving up. I keep on running. We have never gone back, and honestly, I don't know if we ever should. I just want to preface this story by saying I do not drink. I have never done any drugs in my entire life, and I do not smoke anything. What I'm about to tell you sounds unbelievable, and I can barely believe it myself. Basically, I am a road maintenance worker, but I work for a company and am a private contractor rather than being employed directly by the government. This happened to me around 5 to 6 months ago, when I was working on a contract in Massachusetts on a pretty desolate stretch of highway. There is this 16-mile stretch that runs between Beckett, Massachusetts, and Bethany, New York, that is pretty isolated by all accounts, and does not really see all that many people. So, it was a surprise to us when our company was contacted about laying down some new asphalt because a ton of potholes and other bits of damage had popped up on the road quite recently. They said that the potholes were becoming more like craters rather than little bits of damage here and there. The government is notorious for letting even the most in-need roads turn into crap, even if they're used by tons of people. We didn't really get a reason why this one was such a priority, but it's not like my boss was going to turn down some easy work. Plus, with it being so isolated, we had free rein to goof off a little and extend the time it would take and earn a little bit more money. The part we needed to fix was not that big. Most of the damage was contained in a relatively small area, and so it was an easy enough job. I think we stretched the work out to around a week before people were on our case, so the boss wanted us to do overtime. This is something I was more than fine with. I get a call one night after I had crashed. I was working earlier in the day after working the night prior, and so was just resting up a little bit. It was my boss calling me. He told me that he needed me to come in desperately tonight, as one of my coworkers had just lost his mind, apparently. Those are the exact words he said to me. I asked him if the dude was okay, and he says he's pretty sure he turned up to work on something. My boss told me he was really jumpy, and started talking about seeing the asphalt bulging and moving. I think he also said he felt something grab his ankle. The dude's face was super pale, and his eyes were massive, so the boss thought shrooms or weed and sent him home. The boss told him it was his only warning, and if he does that shit again on an important job, he is done. I really did not want to get out of bed, but he offered to make it worth my while, and I honestly really could not refuse. I drove out there on the double, and my boss gave me a quick rundown on what needed to be finished up. He said he and a couple of other workers were going to take a quick 15-minute break while me and another guy got to it. I went over to greet my coworker, Joe, and he seemed pretty skittish. I called his name and patted him on the back, and he jumped in fright. I asked what had gotten into him, but he would really not say. He just pointed at one of the potholes that seemed to have some kind of gas steaming up from it. It smelled horrible. I assumed it was to do with sewage or some shit. Maybe some messed up drainage or some other kind of problem. Maybe somebody dumped something down there. I am not kidding when I tell you he grabbed me by the shoulders, looked me directly in the eyes, and told me with a stone-straight face that they finished patching that hole just yesterday. He told me that it was fully finished and that he himself had done the job. I just kinda gave him a blank stare and was like, okay. You doing alright, man? He just said whatever and said that we should get on with it. I don't know what it was, but after he told me that, I started to get this itchy feeling. Nothing on my body was actually itchy, but I could feel it on the back of my neck, and it would not go away, no matter how much I tried to scratch it. I wondered if it had something to do with the putrid smell. About 20 minutes went by, and those assholes were still on break. So I told Joe I was gonna ask them if they were gonna do any work at all tonight. Joe told me okay. The second I turned around, I was confused as hell. The section of the road where we had patched, it was now inflated. Literally like a massive bubble, like someone had blown up some bubble gum, but it's entirely asphalt. Not fresh asphalt either. This is fully set and cured asphalt, being inflated like a balloon. I took one step closer and could see it pushing up and down like someone was breathing air into it and then sucking it back up. Eventually, it recessed completely back into the earth to ground level, and I could see steam starting to rise from it, just like the other hole. I got down to the ground, on my hands and knees, and put my ears up close to it. Honestly, I don't even know what I was thinking, or what was going through my head in that moment. It's quite possibly the weirdest thing I could have ever done, and I probably looked like a freak, trying to listen to the ground. I could hear something though. If I focused really hard and blocked out the ambient sounds of the wind and birds and my coworkers who were still shirking their work, I swore I could hear some kind of gasping for breath. It was low and filled with mucus and sounded really wet. And then I instantly pulled my head away as I saw the ground starting to rise again. It did not inflate like a balloon this time. I could see a shape starting to form as the asphalt rose. I could see, and I know how this is gonna sound. It's gonna sound like I was on drugs too, but I saw fingers starting to take shape in the asphalt. Again, this was not fresh asphalt. This should not be possible in the first place, but it looked like when you put your hands into a kind of mold or Play-Doh or something. The ground rose up, and I can see these finger shapes, 4 distinct fingers, and they looked really wide and stubby. They stretched the ground to the point that it looked like it would split open, like when you have stringy cheese or something, and you pull it really far until it's white, and it is about to break. That is what the ground looked like to me. The ground eventually went back down as the fingers pulled away, but it only took seconds before it rose up again, with another shape starting to form. Not fingers this time, something big and round, what looked like a head. A distinct head shape was now stretching the asphalt to its limit. I was basically on my ass at this point and crawling away backwards. I started to call out to Joe, but he was not answering me. I watched the shape of the head become more and more visible, coming further and further out of the ground until pop. The ground made this wet and squelchy sound as it popped and this thing emerged from the ground. It happened so incredibly quickly. I screamed for Joe, for my boss. I probably sounded like a little girl. I could not hear any of my coworkers talking or laughing anymore, but I did hear Joe scream too. These next events all happened in a flash. I turned my head around, caught a brief glimpse of Joe for maybe half a second or a second. I saw him looking down, with something wrapped around his ankle. In that second that I was looking away, I heard those same squelching sounds and flicked my eyes back around to see this thing scuttling along the floor on all fours. The head was massive, probably bigger than the average human head, but the rest of the body was all like smushed together and compact. The space between its head and torso was minimal, and all of its limbs were pressed up against its chest when it ran. It didn't look incredibly strong, and it could not have been taller or bigger than your average dog. The face did not have any kind of eyes, but it did have these holes in the sides of its head that were quite large. They were like stacks of circles that went into the head. It's hard to explain because I only had a brief glimpse when it ran towards me, and another restricted view when it eventually fled. The thing was immediately upon me and grasped its claws or hands or whatever around my ankle, and I don't even know how to describe the sensation. My ankle became numb or weightless is how I would describe it all at once. Not numb because I could still feel every sensation, but all of the skin felt like it sagged and became weaker. It clamped around me. I felt this sensation, and instead of a snap, there was a distinct pop, and I screamed louder than I ever have before in my life. The pain was like a bright hot white kind of pain, and I saw that nothing had snapped. This thing had almost phased through the limb. It put its claw or hand or whatever right through my ankle. There was no blood and nothing coming out of it, but my ankle had been passed through like jelly. It got really close to me, sniffed me, let out this horrible sound that made my ears ring, and then pulled out its claw, which just hurt just as much on the way in. I watched it scuttle away backwards incredibly quickly, watching me the entire way, before it eventually turned and ran along the road. My truck was in the way. I can't even describe what the hell happened. It just ran through my truck. Just like it had stretched the asphalt, the thing ran into my truck, through where the wheel was, and the wheel and the rim just stretched and eventually gave way to this thing as it just ran right through it. It looked like it took almost no effort at all. I just sat there with my mouth hanging open as I looked at the giant hole in my wheels. After the thing fled, my boss and my coworkers finally ran out, asked me if I was okay, and then called an ambulance for me. I asked them if they saw what happened and what the hell was going on. My boss told me he had no idea what I was talking about, that he just heard me scream and saw me injured. I had a fucking hole in my ankle. He looked shaken up and scared, but for some reason, he had no idea what I was talking about, that he just heard me scream and saw me injured. And for some weird reason, he didn't even look like he was lying. Maybe he just couldn't process it, and his mind blanked it. The doctor, when I got there, had no idea what to say to me. There really wasn't any quantifiable wound. There was no actual damage to my leg. It's like everything that existed in the place that the creature punctured just became void and disappeared from reality. All the insides had been liquefied or jellified and did not work anymore. They informed me that amputation was needed in order to stop any kind of damage or infection from spreading to the rest of my leg as a result of the gaping wound. So, yeah, there goes my employment. Now I get the honor of leeching off of the government, so you can imagine I am fucking thrilled. I managed to talk to Joe. He saw something similar, only he did not get off lightly either. Thing came out arm first, grabbed his ankle, turned it into mush, messed his shit up instantly. It tried to pull him under first, before eventually turning his entire foot into goop and leaving a puddle of it all over the highway. No bleeding or trauma to any other parts of his body. Everything else was sealed over with skin, like it had been amputated and healed over. He could not give me any answers either, which is why I'm here. We lost the contract immediately. Government sent another team of contractors and sealed that stretch off for a week or two. We could not even get close. No news articles about it, not even a pissed off guy online. That's the last any of us heard about it, until the route was opened back up with fresh asphalt and a new paint job. I want to know what I witnessed and why I got my life ruined for no reason. I just want to know something, anything at all. I am begging you. I was born and raised in the hills of southern Middle Tennessee. The family farm is well upwards of 500 acres and made up of mostly thick woods. In an area as sparsely populated as this, the people have names for the oddities that are unexplainable even by their knowledge of the land, flora, and fauna. One of these oddities is known as the LO Man. Its name is only something that is discussed rarely when trying to discover the reason behind an abnormal livestock death or odd finding in the woods. This story revolves around my interaction with the LO Man. Be 15-year-old me. It was late November, which is deer hunting rifle season, so I had decided to go hunting that day. In the morning, I had absolutely no luck, so I decided I would give it another go that afternoon, which is something I rarely do. To make this an even more rare occurrence, I decided to hunt in the holler behind my grandparents' house. No one ever went back there. It would quite honestly be accurate to say that the parts of the woods I was in more than likely had not seen a human in decades. I went plenty early, so that I could set up my blind in a nice thicket that I found that was right on an intersection of a game trail I found in a quiet little spring. I got settled in, and the hours slowly went by as I intently listened for the sounds of my quarry approaching and watched the little birds flit about. Their song and dance is an oddly reassuring stalwart when spending hours in the woods by oneself. Since I had entered the woods, I had felt a slowly mounting tension, but I was not sure why that was. After the sun had begun to set, I finally realized what was bothering me, what was off. The entire half-mile trek, I had not seen or spooked a single deer, turkey, rabbit, fox, or anything else on the ground, besides the well-worn game trail that I found. There had not been any signs of habitation, besides in the trees and sky. By this point, it had already started getting considerably dark as the sun quickly hid behind the hills. I noticed a terrible mistake of mine at this point too. As I usually hunt in the morning, and at stands I am intimately familiar with. I never carry a light with me. That was now a major problem. I have a good sense of direction, but walking around through the pitch black woods is less than desirable. I got out of the blind ready to pack it up when suddenly, as if someone had clicked the mute button on a remote, everything in the woods went dead silent. This caused me to pause. It seemed as if the woods were solemnly waiting for something to happen. The few moments dragged by like hours, and then it happened. From back in a holler adjacent to me, probably about a mile away, I heard something wailing. It sounded almost like a small child or woman. I quickly grabbed my rifle, readying myself to head in that direction to see what was amiss when I heard that sound again. Only this time it was much closer. My blood ran cold. All the hair on my body stood on end. You always hear about fight or flight, but until you experience it firsthand, you have no clue what it's like. There was no decision for me to be made. Fuck the blind. I was out of there. I started running toward my grandparents' house as I listened to that thing quickly gaining ground on me. I swore that in the wailing, I could almost make out the words, but it was far too animalistic. By the time I was finally making it near the fence close to my grandparents' house, I could hear its panting and the sound of its feet pounding the ground. I could see the fence. It was only a few feet away. Past that, I could see the warm lights of their house, but I knew that there was no way I could make it there in time. I thought that I might die here, mere feet away from safety. As a final act of desperation, I threw my rifle behind my back and dove over the fence. I was immediately bathed in the light of the backyard floodlights. Just behind the fence, I heard it stop, still in the woods, still in the darkness. I was never able to clearly see it, but I could tell that it just sat there, analyzing me, before turning back around and heading back into the holler. Shortly after, my grandparents came outside to find me lying on the yard, panting, and helped me into the house. When I told them what happened, they were not the least bit skeptical. With grim faces, they said that it was surely the Yellow Man. I have other stories from the farm that involve the Yellow Man and other mysterious happenings, if anyone is interested. In this next one, I was 10 years old at the time. That afternoon, my cousins and I had gone to town with my grandfather. For the life of me, I cannot remember what we were doing in town, but it took quite a while, and we were not headed back home till it was pitch black outside. In the battle royale to determine who would get the ever-elusive position of riding shotgun on the way back, I was the victor. Side note, but why the hell is riding in the front passenger seat called riding shotgun? Our property surrounds on both sides about 1.5 to 2 miles of highway. Right before one gets into the stretch of road where our land is, there is a sharp turn in the highway. Now would probably be a good time to mention that we do not exactly have any neighbors, unless you count the houses that are roughly a mile away from each side of our property via the highway. That night, as we were coming around the curve, I was in the middle of taunting my cousins from my seat when I heard my grandfather gasp. I quickly turned around to see what was going on, and I managed to catch a parting glimpse of what had so disturbed him. The lights had already gone off, so I could not make out any details, but something was stepping out of the woods on the edge of the road. Very spooked, I looked to my grandfather for some kind of reassurance that my eyes in the dark had only tricked me. His face was deathly pale. He was absolutely terrified by what he had just saw. The only time he ever said anything about what happened or what it was he saw was as soon as we got home. He simply stated that it was the Yellow Man. I don't know if the Yellow Man is a bad omen as well, or if it was just happenstance, but a few weeks later, my grandfather was the only witness to my dad's death in a farm accident. The only people who remotely saw the thing were my grandfather and I. I am happy to share these stories anon. Next story takes place when I was 11 years old, and this only indirectly involved me. This one probably is not related to the Yellow Man, though it certainly could be. This event happened about 2 weeks before Christmas. Be my grandparents. They have to put the finishing touches on their Christmas shopping, as well as run some errands, so they left their house basically all day. Their house is an old plantation-style home that has been in the family for a very long time and is centrally located on the farm. Due to its central location, my grandparents oftentimes left the back doors unlocked so that us family members could stop in while working if we needed to grab a tool, warm up or cool down, or grab something to eat. When they got back from their excursion, night had fallen on the farm. As they walked up to the back door to enter the house, they noticed that the door was sitting slightly ajar. Thinking one of us kids had just forgotten to close it properly during the day, they entered the house without even a second thought. That is when this story changes though. As soon as they enter, they can just feel that something is off. That being the case, they called the rest of the family to see who had come to the house. No one had been to the house that day. Now, rather unsettled, my grandmother decided that she would check the house to make sure that nothing was out of place or stolen. As she went room to room, she did not see anything that was out of place. With only one room left in the house to check, she made her way to the front guest bedroom. This bedroom is not a place that I like. It has heavy curtains draped down by all the windows that keeps the room in a perpetual state of darkness. When you add to that the creepy-ass antique dolls that line the walls, you have one creepy-ass room on your hands. To top it off though, the only source of light in the room is a single light in the middle of the room that has a pull string. Screw this room. As my grandmother made her way into the room, that feeling of unease was replaced with something far sinister. That feeling that I'm sure a mouse feels before being struck by an owl. The feeling of predation. She could tell that something in that room was watching her, waiting for her to distance herself from the entrance of the room to turn on the light. She froze at the entrance. Quickly and quietly, she grabbed my grandfather, and they retreated to their bedroom and locked the door. They prayed to make it through the night unscathed. The next morning, the house felt alright again, and my grandmother laughed off those feelings as just paranoia. Fast forward 1 week, the week before Christmas. Grandmother is cleaning the house, as their house is where we celebrate our family Christmas. She goes through the house tidying everything, and as she is finishing, ends up at the same room as before. She starts vacuuming the room, and then decides to start vacuuming behind the curtains. When she starts behind the curtains that are right beside the entrance to the room, her blood freezes and terror sets in. Behind the curtain, someone or something had cleared out a space to stand in. In the heavy carpet, there were marks from where it had stood motionless for hours. Whatever it was mere inches away from her, watching her, waiting for her to enter the room. That Christmas, due to it being the first one since my dad died, and some odd things happening at my house, we spent the night at my grandparents' house Christmas Eve night. That is the night when my grandmother told us what happened. It's not like I wanted to sleep that night anyway. Here is some background on my house. The house I lived in as a kid was rather old itself, dating back to when my great-grandparents had first bought our land. What many people did not know though, is that a similar house had stood at that exact spot, but had been burned down in the mid-1800s. It's said that the fire was started by the owner's daughter, who was not all there mentally. The girl and her baby brother died in the fire. When I was first told about this, I thought it was just my family screwing with me. But one day, while digging around the house, I started noticing shards of glass, dilapidated roofing tiles, rusty nails, rotted away wood fragments, and some whole items like old milk bottles and the likes. There was mostly a house that had burned down where mine now stood. I am sure you know where I am going with this. My house was haunted. My older brother, younger sister, and I all slept in the upstairs. Something else we shared was an intense fear of the upstairs storage closet. Every nightmare we had as children revolved around either something terrible coming from there or happening inside of that closet's four walls. In an old house, it seemed even older and just exuded an oppressive feeling. No matter how bright that light that was shown in there, it still felt dark. This closet was right beside the stairs that led to the first floor. This fact becomes important later. First story regarding my house follows this post. One night, I am about 7 years old the time this happened. I sleep on the top bunk of a bunk bed with my brother. Very late at night, I wake up to the sound of the closet door creaking open. In my sleepy state, I wonder why someone was up and about at that time. I look over the side of the bed and see a very young girl walking up to our bed. I can't see well because it's dark, but it must be little sister. I call out to her, asking why she is up at this time of night, telling her that she will get in trouble, etc. The girl looks up at me. I hear my little sister cough in her adjacent room. That is not my sister. No, 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 no. She is now right beside the bed and reaches out her arms for my brother's head. When I see this, I have had enough and throw my pillow at it and then pull the covers over my head and just hope that it will go away. I am not sure how or when, but I managed to fall back to sleep. In the morning, I wake up thinking about the vivid dream I had the night before. That is until I saw the pillow on my floor, where I threw it. This next story does not involve me at all. It takes place months after my dad had died, when weird things had started happening more frequently in the house. Be my mom at the house by herself, since my sister and I are at school. She is standing in the bathroom doing some cleaning, and talking on the phone to a friend from work. The bathroom is right at the foot of the steps in the house. While talking, she hears something that sounds like the upstairs storage closet creaking open, followed by a brief silence. Then all hell broke loose. It sounded like someone had thrown pots and then themselves down the stairs, crashing down. On the other side of the line, her friend asked what the hell that sound was and if my mom was okay. When my mom looked out at the base of the stairs, nothing was there. She looked throughout the entire house, and nothing was out of place. That being the first time my mom had experienced firsthand the weirder side of our house, it was not surprising when we moved away a couple of months later. That story does not end there though. After we moved out, my grandparents started renting the house. Years went by, and tenants came and went. When I was 18, I was at my grandmother's, and we started talking about the last tenants to move out. She told me that they told her about something strange that kept happening at the house at the dead of night. That was the main reason they were moving on. Sometimes at the deepest point of the night, everyone in the house would be awoken to the sound of the closet creaking and something crashing down the stairs. My mom, her friend, and I were the only ones that had known about my mom's experience. This happened to me when I was around 20 years old. It's the middle of July. It's probably around 3 p.m. My BFF comes over with a blunt of brown sugar. This gonna be good. Standing in the backyard, burning said blunt. There is a full moon shining bright in broad daylight. A flock of 50+ seagulls appear out of nowhere. You see this shit? The blunt burns to nothing without another hit being taken. We realize it's not a flock of seagulls, but otherworldly crafts. Crafts flying in and out of existence in a contained space in the sky. The formation floats to the north, then the formation floats to the south. The entire time, there is a fluctuation in the amount of crafts. Then there was one. The craft floats across the sky, headed north. Then there were two. Number 2 is tailing behind number 1. And then there were 3. Number 3 is closely following number 2. This continued on in the sky until they were all out of sight. That's the weirdest shit I've ever experienced in my life. I have a personal experience that happened to me a long time ago. To this day, even though I know it happened, I still can't help but feel disconnected from the memory. When I remember it, it almost feels like it happened to someone else, like I'm watching the event from a different perspective in my head. Anyway, so I am not from America, I am actually from Europe, and I won't be telling you exactly where. This happened to me back in the 1990s, when I was still working as a lighthouse keeper in a pretty remote location. The way it was set up was that this lighthouse was on a landmass that was isolated and a little bit out to sea away from the mainland. Like an island, I guess, but I don't know if I'd fully refer to it as that, because when you think island, you think big. By boat, it probably took a couple of hours or so from the mainland to get to. So while help was never far away, there was a slight wait. Anyway, so by the 1990s, most lighthouses in Europe were fully automated, and I probably was not far away from being one of the last lighthouse keepers in the entire world, which is a weird thing to think about. Even though I wasn't in a location as remote as some others in the world, it's such an isolating feeling. Knowing that you are the only person on that patch of land with no one around for miles really does something to your brain. It makes you think and act differently on a subconscious level. After a few weeks, you start talking out loud more than you should. You don't even notice that you're doing it. You're just having full-blown conversations with yourself. Even if you were an introvert and enjoyed being alone, this could quickly become a living nightmare if you were not able to find the right routine and mindset. The job was pretty easy, and I don't want to bore you with all of the details of it, because I think any adult with half a brain knows what lighthouse keepers do. I suppose everything first started when I started having these horrible night terrors. I dreamed that the landmass I was on just had an entirely black void around it, and that I had nowhere to go. In these dreams, I would lose control of my body and be forced to watch myself step off the edge of reality and fall endlessly. When I would wake up, I would be covered in sweat and find myself wandering around the lighthouse. I even found myself down by the sea one time, which put me on really high alert. Anything could have happened. I could have ended up washed out to sea and dead. I was worrying to myself, thinking I might have to tie myself to the bed to stop myself from dying. These dreams came out of nowhere too. I'd been out there maybe a month and boom, nightmares for a week straight. Always a similar thing, and I always woke up somewhere away from my bed. One time, I found myself sat flat on my ass with bits of wood planks crumpled beneath me. In my sleep, I had somehow obliterated a crate that gets used to store rope. I had put on some weight, but this was just ridiculous. Anyway, so on the day that my experience happened, I remember I was up pretty early and was just watching the seagulls flying around. There was a group of them, all swarming around overhead near the shore, and I was interested in what they were doing. They were circling in this almost tornado formation, where some were flying above the others and must have been at it for a while. I'd actually heard them being pretty loud before I woke up, but I was desperate to get some more sleep that morning. So, a seagull here and there starts breaking off from the pack. While the others are still circling, I see one swoop down towards the shoreline, but it does not come back up with anything. When it comes back up, it flies back into the formation, and I see another swoop down, and then another. This happens for maybe a minute or more, until I see one swoop down, and it does not come back up. After not seeing it come up after about 30 seconds, this is when the rest of the formation of them just scatters, like completely scatters. They don't scatter in formation or even in pairs. Almost every single one of those seagulls let out this ear-piercing screech and then scattered in a different direction to the rest. I was really curious by this point and wanted to know what was going on. I finished sipping on some water and kept watching the shoreline, trying to figure out where the hell the other seagull went. It's possible it was flying low to the water and disappeared from my eyeline, but it would have had to have been quick and sneaky. But it was not long before I spotted something bobbing in the water by the shore and slowly drifting out with the waves. I used my binoculars to confirm what I feared, and I indeed saw a seagull, belly up, just bobbing up and down, not moving whatsoever. I'm not exactly an animal lover, but man, was that a depressing sight. I made my way down to the shoreline, because I could not think of any reason how this could possibly happen. I've never seen a seagull just mess up a dive bomb before, but even if it did, surely there is no way one could die on impact from that height against the waves. Maybe I'm wrong. The sun was high in the sky by this point, and I could feel the heat bearing down on me. It was nice to have some decent weather out here at this point, because before then, it had been nothing but rough wind and rain. When I got to the shoreline, I genuinely recoiled and looked away and took a few steps back at first, because I just saw this large mass right on the shoreline. It was just stationary, and the waves were just coming up and hitting it with no movement. Before I even got down there, I could smell something vile. Weirdly enough, it kinda smelled like chlorine at first, but after that, it started to smell almost like rotten eggs. The mass on the shoreline was a dead seal. Only not exactly, because it looked like it had been put on a diet. Its blubber was almost non-existent. It looked mummified almost. It would have explained the seagull floating in the water, if not for the fact that it did not look freshly dead. I could barely get close to it, because just looking at it gave me an overwhelming urge to puke. I didn't really have anything other than a big stick to prod it with, and when I touched it, the seal felt oddly light, when these are some heavy-ass creatures. Even the smallest seals are like 100 pounds. But yeah, even just prodding it with my stick, it was incredibly easy to shift. I couldn't move it entirely, but I could roll it a little and shift its weight. Man, this is gonna sound weird, but I knew I would not be able to relax or even sleep, just knowing it was there on the island, even if it wasn't in my eyeline. Even just the thought of it rotting away on the island made me feel sick. There wasn't exactly protocol for this, and maybe this was a little bit inhumane of me, but while looking away and trying to hold my breath at the same time, I kinda kicked it a little bit. I kicked it just enough to be able to eventually roll it, and I kept rolling it with my foot just enough until it was into the water and it made a little splash. That was good enough for me, as long as it was away from me, as long as it wasn't on the island. Man, when I was kicking it, even though I was trying to look, I took a few peeks, and I could see the skin sagging whenever it rolled. The skin looked so weird and stretchy and leather at the same time, and I could not look anymore. It looked like the skin was way too big. Like I said, it was mummified. The blubber was almost all gone, so it just looked like a suit that was way too big for an animal. I did not have the guts to look at it up close. My day was completely boring after that. Really nothing much of note. I spent the day doodling, since at the time I fancied myself as an up-and-coming artist, and figured I would become a pro by the end of my time. Didn't work out like that though, unfortunately. I had another night terror that night, but it did not involve the usual. I actually barely remembered it, because it woke me up in the middle of the night, and I went back to sleep and forgot most of it. The nightmare was just something like being strapped down to my bed and being unable to move ever again. Like in my nightmare, all I could do was lay there and stare at the ceiling for days until I lost my mind. Way scarier than any of those other nightmares. So, anyway, I woke up in the middle of the night, sweating and needing a drink of water. I think this was the first time I had a nightmare where I was not outside of my bed. I took a peek outside the window, as I usually do, just to check that there were no problems, and I thought I could make something out. I could see some faint dark shape in the distance near the shore. It was just a lump, and all I could think to myself was, damn it, the seal must have washed back up again. But I was so incredibly tired I just fell right back asleep. I woke up early that morning again. It barely felt like I'd slept at all, but I was hearing some sounds outside that roused me. I can't quite remember the sounds exactly, but they were not pleasant. I don't even know what I assumed they were. I can't remember. When I finally managed to get myself up properly and took a look outside, I saw a shape down on the ground outside, but it was nowhere near the shore now. It was halfway up the path to the lighthouse. There was no seal. I pulled out my binoculars, even though I didn't really need them. There was this thing that was just very slowly moving up the path, slithering almost. I could see it vibrating ever so slightly when I used my binoculars, and it was moving side to side, but only by a tiny amount. I'd go as far as to say only millimeters to the left and right, kind of rapidly. The path behind it was darker, like it had been soaked with water from the tide. This thing, it was thicker than my forearm from what I could see. It looked slimy. It was this color that was almost navy, but darker than that, but it had these patches of green, like it had a cluster of moles or something. It had these fangs sticking out of its head. They were just stalks. I could not see any eyes or a mouth or anything. It was just moving at a steady pace, and I had never seen anything like it before. I was half thinking of contacting the shore and telling them, but what could I tell them? Hey, guys, I have an oversized slug currently invading my lighthouse. I would have been fired on the spot. I just watched it and watched it as it kept moving up the path. While I was watching, I noticed it was not the only one. There was another shape lagging behind that was down near the shore. It looked like it was barely out of the water. If it wasn't impossible, I would have assumed it was the most elaborate prank ever pulled. I actually went up and opened the glass window, which you're not really supposed to do. It's supposed to remain closed to help protect the lighthouse from the elements. Anyway, I did so, and stuck my head outside, only to be hit by that same horrible smell from yesterday. Chlorine and rotten eggs. And when I stuck my head outside, I caught sight of a shape right below me, and I screamed like a little girl, and closed the window on instinct. There was a shape, a large mass, attached to the side of the lighthouse. I recoiled all the way away from the window, and was trying to calm myself down. I felt like I could not move. I could not get the smell out of my nose, and I felt frozen, and like I could not look away from the glass window. And over the next few minutes, I watched as that shape started to come into view. It just slivered and took a while, but eventually, it was completely over the glass and just sat there. I did not see anything on its body, or at least, not that I remember. It was just this big, wrinkly mass. It was bigger than I first thought. It was more like 2 forearms pressed together. I just stared. I wished I had a camera so I could document it. I tried to make a shitty doodle of it as I had my pen and paper close by, but like I said, I never made it as an artist. Actually, hold on. I drew this one after finishing writing out the story for you all, and I came back to put it here before I posted. Forgive how bad it looks, and the size being completely off, and basically everything being completely off. They didn't even really look like that. This is just how I remember it in my mind. I just watched as it just kind of pulsed there or vibrated. I watched for maybe 5 minutes until I started to hear the sound, and before I knew it, I could see a tiny crack in the glass. And then I started to hear that sound but louder as the crack started to splinter. I knew I was in huge trouble and that I would have to contact the mainland, and I did. I was screaming at them something about the glass being broken and that there was some kind of creature on the side of the lighthouse and that I needed help. The guy on the other side of the radio kept asking me to repeat myself, which I did, before he sounded just fed up and told me that someone will be coming over in a few hours. I went back and watched a little bit longer, until, crash, the glass just completely gave way, and I see this thing hit the floor with a squelching sound. It sounded like it was full of water. I was freaked out, but at the same time, I had this weird compulsion to just go up and poke it. It sounds crazy typing it out now, but I don't know what came over me. I had never seen anything like it before, and I know it broke the glass, but I just thought it was fat. I didn't think I was in real danger. I was only so panicked on the radio because the glass broke and I knew my job was in danger. No way anyone would believe how it actually broke. I still had that large stick from the day before. I don't know why I didn't throw it away. So I grabbed it and prodded at this thing from an arm's length away. It did not really react when I did. The skin where I prodded it kinda sank in a little and then came back up like a memory foam mattress. It still smelled horrible though, and so I decided that I was going to kick it away and outside like I did with the seal. I went to kick it, and the thing instantly gave way to the pressure of my foot. I looked away while doing it because it was grossing me out, but when I was trying to move it, I noticed I could not feel it sliding or rolling across the floor, and when I looked back, this thing was wrapped around my leg. It was wrapped around my leg like a snake. It had stretched itself thinner around my leg, which did not make sense to me, and I could feel it vibrating. I was wearing short pants because of the sun. It was the first time I got to wear them the entire month. I could feel these little jolts on my leg of what felt like tiny static electricity zaps, and it tickled a little bit, so I started trying to lift my leg to kick this thing off. But I couldn't. It was so heavy. I think it was because it was heavy, but I also felt like my leg was becoming weaker. You can call me crazy and tell me this is impossible, but the fat around my lower leg, I could have sworn it looked a tiny bit skinnier than my other one. Bear in mind that this all happened so quickly, so I had to process it all at once and make split-second decisions, even if they were stupid. I wasn't stood there gawking and letting this thing tickle me to death for 5 minutes like an idiot, so I took the stick and I just started beating this thing. I hit it and hit it, but its skin was just going in, and it was not even reacting. It wasn't until I struck this thing on one of its stalks that it receded into its head insanely quickly and instantly, I felt all of the pressure just release in one go. And once it did, I just ran. I ran out of that room and shut the door, and I practically galloped down those steps to lock myself into another room that was windowless. Every time I moved the leg that thing was attached to, it was shaking like crazy. And once I got near the bottom, my leg actually gave way, and I hit the deck. I'm lucky I was able to break the fall with my hands. After that, I just limped into another room and barricaded myself in. There wasn't a clock in that room, so all I could do was just sit there and listen and hope that someone would show up soon. I started to feel really dehydrated at one point, like I had not drank a sip of water in weeks, days, I don't know. My mouth was bone dry, it was horrible, it was like I was in a desert. After a while, I actually started to drift in and out of sleep after what I assume was a couple of hours. I got woken up again when I heard someone calling my name, and I scrambled to my feet and unbarricaded the door to try and make myself not look totally crazy. 2 men were sent to get me, and they asked me what was going on because I sounded really weird on the radio. At first, I asked them if they saw anything on the island, and all I got was a blank stare and a really drawn out no. So I tried not to mention any details that would get me locked up. I don't even remember the excuse I gave for the glass, but it was bad. They gave me the most foul looks, and the entire ride back on the boat, I got the silent treatment. I only found out later that I had been in that room for around 6 hours. They had been delayed due to horrible weather. Weird because it was pretty nice outside just before I went in that room. When I got back to the mainland finally, my boss wanted to talk to me. It went as terribly as you would expect. He asked me again about the glass, and I just sat there looking at him for like a minute straight in silence, trying to think of any good excuse at all. He then proceeded to tell me that my lighthouse was scheduled for automation and that work would begin on it immediately. He thanked me, almost reluctantly, and then told me that my services would no longer be required. And that's genuinely the end of my experience. I just need someone here to tell me that I'm not crazy, because to this day, I have no idea what I saw or what happened to me, and I feel like I need to know. I have got a story from working with my dad. We work for a drain cleaning service on the East Coast, so we are mostly in basements pretty much the whole day. A lot of the houses are old, especially in this shitty town that our idiot dispatcher always sends us to. So the basements are usually pretty small and short, which is a bitch for someone who is 6'2". Anyways, we get to the job. We wait a while for the tenant to show up. This guy with a walker and COPD comes up. There is nothing creepy about him. I don't know if he was a tenant or maintenance or what. I mean, he was overweight. He had a breathing problem and COPD, so I doubt he was maintenance. He opens up the basement for us. We are checking the drains. Everything seems alright. My dad comes back from the back of the place. The old guy says there is a room further back. My dad sends me in there so I can turn off the lights and stuff after looking in the back room. I head towards the back room. The door is really hard to open. I finally get it open. It's a cold day, but this room was legit freezing. There are some boxes stacked up, blocking the view of the left side of the room. I move some boxes so I can actually see the rest of the room. I thought this room was small, but it's actually large. I decide I should go further into the room. There are 2 sides, separated by an old wooden wall. I hear something fall down. Not a loud clanging or anything, just like if a bunch of leaves were to scrape against a concrete floor. All lights are still off. The only light is from the basement window, which is a small rectangle. In the little area of light I see a shadow move from one side of the room to the other, just before the wall. Alright, I'm not that easily spooked. I turn the lights on, I check the drains, whatever. But then, it gets time to leave. The way this place is set up is there is a door on the side, then a door to get in that has a window, and then an old wooden door before that one that leads to the rooms in the back. Everyone else has gone outside already. I get stuck locking up and turning the lights off. I get to the door with the window. It's so annoying to close. I am struggling to get the lock to go for a while. I start getting anxious out of nowhere. I look up. The other side of the door is almost completely black. I see the old wooden door to the back rooms open up, which makes it get a little bit brighter, and I see the outline of a hand holding onto the side of it. Shit, shit, shit. I slam the door shut. It finally latches. Thank God for that. I sprint up the small flight of stairs and slam the other door behind me. My dad and the COPD guy are looking at me weird. We had to go back to that same place later that day because we could not get into the first floor the first time, and I forgot to close one of the doors. Usually, the only things I see are shit and weird things people flush down their toilets. I only come to act recreationally, but this experience has me questioning everything. I was around 25 years old when this one happened to me. I was driving home from work at 4 a.m. I worked behind the bar in a nightclub at the time, so you know how it is. It was a nice night actually. I wasn't really tired at all. I was ready to get home and watch some TV for a few hours before I go to bed and repeat the process. I pull into my driveway and instantly notice that something is off. All of my lights are off inside the house when I usually leave the living room and bedroom light on. I decide to investigate. I leave my car running in case I need to get the hell out of there in a flash. I unlock my front door and walk inside. I notice just how cold the house is, and I look through my dining room window to see that the back door has had all of the glass smashed out of it. Weird. Nothing seems to be stolen or even touched for that matter. I decide it's best to go to my friend's house and call the police. I get in the car to leave, and as I reverse out of my driveway, I see a tall as hell figure standing in my living room window, but I cannot make out any features because of the darkness. Nope. I speed off out of there, faster than a cheetah on steroids. About 2 weeks after this shit happened, I came home from work to find my house on fire. Mega nope. This happened 3 days after the break-in. I have a new door put in already, because screw the cold weather. I am just getting ready to go to work. I got my t-shirt, jeans, and a bag with an extra pair of clothes in case a customer decides it's a good idea to throw booze at me. The break-in is still on my mind, and I am slightly paranoid about my house as a whole. I started feeling like I am being watched whenever I pass the large living room window during the night. I feel uneasy being anywhere downstairs at night. I constantly see stuff moving out of the corner of my eye. I play it off as my imagination. Yeah, that's it, thump. Oh, for fuck's thump. It sounds like someone is bouncing a huge basketball hard down onto the ground from my roof. I have no idea what the hell it is. I feel the house shake whenever it hits the roof. I go outside to see if I can see it from the ground. Nothing at all. Weird. Maybe my dish fell down or something? Yeah, that'll be it. Oh crap, I'm late for work. I go back inside and get my bag. I sling it over my shoulder. As I reach the bottom of the stairs, I hear what sounds like someone throwing a desk chair down behind me, but when I turn around to look, there is nothing there at all. Nope, I'm out. I drive to work. I come home and find that my bedroom window is wide open, more than wide enough for someone to climb through. I leave that window closed and locked at all times because the wind catches it if I so much as leave it open a crack. I live on the top floor. No way someone could have opened it up without being on the roof. No thank you, not tonight. I call my girlfriend and go and stay with her for the night. That's all I got for now. This happened to me in winter 2009. I was driving home from a friend's house. It's about 9 p.m. I am driving through town. I see an old man sitting at a bus stop. I slow down for a closer look. He is easily 80 plus years old. He looks like he is freezing. He is not wearing a coat or anything. I pull over and walk over to him. I tell him that the buses are not running tonight. He looks up at me and nods. I offer him a ride. Yes, please. I help him into my car and we start driving. He tells me that he lives not too far away. It's about a 15-minute drive. I try and make some small talk with him. He is not talking, only sniffing. I turn up the heat a little bit more. The entire ride, he barely says anything. We pull up to his house. I drove as close as I can to the front door. He does not want help getting inside. I ask him if he is going to be okay. He turns to me and places his hand on my shoulder. Tears stream down his face as he barely whispers, "She found someone else." He nods to me and gets out of the car. He stands at the front door for a bit before going in. Those words still haunt me to this day. It killed me to see such a fragile old man cry his eyes out and then say something like that. It makes me wonder what happened. Did his wife of many years cheat on him? Did his daughter leave her husband for someone else? I live in a small town where everyone knows everyone, so it was pretty easy to find info on what was going on. The man was a welder for almost 50 years. He did welding a few towns over, so was rarely seen in my hometown despite living there. His wife was alive and well during that time. However, now both have passed away. I never did find out the full story, but those words will stick with me forever. I bought a drone to capture some images here in Jalisco, but due to cartel activity, I could not fly it, so I just kept it in its box for a few months until I got the chance to go to vacations to my hometown in Veracruz when I went to visit my great-grandparents in a small village. I was there visiting my great-grandparents and cousins, who happened to be teenagers, and they were amazed by the drone I had bought. So we went on to fly it and show them how we could see from the iPad in real time where it was flying and what it was seeing from up above. We got back to the house and my grandpa was there and told me that he had seen those before back in his days. I asked him when it was, and he said it was back around the 1940s. I thought he was just joking, but he is a pretty dead serious old man who served in the Mexican Revolution with Pancho Villa, La Famosa Bola. That's what they were called back then, the Bola. I asked him, how did he know it was a drone? He said that he and his brothers used to herd cows back then, and back then, it was legal to carry guns, shotguns, and everything needed to protect your cattle from thieves or wolves, so he was outside with his brothers, taking care of the herd, and saw something weird that was above them, and it hummed really hard. So they thought it was some kind of weird bird, and they started shooting it, he and his brothers. When the drone saw it was being shot at, the drone started shooting back. Obviously, they did not know it was a drone. They thought it was a weird bird. Everybody ran, and since they had horses, it took some time for the drone to catch any of them. My great-grandfather said he hid behind a tree and aimed towards the drone and somehow hit it. The drone fell, and he and his brothers went to take a look at the bird. Upon taking a closer look at it, they saw it was not a bird. They hit their shotguns, and it felt like metal. So they did not know what it actually really was. My great-grandpa said it looked the same as my drone. Since they were on the Sierra, they saw up in the mountain some people dressed in weird suits coming down. My great-grandpa and his brothers were really scared, so they loaded their guns and hid. When these people arrived, picked up the drone, and somebody speaking Spanish asked them to come out. My great-grandpa says they told them that if they ever see one of these things, to not shoot them, and they opened up a briefcase and gave him a really good amount of money to each of them to buy up some land, and some even bought horses and more cattle. These weird people dressed in weird suits just told them not to talk about the incident with anybody. My great-grandpa told me that's how he built the house, with that money. When I describe it, it does not sound that creepy, but in reality it was. I was a kid, and got in trouble for fighting with my brothers, so I was crying and ran to my bedroom, locked my door, and hid underneath a blanket. I was lying on my stomach and felt two hands press against my back. I thought it was my dad, but I remember thinking it was weird for him to put two hands on my back like that, and I did not hear anyone come inside. I looked to see what it was, and nobody was in the room, and my door was still locked. There was no doubt about it, none at all. Someone bigger than me placed two hands on my back, and they pressed rather hard. I remember being so confused, and this happened at daytime too. I stopped crying because I was just so confused. I asked my dad if he had come into the room, and he said no, which made sense because the door was locked. I just could not make sense of it. When we moved out of that apartment, I found out that a baby had died in my room a couple of months before we moved in. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, because the hands that touched me definitely belonged to an adult. To this day, I have no explanation. I've seen things that I could not explain, like walking alone at midnight and seeing a ball of light the size of a baseball pass about 6 feet above my head when I was about 25 years old that I could not explain at all. And I've had some extremely frightening dreams, but that feeling of having those hands on my back, although it was not my scariest memory, it's definitely the weirdest, because there is no doubt at all that it happened, and there is literally no explanation, and it felt so realistic. This happened to me in 1961. It was my first time flying on a Soviet Tu-104. Everyone says it's a miracle of engineering, but it looks like a metal coffin. I get stuck in the middle seat. I can't see outside the window. Neighbor is a nervous academic. He keeps fiddling with a crossword. His hands are shaking. The air is thick with smoke and sweat and something chemical. The engine roars, but there is a grinding underneath the floor. Just the sound of it is putting me on edge. I try to sleep, but every time I close my eyes, I feel like I am falling. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I love flying. I have done this dozens of times. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong though. Halfway through, my neighbor elbows me. His face is pale and his eyes are wide. I don't know what's wrong with him. He points outside the window. His mouth is moving, but he is not saying anything to me. I can't hear any words coming out of his mouth. He looks like a fish on land, gasping for breath. I feel this really cold sweat, but force myself to look around outside the window. I shit you not, I see a glowing, upside-down saucer, pulsing with sickly green light. There is no sound coming from it that I can hear. There are no markings on the craft. It's just hovering and matching our speed with ease. It doesn't even look like it's trying. I try to rationalize it, but my skin is crawling. I think maybe I just don't have enough sleep, that I'm hallucinating or something. My neighbor whispers to me, "Do you see it?" I nod. My throat is really dry now. I'm really nervous. I tried to convince myself it's a weather balloon or some unknown Soviet aircraft. I thought that maybe they were testing something that we did not know about. But in public view, like this, not likely. Suddenly, the air gets really thick, like breathing through a wet cloth. The lights start to flicker. I hear the engine stutter. Everything just feels wrong. Then it happens. Reality starts to bend in front of my eyes. The length of the cabin starts stretching. I see the seats melt into the floor. It's like some kind of insane trip. My eyes are not making sense. My body feels heavy just watching this. I do not feel in control anymore. I am sucked out of my body, floating above the aisle. I am watching myself scream from up above. I see my neighbor's mouth open at an impossibly wide angle. There is now black smoke pouring out of it. People around me start to dissolve. There is skin peeling off of them in parts and ribbons. Their faces are melting into the seats. Some people have just turned into a pile of ash or goo or liquid. I hear voices speaking, but they are not speaking Russian. I do not recognize the language, but I hear it. I can hear it right in my ear, like someone is pressed up against my skull and just whispering. I don't hear it where I'm floating. I feel it right in my ears below me. I know that doesn't make sense. The whispering in my ear finally turns to Russian, and what I hear whispered is, "You are not supposed to be here." And they whispered this in Russian. It whispered so many other things that I did not understand because they were not in Russian. I tried to move, but my limbs are gone. I look around and I don't have arms anymore. I don't have legs anymore. I'm just stumps. My arms have been replaced by something black, just shadows. I am suddenly slammed back into my body from up above. I am gasping for air. I can't breathe properly. I reached to grab my oxygen mask from the back of my seat, but no matter what I did, I still could not breathe properly. I felt something blocking my lungs, if that makes sense. I could not get any air into myself or out of myself. The cabin is in chaos. The people who have not melted away are clawing at their faces, blood everywhere. The woman in front of me bites off her own finger with her eyes rolled back. The flight attendant is coming running, but she collapses and starts convulsing. I see her eyes are bleeding. My neighbor is gone now. The seat is just completely empty. His crossword is torn in half, and there is blood smeared over his tray. I look down and my hands are covered in scratches that I do not remember making. The windows are now all pitch black. I can't see outside anymore. Just a faint glowing shape making movements in thick black smoke. It's like a wall of it surrounding the plane. Someone tries to open up the emergency door and gets tackled by another attendant. I see teeth scatter across the aisle. The air smells like burning hair, burning skin. The captain's voice comes on over the intercom, but it's just wet gurgling noises. It sounds like he is choking on his own blood, and he does not say a single comprehensible word. The lights flicker again. For a split second, I see the aisle crawling with things. These dark shapes with too many limbs and no faces. Then everything just snaps back, all in an instant. The plane lands hard. I hear metal screaming and screeching and sparks flying. Everyone is thrown forward. It's not a crash landing, but a very bumpy one. Soldiers start swarming the plane as soon as we touch down. They are wearing gas masks, they are holding rifles, and they are barking orders at everyone. They are picking people up, grabbing them by the arms, dragging them outside of the plane. People are having their hands zip-tied and being arrested. They are being thrown into the mud, practically thrown down the stairs. I got taken out too. I was escorted by soldiers, put in a vehicle, and I had a blindfold put over my head, and I never saw where we went. When I could next see, I was in a freezing room, and I was being interrogated. The lights were much too bright. They burned. The questions they were asking made no sense. They kept asking me, "What did you see? What did you hear? Did it speak to you?" I tried to answer, but my mouth wouldn't work. My tongue felt split. I didn't have the words to tell them. Nothing even really felt real anymore. I was forced to sign papers that I could barely understand. My hands would not stop shaking every time I had to hold the pen. I was locked in a windowless room for days. The food they gave me was just wet, mushy slop. I wasn't being held in these rooms alone though. There were other people in other rooms. At night I could hear screaming and wailing and begging through the walls. People begging to be let out, to have some kind of explanation. And then all night long just pounding and pounding with someone's hands. I don't know how they didn't break them. I heard someone screaming at one point about the green light. I try to ask the guard what is going on, but he is really evasive. But he ends up telling me that there was an accident. I find out from others that they gouged out their own eyes. No normal person just does that. Another one tries to hang themselves with a bedsheet. The guards end up dragging them away and stopping them. I finally got released, and when I did, I was dumped in a random city and told never to speak of it ever again. I was far away from home with no money, none of my belongings, and no way to contact anyone that I knew. The newspapers were saying nothing. There were no missing persons reports. There was no report about a crash or anything like that, so I guess it was just all in my mind. I don't know. I kind of had a hard time trying to figure out what was real and what was not. I tried to go home when I could eventually get there, but my family were acting strange towards me, like they don't recognize me. They told me they got a visit in the night. They said they are scared to talk to me. I start seeing things in mirrors that I know aren't really there. I see things from the plane, but in my home, in real life. I keep flashing back to that day. I wake up with bruises and scratches and sometimes blood on my pillow, but I can't even tell if it's real. I can't sleep anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I am back on the plane, seeing those same things. But it gets worse before it gets better. Weeks pass. I start having blackouts. I wake up in strange places, with muddy shoes and raw hands, with dirt underneath my fingernails and bruises and scratches. One morning I find a chunk of hair on my pillow, but it is not mine. It is not even the same color. I start having these terrible nightmares that I cannot explain away. I keep hearing that whispering in my dreams, and I think the craft is going to come to my home and take me away. I see the news about a train derailment. I recognize one of the survivors from the flight. The next day, news says they died in the hospital from self-inflicted wounds. I can't reach out to any passengers because I do not know any of them. I don't have any contact details or anything. Nothing was published, so I only have faces, which is not much to go off in a big city or a big country even. It's insane to me how quickly and easily it was swept underneath the rug with no coverage. I start finding strange objects in my apartment that I do not remember putting there. One night, I wake up to find the neighbor from the plane sitting at the foot of my bed with his mouth open and black smoke pouring out of it. I cannot move or scream. I just watch as he leans in and whispers at me. It's just sleep paralysis is all I can tell myself. I wake up in the bathtub one night in ice cold water and my wrists are bleeding. The hospital says I attempted to take my own life, but I don't even remember. I start seeing the saucer in the sky, even during the day, but no one else can see it. Sometimes I see it reflected in the windows and sometimes in puddles. Every single time I see it, I lose time. I end up somewhere else I'm not supposed to be, or hours have passed. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Neighbors start to complain about screaming from my apartment at nighttime. I am threatened with eviction. I am told that the smell coming from my room is unbearable, but I don't smell anything. I started losing my teeth. A few of the ones in the back just fell out without any prior pain or any problems. I woke up and they were outside of my mouth. My gums started bleeding a lot too. Doctor told me it was stress and prescribed pills to me. The pills make the dreams worse. I dream of the plane crashing, the metal tearing, bodies flying through the air. I wake up with dirt under my nails once again and mud on my sheets. One night, I wake up standing in the street, completely barefoot. The police pick me up and ask me where I've been. I can't even answer them. I just keep mumbling to myself. I get put into a psychiatric hospital. I don't remember much from this time. I am too dosed up on every drug you can think of. I think I got released after around 6 months, maybe slightly longer. My brain eventually stopped making these things up and I felt a lot better. I had to move back in with my parents. I did not leave my room for years. I had no job for a while, just a useless shut-in. I eventually got over it, and with enough medication, it got shoved into the back of my mind. I think I just learned to repress it, but it comes back in waves. I will have weeks or sometimes a whole month where I cannot sleep and have those horrible nightmares again. I don't have an explanation. I don't have any proof, but I never want to even think about that shit ever again. This story was told to me by an older family member many years ago, and I wrote it down, but I've never fully typed it or posted it anywhere until now. Alright, for the sake of X, this is my first encounter with a ghost, most likely a slightly malicious spirit, probably a poltergeist. In high school, when I was 15, 2 of my buddies came over and we played some video games at my house on a Friday night. The next day, one went to work and did his thing, and the other invited me to his house for the night, as his parents would be gone, and we would have the place to ourselves to play Guitar Hero, and real guitars as loud as we wanted to. That day, he warned me that his house was haunted, and I completely and utterly did not believe a word of it, as I had zero belief in spirits walking the earth. I dismissed what he said as an obvious mistake, and assumed the house would be slightly rickety and settling in on itself. Well, that night came along, and my mother dropped me off at his house out in the country, in a place called Mission Valley, where old wars had been fought between Mexico and Texas. The house was of normal size, and was not too old even, maybe built around the 1940s or 1950s. We kicked off the night in his room, playing some multiplayer Guitar Hero alone in his house. There were shoeboxes above his TV on the TV stand, and quite randomly, one fell off and landed on my shins, then on my feet, and then the floor. "Ooh, it was a ghost," I said, followed by, "Nah, it was probably just the fan moving it around." As I looked up at the fan, I realized it was not moving at all, and in that particular moment, I realized just how still it was, not only in the house but outside of it as well. It was like a dead spot for the wind, with stale heat and humidity festering the air. In that moment, an inkling of a theory came to my mind that something was not right about the house, but I dismissed it and carried on. Time went by and, unbeknownst to me, he would be talking on the phone with his girlfriend/friend for a decent chunk of the night, leaving me alone often. He was in his kitchen down the one hall of the house, and I was in his room eating a bit of cake. As I sat there on his bed munching, my gaze landed on the Guitar Hero controller leaning on his TV stand, and quite appropriately, as if it were watching and intensely awaiting my reaction, it moved a solid 2 inches in front of the TV. I shit myself, put down my fork, and got the hell out, in that order. I told my friend what I had seen, and his only words were, "I told you so, dude. I told you before you came." After this, nothing happened for a while. We hung out, watched some TV on the bigger screen in the living room, when suddenly, he said, "What's that smell? Do you smell that?" And then got up and straight bolted for the front door, and I mean he was halfway gone to the damn moon before I realized what he was doing and where he was going and why he was leaving. At this point I was stricken with panic, and my most primal instincts were yelling, telling me to stay the hell out. We stood on his road for a while looking at the house and talking about it. "What the hell was that, man? Why did you run suddenly? It really freaked me out," I said. "I smelled a bad one. I've always heard you can smell a really bad one. It smelled like pure burning garbage, and I knew we had to get out of there." At first I was slightly confused and thought he was joking, that it was all a big joke and there were fishing lines around the room, with him being the maestro behind it all, and that he had just farted and made it seem like a ghost joke. But as the night continued, I would only begin to fathom the monstrosity of a benevolent spirit that wants you to feel fear, wants you to know it is there, and feeds off of this energy as it snowballs out of control. The night continued on. I was paralyzed with fear most of the night, but something was beckoning me to stay. Something inside of me had to know. The strongest thread of curiosity stricken in my head. Just what else could this thing manifest and make happen? We tried watching TV and listening to music to no avail. The TV channel would switch randomly and keep going up and up and up and up, hit 0 and then start over again. Both remotes were visible, for the satellite and the TV, so neither of us pressed anything. The TV was just pure berserk, static and channels galore. Eventually it stopped. My friend got up and looked at the ceiling fan in the living room. He reached up and touched it, and it immediately came to a halt. There was no electricity running through it. It was just moving all along on its own for the past 15 to 30 minutes. The door to his parents' room behind the couch in the living room creaked shut while we were in there, and both of us gave it one glance and quickly resumed watching TV. Back in his room, we both saw a shadow float up behind his guitar amp in the corner of the room and then ever so slowly, silently back down. I was the first to look in that direction, and he then said, "You saw that too, right?" At which point I shit myself for the second time, because I thought it was my imagination again. It turns out, they do not like to be ignored, and will manifest in the corner of your vision, only to silently observe you, and then float back away into the ether. Later in the night, my friend is on the house phone with some chick from school, talking about ghosts and stuff. The call gets really messed up. We cannot hear her saying anything. We dismiss it and hang up. A few moments later, on his cell phone, he gets a random call from an all-0 number and then gets a voicemail. The voicemail was a recording of both him and our friend on the house phone, as if the cell phone could have been a third party and recorded it all. The night continued on even more, curiosity controlling me, preventing me from calling home to Mama and just getting out of there. Whatever it was sentient, it knew things, it knew what to do to freak you out the most. My friend said that the night I was there was the worst it had ever been in his entire life, as only 3 or 4 things had happened to him before this night, including a CD sticking to the ceiling that was in his backpack, a beer cap flying around his room, music playing by itself, the same song on the stereo. Set Me Free, Your Heaven's a Lie by Lacuna Coil was on repeat during the night I spent there, all on its own, so creepy, and things happened to his mother as well sometimes. She would feel it lay down in the bed next to her, or try to push her down into the bed harder, at night, to the point of her not breathing right. I showered, and it lifted my wet hair straight up into the air. I'm telling you right now, whether it is my bat shittiness, or whether it was psychokinesis, or whatever it was a sentient thing. My hair stood straight up briefly in the shower, and at that point I nearly broke down. But I just got out of the shower and ran half naked into his room and told him I was through with coming back here. I tried to sleep, but they physically moved the tent-like sheets that were on top of my feet, and I could feel their presence, forever pacing around the bed. Except that the whole thing being touched by something invisible thing was not even the worst that could have happened, or the worst that did happen. You listen to me right now. If there is one thing you take away from my story, it's that you do not point at a damn ghost when you see one. You point. It's like a damn beacon. It's like a vacuum tunnel that draws them into you. It's an open invitation for them to get inside your head and learn what they need to do next. Yeah, I saw one alright. It was white and pretty short, only a few inches above the kitchen counter. I was at the beginning of the hall, 15 feet away from the kitchen, 15 feet away from my friend's open door when I saw it. I pointed in its direction and had a brief realization that I just done completely goofed because something made me aware that it was aware of me being aware. I slowly turned around and walked to his room when, well, what can I say? But the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I felt its malice penetrate the room way too suddenly. I felt it rush at me from beyond the grave, from the kitchen. It was like it ran at me full force in an attempt to do something. Needless to say, I felt this and bolted for his room, where I slammed the door behind me and felt safe for some damn reason. Anyway, that is the scariest moment of my entire life. Do not point at them. A few other minor things happened that night, but only stuff like muffled footsteps when it is silent, and electrical switches being switched off and on. These are not personal stories from me, but a collection of stories I've been privy to. Story 1. When I was a child of elementary school age, I would stay at my grandma's house every weekend. It was my absolute favorite place to be as a kid because, to me, it always seemed completely steeped in strangeness. Grandma was weird. She was a sweet lady who was incredibly spiritual and dabbled in Wicca every so often. I remember she used to do things like wash my hair in rainwater and chant to the full moon. My mom thought she was completely mental, but I loved her and loved staying with her because it made me feel magical. Her house was huge and fairly old, probably around 150 years. I always heard strange noises at night, a child laughing, little footsteps, creaks on the stairs, etc. I was never afraid though. I never felt threatened by these particular spirits. They seemed innocent and never bothered me, so I paid them the same respect. I grew accustomed to the nighttime sounds as I grew older, and even liked hearing them after a while. Both Grandma and I talked about the ghosts, and how cool it was that we were able to experience them firsthand like this. One night though, I had an experience that was not so pleasant. I woke up really late at night and had to pee. The upstairs was in a U-shape. Guest room, my grandma's room, and then the bathroom. I was never particularly afraid of the dark or anything, so I never had a problem getting up and using the restroom at night. So I quietly opened my door and started walking toward the bathroom. After a few steps, I started to feel super chilly and like there was someone following me. The vibes I got were not good whatsoever, which was unusual. I suddenly started to get really terrified. My heart was beating out of my chest, but I tried to keep it cool and continued to walk steadily toward the bathroom. I finally got there and opened up the door. On the inside of the bathroom door, there was a full-length mirror. Before I walked into the room, I held my breath and looked into the mirror to see if I could catch a glimpse of what I felt like was following me. A few feet behind me, there was an impossibly dark and fuzzy shadow, sort of in the shape of a cloak, and an extremely pale, expressionless face peering out of it. It felt menacing and angry, and I almost blacked out. I slammed the door as hard as I could and locked it, turning all of the lights on in the bathroom and running the water. I stayed in there for the better part of an hour. When I finally got up the courage to leave, I ran to my grandma's bedroom and slept the rest of the night with her. I never saw the figure again, but I dream about it sometimes, and it still completely terrifies me. Here is the next in the collection. When I was 10 years old, me and my brother enjoyed scaring each other as well as watching scary movies. We lived in an old farmhouse on the city outskirts. One day, we decided to start digging around for treasure. Me being a young kid, and him being a teenage brother that had to oblige. We started at a rose bush near a row of trees to the left of our driveway. I dug for a minute and then we hit something. It was a small tin, enough to fit a loaf of bread in. We took it out and it smelled awful, but decided to put it on the front porch. The next morning, my grandma who lived with us commented that she had seen a woman in a wedding dress the previous night and said she was looking for something. My mom did not really listen to her, but my brother, who always thought the house was haunted, was terrified. We did not think too much of it and just went on with our day. I pretty much forgot about the tin and slept well that night. Unfortunately, my brother did not and started telling our parents about seeing something when he went to the washroom in the night. My dad decided to show us something that would completely throw us over and took out a book that he had. It was an autobiography of the farming family that had lived there previously and ended up moving down the street, had left it there. We were looking at old photos of them and reading an excerpt which detailed the house's construction in the late 1800s. It turns out that it was built for the newly wedded couple who were expecting a baby. This is where it gets creepy. The baby died as stillborn and ended up getting buried where? In a tin underneath the rose bush. My brother and I immediately went and buried it back where it was and promptly never went over there again. The next day, my grandma decided to tell us that she had seen the woman again and she was now holding a baby in her arms. Kind of long, but I hope you enjoyed this very strange event that I will never forget as long as I live. My girlfriend and I just started our adult lives by moving in together. I am 20 and she is 19. One night, we had fallen asleep out in the living room while watching a movie on the couch. I heard something coming from the bathroom in our master bedroom, almost like something had fallen out of the medicine cabinet. I woke my girlfriend up as I got from the couch. She looked at me and smiled. "Where you going, babe?" she said sleepily. I told her I might have heard something, that it was probably nothing, and I just wanted to check on it, and she nodded and dozed back off. She had looked a little off, a little pale, a little sick. That entire situation was just weird. She wasn't usually one to be so happy to be woken up. I shrugged it off and continued to the bedroom with caution, unaware of what had made the noise. When I opened up the door and turned on the lights, my heart sank to my feet. There lay my girlfriend, sleeping peacefully in her bed. I tore the covers off of her. She sat up and cursed me. It was something along the lines of, "What the hell are you doing? Why are the lights on? Can't you see I'm sleeping?" I explained the situation, and she irritably explained that she woke up early in the morning and moved to the bed because it was more comfortable. She shrugged it off, saying I was probably dreaming, and imagined her with me on the couch when I first got off. But it was so vivid, and that did not explain the noise I heard from her room. To this day, I have no idea what happened that night, or who was with me on the couch, but I know what I saw, and I know it was real. This happened to me at my mother's house. My mother and her husband were going to a family member's house overnight for a reunion the next day, and since it was the weekend, my brother was staying with a friend. This was the first time I'd had the house to myself since we had moved in, and I was genuinely excited. I had plans for friends to come over and hang out, but unfortunately they fell through due to something coming up. I spent the evening alone, and finally fell asleep around midnight. All through the night and the early hours of the morning, I had the same dream. A man, though I was unable to distinguish any facial features other than a large toothy smile, was holding a camera to me and taking photos. The flash was incredibly bright and it felt eerie, to say the least. It felt very real, but then again, so do most of my dreams, so I did not get too spooked. However, I woke up constantly through the night with a horrible migraine and also severe nausea. I would vomit several times and tried to take a couple ibuprofen, did not help, and go back to sleep. And every time I went back to sleep, I would have the exact same dream. The man with the camera, everything completely black except his grin illuminated by the light of the camera's flash. Needless to say, I did not get too many hours of sleep that night. When my mother returned in the morning and came into my room to wake me up, I looked horrible, pale and just sickly looking. She asked me why my camera was on the floor. I am usually very tidy and organized with my things, and so this was very unusual for me. I told her I had put it on my nightstand to charge before I went to bed. I told her about the nightmare I experienced all night long, and we were both very shaken by it, but I decided I must have knocked it onto the floor while bolting to the bathroom to vomit. I overlooked it as a scary coincidence. When I got up out of my bed, the camera's battery had died, so I put it onto charge and went to eat breakfast and clean up. I am a photography major, and taking photos is a huge hobby of mine, and typically, it was a large portion of my day. I had a shoot that day, taking senior photos for a girl I used to go to high school with. When I got to the location, I turned on my camera and, of course, it took me right to the display screen, showing the last photo that was taken. I dropped and broke my $500 camera when I saw what the photo was. It was a picture of myself, sleeping. I was talking to my neighbor who used to work in law enforcement in Moscow and the surrounding region, and that is how I came across these stories. He had a lot to tell, but let me give you one that stood out to me. I'm not sure if I really believe these or not, but the way he told them, he sounded convincing. He sounded like he believed them. B. Moscow police officer. B. on duty in the 1990s. 2 eyewitnesses have been retrieved from the nearby woods from a hike. They are spouting tons of crazy shit, and 7 of their friends are missing or dead. This is what they told the officers. It was a group of people, mostly young students or dropouts and the like. They had a certain hobby that they loved to do. They would take a map of Russia, throw a dart, and wherever it landed is where they would go. More specifically, they would try to hike in mountainous regions that were closest to the area that the dart landed on, or explore vast forests or swamps. Anywhere that was hard to explore is where they would go for. They would often ask locals for help in this regard. So, this particular time, they are doing something called a micro-hike, where they drive out to the place and then continue on foot and do like a loop. They parked their cars and then headed out. There were 9 people in total on this hike, 5 men and 4 women. They made it into the woods and reached a good place to stop for the night that they had planned out in advance using maps. They settled on the bank of a river near the forest and set up some makeshift beds and a little campfire. This is where the story of these 2 eyewitnesses starts to get a little bit crazy. They said that at nighttime, the trees started rustling really audibly, even though there was no wind nearby to cause it. One told the officer that he kept seeing these dim flashes of white light in different parts of the forest. Not enough to illuminate the whole area, but enough to see shadows and shapes. He could see the shapes and shadows of small animals low to the ground. These flashes apparently happened intermittently for 30 minutes, and it freaked out all of the women. They were frightened, and many could not sleep at all that night. The decision was made early in the morning to go back to the cars and leave due to the women panicking. So they packed up camp and set off. The closer they got to the cars, the better everyone started to feel. The guy told the officer that people started to laugh and joke about the nearby military base being the culprit behind the lights. Then someone else laughed and chimed in that the shadows were soldiers doing a nighttime routine or a march. One of the eyewitnesses said that at this time he was walking with his friend Max and discussing buying a UAZ van for the group adventures. While talking, he suddenly saw his other friend, Kolya, just fall down to his left. He did not trip or make a noise like he had snagged on anything. Just 1 minute he was walking, and the next minute he was face down in the grass. His other friend, Marinka, was with him and tried to lift him off of the floor, but he was way too heavy. They thought it was either a prank or that maybe he had passed out from hitting his head. They were not paying attention at that point until Marinka screamed, and they ran over to find Kolya was not breathing and had no pulse. They told the officers that Kolya's face had turned some kind of strange burgundy color. There was blood pouring out from his ears. When they rolled him over and took a closer look at him, they saw that his eyes were bulging and almost popping out of his head. He had this kind of rash on his skin, some on his face, some near his wrists. The skin looked rough and irritated all of a sudden. But the eyes, they had swelled up and were trying to squeeze out of the socket. Blood was coming from his eyes, just like with his ears. After that, they said that everything just went crazy, that everyone was just gripped by this mass hysteria and that no one was thinking properly. The girls were crying and rushing around in a panic. Someone suggested leaving the body in the forest. Another said that some people should guard it from animals. Someone else wanted to all lift his body and take it back to the car. The eyewitness telling this story said that all of the sounds of the forest had stopped by that point. The only thing he could hear was sobs coming from the girls all rushing around. And then he saw a bird fall out of the sky. It just shot down from above one of the trees and hit the ground. But then it happened more times. One fell from a tree where it was perched nearby, and they saw a squirrel fall out from its tree hole. He said that out of nowhere, Max started screaming while covering his ears, and that he just started running. He ran but tripped over a branch and hit the deck. But he was not the only one. Other friends started to go crazy too. One of the girls started clutching their head while rocking back and forth on the ground while sobbing. One guy was flat on his stomach and rolling back and forth, and he was wailing in agony and saying, "Please make the sound stop." But the eyewitnesses and the other who survived could not hear anything. Only those two were unaffected. They tried to help, but when the eyewitnesses went to help Max up, he grabbed at his leg and tried to pull him to the ground. He asked him what the hell he was doing, and he said that Max started biting at his ankle and trying to pull him down to the ground. He saw that after maybe 30 seconds of trying to help him, Max had blood coming from his ears too. They knew they could not do anything to help and had no medical knowledge, so because they did not have phones back then, they rushed to the cars and went straight to the police station. My neighbor was one who attended there, and this is what he told me. We conducted our investigation. We had a team of officers sent out to the immediate area to conduct a search and rescue mission. My superior said it was idiot kids on drugs, but that we had to check to be safe in case they had overdosed and killed themselves. Within a 2-kilometer radius of where the eyewitnesses told us that they were, we found people. We found 2 people down by the river where they had set up a camp overnight. They were delirious. They were speaking nonsense. The one who could speak was just making sounds and gurgling while he looked at us, as if he thought he was actually talking and saying words. The other one, she could not talk at all. Her eyes were just rolling back into her head, and she could not stand up without falling back down. Her legs just stopped working underneath her. We only found one other body. They were dead. We had medical experts perform an autopsy, and other than a small amount of alcohol in their blood, he did not have any substances in his body. No drugs, no nothing. Cause of death was attributed to severe head trauma and internal damage and a bleed on the brain. There was no sign of any outward injuries or any marks on the head or face that suggested blunt force trauma. We searched for the other 4 missing people for months after that. A lot of locals volunteered to help with the search effort, but even when we kept extending the search area, nothing came up. And once it got to a certain point, we were told to stand down and that the case had closed. The sounds of the parents when we had to tell them that their babies were missing still haunts me. He had one more that he told me that wasn't just your typical run-of-the-mill crime encounters. He was an officer for nearly 30 years of his life, and this was the only other thing he saw that he could not explain. I will tell it from his perspective. This happened somewhere on the Oka River, back before the collapse of the USSR. The riverbed needed to be deepened and cleaned because a barge carrying cargo for a factory could not pass by. There was rocks and floating debris blocking the way. Some asshole had dumped metal scraps and other trash in the river. They brought in a floating dredge and a floating excavator and began dredging and cleaning the bottom. The workers cleaned for a while and found all sorts of stuff dumped there. Bits of scrap metal, tin sheets, random clothes, lots of wrappers from food. The most intriguing thing that they found that had sunk right to the bottom were these black balls. They were probably around 15 centimeters in diameter, and they described them as very smooth. One of them said it felt like polished glass. They found 5 of these in total. One of the workers got curious and smashed one of these balls against some rock, but it would not smash at all. No matter how much effort he used, he could not crack it. They got the heaviest worker there to jump on it with all of his weight, but it did not work, and the guy just fell over. There were not even any scratch marks on these things from being hit against the rock. Management caught wind of these finds and confiscated them. They claimed that they were the property of the company since they were found during a job. They thought that they had found some kind of historical artifact that they could turn for a profit. One of the company heads called a specialist, as he wanted him to come down and appraise the items and determine their historical value. I think he worked for a museum in the next city over, but he never went there. That was not the only thing that they found down at the shore that day. One of the management claimed they had also found these logs of wood that were stained this black color. They were all completely identical and cut into long, square logs. They were shiny and all identical. The next weekend is where the police were called. Most of the management were gone. They were at home thinking about the money. Some of the workers, along with a guard or two, were staying at the site overnight. The management returned, and that's when we were called. An ambulance was sent down there, along with a few cars of police. The men who had stayed overnight, 4 of them in total, if including the guard, were all dead. The scene was horrific. One of the men was missing an arm. One of the men had bits of skin missing and indents where chunks of flesh were missing. There were no marks that showed that a knife or any sharp object had been used. We came across those logs that management mentioned. They were pretty close by to the bodies. Next to the log was the remnants of a handful of beers and tons of tools used for the job. I got a look at that log up close, and if you looked at the other end, there was actually a hole inside of it. I'm not sure if it was there when it was found, but it looked cut into by something sharp. There was this hollow space inside. Not massive, but big enough that someone not too tall could probably cram themselves into it. Inside this hollow space, there were streaks of something dark. Some kind of oily liquid. It smelled exactly like gasoline. We got asked to cordon off the area after reporting this in, and the scene was taken over by investigators. I never learned what happened there, or the exact cause of death. I've posted this before, but didn't save it. It's a long story, but I will abridge it thoroughly. I was 19 when this happened. We were driving, 5 people in the car. It was my GF and I, my best friend and her BF, and a third wheel male friend. We are going to a park party with about 20 to 30 people. We're in an area with which we are unfamiliar. We get a little bit lost on the drive there. After a while, we think we found the place finally. We park the car in the car park. We are the only car there. We can see a congregation of around 15 people in the dark, casting shadows through a bonfire. We assume it's our group, so we get out of the car and start walking down this massive hill to the group. It's really dark, but my friend's boyfriend thinks he recognizes someone and yells out a greeting to them. The whole group of people look towards us in pretty much unison and start walking towards us. We stop, and we still cannot really make out individual people. It's only when they are like 20 feet away from us that we finally realize, A, it's not our group, and B, it's a group of like 15, 25 to 30-year-old men. I say, "Oh, sorry guys, we thought you were someone else." "Wow, you fucked up then, didn't you?" At least 2 of them, maybe more, pull out knives. We all back the hell off immediately, but they are pretty quick to react, so I just yell at the girls to run. 2 guys start chasing them, but the girls were track runners, so they turned and started running to the car really quickly. The 3 of us just have our hands up, like, "Please do not kill me, please." They group around us. The girls have arrived at the car, but 2 guys are about halfway there, chasing them. My best friend's BF lets out this defeated howl, and his eyes well up. All the saliva comes out from his mouth. I'm like, what the hell? Until I realize he's got the car keys in his pocket. I hear the girls start trying to force the car doors open, then scream something at each other, followed by the smashing of glass, and the car alarm starts going off. There is another scream, and then they run off towards the main road. The 2 guys have stopped chasing them and are at the car now. My friend just gets dropped by an elbow in 1 hit. They come at me. I am in no way a fighter at all. I swing a punch at this guy. He sees it coming and headbutts my fist. I immediately know that my wrist is broken. They all just close in around us and kick the absolute shit out of us. My friend is stabbed 4 times in the chest/belly. The BF is stabbed once in the belly and once through the cheek. I get a deep cut, but no actual stab wound on my shoulder where the guy swished the blade at me and it cut through my jacket and t-shirt and still cut me deep. I cannot even list all of the injuries that we sustained, but we got messed up completely and utterly. They finally stop hitting us and all jog over to the car. They have taken the keys and used them to cancel the alarm. We hear the engine go on. All this laughter and chanting like egging themselves on. I look up and see like 8 of them pushing the car up over the curb to the edge of the hill at the bottom of which we lie, barely able to move. The car starts rolling down the hill straight towards us. It's either move or possibly die on impact. My friend is in the worst shape, but me and the BF manage to crawl over and drag all of us out of the path of the car. The car cruises by so damn quickly and smashes into this picnic table about 40 feet away from us, totally uprooting it from the concrete. The men just leave after that, and we can still hear them laughing for a few minutes. We just lie there. I vomit and pass out. I wake up with the ambulance people fussing over all of us. That relief that hit me when I saw them. It's a feeling I cannot describe. My friend's boyfriend and I spent 3 days in the hospital. The other friend had to be revived 3 times in the ambulance and then spent 3.5 weeks in the hospital. He has never been the same since then, and we don't see each other anymore. He has all of these problems with depression and anxiety now, the poor bastard. Easily the worst night of my life. I've been sitting on this story for over 40 years. I wasn't sure if I should ever post it, but lately, I've seen some folks here sharing creepy wilderness encounters, and it stirred something in me. This is not a ghost story or a Bigfoot sighting, though honestly, I might have preferred that. This is something that really happened that still makes my hair on my neck stand up when I think about it. It was June 1980. I was 19. I just finished my first year of college and living with my folks in the East Bay for the summer. That weekend, I told them I was heading up to Marin to do a solo overnight hike. This was back before we worried so much about that kind of thing. No cell phones or GPS, I just had a paper map, a compass, and the confidence of a dumb 19-year-old. I planned a loop hike through Mount Tamalpais State Park. I left early Saturday morning and parked at a small turnout on Panoramic Highway. There were maybe 3 cars already there, no one else around. Perfect. The hike started out just like any other, me and the trail. The woods were dense in some places, opening up into sunny meadows and then closing again under a thick canopy of redwoods. I passed one older couple in the first 2 hours, but otherwise, it was just me and the birds. Around mid-afternoon, I was maybe a half a mile away from the camp, hiking a little loop trail that led to a scenic overlook. I came around the bend and nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a man standing dead center on the trail, just standing there. He was tall, skinny, almost lanky, with thinning gray hair and these round glasses that made his eyes look bugged out. He looked like someone's dad, but with a weird energy. He was wearing a tan hiking vest over a blue shirt and had a camera hanging from his neck. "I didn't mean to startle you," he said, smiling way too wide. His voice was calm, but there was this noticeable stutter. I mumbled something like, "It's okay," but I was definitely on edge. Something about his posture did not feel right. He did not move out of the way. He just stood there, smiling. Eventually I stepped around him and kept on walking, and he turned to walk beside me, which was not welcome. "You out here alone?" he asked. The stutter was not severe, but it was odd. It did not match the weird confidence in his body language. It was like his mouth and his brain were on different tracks. The way he said "alone" dragged out, like he was savoring the word. I hesitated. I did not want to lie, but I did not want to answer either. "Just meeting some friends later," I said. He laughed softly. "Good spot for it," he said. "Not a lot of people outside today." I just nodded and kept on walking faster, hoping he would take the hint, but he didn't. He followed me for maybe another 5 minutes, talking about birds and trees and how he'd lived in the area for a long time. I remember thinking it was strange how he stuttered on some words but not others. Then suddenly he just said, "Well, I'll let you get to it," and turned back down the trail. disappearing into the trees. I don't know how to describe the feeling he left behind. It was like someone had turned the temperature down 20 degrees. I stood there for a while, staring in the direction he had gone. I don't remember finishing the loop. I just headed back to my car, adrenaline buzzing. That night I did not sleep much. Every twig snap or rustle outside my tent made my heart jump. I kept thinking about that guy's smile, how wide it was, like it didn't reach his eyes. And the stutter, it just kept on playing on my mind. It felt like part of a mask. He just seemed so strange. It seemed like he was trying to seem non-threatening, like the stutter was fake. I eventually dozed off, probably around 3 or 4 a.m., and left first thing in the morning. Here is the part that still messes me up. That afternoon I was driving home, and I flipped on the AM radio. The top story on the local news was about another hiker who had been found dead, shot execution style in the woods near Mount Tam. The body had been discovered earlier that morning, just a few miles away from where I camped. I pulled over and just sat there. I don't remember exactly what the reporter said, but the words serial killer and trailside stuck in my head. I didn't tell my folks. I told them that the hike was good and that the weather was fine. I didn't mention the guy on the trail or the news report. I don't think I fully processed it yet. Honestly, I did not want to admit to myself that I might have been in serious danger. But over the next few days, I could not shake the feeling that something had been really, really wrong. I started paying attention to the news. A second body was found a few days later. Another hiker, a woman in her 20s, shot in the back of the head and left just off the trail. Again, near Mount Tam. Police were not saying much, but the anchor mentioned the possibility of a serial offender. A name started circulating, the trailside killer. I started digging. I went to the library after work and flipped through newspapers on microfilm. What I found chilled me. There had already been a string of murders over the past years, mostly women, all hikers, all shot in isolated areas around Marin, Santa Cruz, and the East Bay, always with a .38 or .44 caliber handgun. Some were bound, some were partially clothed. There were vague references to additional trauma. One reporter wrote that the autopsy reports were too graphic to summarize in print. The thought that the man I had met might have done that to multiple people made my skin crawl in a way I'd never felt before. Up until then, I'd been clinging to the idea that maybe I'd just misread the situation, maybe he was just a weird guy. But when I imagined the same flat smile, the awkward stutter, hovering over someone who could not fight back, I stopped making excuses. Fast forward to 1984. I watched a special on TV about California serial killers. Suddenly, there he was, the face, the same bug-eye glasses, the weird smile. David Carpenter, the trailside killer. I felt like I was going to throw up. Turns out Carpenter had a rap sheet going back all the way to the late 40s, in and out of prison for horrible crimes. He'd been holding jobs, hiking, hiding in plain sight. The show mentioned at least 10 confirmed murders, but investigators thought that the real number might be higher. There was no doubt in my mind that was the guy I met on the trail. Same stutter, same too wide smile. I hadn't imagined it. I had not exaggerated it. In 2003, I finally did what I should have done 20 years earlier. I called the police, just the non-emergency line. I told them I thought I'd encountered David Carpenter in 1980. They were polite, took down my statement. I never heard back, but I didn't care. I just needed to tell someone. That same year, Carpenter came up for potential execution. His name popped up in newspapers again. His photo was everywhere. Same damp face, same glasses, same thin smile. I kept thinking, why wasn't I one of them? In 2010, a friend sent me a Reddit post about the trailside killer. I read every word, and in the comments, I learned a detail that cemented how close I came to evil that day. David Carpenter was alleged to lose his stutter when he had victims where he wanted them. He got so excited he lost his stutter. I find that both relieving and utterly terrifying. Does anyone have any experiences with waking up in an empty world? Hey X, I'm sorry for any formatting errors or anything of that sort. This is my first time posting here. I feel like I am out of options. and this may be the only place where I can get some semblance of an answer. I thought I was doing better, but this weekend, I could not stop thinking about this event. I have work tomorrow, and figure that getting it all written out might help me get a few hours of sleep. This all occurred about 6 years ago, the summer I graduated from high school. Me and 3 friends were all going to colleges hours away from each other, so as for a final hurrah, we all pitched in and rented a cabin in the Appalachians for a week. It was maybe 10 minutes away from the nearest town, but still surrounded by development. The whole thing was probably more tourist trap than anything, but we did not care. We planned to spend the days hiking and exploring the nearby towns, then spend the night shooting the shit and playing COD Zombies on my buddy's old Xbox 360. We spent the majority of the first day just driving up there, and it was dark by the time we got to the cabin. We set everything up, chose rooms, and played a few rounds of Keno on the TV in the common area. We called it a night a few hours later, and we all planned to get up early the next morning. I want to emphasize that we did not have drugs of any kind with us. I've tried to tell this story to my parents, and they were convinced that this was nothing more than a bad trip. This was not the case. The next morning, I woke up with my alarm at 7 a.m. I went downstairs to find I am the only one up, even though we all agreed to get up at this time. I went to my friend's room and started knocking on his door to try to wake him up. No response. At this point, I am a bit fed up, so I open up his door and enter. Nothing. The covers of his bed are messed up, like someone had been sleeping in them, and his luggage was here, but he was gone. At this point, I thought that these assholes had just left early. I checked the other 2 rooms and saw that they were empty as well. Just to be sure they left, I went out to the driveway. The car was still there. I figured that this must just be a part of some joke that they decided to pull on me. I walked back in and started yelling for them, telling them to cut the bullshit so we could start hiking. Nothing. No response but my slight echo. I tear through the house trying to find them, but they are not here. At this point, the only spot they could be is the woods out back. I call one of them and hear his phone ring from upstairs. I find it laying on the nightstand next to his bed. Repeat the process and see that all of these assholes have left their phones home. I spend about 5 minutes looking for them out there when I notice that the woods are quiet. I am by no means a woodsman and spent my entire childhood in the suburbs, but even I could feel that the forest should not be this quiet. There were no birds, none of the summer insects, just the quiet breeze through the trees. I say screw it, and decide that if they want to spend the first morning hiding in the woods to screw with me, I am just going to wait inside. I play some zombies again, but after about 30 minutes pass, I start getting worried. There is no reason for them to not be back by now. I start to get really worried. I write a note, telling them that I am looking for them in the woods, and to call me if they find the note before I find them. 30 minutes in these terrifyingly quiet woods, and still nothing. I have no clue what to do, so I go back to the cabin and call my parents. First, my mom does not answer, then my dad. I then call 911. At the time, it felt like a bit of an overreaction, but I did not know what else to do. The line rings for about 5 minutes, but is never picked up. The only thing I can think of is just to drive into town to try and find help. I search around, take the keys, and head off in my buddy's SUV. I get about 5 minutes down the road when I see some asshole who has his car stopped in the middle of the lane. I swerve around him, only to come across more of these cars, just stopped. I look inside as I pass by them, and they are all empty. By the time I am close to the town, the roads are blocked by these empty, parked cars, all of them still running. I think this was the moment I realized I was alone. I am not going to act like that thought never crossed my mind earlier, but this was the first evidence I had of it. I make it into the small town, and it is devoid of people. There is no one manning the gas station I enter, no one in the diner next door. I break down into tears. How else do you react to this realization? I spent the rest of that day just looking for anything to show that someone was still there. Nothing all day. I make my way back to the house and go to sleep, hoping that all of this is some bad nightmare that I will wake up from. I don't. By the next morning, I fully believe that I am the last human on Earth. I wish I could say that I had some enlightened response to this realization. but the first thing I did was jack off. I stripped butt-ass naked, walk out onto the back porch, and play the skin flute looking out onto the woods. What the I mean, at least he's honest, I guess. Following my act of self-expression, I tried to figure out a game plan. I figure that the most important thing to figure out is a food situation, as I have already stress-eaten my way through half of the food that we brought with us. I raided the gas station and the supermarket, and came back with a hoard of non-perishable food, bottled water, and junk food. I stopped by a diner, and used the flat-top griddle to try to make some of the canned foods a little bit more edible. It does not work. I spend what I think were about 3 weeks just trying to keep my mind occupied. I can go more in depth about this if any of you are interested. I began to venture farther away from the place that we are staying, and began to explore some of the surrounding towns. I spent some nights sleeping in the car, some nights sleeping in motels off the highway. I spent one night in a diner whose walls were covered in Sasquatch posters. There were no animals or bugs around either, but the trees seemed fine. One morning, I drive to another small town and step out to take a piss. Here, however, there was a sound. For the first time in days, I hear the sound of a car idling. This was unique, as most of the other cars had all ran out of gas days, if not weeks ago. It is parked outside of a brick building near the outskirts of the town. I approach cautiously and enter the building. Here I see the first human since everyone disappeared. He is at the end of a long hallway, in a room filled with filing cabinets. He is tearing through them, like he is looking for something. I wish I could say that he looked particularly interesting, or was wearing something like a hazmat suit, but honestly, he just looked about as normal as you could be. A mid-40s, slightly overweight, average height man, wearing a rolled up collared shirt and jeans. I clear my throat to let him know that I am there, and he turns around. He has a normal looking face, with salt and pepper hair and a buzz cut. He sees me and breaks into a smile and says, "You are not anon yet, right?" in an almost joking manner, like he knew the answer would be no. I stare back with a look of confusion, and his expression changes on a dime. He looks partly shocked, partly furious, partly confused, like I just told him I shit on his cereal. He looks into my eyes, and within a second of our gaze meeting, I am bolting upright in bed at the cabin. I frantically look around and see all of my friends are still there. I try to explain to them what happened, but they all make fun of me for being so scared of a nightmare. It wasn't a dream though. I remember it as vividly as memories, and during it, I tried to wake myself up multiple times. All the places I visited were exactly the same out of the dream. I had never been to that Sasquatch diner before, but I convinced my friends to drive over there, and just like in the dream, it was covered in Sasquatch posters, this time with staff running it. The only exception to this was the brick building where I saw the man. We drove through the town, but the building was gone. This pretty much ruined my life. I know that part of this is just my lazy ass trying to make excuses, but I truly feel this way. I don't think my life is real. By any stretch, it feels just as real as that dream. I've dealt with stress because of this. I do not sleep well anymore. I have no motivation to keep going in life. I dropped out of college halfway through my first semester, and now work a shit job for shit pay. My parents have paid for therapists, but none of them have helped. They all tried to convince me I dreamt it all, but I know that is not true. I have given up on therapy. I really hope some of y'all can give me some answers. I need them.